Hello course members, it's Mike Andes, and I want to say welcome to the MBA for Entrepreneurs course. I really look forward to sharing many hours, many videos, and just as much knowledge and learning as I possibly can with you over the course of the next few days, months, or years as we continue to add to the course. Before we get started though, I want to share really my story, give you a little bit of background, and talk about why I went to get my MBA and really why I'm now creating a version of my own MBA for you online. So for most of you, you kind of know my story. I started out when I was young, mowing lawns when I was 11 years old, but even before that had done all sorts of entrepreneurial things. I was the kid in school selling snacks to my peers. I would set up a little snack shop next to the golf course that we lived close by. I did waxing of snowboards and skis because we live in the Pacific Northwest, and in the winter we have a lot of skiing going on. So just always really busy trying to make a buck. When I was 11 years old, started mowing lawns, walking around our neighborhood mowing lawns, my brother and I, and went to school, went to college at 13 years old, and was able to pay my way through undergrad studies using my money from mowing and from mowing lawns. When I was 18, I finished my undergrad degree, and I thought I was going to go to medical school. And so before I went to my MD, my master's in getting my doctorate for medical science, before I did that, I went away to Africa for 6 weeks. And in Africa, I did all sorts of surgeries and just crazy amounts of stuff in the medical field. Lots and lots of fun. Did everything from birthing to the burn unit, just a whole bunch of different stuff. I just loved every minute of it, with orphanages as well as clinics over there. And really kind of just outside Nairobi and Kawangware, Tigoni, a couple other places, just really enjoyed my time there. However, when I came back to the US and began to shadow other physicians and really seeing what the medical system looked like here, it definitely just was not appealing to me. I knew it was something I couldn't do for the rest of my life, and I didn't want to go to school for the next 8 years by the time I got my doctorate and then my fellowship and all of that to become a surgeon, and literally be stuck in that one specialty the rest of my life. I guess you could kind of say I was an entrepreneur from the very beginning, and most entrepreneurs aren't okay with doing the same thing all the time for the next 40 years. When I was really young, I actually wanted to be a financial advisor, and I think that's part of why I love even teaching so much, whether it be the podcast or courses like this, trying to teach other people about business is something I just love to do. When I was about 8 or 9, I thought I wanted to become a financial advisor, and I would read books on personal finance and the stock market and real estate and just a whole bunch of different stuff. I knew more about bonds and the treasury and all of that sort of thing probably when I was 8 or 9 years old than most people do throughout their life, just because I loved it. I was so fascinated by it. And I would just read books, listen to DVDs at the time when I was younger, and I just really absorbed it as much as I possibly could. When I was 18 years old though, after realizing that, hey, the medical system was not something I wanted to be in with all the bureaucracy, the paperwork, I just wanted to help people. And in Africa, that was the love, why I loved it so much. But when I came here, just back to the US, it was just unsatisfying. And so I decided, I'm not gonna go to medical school. I canceled my medical school application. I decided I was gonna do this mowing lawns thing more seriously, full time. So that's when I started Augusta Lawn Care Services. That's about 6-7 years ago. Now Augusta Lawn Care is a franchise, and we've been franchising for about a year now, and we now have 20 locations across North America and Canada and the United States. And I also own Anytime Fitness, which is a gym. I bought that a couple years before franchising Augusta Lawn Care, simply to learn the system. Anytime Fitness was ranked as the #1 franchise by Entrepreneur Magazine about 5 years ago, and so they're really well known. They have 4,500 locations around the world. And so I really wanted to learn from an established franchisor how to do it. And so I learned so much from them and was able to apply a lot of those same techniques and ways of communication and fee structure to Augusta Lawn Care when we begin to expand across North America. And so that really leads me up to today. Right now, as most of you know, I have a Business Bootcamp podcast, Landscape Business Course. I have landscapebusinesscourse.com, where I have an online course just for landscapers. We also do a lot of media and different things like training and books and things like that. We have a conference, Landscape Summit. But really, this is really my first foray into sharing general business topics about things outside of the landscaping industry, because I really feel like so many elements of business are universal. And when I was 18 and I decided to not go to medical school and decided to start my mowing company, Augusta Lawn Care, really my backup plan was, hey, you know, I'm so young, I should go get my master's in business because I'm still so young. I was 18 at the time, and I just paid it out of pocket, and I did it in the evenings. And so what would happen is I would mow lawns, you know, from, you know, early morning until 5:30 in the evening, and then I would go to school from 6 p.m. till 10 p.m. And then after school, I'd stay there for projects. I would get caught up on homework. I'd send estimates out at night. I would do invoicing at night, just really, really busy. And then all throughout the day, I'd listen to audiobooks and business. Like literally it was just 2 years while I was getting my MBA of just saturation in business, both my own business as well as more of the theory of the business education that I was getting from Western Washington University. So it was an evening program. It was full of a lot of professionals and other corporate executives. A few other business owners were in that class as well. And no, lots of pieces of it I enjoyed. It was a really expensive program. It was probably about 20 times as much as what you paid for this course, if not more. And so it was very expensive for me to go. Actually, it was quite a bit more than that. It was probably 50 times more expensive. But during that time, I realized that probably about 5 to 10% of what I learned there was really valuable for small business owners. And especially towards the end of the MBA program, the 2-year program, I just began to realize that like, I do not need to know a lot of these things for my future. I'm never going to need to know a lot of these really sophisticated accounting methods because I'm going to hire accountants. I'm not going to do the accounting myself. I just needed a basic understanding, which I felt like I had. And so I actually dropped out 1 quarter before I finished my program because Augusta Lawn Care was starting to really take off, and I just could not calibrate the return on investment of spending my evenings going to this, getting a piece of paper that I felt like I got the value out of the degree and I did not need the 1 more quarter to finish up. And so I dropped out 1 quarter before graduating, which some people thought was crazy. But I really learned so much from there, and my goal in this course is to consolidate all of that for you. Where my MBA really let me down was the fact that it didn't set me up to start a small business. And then maybe you've gone and done a business class or an entrepreneurship class or something like that, and just been disappointed by the fact like when you're done, at the end of it, like a lot of it didn't have anything to do with starting a small business. It had to do with managing, you know, millions of dollars on a profit and loss statement, or it had to do with managing dozens of people on teams when all I was looking for was how do I start? How do I grow this business? How do I market? How do I actually get my first employee? Like all the small things that go into starting the business just were not there. They were talking about corporate bonds, and they're talking about mergers and acquisitions of billions and billions of dollars and debt structures of just incredible proportions that were just not applicable to small businesses. And I hope that this course, the MBA for Entrepreneurs, is really the exact opposite of what I got from the formal educational system and the MBA program that I received. So there's a lot of reasons why I decided to start the MBA for Entrepreneurs in this course, but I want to go over a couple of those right now and really so you can understand what you can expect as we go forward. So number one is I really wanted to consolidate a lot of the information. I don't even know if this is how you spell it, consolidate. Just get used to me misspelling things on the whiteboard. But as we go forward in the course, my goal is really to consolidate everything that I've learned in my MBA program, which is a Master's in Business Administration. It's a 2-year program that I went to. I want to consolidate all that knowledge and learning into this program, along with the real-world applications that I've learned through consulting with hundreds, possibly even thousands of businesses across a whole bunch of different industries. Everything from service, product-based, online, retail, you name it. And I want to consolidate all of that along with all the real-world applications that I've had in my own businesses, whether it be Augusta Lawn Care or Anytime Fitness, Ketosis Cups, the online business bootcamp podcast and the books and the conferences, all of that stuff. I just wanted to kind of consolidate all of that learning into one easy to learn course. The second thing is I really wanted to do it on your time, because when I got my MBA on your time, when I got my MBA, I had to do it in the evening, and it was very hard for me to work 12, 14 hours in my own business, starting a company, really trying to get it going, and then go and sit and listen to a professor for 4 hours that was sometimes very boring. about topics that were very dry. And we're gonna have some very dry topics that aren't the most exciting thing in the world when we come to accounting principles, or when we start talking about GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. Like, those are not things that get everyone super excited. However, they're really necessary for you to know. It's just that I could not spend 4 hours listening in the evening without falling asleep, being distracted, being annoyed that I didn't understand, or that I was late and now I'm not understanding where everyone's at. Like, I want you to be able to do this on your time, whether you watch 2 minutes or 5 minutes a day, whether you watch one course a day, one little segment, one video. I want you to be able to do this on your time. And so whether you're sitting at the bus stop, or whether you're in between classes, whether you're driving down the road, working out, whatever it is, you can do this when you need it and take little digestible nuggets that have consolidated an hour's worth of lecture or 2 classes worth of lecture that I had in my MBA down to a 10-15-minute video that you can actually understand and get the principles of what is needed. The third reason, or third goal that I'm trying to really have in this course is that regardless of whether or not you're starting all the way to when you are scaling and everything in between, regardless of where you are at in this continuum, there's going to be something here for you in the course. And so, the first couple modules, you're just starting out. How do you actually even come up with an idea? How do you know there's a viable idea? How do you test that and have market research? So we're going to be talking about starting, but we're also going to talk about all this other stuff in between. In between here is marketing, and how do you figure out your hiring systems, and how do you scale the business, and how do you grow, and how do you actually make sure that you do have accounting correctly, and you do have certain legal things set up when you started so that it continues to allow you to grow the business, whether it be through your entity structure, your insurance, etc. So everything from when you start to when you scale, and everything in between is what we're going to cover. And even if you're accomplished and really have done a lot, there's going to be a lot of principles that are really, really good for you to know as you grow your business. Even if you hire an accountant, even if you hire a marketing agency, and even if you hire an HR person, there's always going to be elements of those subjects that you as the owner should know about. At least so you can walk into a room, know what they're talking about. When they start talking about certain principles or verbiage in those categories and subjects, that you know what they're talking about, and you can have a really good discussion with your executives. Now, the other thing that it's going to cover is saving your business. During times of economic recession, you're struggling, industry is doing poorly. So maybe you're coming to this course and your business is not doing well. There's going to be a lot of information that are going to help you in this course to actually save your business. You're going to realize that there's certain ratios that you have not been calculating when we start talking about the financials of your business, knowing your numbers. And so this will definitely help you save your business if you're in that scenario. The fourth goal when I really wanted to create this course is that it's for small businesses. So much of what I learned in my MBA at Western Washington University was for the corporate world. It was for big executives and for people that wanted to climb the corporate ladder. I was not interested in getting a job. I was not interested in just becoming a better employer, better manager. Even though those things, pieces and elements of those things were really helpful for me, I was just not interested in learning anything that was not going to allow me to become a better small business owner. And when I say small business owner, that's under 500 employees for all I care. And so if you're over 500 employees, you're probably not watching this video. For the vast majority of us, we need information that's going to get us to that point. We don't need information once we're on the stock market and all the rest of it. Right now, we need to figure out how to get to that point. Once we get on the stock market, you give me a call and we'll take some royalties off of that deal. But the fifth goal in doing all of this, and the reason why I think this is so valuable, is confidence. For a lot of you, you did not get your MBA, you did not get your master's in business, you didn't go to business school, and honestly, it's a handicap for you only because you just don't have the confidence, because you don't know some of the verbiage. You don't know some of the things that people might throw at you in terms of marketing terms or in terms of legal aspects or accounting. And so you just don't have the confidence to grow your business because you don't know what you don't know. And therefore, when someone starts talking to you, you feel like you're at a handicap. I want to take that handicap away by giving you the tools, giving you the knowledge to be able to have those discussions in a really educated manner and know what you're doing. A lot of times I just see so many small business owners, since they don't know something in a certain subject area, they just either ignore it and it does poorly, like accounting, for example, or they relegate it without any sort of oversight to some other party, and that person can really mess things up for them. They can charge them too much, and really at the end of the day, that area of the business is not going to be managed well when the owner doesn't have some sort of context to how that should be run, to the overall health of the business. So I want to make sure you have confidence that you know some of this verbiage. You can walk in and talk to your CPA and know what they're talking about. When they talk about talking about discounted cash flow and cash on cash returns and other little things that they might throw out that make you usually step back, that's the time for you to step forward as a business owner, know exactly what they're talking about, have an educated discussion around that topic. You need to have the confidence to be able to dabble in different areas of the business world. You know, some people take an entire 5 years or 10 years studying marketing. Some people take 5 years studying for tax stuff. Some people spend 5 years figuring out the entity structures and LLCs and all the rest of it. I'm not trying to give you all the depth of their knowledge, but you as a small business owner need to know enough about all those things to give you the confidence to talk to those people who have spent that much time that maybe you're hiring and using their services, but you need to keep them accountable. You need to be able to manage them when they're working for you. Now, before we get started, I have to say this because my attorney wants me to say that, and that is, this is not accounting advice. This is not legal advice. You should hire a CPA, you should hire an attorney, you should do all that correctly, but this is really for educational and entertainment purposes only, so don't sue me if you try to do something and it goes wrong. I am not able to come and see your business and give you one-on-one advice. The concepts we talk about are universal concepts, a little more general, because it's all about business. The same way that when you go to business school, you get general concepts that are universal. They work in every industry, regardless of size of business. They're just generally universal concepts of business. Another thing is that if you are anywhere in the world, these concepts will apply. Now, there's probably about 5% of the course that is going to be specifically for people that live in the United States. For example, the IRS. Then they're the place where we in the United States, we have to pay taxes. But guess what? Canada doesn't have it. Other places around Europe and Africa and Asia, they don't have the IRS. So there's a few things in this course that might be specifically for the United States, but like I said, 99% of business concepts, how you manage people, how you hire them, how you interview them, how you market your services, how you do your accounting and your books, these things are universal. It doesn't matter where you're at, and that's the bulk of what's included in the course. Now, before we get started and dig into the meat of the course, I want to go over 5 things that are going to allow you to get the most out of this course. And you've paid money, you've invested skin in the game, you're going to invest time and energy, and I want you to get the most out of it. So let's go over 5 things that are going to allow you to really get everything you possibly can, really squeeze out every bit of information and every piece of value that you can from this course. Number 1, take notes. All right, now, most people are just right now like, oh my goodness, I have to take notes. Here we're back in school. No. Take notes on your phone. Okay, so for most of you, you're not watching this sitting down in a big 36-inch screen and just watching and taking notes on a lined piece of paper and a pen. I don't expect that to be the case for most of you. You're probably driving, working out, in between something that you're doing around the house, and you're not going to have a lined piece of paper or a binder that you carry around with you all the time. Now, you do carry your phone though, so open up a Google Doc, open up your notes app, whatever that might be, and take notes on your phone. Just bullet points, that's totally fine. And if you want, you can use the section numbers for every single video, 1.1, 1.2, 5.6, whatever it is, to make a quick notation of what video you were watching when you made that note, so you could always go back and watch that video again. All right, so make notes on your phone using something like Google Docs or your notes app, and as you're listening, jot that note down real quick and you can go back to watching the video, make a notation of the video, which number section it is, so you can always go back and reference it. All right, next thing is listen to this sequentially, all right? So listen to it in order. What I mean by that is right now, if you've skipped this and you're like, oh, I'm gonna jump to the marketing section, don't do that. It all builds on itself. When we get into marketing, we're gonna reference back to your ideation process and your market segmentation process. We're going to reference back to when you were thinking about collecting market data. So please listen to this in order. Otherwise, you're going to get into some concept and I'm going to assume that you know something from a previous lecture and you're not going to have any idea what's going on and you're going to get lost. And especially when we start getting into some denser topics, you do not want to be lost on one concept or one word or verbiage. So please listen to it in order. It might seem like a repeat, especially if you're already a seasoned entrepreneur and you know your numbers or you know certain elements. Just listen to it again. It's a great refresher. Trust me, there's parts of my MBA where I felt like I was, I'd done that before too, but like, listen, it's great. It's a great refresher. You'll learn something new, and I promise you'll need it down later in the course. All right, number 3 is don't binge watch. All right. Don't sit down and think that you're going to listen to this entire course in the next couple days. Don't binge out on it. Like there's lots and lots, dozens, probably eventually as I added the course, hundreds of videos here. Don't just watch this all in the next 10 hours and just sit down and watch the whole thing. You're not going to be able to absorb it, and you're not going to be able to take good notes, and it's very likely that you're not going to get everything you possibly could out of it because things do build on themselves, and you can't absorb it all in your mind. Like your brain just not able to process it. You listen to one video. One of these videos contains more information compacted than sometimes I would have learned in 1 or 2 weeks at my MBA course. Literally. Like what you're learning here is literally the notes that I took in my MBA course, the exact textbooks, all the information that I was getting from that course is in these lectures. And so this lecture might be 5 minutes, and that was what I learned over the course of 2 weeks in my MBA course. So please, don't binge watch. You're not going to be able to retain the information if it's just dumped on you. You'd rather get a little drip, a little drip, a little drip. That's going to be much better for a plant than if you just go take 500 gallons and just douse it with water. It's not going to retain it. The soil doesn't retain the moisture. It just runs off. And if you binge watch these videos, it's just going to be runoff. It's going to become noise. You're going to get annoyed with my voice. You're going to get annoyed with this set. But if you just take it little by little, one lecture at a time, 10 minutes here, 15 minutes there, 5 minutes here, you're going to retain a lot more. Maybe you would listen to 5 minutes and the rest of the day you're thinking about that concept. That you're starting to see it in the real world. You're seeing it when you go to a restaurant. You're seeing it when you're using a different service. That's what you want to do. That's how you're going to learn the most from the course. Next thing is test it yourself, but more importantly, go do it. All right? For most of you right now, you are either starting a small business, about to start a small business, or you're already running and operating your small business. Go implement the principles that we're talking about here. This is the massive advantage that I had when I was in my MBA course. Was that I was literally starting Augusta Lawn Care the same month that I started my MBA program. And so what it allowed me to do is learn something and literally go apply it. Learn about something in marketing and go apply it. Learn about something in management and go apply it. Super valuable. And so if you have a small business right now, or if you're literally in the process of thinking about beginning your own venture, just do it. Just implement it and test it out for yourself. See if it works. When we start talking about the ideation process for your idea of your business, do the actual thing that I'm doing on this board. The reason I have this whiteboard and I'm not just sitting in a desk is because I want you to see it, visualize it. For some of you who are a little more visual, to see the things being written out. And I want you to go do them. Do some of the exercises that I write up on this board yourself. But most importantly, go implement the principles we talk about. You didn't pay for this course for just to become background noise while you're driving or when you're working out. Go implement these things. I promise you, listening to one course and asking yourself, how can I go do this in my business? How can I do this in the future in my business? And actually implementing these principles, that's where you're going to get the return on your investment that you made for this course. Last thing, number 5, kind of mentioned it already. One thing. Now, when you look at this whole course, I hope you get more than one thing out of this whole course. But at the end of the day, there's probably one thing you're going to learn from this entire course that will make you a lot of money down the road. Now, does that mean everything else is completely negligible or not unimportant? No. All very important elements to support that one thing, but there's a very good chance that there's 1, 2, or 3 things in this entire course that one principle, that one characteristic or piece of learning that you're going to get is what allows you to unlock a great business venture down the road. Hire the right person, a marketing campaign that just completely blows your business out of the water. there's probably one or two things that's an entire course that's going to change the trajectory of your career and your business. Now, what I want you to think about is in every single video that you watch, what's the one thing you're taking away? Because if you can do that for every single video, I promise you, you're going to find the one thing in this entire course. Don't skip forward. Don't try to find the one thing. Just keep mining, keep digging, slowly but surely, shovelful by shovelful, and you're going to find that nugget of gold. All right? So I know there's probably only 2 to 5 things in this entire course that will stick with you for the rest of your life and change your business. But if you look at every single video and ask yourself, what's the one thing I can take away, and then go actually do it without binge watching, listening in order, and taking notes on my phone, how can I grow my business and change it for years to come?
Now, you might think I'm biased when I say this, but small business is extremely important to our economy and our livelihood in the United States and around the world. I want to give you a few different stats, though, about the United States, just to kind of emphasize how important small business is to our economy and to our lives. First off, half. This is the number of adults that will work for a small business at some point in their career. All right, so if someone works 40, 50 years, jump around to several different jobs, half of adults that work throughout their career will work at some point for a small business. The next number is 27.8 million is the amount of small business is in the United States with less than 500 employees. So 500 employees is kind of the definition of a small business. Anything under 500 employees is considered a small business by the SBA, the Small Business Administration. So there are 27.8 million of these enterprises in the United States. Now, small businesses also make up for 43% of high-tech jobs, engineers, scientists, computer programmers. 43% of those jobs, high-paying jobs, are made up from small businesses. Now, the thing that I think is really the most incredible is that of this 27.8 million small businesses in America, 99.7% of these have less than 20 employees. So you might be thinking to yourself, oh man, I only gonna have one employee, or I have just a few employees. Guess what? 99.7% of the 27.8 million small businesses in America have less than 20 employees. You can do the math on that yourself, and that means that only 0.3% of small businesses have between 20 and 500 employees. So a lot of small operations that have less than 20 employees. The last number I want to talk about is 1/4, and that is the amount of veterans. 1/4 of the veterans that come home back to the United States from the military. There's 23.5 million of them. 1/4 of them want to or are interested in starting a business or buying a business when they come back from the military. These are just a few stats that I hope kind of emphasize the fact that, hey, small business is very important, and whether you're looking at political, economic, or just our livelihoods and the way that we communicate with each other in our communities on a micro level, not just macro, not just geopolitical or across massive commerce, just interacting with our families and with people in our local community, small business is absolutely imperative. All right, so in this lecture, I want to talk about why small businesses can even compete or win and beat larger companies. You look at the stock market, you look at these massive conglomerates like Apple and Amazon and Google, and you ask yourself, like, how can I even compete? Or maybe in your specific sector, if you're a restaurateur, you look at massive chains around you that have thousands and thousands of restaurants. Or if you have a mowing company, you look at thousands of different landscaping companies, big companies, publicly traded companies with millions and millions of dollars and investors and all the rest of it. How can a small business beat a big business? We've seen it time and time again where these small startups, small businesses begin and end up taking down the Goliath in their industry. The established person that's been there for a long time, the company that's kind of gotten bloated on their success, they just take it for granted. How can they win? And it comes down to this. The startup or a small business that has high growth potential, they actually have a name for that. It's called gazelles. And there's certain books you might read that actually refer to small businesses as gazelles. And the reason for that is because a gazelle, if you just think about the analogy, sometimes a gazelle can actually, get away from or actually beat up like a lion or a tiger or a cheetah. Not necessarily because they're stronger, they have bigger teeth or stronger claws or anything like that. It's simply due to the fact that they're two things: fast and they can change quickly. And really, both of it comes down to one thing, that's speed, right? Like if you take both of these things, it just comes down to speed. And the game of business a lot of it comes down to speed. When you talk about competition, how fast people get to market, how fast they pivot. If a lion is coming after a cheetah, if a lion is coming after a gazelle, or a cheetah is coming after a gazelle, that cheetah might be faster, that lion might be stronger, but that gazelle has one massive advantage. It can go super fast. It can jump high. It can go, 50 miles an hour this direction, and then on a dime, switch to a different direction. That constant change might end up leading the cheetah to stumbling if they're trying to change direction, or the lion to get confused and end up just giving up. And the reason a small business is like a gazelle is because we can pivot quickly. We don't have we don't have a board. We don't have to have a board meeting to make a decision. We don't have to have all of the bureaucracy. We don't have to worry about investors. We don't have to worry about reporting quarterly reports to the stock market and to Wall Street. We can be fast. We can change quickly. We can be very nimble like a gazelle is. And so one of the things I want to inspire you to be as we get started with the course is to be an uncommon company. And a lot of times when people think about uncommon companies, they think about companies that are game changers, have new technology, groundbreaking technology, especially high-tech stuff. But I don't think the majority of you watching are going to start the next Google. I don't think the majority of you are going to even start a tech startup. Most of us are local businesses, industries that have been around for a very long time. And so you ask yourself, how am I going to build an uncommon company when what I've been doing, baking pies, has been done for generations and hundreds of years? How am I going to do anything uncommon? What I would recommend, what I encourage you, and I hope that this course allows you to do, is to build an uncommon company in a common industry. All right? This is what my goal is in making this whole course, is so that everyday business owners, not high-tech, Silicon Valley, San Francisco, New York, most of us don't live there. Most of us are starting businesses that have been around for a long time. It seems like there's lots of competition. It's not new. You're not getting startup funding or VC funding, even though we're going to talk about those things in the future. I want you to build an uncommon company in a common industry. Your industry might be dry cleaning. It might be making food or doing something very common, everyday service or product, selling shirts online, whatever it might be, nothing new, groundbreaking, high technology. And honestly, these are the companies who have the highest success rate. Companies that build uncommon companies in common industries have a higher success rate than people that are always trying to break the entire new, completely different, never seen before. Startups that get funded from angel investing, a lot of them just, 9 out of 10 of them don't even work out. 8 out of 10 of them never make a single dollar, right? But you can make a common company every day that everyone needs: mowing lawns, doing roofing, doing fences, doing someone's groceries, making food as a restaurateur, whatever it might be. Do something common, but do it in an uncommon way. I hope that whether it be the hiring processes or how we talk about systems and procedures throughout the course is going to give you the tools required to make an uncommon business, an uncommon company in a common industry. In this lecture, I want to talk about the 5 reasons that as a small business, you actually have a competitive edge over the big guys. So the incumbent that's in your industry, whether it be locally or a national or multinational company that is the big name, the big guy in your industry or in your market, how can you actually have a competitive edge over them? There's 5 different reasons. The first one is integrity and responsibility. Integrity and responsibility. All right, so I'm just going to say integrity up on the board. So you can really create a solid reputation for the honesty and dependability of customer service and quality of product. So first of all, you think about like a local hardware store. That's what we're going to use for this kind of versus say Home Depot. Like how in the world are they going to get the same pricing? How in the world are they going to have all of the distribution and the marketing power that Home Depot does? How can they topple them? This small business, how are they going to topple them? Number one thing is they have a solid reputation for honesty and dependability. When you go there, you know that they're going to honestly tell you what products that you should have on your home improvement job. They're going to be honest about the products that aren't so good, or they're going to be honest about when they can actually deliver. And they're also going to be honest about the dependability and quality of that product. Another big thing is those big companies, your big competitors that you're trying to topple, a lot of them deal with a bunch of issues that are not so integrity based. Things like antitrust laws, and you see these data breaches on Twitter and things like that. That doesn't cause a lot of feelings of trust or integrity for the consumer. You also see corporate greed in these big companies, and with stock buybacks and people taking advantage of the government bailouts and things like that. That is not a good feeling for a customer to have towards these massive companies. So it's created kind of a clout around them that people do not trust them. They don't think they have much integrity. And the bottom line is that customers, they want to do business with people they know, like, and trust. All right, so under this, I'm going to say integrity, know, like, and trust. This is something you always want to remember when it comes to business, when it comes down to marketing. People do business with people they know, people they like, and people they trust. And the know part, we're going to talk about marketing. You got to get people to know about you. But the like and the trust directly correlates with your integrity. People tend to like and trust people a lot more when they have integrity, when they can trust them, when they're honest, when they're responsible. And so really, trust is really the foundation of all relationships, business or personal. But when it comes to business, people got to trust you in order to do business with you. And these massive companies with scandals and very public issues of corporate greed, a lot of times those big companies, consumers have a big question mark over this integrity issue. So you have an advantage there. You definitely have an advantage there. Number two way that you can have an advantage over these massive players is your customer focus. All right, and a lot of times we think about someone like Amazon, who started from nothing and became this massive behemoth that is today. And all the while, they would say the reason they did that and the reason they were so successful is because they had a customer obsession with making sure that their service was perfect and the customer always was the winner, and they were constantly customer focused. Now, of course, we begin to kind of question their integrity. Why? Because they're big, and we start to wonder if they are having a monopoly or mistreating their third-party sellers and all the rest of it. But in the original, when they were small, they had such a massive customer focus. And the reason that it helps the consumer is a lot of times as a small business, we can have direct customer service. So when we're focusing on the customer, it's not like there's a massive chain of command or a massive amount of bureaucracy that the person has to get through. When you call Verizon, a massive player, you don't expect to talk to one of a small group of people, like 10 people in the whole business. You expect to be passed along to one of thousands of phone reps that might not even speak your language. And you don't feel that same connection. It's not personal, it's not local. It's not like they have all the information an owner or a small business would be able to pass that information very easily. And same thing with the customer focus is like when you have a small number of customers, you can have a more personalized service. Like who do you think has a more personalized service? Home Depot, where every single day they have 10,000 customers walk through their door? Or a small hometown hardware store where they might get a couple hundred customers, but they know them all by name, they know exactly where they live, what they like, their preferences, their family. I promise you, the customer focus can be a lot better, is the big change here, right? Like if you don't want to be an uncommon business in a common industry like hardware, you're not going to stay focused on the customer. You're not going to take advantage of these ways that you can have an advantage over these massive incumbents. But the second way that you can actually have a competitive edge over those big players is by having a better customer focus. The third thing is Quality. Quality performance here, very, very important. And the reason a lot of times quality is better in a small business versus a massive company is because your supply chain, you can fix things a lot faster in your supply chain. Now, regardless of whether or not you actually make a product and have a manufacturing supply chain, or whether you have a service-based business where things are passed along from person to person, I would look at that as your supply chain. But regardless, quality is traditionally much easier to manage and refine when you have a smaller business. Because if I have 5 people working in my workshop and I'm building bird feeders and there's an issue, there's a quality defect with the bird feeder, I can literally walk across the workshop and talk to the person that is installing that piece of the bird feeder. Whereas if I'm in a massive, massive company that's making 100,000 of these in China, I might not catch that until 3 months later when a whole shipment of them arrive and I have to ship them out with poor quality because I wasn't able to catch it fast enough in my supply chain. Same thing with a service-based business. You figure out where the weak spots are a lot faster when you have a smaller group of people, smaller number of people dealing with the customers. And another thing is that when you have a small team, when it comes to quality, you have a smaller team and you have less layers in the chain of command. Therefore, if someone that's entry level sees a way to increase quality, if they're like, hey, you know what, if we just change how we cut out the holes on the bird feeder, we can improve the quality and the structural integrity of the product. Well, guess what? In a small company, again, you can just make that change very quickly. In a large company, that might require meetings, that might require drafting up documents and presentations, and then having a vote, and then sending off designers, and getting a whole bunch of people involved. Where in a small business, you can quickly change the quality of the product and the service. All right, now the fourth way that you can have an advantage over the big players is innovation. Now, when we think about innovation, a lot of times we think about high-tech, groundbreaking technologies out of Silicon Valley and all these great startups. But did you know that small businesses produce 16.5 times more patents per capita than large businesses? That means if I have 10 employees at a small business, I would produce 165 patents per 165 patents, 16.5 if the larger company was simply doing 10. So if a big business doing, with way more employees, all the rest of it, the average employee in a small business produces 16.5 times more patents. So patents are, we're going to talk about patents a lot more in the course, but basically it really shows the innovation level of a business because they're actually trying to protect something that's new that they've created. And the reason for this is a lot of times in big businesses, innovation really comes in the form of their design crews or their research and development teams really trying to just refine existing products instead of creating new products. And so smaller businesses, they tend to focus on creating new, innovative things, whereas large businesses with bigger budgets and bigger teams tend to focus on really just trying to make their existing products better. So innovation is definitely a way that you can really take over or have a leg up on those big incumbents. So next thing, number 5, the 5th way you can have an advantage over your competitors that are bigger than you is you can tap into a niche market. So you can call it niche, whatever you want to call it. But niche markets are really cool because if you're going after, your customer segment is a niche or it's a small market that you're going after, it's a lot easier to market to them and a whole lot more cost effective. Because if I'm trying to sell nails to people who need nails, it's a whole lot easier to sell to people who need nails than Home Depot who's trying to sell 100,000 different types of products. I can go after just people I can target. I have a smaller customer segment of people who just need nails. Now that's just an example, but at the end of the day, you have a smaller customer segment. It's easier to target them on social media, on your marketing, whether it be like, for example, if your niche market might be just the fact that you can only serve the 1 mile radius around your shop. Whereas the big player that is competing against you is trying to market the entire United States or the entire world to get customers. By having a niche market, you're able to target them a lot more effectively. Also with niche markets, you're able to tap into a smaller group of people that become very loyal because the big incumbent doesn't have the time or attention to them. You can customize products just a little bit to really customize it to what that niche market wants, whereas the big player who's focused on millions of dollars in revenue or millions of units, they can't actually customize their product or service offering to follow and actually customize it to that niche market. So for example, if you're doing mowing, I'm going to try to give as many examples as possible. And if you're doing mowing services, for example, you could be doing mowing and property cleanups and mulch installations and trimming bushes and doing landscaping and installing paver patios and all the rest of it. But if you wanted to really niche down, if you really wanted to focus on one market, you could say, look, I'm going to go after the high net worth individual that wants us to do mowing, bed maintenance, and bush trimming. And that's all I'm going to focus on. And it's got to be someone with a high net worth, big house, big property, estate. Well, guess what? You've created a niche market. You can target them more effectively, and you can make sure that your services actually align with what they want a whole lot better than someone just trying to be a jack of all trades, master of none, a whole bunch of different types of services and product offerings and trying to market to everybody. The last thing about niche markets is you're able to tailor not only your customers, what they want, the customer offering, what you're offering to them, you're able to really get down and tap into a workforce or a labor force that doesn't want to go work for those big guys. Having a niche market, if you're trying to customize it to a specific type of customer, that profile of person would probably like to work for you, and you'll be able to tailor your compensation package, your benefits, make the place where your company more entrepreneurial. These are all things that you can tap into. So we could talk about niche markets in the customer side, but you can also tap into niche labor markets as a small business because you're able to tailor their compensation package, maybe it's all about flexibility. If you're trying to tap into a niche market of labor and you're like, hey, I want stay-at-home moms, and that's my niche that I'm going after. Guess what? You don't have to worry about some massive national conglomerate because they're not going to be willing to customize their pay package or their benefit package to meet the requirements of the niche market that you're going after, which in this case is stay-at-home moms. You might be willing to have a more flexible schedule where they can't. They have very rigid rules and regulations. So these are all the 5 different things that you can use to have an advantage over the big players in your market. All right, so now we're going to talk about the 5 most common ways and reasons why businesses fail. These are the things that I've kind of seen over the course of talking to a lot of business owners and talking to ones that do really well and the ones that fail. So 5 things you definitely want to avoid so you do not go out of business. First thing is to overestimate. Can hardly spell. Estimate what you can do. All right, this comes in a couple forms. Number 1, overestimating what you can do in a day, like literally what you're physically capable of doing. And then also what the business is able to do. For example, I could overestimate my demographical reach of my business. If I'm a little bakery in town, I say, well, my whole county is my market. And like, I'm gonna go after all of them. I'm gonna go after the rich, the poor, I'm gonna go after all people and wherever they live. Like, overestimating how big of a market you're going after, how big of a business you can even build, and overestimating, how popular your product or service is going to be. Oh yes, we're gonna be 5 million within the first few months of business. A lot of times the reason people fail is because they overestimate and then they get discouraged because, well, guess what? You didn't get to 5 million in a few months. So number 1 thing, overestimating yourself, and then it also has to do with overestimating what you can do. For example, you might think, well, oh yeah, I can do this, and I can work 12 hours, and then I'll work 4 hours doing this, and 3, and I'll sleep for 30 minutes at the end of the day. Like, you're overestimating what you can do, you're gonna lead to burnout, and you overestimate what you physically can do in the business. Second thing is a lack of understanding the market, all right? And we're going to talk more about marketing and all that down the road, but knowing your market is very important. Knowing what your customer and your target market is wanting. Understanding what the demographics, the psychographics, the income levels of your market are. Because guess what? Your market is not everybody. A lot of times when you get started, like, oh yeah, I'm going to sell my services and my product to everybody. Like, who would buy your product? Everybody. No. You need to understand who your target market is, who you're going to be selling to, and then understand what makes them tick, what makes them buy things, what makes them happy, what makes them open up their pocketbook and pay for whatever, and pay a premium price. You got to understand your market. Because guess what? If you're selling to retirees, they're going to be completely different the way you market to them, the way you interact with them, the way you set up your customer service. If you're selling to retirees versus 14 and 15-year-olds and you're selling t-shirts, very different marketing, very different branding, very different messaging, very different methods of technology to access that market. So you've got to understand the market, not only identify with them, actually understand them. Know what they want, know what they like, and know what makes them open up their pocketbook. Number 3, the third reason why companies fail is they hire mediocrity. Mediocre, there you go. Hire mediocre people. This is the third reason. It's like, hey, you know what? We're growing, we're busy. I'll just hire my cousin, or I'll hire my son or my daughter, or you know what? My brother and sister, they need a job. And they just hire mediocre people. A lot of times it has to do with because they just know them, not because they're the most capable person for the job. Hiring mediocre people, the third reason why businesses fail. A lot of times you might have heard the saying that if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. So if you're hiring mediocre people and you claim to be so great and awesome, guess what? That business isn't going to go very far if you're the best at everything you do and you're just hiring mediocre people to just follow you along. Eventually, that business falls apart. Number 4, going to be a dominating or domineering manager. All right, so this has to do with you as the business owner. If you are dominating everything in the business, some people would call this micromanagement. Some people would call this just bad workplace ethics or bad workplace mannerisms. And you just dominate. You dominate everyone. And when they try to talk, you talk over them. When they give an idea, you give a better idea in your mind. When you hand something off to them, you're always looking over their shoulder. You're always double checking. You're always going late at night and checking what's going on in their office, and you have a security camera up to watch them all day long. And you don't trust them, and you don't make a place where they feel like they can thrive and contribute. And you're so dominating. That's another reason why businesses fail. The last reason is, some people will probably disagree with on this point, but something that we'll get into a lot down the road, and that is they fail to really share in what's going on in the business and share in the ownership of the business. Now, when I say you fail to share in the ownership, I should write that down actually. So they fail to share ownership. Now, some of you are like, well, does that mean I always have to have a partner or investors or someone that I can split equity with? Not necessarily, but a lot of times the reason business fails is because the owner doesn't share any ownership, even just like any ownership in the business in terms of what the future is, what the goals, the mission of that company. They have the employees have no sense of ownership. They don't actually feel like they're part of anything because the owner is not sharing. They're not sharing financial information. They're not sharing their goals, their aspirations, what they want the business to do. They don't have open book management. The employees are in the dark. How can you expect them to have any sense of ownership if you don't give them the information that an owner needs? And so another reason I see companies fail is because the owner fails to share ownership, whether it be equity, getting a good partner, getting people that will buy in, or just a sense of ownership for the employees, for people to actually care about the mission, care about why the business exists, and go to work every day jazzed and excited because they feel part of the business. In ancient Greece, there was a saying called "know thyself." And it's something that I think is really important for entrepreneurs to do before they get into business. And that is to really know what's motivating you to start your business. And a lot of it has to do with self-awareness. And I think it's very important to know what motivates you, what makes you tick, and also being aware of certain things that trigger you to react to certain things. That's especially helpful when you start having stresses and situations that come up with employees, financial pressure, etc. And it's going to happen at some point in your entrepreneurial journey. So knowing why you start your business is really important, because we'll talk about it in the future, but really there is three different, Simon Sinek talks about this in a book called Know Your Why, and he talks about the why being here, the how, and the what. And I'll let you listen to his book and he can explain that more. We're not going to go into detail, but knowing the why is the most important part about starting your business, because it's going to really allow you to understand what motivates you. Like, what is it that motivates you? Because if you don't know that, you're not going to know what a successful business that fulfills you actually looks like. If you don't know what the end goal is, you don't know whenever you actually succeed and win and have achieved what you're trying to do. And so if you're trying to go after financial success or financial freedom or financial independence, and it's about the money, knowing that up front is very important so you can track towards that goal. Maybe it's having more personal time, having some flexibility with your schedule. Maybe you're a parent and now you need to have some flexibility, or you want some time to travel. All of those things are different motivations, and knowing that before you start the business is really important. And knowing why you started the business will allow you to be able to know when you've succeeded. All right, so first off, I want to go over a couple different types of entrepreneurs, things that happen or what causes people to become small business owners. The first one is the reluctant entrepreneur. So the reluctant entrepreneur becomes an entrepreneur because some massive catastrophe or some sort of extreme hardship. So maybe there's an economic recession, maybe they lose their house, maybe they lose family members in a death, and something massive, a tragedy, a hardship happens, and it triggers them to become an entrepreneur. And that's why a lot of times after economic downturns, like we had in 2008 and in 2020, we have a lot of small business owners start their venture because that extreme hardship pushes them to become a reluctant entrepreneur. And the reason they're called a reluctant is because they're kind of forced into it. It's like, hey, I lost my job, I gotta go start my own business. Or I had to move across the country for health reasons, so I gotta start my own thing because there's no more of my industry in this new area. Some sort of extreme hardship pushes a reluctant entrepreneur to start their business. Now, there's also called a second stage entrepreneur. And a second stage entrepreneur can come in two different forms. One, they can be a second generation. So a parent passes down the business ownership to their daughter or son and their offspring, and then maybe it's passed down to another generation. But basically, a second stage entrepreneur can be someone who the business has been passed down to. But it can also be when an entrepreneur has started a business and then they pass that business to someone else that works for them. Kind of like a manager, but really they're given the role of really being an entrepreneur. They hire people, they determine the marketing strategy, they do everything that an entrepreneur would do, but they're not the founder. So maybe like second in command, maybe they run day-to-day operations, but the founder, they were the one who kind of got it started, and then they left and put someone else in charge. That's kind of also a second stage founder, second stage entrepreneur, I should say. Next one is a corporate refugee. A corporate refugee will also a lot of times around the time of a downturn or when unemployment spikes. This is also when a corporate refugee, a lot of businesses are started because of them. A corporate refugee is just basically someone that's wanting to escape from an undesirable job. They're not happy with their 9 to 5. They're not happy with their boss. They're not happy with being told what to do. They're not happy with their long commute every day, and they want something better. And so they start their own business, and they're a corporate refugee. At the end of the day, it's very important to know what motivates you. And in order to know what motivates you, you can look back and see like what made you start. Like, for example, corporate refugee. There's a really good chance that this person's motivation is going to be they want some more time with their family, or they want to set their own schedule, or they don't want to be told what to do all the time by their boss. Or maybe if it's a reluctant entrepreneur, this is their only option, and what motivates them is to provide for their family. And they want to see financial security, and they want to see some financial independence. They want to be able to put money aside for their children, and after such a hardship that they've gone through, whether it be economic, maybe they lost their job, a family member, maybe they want some more money. The second stage entrepreneur, they're going to have motivations. They're going to want things that they want in the business, and you need to know those things. Because there's going to be times when your business, it's tough, it's rough, it's very difficult to be an entrepreneur. There's going to be times where financially it doesn't make sense. There's going to be times when there's people problems and hiring someone that doesn't work out, or drama inside of the business. And these are all things we can try to avoid, but they're going to happen. Part of being an entrepreneur is dealing with all these situations. And if you know what motivates you and you know what the goal is, it's easier to get through those times. So in the last lecture, we talked about how important it is to know the motivations that you have for starting your business. And maybe after the last lecture, you're like, well, I don't really know why I want to start a business. I'm just going to do it. Well, we need to make sure you have got this far to know what motivates you, so that way in the future, when you do have those tough times and you kind of start second guessing yourself, you can keep that motivation in mind when you start asking yourself, like, why in the world did I start this? We need to go back to this answer right here, and that's knowing what your motivation is. So really, I break down the 4 different reasons why people go into business for themselves into 4 different categories. And I want to break those down a little bit further. So first one is personal fulfillment. So underneath this, there's kind of 2 different sectors that I see people, one just from a personal fulfillment standpoint of starting their own business. The first one is they want to make a difference. And a lot of times this will have to do with what we'll talk about later, which is social entrepreneurship. If I can spell difference, look at that. There. So making a difference. And they want to make a difference maybe in a certain social cause, changing poverty. Tom's shoes, for example, we'll talk about them later. Buy one, get one, where if you buy a shoe from Tom's, they give a pair of shoes to a child over in Africa. And so maybe the reason you start a business is for personal fulfillment, and that can be broken down into making a difference. That also might be making a difference in your local community by offering jobs, or making a difference in your employees' lives. All of that brings personal fulfillment. And another part of personal fulfillment that can come from owning a business is a sense of belonging or working together. So I'm just going to put belonging. And so a lot of times we lack that working a 9-to-5 if we're not fully invested, or if there's just not a good team culture, and we really want a sense of belonging. Like, hey, where do you work? Oh, like you're excited about it, you identify with the people, you enjoy working with those people, and you have some sort of sense of working together towards something. Like, it's personal fulfilling. It's very fulfilling to be able to go to work and feel like you're working with a team of people on a project or on a mission, trying to make a difference. At the end of the day, it's a personal fulfillment. So that's one reason why some people would start their own business. All right, so another reason that someone might start their own business, if we go here, is for personal satisfaction. And this is something like intellectually challenging. So they want to be challenged. Maybe they were at a job before and didn't really challenge them. They feel like they had a lot more abilities and it was not really being tapped into. And they really like to be intellectually challenged a lot of times. They're like, hey, I want a hard problem to solve. I want something big, something hairy, something I can really dig my teeth in to figure out and stress out about. And when I make it work, that it's stimulating. And they want to be challenged, and they want to really test their skills. So intellectually stimulating, intellectually challenging is really important. Personal satisfaction can also be if someone is really passionate for the firm's product or service. So product or service, passion. So this would be, for example, someone really, really excited about Nike. They really love that brand. So as a passionate user of that product or service, they want to work there. And so same thing goes for starting your own business. Maybe you really are passionate about working out. Maybe you're really passionate about exercise and using the gym. So maybe you start a product or service that you're passionate about. Brings you personal satisfaction because you saw results maybe in your body, you lost a bunch of weight, and now you want to start a business that gives you personal satisfaction because you love the product or service and you're passionate about it. All right. The next thing is recognition or respect. All right. This is the third, personal satisfaction. So this is respect. And sometimes this can be from the fact that you feel like a certain role model was in your life and you really respected them as a business owner, entrepreneur. And a lot of times that's what leads to someone wanting the respect and recognition of owning your own business. There's a certain level of status, and especially in our generation now with startups being so popular and social media and things, it is kind of glamorized, and so there's a certain level of recognition. Not to say that those things are all positive, but there's definitely a sense of respect and recognition to someone who has started a business, been successful, and that can be satisfying in terms of why they would start their business. All right, so the next one is independence. So there's a couple different reasons why someone might start their own business, because they want to be more independent. For example, they want to be their own boss. They want to be their own boss. That's one reason why. They're tired of dealing with a boss at work. They're tired of dealing with a manager they don't like. Most of the reason why people leave their job is not because they don't like the business, not because they don't like their job, but because they don't like the manager they report to. So maybe you're just sick and tired of having a boss and you want to do it yourself now. The next reason underneath the independence is they really want to control their own future. All right, so future, you really want to control it. Like that's the motive here, is you want to control your future. You don't want someone else deciding, where you're going to move if you're in a big company, or deciding if you're going to get a raise, or deciding, how much money you're going to make. You want to be independent of any other organization, start your own business so you can control your future. The next independence that some people seek is going to be discretionary time and flexibility. So I'm just going to put flexible here, flexible time. So maybe you work longer hours running your business, and you come into this knowing you're going to run longer hours. But now if you need to be out of the office at 11:30 to 12 o'clock, you're the boss. You can do whatever you want. And maybe that means you work later or something like that, but you can carve out the times that work for you. Maybe you can only work in the evenings and you want to start your own business, so that way you're flexible time to only work in the evenings or around a certain holiday, or if you enjoy a certain sport that requires you to be really kind of clocked out for 2 or 3 months out of the year, you can do that by having the flexible time, the independence, start your own business, not be tied down to a job where you have to punch the clock. Financial rewards are pretty self-explanatory. Basically personal financial wealth, I'll put that here. And a lot of people will get attracted originally to small business ownership because there's a big one, even though we're not going to talk about it a whole lot. I truly believe that this one will get people started, but when times get tough, there's some other motivation that usually holds them to continue the fight and not give up. And so if you're attracted just to the financial rewards, ask yourself why, because a lot of times it'll tie into something else. Like maybe you want the personal wealth because you want to make a difference, or you want personal wealth so that way you can do your business around a product or service that you're passionate about. These are all things that a lot of times personal wealth leads to. So if you feel like respect and all that, a lot of times it's tied to this. So a lot of times I say this one gets people started in the game, attracted to entrepreneurship and starting their own business, but really something that goes deeper than just money will keep you going, because eventually, personal wealth might be $500,000 for you. Well, once you hit that, what keeps you going? Well, and is there something else that keeps you motivated, keeps you driving forward? And if someone gave you $1 million in cash, would you keep going? If the answer is yes, my next question is why? It's probably one of these things. So these are some of the motivations that can get your wheels turning in terms of asking yourself the question, why am I going into business? You need to know these things, and you need to ingrain them in your mind, emblaze them on your wall, because when times get tough, you gotta know these things. You gotta remember why you got into business for yourself. All right, so a perfect candidate for a small business owner, or a trait that they have to really master, is the fact that there's really 3 personalities that make a great small business owner. And Michael Gerber talks a lot about this in a book called The E-Myth, but I wanted to break it down here very quickly to show you that you might have a little bit of each of these personalities at certain given times, and if you're really self-aware, you'll be able to pick up on when you're manifesting too much of one of these personalities. So here's the three different personalities. The first one is the technician. Now, the technician is the person who loves doing the work. They're good at doing the work. If they are a mechanic, for example, they love actually working on cars. They love turning the wrench. They love the actual work itself. In the middle here, we got the manager. Now, the manager likes to be organized. They might not necessarily focus so much on the work itself, turning wrenches, fixing the cars, but they might be really interested in organizing all the tools and making sure that there's a system for everything to quickly be dealt with for the customer and to be able to be seen by the customer how much longer it's going to take for the car to be serviced in the waiting room. These sort of things. A manager is going to be very much into that. They like managing the people. They like managing all the technicians. Then over here, we got an entrepreneur. And a lot of times, I think see how many times I misspell that in this course. But a lot of times when we talk about small business owners, we call them entrepreneurs. But really, we're making a mistake there because you really need to have all three of these things to be a good small business owner. And the reason I think the entrepreneurship has been so elevated negatively in my mind and made a bad kind of elevation or put it on a pedestal is because everyone tries to be the entrepreneur when in reality, you still need to be a manager and you still need to be a technician to some degree. Now, just being an entrepreneur doesn't work in my mind. Especially as a small business owner, you're gonna have to manage people, and there's gonna be times when you have to show them what to do, and you have to do a little bit of the work yourself, especially to get started. All right, so I want to talk about all three of these things, where you might see these pop up. These different personalities. Think of them as three different personalities inside of you. And there's this one time like, oh, here's the manager. Oh, now the technician is trying to take over. Oh, now the entrepreneur is taking over. And so let's talk about each of these things and kind of what their characteristics of each of these personalities are. The technician is going to think short term. A lot of times this is the mentality that an employee is going to have, is thinking short term because they're a doer. The technician's a doer. They get stuff done. They pride themselves in getting stuff done. They pride themselves in the quality of the work they do. But a lot of times they think short term. They're not thinking about 5 years or the next recession. They're not thinking about, how to organize things for next week. They're like, hey, I'm thinking short term. Let's get stuff done. Let's get work done. All that matters is getting the work done. And that's all they think about. Technician, short term. A lot of times technician is what's called paternalistic. If they actually start to grow the business and they are a worker, they'll start, what paternalistic means basically you treat other people, you start leading people like a father or a mother, like a patriarch or a matriarch would. In other words, you're treating them like kids or like a family almost. And so a lot of times happens is you see like, a grease monkey kind of technician, a mechanic, he starts a business. If he stays being a technician and the technician personality dominates the business, you'll find that he kind of treats it like, oh, all these grease monkey guys, all us technicians are working hard all the time, and he forgets about the manager and the entrepreneur personality that needs to be expressed for the business to succeed. The next thing is that the technician, if they're growing a business now, they're usually only going to use traditional marketing. And honestly, a lot of it has to do with because the technician doesn't want to go educate themselves. They don't want to think about the future or what's up and coming. They don't want to be organized in terms of what their strategy is going to be around marketing. So a lot of times they'll use very traditional, old types of marketing like classified ads or a sign out front or maybe even radio. Things that are just very traditional. They can wrap their mind around it. It doesn't take them a lot to think about strategy or anything like that. Just traditional marketing. Also, a lot of times the technician is reluctant to delegate. So they're not good at delegation. Starting to mess this up, that's fine. So they're not good at delegation. In other words, they're good at doing the work, but they're not so good at delegating other people to do the work. This usually is the person who jumps in and starts doing things themselves because no one can do the oil change just like them. So they'll jump in. This is the technician at work, not very good at delegation. Another trait of a technician is that they rely on personal selling. Now, a lot of times, this is what technicians pride themselves in. They pride themselves in what they would call great customer service or great customer care, great customer experience. But in reality, they are the person selling, they're doing the selling, then they duck around and they go, do the actual work. They are very much into personal selling in terms of like, hey, so-and-so, why don't you come over and get an oil change at my shop? Very much into personal selling, definitely not a bad thing. By no means. It's just that the technician thinks about the work they can do and then who can do the work, who they can do work for. And a lot of times it comes down to personal selling. Their barber they'll talk to, and they might be a great salesperson, but they rely on personal selling because they don't have these other personalities that would organize, create strategy, and then go implement that strategy around a more comprehensive marketing plan. All right, now the manager. The manager avoids paternalism. All right, so I'm gonna have to erase a little bit here. So let's take out some of these things. All right, so the manager now, this person is not, they avoid paternalism. So like the exact opposite of paternalism. In other words, they're not treating everyone like family. They are very much about systems. And we are going to make this into charts, and we're going to make graphs, and we're going to have structure, and we're going to organize things in the office. All right, so that's what the manager does. They do not rely on a paternalistic kind of view of like, I'm the father, the mother telling my children what to do. That's not what they do. They focus on creating those management. They are good at managing. They enjoy managing, and they're great at it. That's what the manager personality is. And they're very good at so this person was not good at delegation. Now, up here, the manager, they are good at delegation. The manager is great at delegation because the manager is going to be in the office while all the technicians are doing the work on the oil changes and working on the cars. They're the technicians, they're the mechanics. The manager is inside the office, and they are good at delegation. They have someone delegate. They delegated the sales up front. They delegated guys to be working on the oil changes, the guys working on the tires, guys working on the brakes. They're good at delegating, all right? The manager is good at using different sales approaches. So over here, the technician, he's only using traditional marketing methods, whereas the manager is going to be able to use different, marketing, very good. So whereas the manager, can use different sales approaches. He can manage the sales system, manage the marketing plan, have a plan in place, have it all organized, use different strategies, do a little bit of guerrilla marketing, do a little bit of social media, Facebook ads, whatever it might be. This is the manager at work. All right, now another thing about the manager I find is they will find financing, they will find multiple financing sources. I found this true for a lot of people who are dominant in the three personalities of being a manager. So you usually find one of these personalities you'll kind of be dominant in. For someone that is dominant as a manager, a lot of times, when they get started for financing their business, they get a loan, they get a line of credit, they open up credit cards, they get some money from a friend, they go and pitch it to venture capitalists, they pitch it to angel investors. They're like all over the place getting multiple ways of financing their business because the manager is super systems oriented, very organized, and they can't think about so much what they're going to do. They focus on how they're going to do it. All right, so if I had to do an overarching theme for these different personalities, the technician focuses on what you do. The manager focuses on how you do it. They have the systems, the charts, the organization, all of the rest of it, who is going to be doing it. You could also put in who there, honestly, too, because they're focused so much on delegation, remember? And then the entrepreneur is the why. Their heads are in the clouds. They're thinking about the strategy. They're thinking about what's next for the business, all right? So the entrepreneur is constantly thinking about, let me change my colors here, how the business must work. How will it work? They're always asking themselves this question. They're actually trying to figure things out. They are seeing the business as one system. So they're seeing the business as a system. They don't look at it as people. They don't look at it as anything more than the business is just a system, and they gotta tweak the system. They gotta change a little something here, see if it works better. They step in, change a little something more. They tinker with the business because they see it as one giant system, one machine that can make profit. All right, they also visualize the future. So their heads are in the clouds. These are the people who are dreamers. And again, social media and a lot of our, today we really idolize this aspect of the entrepreneur who is like thinking about the future and dreaming up new and exciting ways of doing things. They're constantly thinking about the future. All right, the last thing about the entrepreneur is that they are seeing the whole picture. So really, like they get a 30,000 foot view. The entrepreneur is always stepping back and trying to figure it out. They're always stepping back and looking at the business as a third party. Very, very valuable. We'll talk about that more in the future, but that's the entrepreneurs. They step back, they look at the business as a system, they see the business, they visualize what it could be, and they develop strategies for the business because they see the whole picture. So they're gonna be creating strategy on big picture. So they're always stepping back, their heads are in the clouds. Now, a lot of times these personalities collide with each other. If you got different roles in the business, the technicians, they think the entrepreneur is like, he can't turn a wrench, he can't even change oil. But the entrepreneur is very important. He needs to figure out the strategy of the business. And the manager, well, they think that the technician is all disorganized. Like, come on, why do you think he's so short term? And can't you think outside the box and have a more chronological categorization and like organization? And that's what the manager thinks. And the manager also begins to think like, why is this entrepreneur always thinking about tweaking things and changing things? The manager's like, no. I have things set up this way, and this is how we're supposed to be done, and I have it all organized, and everything's done just right. But yet the entrepreneur comes in and starts breaking things and fixing it and tweaking it a little bit and changing this, and then they step back and they think about a strategy or a way to change the system again. These are the three split personalities of an entrepreneur. And in order for them to be really for a small business owner to be successful, you need to have a balance of all three. The balance between these three is going to measure your level of effectiveness as a small business owner. And your level of being able to succeed and scale your business is going to rely a lot if you can channel all the positive aspects of these three split personalities and try to avoid the ones that you might be kind of emphasizing too much. If you really love the work that you do all the time, it might take an extra bit of effort to make sure that you actually step back and look at the strategy, that you do stay organized. Maybe you love organization. Maybe you have, the binders with the little tabs, and you have sticky notes that are all color coded, and everything is just spick and span around your shop or your office. That's the manager. Maybe you need to have a little bit of creativity. Maybe some people being able to come in and mess some things up, trying to figure out a better solution or a better way of doing something like an entrepreneur would. So there is no right or wrong or bad or good here. Just got to remember there's a balance between these three, and to the degree at which you're able to balance the positive elements of each of these personalities is going to be the measure for how successful you are as a small business owner, especially as you scale the business. As you scale the business, the negative traits of these personalities can come to the surface if you begin to rely on one too much. Be self-aware, know which one you tend to kind of lean too much on, and make sure you guard yourself against it. Now, you signed up for a business course, and probably the last thing you think you're gonna hear is reasons why you should not start a business. And if you're at this point, it's probably too late. You've already spent money in the course and you're committed. But here are a few cautionary things I want to share. And maybe some of these are true and you're like, hey, I actually have some of those characteristics, but so you need to just guard against them or find alternatives or find other people to cover you in those weak areas. And I think this course will help you in some of these areas that you might be lacking in. So just be self-aware, be self-critical, be able to look at yourself and be like, hey, I need to improve in those areas. And this course will help. People you hire can help. Mentors can help. And so the first reason why, I would say you should not start a business, if you just love doing nothing else but actually doing the work. All right, so using our example from the previous lecture, we talk about the mechanic. If all you want to do is be a technician and do the work, don't start a business. Be an employee, charge as much as you possibly can to an employer, keep getting more skills as a technician. That's all you want to do is work on cars. That's all you want to do is mow grass or bake pies or build things yourself. That's the technician. If you're really good at that and someone says you should start a business, they're wrong, and you should not start a business because you're just good at the actual task that your business does. All right, so if all you want to do is be a technician, all you want to do is do the work itself, does not mean you should go start a business. Just because you are really good at making fried chicken does not mean you should go start a restaurant. Has absolutely nothing to do with making fried chicken when you start a business. You're talking about hiring and employing people and marketing, all the rest of it. It has nothing to do with the actual technical work. It's only a small part. The technician is only a small part of that 3 personalities that you got to draw from as an entrepreneur. The second reason why I would recommend you don't start a business, if you're being pressured to do it. Maybe it's by family, maybe it's by a friend, maybe it's from social media that kind of says, hey, like, this is the new thing, you got to do this. Like, if you're good at X, technician, you should definitely do your own business. You should definitely go start your own thing. If you're pressured because, well, my friends, they started their own business and they started, they're doing real estate sales and they're doing insurance sales and they're all working for themselves and they're all self-employed and they went on vacation and they're telling me I should do it now, and well, yeah, maybe I'm good at this. I can do it myself. Forget the boss, I'm going to do this myself. And there's this movement of like, forget the boss, forget the job, live your life on your own terms. And there's that pressure in society, especially millennials, to start your own business. I'm not saying that there's people that have been pressured and they end up being very successful because of the things that they do, but usually if you're being pressured, it means you don't have that motivation that we talked about earlier in the course that's going to keep you through the hard times. You gotta have that motivation factor intrinsically, not from external factors of people like, oh yeah, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it, or you should do it, you should do it. It needs to be something inside of you saying, I have to do this. And I'm going to do this because I want to do this, not because I'm being pressured. All right, the third thing, and this one is probably, some people would disagree with me on this one, but I would say if you don't like working with other people, or it annoys you to work with other people or manage other people, or sell to other people, or just communicate with people, probably not good to start a business. Unless you're gonna be a solo entrepreneur, solo operator for the rest of your life, probably not a good thing if you do not like managing people, if you don't like dealing with people, if you don't like talking to people, if you can't handle any sort of drama, you're probably not going to like employees. You're probably not going to be able to deal with suppliers and a supply chain and manufacturers and customers that have issues and don't take their meds and all the rest of it. Like, if you only like working by yourself and that's the only thing you want to do, probably not a good idea to start a business. Business is all about communication. It's all about people. At the end of the day, it's all about relationships. And if you only want to work by yourself and you just get annoyed by the thought of having to work with other people and you're so annoyed by their mistakes, probably not a good thing to start a business. Fourth thing that I got here is that if you think it's going to be easy or you think it's going to be fast, you should not start a business. And a lot of this comes from number 2. That pressure from social media or from that luxury lifestyle that's kind of portrayed as being an entrepreneur or a business owner and doing your own thing. To think that it's going to be easy, to think it's going to be fast is absolutely idiotic. Starting your own business, scaling your own business, and making that business thrive is probably one of the hardest things you'll ever do in your life. And I've started quite a few and I've helped dozens of the franchisees start their own business from Augusta Lawn Care. And I can tell you, for none of them would they say it's easy or it's fast. There's things you can definitely do to make it easier and definitely things you can do to make the growth of your business faster. And that's hopefully what this course is going to help you do. But absolutely do not get confused and think that in a couple of months or a couple of weeks, you're going to wake up and have this great business without any work and it's going to be done super quickly. That's not going to happen. I always say nothing great was built overnight. Some people say Rome wasn't built in a day. Anything that you're really looking to achieve and grow and build, and if it's gonna really be great, it's going to be really hard, and it's going to take a long time. Just the opposite of this. So if you're expecting easy and fast, probably not the best thing for you to start a business. The fifth reason why you would not want to start a business is if you like to have excuses. Because if you're the type of person that looks for excuses, or you like to blame other people, guess what? When you become the owner, when you're the top guy, the head honcho, the guy at the top, there's no one else to blame. The buck stops with you. And maybe in the past you've liked the fact that, hey, as an employee, I can blame my manager, and my manager can blame their regional manager, and the regional manager can blame corporate, and the corporate, well, they're all the board, and then the board, well, they blame the CEO. Guess what? At the end of the day, as a small business owner, you are the CEO. You're the guy at the top of the food chain that everyone's gonna point fingers at when things go bad. And so, if you have a problem with taking ownership and making excuses, probably shouldn't start a business. I'd recommend a book called Extreme Ownership from Jocko Willink if that's something you struggle with. If you like putting blame on other people. If you like playing the blame game. Oh, it's their fault. It's the government. Oh, it's this. Take accountability. Stop giving excuses. That's something that if you struggle with that, I wouldn't say you should start a business. If that's really that could really sink you. The sixth and final thing, kind of one that kind of peeves me probably a little bit more than actual something I should put on this, is if the only motivation you have is for money or to show off. This is usually something that eventually leads to failure. Because if the only reason you are getting into business is to make a bunch of money or to show off, guess what? You might get discouraged because it's not going to come quickly. And you might get discouraged when times get tough and there's not much money. You might get discouraged when you don't have the money to show off because you're still trying to grow the business. Or worse off, you buy fancy stuff to show off and make it look like you have money when in reality your business is starving or needs cash if you're going to continue to grow. And I find that people that like this so much, their only motivation to get a business, I want to become a billionaire and I want to be able to show off and go on yachts and have my private island and have my private jet. That's the only reason. I find a lot of times those are the people that don't have the patience to get through the hard times, and they end up spending money to show off and therefore never actually accumulate a whole lot of actual wealth. They go into debt. They a lot of times over leverage their business because they're so busy showing off, and they'll go get things that the business really doesn't need. They'll get more trucks, a bigger office, a fancier office, a bunch of perks that aren't really needed because they're trying to show off and make it look like they have a bunch of money. When in reality, a business takes hard work and it needs to have an underlying motivation that goes beyond money and showing off. If you forgot that lecture, go back a few lectures and talk about the different motivations why you will start a business and figure out which one actually is underneath making you motivated to start your own business. All right, so we dwelt a lot on the negative of why you should not start a business or become an entrepreneur, but let's talk about why I made this course, and that is because I think you should start a small business, and here's the reasons why, or the opportunities or scenarios that would be a green light for you to start a business. The first thing is that really you don't see there's really no plan B. Like, you don't see yourself working for anyone else. You don't even, it's not even like a possibility. It's not like, oh, well, let me try out this small business thing, and then if it doesn't work out, I'll go get a job. Like, that's not even a mindset of someone like a thoroughbred entrepreneur that like cannot work for someone else. They have to go out and run after the thing that they want to build and achieve something, and they just can't even fathom the idea of going out and starting to work for somebody else. It's like a driving force, and at the end of the day you ask them why they're doing it and they're like, I just have to. It's almost like a sense of purpose or belonging, that they have to do something. It's a mission in their life and they just have to do it. That's one reason why. Another reason why is that I think is a really good indicator that someone should start their business is there's an intrinsic motivation. All right, so we've talked about the inverse of this, which is someone being motivated because someone else said something, or they were influenced in a certain way, or they saw it in social media, or they think it's cool because someone else is doing it. But when someone else has an intrinsic motivation, they're not being pushed by someone else, they're not being swayed by someone else, but something inside them is motivating them to reach their goals and achieve something, and it's all coming from themselves. That's a very positive sign why you should start your own business. The next thing is that someone's willing to sacrifice. Because the truth be told, if you're gonna start a business, there's gonna be some things you sacrifice. And everyone always right away thinks about sacrificing their time, and that's definitely a big part of it, but there might be other things that you sacrifice instead of time, because maybe your small business is actually allowing you to have a more flexible schedule. Like, that's the reason you're doing it, but in order to do that, you're gonna sacrifice for the next few months. Maybe you don't make as much money. Maybe you downsize your house and start renting a smaller apartment, and you're willing to sacrifice because you want that flexible schedule. But it's also true that a lot of small businesses do require a sacrificial amount of time to be spent, time away from family, time that you would otherwise be relaxing, time in the evenings, time on the weekends. But again, I'm not saying that all the time you have to be sacrificing time, because if your motivation for getting into business is to save yourself time or have a more flexible schedule or not work on the weekends, for example, that's fine, but there's gonna be other things you sacrifice, like the ability to grow faster, or just financial security that you're gonna probably sacrifice, especially when you first get your business started. You gotta be willing to sacrifice a lot of different things. All right, now another reason why I think a lot of people should get into business for themselves right now is because the internet. The internet really levels the playing field of so many different industries and lowers the barrier to entry. All right, so in the past, to build a software app, you would need a lot of different computers and engineers and all designers and programmers. Now there's just so much software out there that you can piece together using code snippets. If you want to go out and start any sort of business, not even online, and the internet is a great way to get new customers. So if you're running a restaurant or doing a landscaping business or doing construction or a cleaning service, the internet allows you now to reach thousands of people in your demographic that are your ideal customers. So really lowering the customer acquisition cost, the amount of money you spend to acquire new customers, because of the internet. So it really lowers the barrier of entry and really levels the playing field. Because the internet allows the guy in the garage to compete with the biggest brands and biggest companies that have lots and lots of resources. But the internet really levels the playing field because both of them are working with the same tools, and those are online. All right, the fifth reason why you should start your business is regrets. And that's because the last thing you want to be doing is having a woulda, shoulda, coulda, woulda. I wish I would have done this. I could have done this. I would have done that. 10 years down the road, you don't want to regret the fact that you didn't start, or you look back and say, man, if I would have started, it would have been this big by now, or I could have done this. You don't want to have regrets. The last thing you want to have is when you're 70, 80 years old and you look back on life and you have a big regret that you didn't go out and start your own thing when you were younger, whether younger is 60 years old or 20 years old. And so I think regrets is probably the biggest reason why I encourage people to start a business, even if they're not going to succeed. Because at the very worst, you try something and it doesn't work. But at least you tried it and you don't have to live with the regret and the thing in the back of your mind saying, oh man, if only you would have done that. Well, give it a shot. At the very worst, it fails and you move on to something else, and you don't have to live with the regret of, I wonder what would have happened if I did that. Don't want to have regrets. That's another reason why you should start a business. The next thing is legacy. You're wanting to build something bigger than yourself. You want to build something that has an impact. You want to change people's lives. You want to change the lives of your customers and to change the lives of maybe your employees. If you really want to create jobs in your local town, or maybe you want to change the lives of your employees by giving them an opportunity to make more money, or you want to have a legacy of building products that save lives or help, other customers of yours really live a better life. And so that legacy of changing the world, like Steve Jobs, his goal was always to make a ding in the universe. He built Apple computer, became, iPhone, Mac, all the things that we use on a daily basis. He made a ding in the universe, and he wanted to create a legacy that lived beyond him and his life, because the business became that legacy. All right, the last reason is you can have a lot of fun and you can make a lot of money. All right, there's no denying the fact that you can make good money as a small business owner as you scale up the business and begin to take it to the next level. There's a lot of money to be made, and you can have a lot of fun along the way. Is there risk? Yes. Is there a lot of hard times and times you question and second guess yourself? Absolutely. But you can have a lot of fun along the way, learning new things, having a challenge, being motivated intrinsically to do these things, and you can make a lot of money. Like, small businesses are one of the best ways to make money in America. A lot of the great wealth generators and the wealth builders of our country have been business owners. It's rare that someone that was given a trust fund is massively wealthy. Most millionaires and most billionaires are self-made. They built their business from the ground up. Starting small, where you might be at now, from an idea, all the way up to being worth hundreds of billions and even trillions of dollars. And so one of the things about money and gaining money as a small business owner is, a lot of times when people think about, say, the stock market, if they can get 10% a year return on investment, they're really happy. If they spend $100 in the stock market and they make $10 next year, that's pretty good if you can consistently do that. Well, with a small business, what's so amazing, if you have the right systems and procedures, is one of the greatest ROI generators that you can possibly, one of the greatest investment vehicles you can put your money into. Because if you have a good system in place with a consistent and predictable profit margin, and you have a predictable customer acquisition cost, you can basically invest money into customer acquisition, knowing that because of the systems that you have in place, you're going to get a predictable profit margin at the end of that transaction. And so literally you could spend $1,000 on marketing, which generates $10,000 worth of sales. And if you're on a 20% profit margin, you now made $2,000. You literally doubled your money. Went from $1,000 you spent that on advertising, generated $10,000 in sales. You have a 20% profit margin, so you made net profit of $2,000 on $1,000 investment. You made 100% return on investment. 10 times what a good stock trader might get on the stock market. All right, so now I want to talk about some of the attributes that would make an entrepreneur successful. So again, we've talked a lot about the negative of things that you might want to not become a small business owner because you are a certain way or you tend to be a certain way. You need to guard against those things. But now let's talk about 6 different things that I find are very desirable traits or characteristics about someone who becomes a small business owner and becomes successful. The first one is commitment. There's going to be times when you just don't feel like waking up. There's going to be times when you feel like selling the business and giving in. Just the determination, tenacious ability to just keep grinding is very difficult. And just being persistent in problem solving on a daily basis. Like, it can just seem like minutia of every single day going to your business and you're fixing problems, you're fighting fires, and that takes a lot of commitment to the grind, commitment to just getting things done when you don't feel like doing it, and staying committed, not giving up after 2 months or 3 months or a year. Like, a lot of small businesses close after 1 year. And maybe some of those businesses would have been successful if they would have just been committed and stayed the course and gone through those hard times and pushed through the times when their best employee left or when they had a bad month in revenue or something like that. Commitment, massive ingredient to success of a business owner. The next thing that a successful entrepreneur usually has is the ability, whoops, I misspelled this, is leadership abilities. The ability to lead others is so important, especially as the business scales and grows, and we're going to talk about hiring and creating a culture and all the rest of that. But the ability to be able to lead people is just so imperative as the business grows. Leading your team, being able to be a role model for your employees, whether it be from a tactical, like how to sell, or just as a person, as a member of your community, being able to lead people who are self-starters, and the ability to really build a team is so important. To have that honesty and build those relationships with your employees, with your manufacturers, with your suppliers, and everyone that you come in contact with, including your customers. Number third thing that I see a lot of entrepreneurs being successful with because of these traits is they are opportunity obsessed. They are always looking for the next opportunity and the way that they can exploit that opportunity, and they're very aware of the market and the customer needs. So when I talk about opportunity obsessed, how do they find these opportunities? They're looking at the market. They're looking at the customers and they're like, there's an opportunity there. They see an area that maybe the customer isn't served, or they see an area that the customer isn't being served in, and they're like, we can do better. And they see the opportunities. They're obsessed with those opportunities. They look at a demographic of customers and know that they can do better than the competition, they can be cheaper than the competition, they can be faster than the competition, and they see it as an opportunity. The fourth thing is tolerance. Tolerance for risk specifically. And so not only just tolerating the risk, but minimizing the risk, and also really being able to tolerate that uncertainty. Like when you start a small business, again, the odds are stacked against you in terms of success. Most small businesses do fail. And there is risk. There's risk of capital, there's risk of time, there's risk of embarrassment and shame if it doesn't work out and you've told all your friends and family and everyone you know at church and your old school buddies about your business. There's a tolerance for just the social risk here that you have to have. The tolerance for that if you could fail, that you could lose your retirement, that you invested into the business. And you gotta have a tolerance for it. You gotta have an ability to really deal with that risk and minimize it. So not only tolerating, but then minimize it. Like, how can I not spend all the retirement money? Or how can I spend, not every bit of the farm? Like, let me not spend my last $1,000 on the business idea. How do I minimize the risk? And then how do I really tolerate that uncertainty? Because that can really play with someone's mind, right? Some people are just not built for the uncertainty of a business owner, where at the end of the day, you do not make any money until there's profit. You can build a business, work all you want, but until there's no profit, you don't make any money. That's a lot of risk, and there's a lot of uncertainty that comes with that, and you have to be able to tolerate that. Mentally, physically, being able to tolerate that uncertainty of not knowing where the next paycheck's coming from, because it's not guaranteed. You're not working no 9 to 5 now. Like, you have to go out every single day, work hard, and make sure that there is money at the end of the day. So there's got to be that tolerance for uncertainty and for risk. The next thing is creativity. Another attribute that I see on entrepreneurs that are successful, and this kind of goes into adaptability and also just self-reliance. Like being able to figure things out on your own and being able to be open-minded to figure out new solutions, being flexible, not being like, look, when I start this business, this is how it's going to be. It's always going to be this way. No, you've got to be nimble. You've got to be ability to change and be creative and be apt to when market changes or customer demands change, or when something in the business changes, and being able to be like creative right away. Not like, oh, fixed, like, no, we were always going to do it this way. Well, the market switched. Mediums from advertising have changed. Being able to be creative and using those for your advantage is someone who's going to win in the game of business and is not going to be comfortable with the status quo. They're going to be quick to learn. When things change, they adapt. Remember the gazelle we talked about? Gazelles in business that can grow and expand really quickly. Why? It's because they're fast, because they're nimble, because they're creative in the direction they can move. And that's what you have to be as an entrepreneur. The sixth thing is really something that maybe this is the thing that some people argue over whether or not this is nature or nurture, whether you can even actually generate this or cultivate this, and that's motivation to excel. Some people would say if you don't have it, you don't have it. Some people would say you can learn this as a skill. But anyways, motivation to excel, that's something that's inside of you. Like, you wake up every morning and there is a deep burning desire to succeed, get ahead, make your life better, make the lives of others around you better, provide for your family, and there's just a motivation to get ahead and really take your personal strengths and make goals to just make yourself better, become a better person, to become better than the status quo, better than average. You're sick and tired of being average. You're sick and tired of being in the middle class. And you have a deep, deep desire to move forward, make the business successful, and excel in business. Before we continue, I want to talk about really a different type of business owner that does not see themselves as being an entrepreneur. We talked about the 3 different personalities of a business owner that's successful, but some people, they realize that, hey, look, I'm really good at what I do and doing the actual work, and I'm really good at managing, dealing with people, etc., but I really am not good at being an entrepreneur, creating a strategy, having a vision, creating systems. and they don't look at the business like a system. And so they're in this predicament like, hey, I feel like I'm a business owner and I feel like I can do this. And honestly, if they went out and tried to build something from scratch, a lot of times these are the people who fail because they're trying to do something as a business owner that requires all three of these things. So is all hope lost? No. What I recommend is that you just realize that you are an operator. So an operator, in my mind, is someone that can do the first two functions and just itself, realizes that, hey, I'm a great technician and I'm a great manager. I'm just not going to be an entrepreneur in that mindset or have those skills or capabilities to think that way. And they do amazing work. Operators do great, amazing work as technicians and managers. They're usually very good at being second in command, but maybe they want to go out and start their own thing. They want to go start their own business. Maybe you are an operator because you've been in a high-level management position. A lot of times those are great operators because they're good at doing the work and they're good at managing people, but they've never been an entrepreneur. They've never kind of used that side of themselves, and maybe they don't have no confidence in this area at all. Or they actually have tried something, failed, and realized this is their weak spot in their business acumen. So a lot of times these operators are a little more risk adverse. Sometimes they have a family and they feel like, hey, I have this money set aside for the business, but like I can't fail and I don't have the money to try this again. And maybe they have some money, but they're limited with that capital to build something from scratch and kind of learn by trial and error or mess up a few times. And so a lot of times this operator is a little bit more risk adverse. But there's three ways that an operator can still become a business owner, okay? And first clarification I want to make before I actually jump into these three things is that, look, it's not about if the operator is less than the entrepreneur and that the entrepreneur is somehow better than the operator. That's not the scenario. There's been some incredible operators that have built incredible businesses. But it goes back to what we've talked about before, and that is know thyself. The greatest success rate, you can maximize your success rate is by knowing what you're good at, knowing what you're bad at, and avoiding the areas that you might feel you're not good at. And for an operator to be successful, they need to realize that this is a deficit in their entrepreneurial personality. And so there's ways to minimize their exposure to risk because of that scenario. So here are three things. And I'm going to list these in the most I would say risky option down to what is most commonly used for operators and what is usually I would say is the least risky way for someone who recognizes themselves as an operator and not an entrepreneur. All right, so the number one way, so again, we're talking about an operator and the way that they can still start a business even though they don't have entrepreneurial abilities, okay? And they might feel like that's their weak spot. All right, number one, we got three of these things. Number one, remember this is going in, as we go down the order here, we're reducing our risk of these options. The first one is to buy out an existing business. Someone that has already already kind of done this before. They have built the business and probably they're retiring or they're wanting an exit, and now you're going to go buy them out. This is, in my opinion, pretty risky simply due to the fact that you are jumping into something you have never really got yourself into before. You've never even ran a business, especially if this is your first venture. I wouldn't recommend doing this one as an operator because if you jump in and there's things that are over your head, a lot of times an entrepreneur is required to do a buyout. However, the reason I'm using this is because sometimes you can buy certain businesses that already have the systems in place, already have the vision in place, and it's a matter of buying the business and then just managing the people and managing the systems that the entrepreneur, maybe the founder, has already built. So that's the first option, is to buy out an existing business that already has systems, already has procedures, already has people in place that are commonly looking towards a goal, and that is one way that an operator can buy in. Now, the next thing that an operator can do to still own a business is to hire someone that has entrepreneurial tendencies, or hire someone that maybe has owned a business in the past, or hire someone that is a really good CEO or maybe more visionary for the business. And a lot of times this is going to be a little bit harder to do if you're just starting out, but this might be a spouse, it might be a friend or a family member when you're just getting started, and as you grow the business you begin to hire out the entrepreneurial side, and you'll see there's some publicly traded companies where the CEO is the face of the business and he's not the founder. He or she is not the founder because they were hired as the entrepreneurial driving force of the business, and the founder might have been more technical or more managerial in their tendencies. Now, the third way is the most common for an operator to utilize in the business world, and that is to own a franchise. And we're going to talk more about franchises because a lot of small businesses are franchises. You'd be amazed at the brands that you think about, and you say, well, there's a massive chain like McDonald's. No, they're small businesses of operators that have bought into the concept and the brand of the franchise, which in this case is McDonald's. Then you have, you got everything from Pizza Hut, you look at a Dunkin' Donuts, Subway, all of those are franchises with thousands and thousands of locations, all independently owned by operators that have bought into the franchise. Those operators are business owners that realize, hey, I'm not going to go out and build the next Subway sub sandwich shop or burger shop. I'm going to buy into a proven system that has support, that I have a whole bunch of other people where there's already a strategy in place and guidelines and how to get to certain places, and I don't have to worry about my advertising design and all the concepts and getting off from square one. I can use a franchise system and use their model to immediately get me on track. And an operator is amazing for this position, simply due to the fact that they're great at following instructions. The manager inside of them likes to follow that given path that's already been tried and true and is going to work. And they don't have to use that entrepreneurial tendency or entrepreneurial side at all, as much as I should say, because they don't have to create the new vision or trial and error and create systems and procedures and think about the vision of the business and the mission and the goal. That's already been done. They buy into the franchise, and we're going to talk more about that in the future. But what I want you to take away from this is that if you are wanting to start a business, but you know the entrepreneurial side of you is the weakest side, don't fear. Realize that you as an operator can still run a very successful business, and some of the greatest names in business that we know of today, the CEOs, they never founded the company. They were hired to be the entrepreneurial figure in the business. So do not, think that you're somehow less or anything like that than an entrepreneur is. Just realize you need to know yourself, be self-aware to realize your deficiencies, and either hire, buy, or join a franchise. All right, so now you want to start your business, but there happens to be the fact that you have a lot of relationships, whether it be family, from work, etc. So I want to go through some of the different opinions that you might come into head-on-head with during this time of switching from an employee into becoming, starting your own business. And maybe you're not an employee now, maybe you're just coming out of school, but just the thought of going into starting your own business, what might be some of the reactions from the people around you? Now, if you do have a job right now, one of the people you're going to have to talk to is your boss, whether it be a manager or your direct owner that you're working for. And so I want to go over some of the things that I would recommend you doing when you are going to have the opinions of a boss being thrown back at you. Now, keep in mind, the boss, when you tell them that you are going to be quitting and you're going to be starting your own business, keep in mind they might try to dissuade you with negativity. And that is because at the end of the day, if you're a really good employee, they want to keep you. And so it's not necessarily a bad thing if they do that. Keep that in mind. Obviously, it's good to get feedback. It's good to get people's opinions. But by the time you talk to your boss, you really should have made your mind up if you're going to start your business or not. Now, you're watching this course. I'm assuming you're thinking about taking this step, or you've already done it. So I really think that when you go to your boss, you really need to know if you're gonna do this or not. You should not be kind of like half in, half out, 1 foot in, 1 foot out, because if you do that and you end up staying, they, as a boss, as a manager, are gonna always have that in the back of their mind that you are at one point going to jump ship. And so if there's ever a promotion down the road that's available, or some sort of a higher position, they might not give it to you simply due to the fact that they know you came to them at one point and threatened or thought about leaving the company. And so that might not be looked on very good by management for future prospects if you decide to stay. So when you go to this person, make sure you've made up your mind. And maybe you've talked to other colleagues or even them in the past about the potential of starting a business, but when you actually come to bring it forward, like, hey, I'm thinking about quitting, like, you really need to have your mind made up. Now, if you're a really good employee and you're really imperative to that manager, that boss, you really need to be prepared for if you stay offer, I call it. If you stay offer. What that means is you come and say, hey, look, I am going to be starting my own business, and they say, if you stay, we'll give you X amount of dollars, or we'll give you the vacation time, or we'll give you this or that, or flexibility in your schedule, or whatever it might be. Now, again, I recommend coming to this discussion knowing you might be getting if you stay offer, and already still have made up your mind that you're going to go start your own business. So before you go to your boss, I recommend that there really needs to be nothing that they say that's going to dissuade you at that point. Now, if you are leaving to go start your own business because of money or because of flexibility of your schedule or something that boss can potentially give you, make sure you come to that meeting knowing exactly what you want. Do not come to that meeting, say that you're thinking about leaving because of X, Y, and Z, and then say, well, hey, we'll give you more money, we'll give you flexible weekends, we'll give you this, this, and this, and then you're just kind of like, well, let me think about it. The reason you don't want to have that approach is because you really start to look like you're fishing for more money, especially the money thing. If it's flexible schedules, sometimes they'll allow you, you can go think about it and not seem strange. But if you are looking for more money, and that's the driving force behind you starting the business, then expect them to come with if you stay offer, and know what that number needs to be. So if you're making $50,000 and you say, hey, you know what, I really think I'm worth $80,000, I'm gonna go start my own business. But you go to this meeting, you better know that $80,000 is the number. Because if they come back with you at 65, you need to know, no, that's not enough. I have to still leave. So you need to know what that number is. This is just my recommendation, that when you go to the boss, if money is the driving factor, or your schedule, or whatever parameters you're leaving around, if it's based on things that the boss can give you, know what those things need to be in case they give you an if you stay offer. Again, if going and starting your own business is not revolving around things your boss can give you, you should go to that meeting knowing you're going to leave regardless. All right? So if you're leaving because you want pride of ownership, or you want to build a team, or there's some mission that you want to accomplish with a business, and it's come to the point where, hey, it doesn't matter what they give me in terms of money, like this is not why I'm starting the business necessarily, it's for these other reasons, then I recommend you go to that meeting knowing regardless you're going to quit. Now, if you're going to be starting a competing business with your boss, this is where it gets a little bit, sensitive, because if you're telling him basically, hey, by the way, I'm going to be your competitor from here on out. If that's the case, make sure before you go and have the meeting with the boss that you've made sure that from a legal standpoint, you haven't signed anything that is going to prevent you from competing. So if you've signed certain non-disclosure agreements that would prevent you from utilizing information you've learned at your company, or if you've signed a non-compete that doesn't allow you to compete with them for a year or two, or whatever it might be after you leave, make sure you've already looked at those things before you have this meeting. Again, the last thing you want to do is tell someone that you're going to go start your business and forget you, and then they basically say, yeah, by the way, you're leaving and you can't compete with us for 2 years, and you have this whole business plan and structure, and you've watched this course and you have all these great ideas, and now you can't do what you want to do, and you're kind of stranded because you just burnt bridges with the boss. And that leads me to my last point, and that is don't burn bridges when you leave. Regardless if you're competing or not, Don't burn all the bridges that you've taken so much time to build. It's called relationship capital. It takes a long time to build up relationships with your boss and your colleagues and the managers and people that have come into the business. Don't burn all of that. Like literally, if you can do it in a minute, in a second, if you handle the exit poorly. Stay professional, express gratitude for, really everything that they have done for you and give you an opportunity and learning so much. And, if there are positives about the team and what they have done and your experience with them, focus on those things. And regardless of whether or not you're competing with them or not, keep it positive, keep it professional. All right, so this one might be a little bit more difficult, especially if you're younger and you live at home. And that is, how do you deal with the opinions of your parents when you want to start your own business? And actually, breaking the news, hey, I'm quitting my job, or I'm quitting school, or I'm not going to college, and I'm going to start my own business. The first thing I would say, and this is just my opinion, is don't burn any bridges. Like, making a really bad ending to your parents' relationship with you is not worth it. Make this a good ending. Do it, professionally. Do it with some grace as you go through this process. And I think one of the big things, in my opinion, for young people, whether it be teenagers or you're in your 20s or 30s, if you're living at home or you're taking money in some regard or getting financial support from your parents, in my opinion, they kind of have the right to tell you what to do or have at least an opinion of what you're doing. Whereas if you're supporting yourself, you have a lot more really independence to do what you want. So if you are currently getting paid all your bills by your parents, and they're paying your cell phone bill, and you're paying your insurance, they're paying for your car, like they have a say in what you're doing. And if you are living at home and you're not paying rent, like this is definitely something that you need to take into consideration, and that you're gonna have more independence if you're not living at home. And otherwise, you're gonna have to listen and really need to comply with their rules, because you're kind of under their roof and taking advantage of their food, and they're paying for your stuff. So I would say this, when it comes to the conversation of telling your parents that, hey, I want to drop out of school or not go to college, or I want to quit my 9-to-5 job, let's assume that you just want to have that conversation with them. First thing is, maybe just ask for like 3 years. Say, hey, look, I can always go back to school. Like, school will always be there for me. A job, there will always be jobs available. But can you give me 3 years to go out and try this? And just be honest, like, look, I don't want our relationship to suffer. I don't want to, have this be a really bad thing for us. But I need to do this. And give me 3 years. If it doesn't work out, I can always go get a job. I can always go back to school, and just be very honest with them and transparent. And if everything goes really good in those 3 years, you can keep growing your business. And if it doesn't work out, well, you told them 3 years. Now you got to fulfill your part of the bargain and go back to school or follow the traditional path that they might want you to have. And one of the big things, if you're going to talk to your parents, is want to make sure that they know you're not acting impulsively. So, for example, it's not like you go to some really nice bakery in New York on a vacation, and you come back home, you're like, I'm going to start a bakery. Because it's just like a flash in the pan. Like, you have no idea what you're doing. You've never been a culinary school. You don't have any sort of chef experience. And here you want to start this pastry business, right? And so it's very important to come with a plan, come with research, come with data, show them what you've learned about the market, show them where there's opportunity. Show them that you have a plan and that you've taken a course like this that is going to chart out your marketing plan, charting out, your financial plan, who you're going to be hiring, and your idea, really fleshing that out and actually having a really conceptual idea of how you're going to run the business and who it's serving, and so your margins and your profitability, things like that are going to be really important. Show that you're actually following a mentor, if you have someone local or in the industry, or even that you're learning from a course like this. That would be, look, I spent hundreds of hours researching and learning and going through all of this information. Showing that is going to really help them, put them at ease, that you're not just doing this on a whim, or you're just enthusiastic about something, or maybe you're just fed up with your job and acting impulsively. Really showing that you have a plan. And please do this before you quit your day job. Don't quit your job and then have this discussion with your parents, because they're already going to be unnerved that you're just like, quit a job. And also from a financial standpoint, we're going to talk about a little bit later on, like when to quit your job, things like that. But when it comes to talking to your parents, if you've quit your job already and already kind of put yourself in a financially kind of unstable position, vulnerable spot, that's already a red flag for them. All right. And so have that plan and make sure you don't quit your job before you have that plan and you are ready to take the next step. So don't just come up with an idea and quit your job tomorrow. Expect the fact that you're going to have this idea, flesh it out, make a plan, have research, and at the end of the day, if you disagree, and like sometimes your parents still will disagree with you after all of that, realize that you're going to probably have to move out, maybe move away, and because you cannot depend on them financially. You cannot depend on them financially if they are going to disagree with your business decisions. There's going to be a lot of pressure going forward, and if you need to move out, just remember, do it gracefully. No business is worth losing a relationship. All right, so this is a little more difficult, and that is your significant other. Probably the one that's going to affect you the most in your decision and is going to really affect you as an entrepreneur because they're the closest person to you most of the time. That's your significant other. Whether you're married or your girlfriend or boyfriend, the person that's the closest to is going to have the biggest impact on your life and therefore your business. And so really similar steps should be taken as previously stated in the parents lecture, where you have a plan in place, where you are methodical and you have projections and data and you are researching things, and it's not just like on a whim. That will usually freak out your significant other. Another thing is really, it's usually better if they're sold on the idea and they really want you to succeed and they want you to go forward, and it's so much better if they buy into that and they want you to succeed and start the business. This is one time where it's a little bit different than the parent situation. With the parent situation, I said, hey, have a plan in place before you talk to them and start generating all these great ideas. In this scenario with your significant other where you have a really close relationship, it's going to be hurtful if you do all this research and planning and have this really elaborate plan and then present it to them and you've never shared any of that with them. It's really a good idea to kind of feel them out in terms of just offering an idea here or there. And don't over sensationalize things. Don't get all hyped up because then they'll just consider every single idea you have as hype. But like if there's something you specifically are trying to go for, share your research, share some of the data, point out certain things that you're interested in around the industry that you might be starting a business in. See what, if you throw the idea out there, does it get shot down right away? Is there pros and cons? What are the things that he or she begins to ask questions about or have kind of rebuttals against you doing that, or things that you might not have thought about before, the implications that starting that business might have. But the journey of entrepreneurship is going to be so much better if your significant other is supportive. During the times when you want to give up, if they're there to actually pick you up and encourage you, it just makes it so much better. The last thing you need is a business that is struggling and you're going through a hard time, plus your significant other isn't there to support you and they're actually dragging you even further down. I've had to deal with franchisees and other business owners that are going through very messy personal relationship situations with their significant other, and it gets messy. And it definitely affects the business. So you might be asking, well, why are you talking about this on a business course and all about entrepreneurship? This is a big part of it because if you are not supported by your significant other, it many times creates an emotional drain that compounds any sort of drain that the business puts on you financially and emotionally. And a lot of times, getting your significant other to warm up to the idea is going to take time and some financial cushion. And we're going to talk about that financial cushion part in the next section. However, I want to talk about this for a moment, and that is, look, your significant other might not have the risk tolerance that you have. And remember, one of the things we talked about that a lot of entrepreneurs have and business owners have is a risk tolerance. In other words, you're okay with risk. It's fine. But your significant other didn't sign up for that. And if you've had a job for a long time or you're changing from employee to owner, they might not be cut out and they didn't sign up for all of this risk. And so they might require or prefer that you have some financial cushion before you quit your job, quit that 9-to-5 that's paying a steady income, and just go out on your own. Realize also, last note, that if you are married, and that is a contractual legal document that's holding the two of you together, and so if you don't want the future of the business to be impacted negatively, make sure you win them over before you start the business. And that might take years, that might take having a financial cushion, that might mean creating more of a plan. It might mean involving, another partner that has more experience and would make your spouse feel more comfortable. But if there's children involved and all the rest of it, don't let the business separate the two of you. Your personal relationship with your spouse is so much more important. And in my opinion, this is just my opinion, you need to do whatever you need to do to sell them. Like if you think you're so good at sales, make sure you sell your spouse on the idea of you starting a business before you start the business, and get their support for the times ahead that you will need, and you will depend on them for that support. Now, depending who you are, your friends' opinions might seem very, very inconsequential and you don't really care, or it might mean a lot to you. We're not going to do what makes that difference, but maybe your friend's opinion is very important to you. You're very close to a lot of your friends that you've been, grown up your whole life or gone to school with. They might actually have more weight. Their opinions might have more weight than your parents or, your boss or things like that. And for some people, like myself, I could care less what most of my friends think about. Like what we've talked about in the past few lectures in terms of parents and like family, that might mean a little bit more to me, but not really even, friends aren't even close to that, and they're way behind in second place. So it just depends on your makeup and your personality. Now, the question is, how do you deal with that when you're trying to tell them, hey, I want to start my business, I have this idea. There's kind of two different ways you can do that. One is don't tell your friends. And just simply start building your business, start doing it, and you can tell them down the road when it's actually a real deal and you've actually incorporated or you got an employee or something like that. The hard part is usually to get to that point, you have to do things that are pretty visual. In other words, like quitting your job or your schedule changes. And a lot of times that's when your friends find out, is when those things happen. So a lot of times you're gonna have to end up telling them, but usually I recommend, if you really care what they think and you don't want to be judged or you feel that way, then simply make sure you don't tell them way before, right? So you're not going to tell them, 3 months before that you're thinking about quitting your job or dropping out of school and doing the business, because if they're going to put a lot of pressure on you, but that's what's right for you, I would just recommend waiting until you're actually going to do it. The other alternative is to tell your friends when you have ideas, or tell your friends when you're thinking about starting a business, or tell them when you still have a stable job or in school and you want to quit. And a lot of times I find that the extroverted entrepreneur, they want to tell people their ideas. They're so excited and amped, and they're just always talking and they're communicating their ideas, and they enjoy that process. And that's usually an extroverted entrepreneur. Usually an introverted, risk-averse person isn't going to be as inclined to tell all their friends, because they want to make sure they have all their I's dotted and their T's crossed before they have that risk, the social risk. Remember, we talked about that social risk, and they are more risk-adverse people in general. So traditionally, that's what I see. Introverted, risk-adverse folks will not tell their friends. When you tell your friends, there is a positive/negative aspect to it. Obviously, the negative part is that you can get pressure either to start the business sooner than you should, or pressure to, not start the business at all. And so there's definitely, a balance there of pros and cons. Now, from a positive standpoint, it can give you some accountability and pressure in a positive direction. Like if once you've committed, at least from a social standpoint, of telling your friends that you're going to do something, you kind of got to prove it now. Now you've told them about it. Now you're being held to task, and it's your job to go prove, and there's a little bit of pressure. And that might be a good thing. If you're the type of person that is a lot of talk, and you give them an idea and they're kind of like, oh yeah, good luck. Like, sure, we've heard it 100 times. Maybe that's just what you need, is to be accountable to them almost, in terms of like, hey, yeah, I'm doing this, and then go do it. So it depends on your personality whether or not you tell your friends early in the process. The big thing is this. Look, success and traction is usually the thing that shuts up the doubters. And so as soon as you start getting some traction in your business, you get a couple employees, you get some momentum, the business starts to grow, maybe you get a nice office or you get a storefront, those visual things that your friends can see, that's usually what shuts them up. Even if the business, I'm not even assuming that business is actually super profitable and successful in the back end, but usually your friends are looking from a surface standpoint. They're looking at, what's your schedule like now? Is it better than before? Do you have a nice shop? Did you buy a nice storefront? Did you hire employees? Those are the things they're looking at, and so when you start getting those things, that's usually what shuts them up. When I quit and dropped out of going to medical school, the big thing for me was a lot of my people that I had gone to school with in college or my professors, they were kind of this category, kind of the opinions of my friends, and honestly, a lot of them had a lot to say back then, but now looking forward and seeing what I've done, they've all shut up. There's no one that questions whether I should have gone to be a doctor instead of doing what I've done so far. So definitely success and traction will shut up the haters. Now, before we start talking about the ideation phase of your business and start really thinking about ideas and the generation and product development of your business, before we get into that, we're still talking about owner psychology, and I want to talk about whether or not you should have a partner on this deal, and this deal being your business venture. Now, we're going to talk more about partnerships later on when we talk about entity structures and legal stuff. But right now, we're talking about owner psychology, and I want to ask you just a few questions that might make it very, very clear whether or not you should have a partner. And when I say a partner, I mean someone that you own this partner. It's not only a legal partnership, it's like they own equity in the business. They own 50% or they own 30% or some equity portion of your business is owned by some other person. So, a couple questions. First thing is do you really have an obvious weak spot? Remember we talked about the three different parts of an entrepreneur or business owner. We have the technician, we have the manager, and we have the entrepreneur, okay? Do you have a very obvious weakness in any of these areas? If you do, that's when you might need a partner to get started, all right? Like if you don't know anything about the technical aspects of your work, like if you're trying to make a clothing brand, but you have no idea about suppliers or textiles or manufacturing, there's a good chance you might want to have a co-founder, or let's just say a partner on that deal if you have a very weak spot, but you're great at managing and you're an entrepreneur. Now, the flip side thing goes for if you have great technical skill and you really have a lot of abilities in making the textiles and the manufacturing, but you have no idea how to manage people or create systems or have any sort of strategy and selling, like the entrepreneur, that's when you might have another partner come in the deal as well. Now, let me ask you, another question why you might not want to get a partner. Because if you're like me, you want to move fast, you like being decisive, and the thing you hate most is bureaucracy, and you hate the process of making decisions just kills you. You'd rather just be like, yes, we're going to do this, or no, we're not, or we're going to try that, instead of taking like time to run it by someone and then getting their opinion, and then maybe you disagree, and then hashing things out, when like maybe what you'd rather do is like, hey, let's try this out. Let's make a decision. Let's test this. Let's be more quick and nimble. We realize that when you have a partner, you're going to have to run things by them. And if you disagree, we'll talk more about the legal aspect, but it can really affect the business. And so keep that in mind. One more reason why you might decide to have a partner is from a financial standpoint. You might cover all of these things, be capable of running the business yourself, but you need financial help to get started. That's when you also might bring a partner in that owns a piece of the business, simply due to the fact that they are giving the cash for the deal, and you're really making up for your part of the deal by having sweat equity, running the business. And so if someone has the money and you don't have the money and you need the money to start the business, you might need to have a partner in on the deal. We're going to talk more about funding your business in the future lectures. that might get you around the need for bringing a partner on if you otherwise wouldn't need them if it wasn't for the money. Now, this is the part that most people like the most, and that's the ideation phase of starting a business. And if you've skipped this one, you need to go back and you need to watch the first 2 sections to understand the owner's psychology and figure out your motivations before you start thinking about even the business model or what type of thing you're gonna sell or what industry you're gonna get into. Now, we're gonna talk about the ideation phase, but before we do that, I wanna talk about the 3 different circles here that are going to really point you in the right direction. And maybe you either have started a business already, you're in the middle of a business, and this diagram might help you in other ways than just thinking about what kind of business to start. It's very, very helpful. Now, what these 3 circles represent is, first of all, what we are good at. So this is the first one, what you are good at. And you can make these lists, right? So what I would do if I was you, I would have, what am I good at? And I would list these things off. You just list them off, whatever things you're good at. Maybe for myself, I might be like, hey, you know what? I am really good at, let's say, golfing. And I'm really good at working out. And I'm really good at, let's just say, whatever you're really good at. Let's pretend like I was good at podcasts. All right, so podcasts. Okay, now number 2 is what you're passionate about. Now, what I find when people start thinking about their business ideas, they get grouped up on one of these. Like they focus only, I'm only gonna start a business that I'm passionate about. Okay, but there's 2 other circles here. And that's what I want you to focus on here. So now I'm gonna talk about, okay, well, what am I passionate about? And you might have 20 things that you list underneath here, but I'm just doing this for example. So what am I passionate about? All right, so, okay, I'm passionate about, let's say I am passionate about golf. Let's say I'm passionate about business. Let's say I'm passionate about religion. Let's say I'm passionate about food. Okay, now that's the passionate about. And again, you can list off 30 things, that's totally fine. I'm just doing this as an example. Now, third thing is, this is the part that some people forget. Make money at. Okay, so what am I passionate about? What am I good at? And what can I make money at? All right, now the question is, okay, what can I make money at? Well, I could, let's see, I could do a podcast to make money. I could do a book to make money. I could make shirts. Maybe I like shirts or something like that. Like I can make money doing shirts. I can make money selling merchandise. Okay, so now this is the thing. You're gonna find that the intersections of these are very important. Now, there might be something I'm really, really passionate about, and I'm really, really good at it, but I can't make any money doing it, okay? For example, I am really, really good at golf. I'm really, really passionate about golf, but there's no way I'd become a professional golfer and make money doing it. Now the question is, can you take what you're passionate about? Can you take what you're good at and figure out a way to make money around it? Can I make a podcast about golf? Because I'm good at golf, I'm passionate about golf, but can I make money with the podcast about those things? This is the beauty of the internet because it allows you to do so many different things around the things you're passionate and good at. Okay? So, what you're trying to find here, this right here, is what you're trying to find. The intersection between what you're passionate about, what you're good at, and what you can make money doing. All right? So, don't think that you need to have golf, golf, and golf, because that would put me basically as being good at golf, passionate about golf, and then I can make money golfing. Like that's gonna be, I'm not gonna be able to play golf in the PGA, not gonna happen. But what I can do is take ways to make money and revolve around the things I'm passionate and good at. Now, there might be things that you can make money at and you're good at, that's this intersection here, but guess what that usually leads to? Usually you eventually lose the inspiration for the business because you're not passionate about it. You make a bunch of money and you're really good at it, and eventually you just kind of like, you know what, this is not worth it, I'm gonna go do something else. This is the entrepreneur who burns himself out for 20 years and then just sells the business or just walks away from it, he or she, because they simply have lost their love for it. They don't enjoy it, it's not something they're passionate about, they really don't care outside the money, all right? Now, where I find a lot of young people are at is in this spot, which is they're passionate and they're good at something. They might be a skateboarder. They really are good at skateboarding. They love skateboarding out to wazoo, but they haven't figured out a way to make money skateboarding. Maybe it's not actual skateboarding itself, but maybe they can do one of these other things around the sport that would allow them to make money. And that's when you get your dream job. This right here, if I had to put a word, I'm making these up, but this right here is your dream job or business, right? Like you could do this as a job, you know, someone could make the same diagram for finding a job, but I'm talking about business here. But this right here, this centerpiece right here that's where you want to be at. That's your dream business. That's what you're going to feel the most fulfillment about. That's what's going to lead you to accomplish the motivations why you're starting your business right there. Now, what about this last category over here, which is you're passionate about something, you can make money doing it, but you're not no good at it, all right? Now, this is really where I feel a lot of people need to find a co-founder, because you need to find a co-founder that has the technical skills to be able to balance you out. But that being said, if you're gonna do this on your own, just realize you might be passionate out to wazoo, you might be able to make good money, but if you're gonna try to make a podcast about golf, because you're passionate about it, but you're just not good at podcasting, you got a problem, all right? Because you're not gonna make no money, and regardless of how passionate about, it's never be successful, because you're not good at it. So what I'd encourage you to do, make a list of what you're good at, what you're passionate about, what you can make money at, and find the intersection. So I didn't plan on doing this, but let me try to figure out a couple things real quick, just as an example that shows you what I've done with my business as kind of an example for you to think about. So, what am I passionate about? Well, I'm not passionate about mowing grass. I'll tell you that right now. I have my own landscaping company. I've done it for a long, long time, and we have 20 plus locations already in less than a year for Augusta Lawn Care franchises. However, I'm not passionate about mowing grass at all, okay? Now, can I make money mowing grass? Absolutely, I can make money mowing grass. Give me 10 minutes and I'll be able to get someone their first client mowing grass. Very, very easy to make money mowing grass. Am I good at it? I'm pretty good at it. I started when I was 11 years old. I'm pretty good at mowing grass, and that kind of leads me into the fact that I can make money very quickly at it because I'm good at it. I'm good at selling. I'm good at running a lawn care business. I'm good at managing the employees. I'm good at a lot of different elements of business that helps me make money. You can see that parallel here. So now, a lot of times, this is where someone in my scenario would end up, is the fact that they're good at something, good at mowing, they're good at business, they're good at managing people, and they can make money doing all those things, but they don't have any passion. She's like, oh no, well what did you do? Well, guess what? I am passionate about helping other small businesses start and grow and be successful and get to a systems-oriented business and not be in the field mowing grass all the time, but actually be able to like work on the business instead of in the business. I'm very, 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 very passionate about that. So what did I do? I made a franchise called Augusta Lawn Care where I can make money around mowing, very easy. I'm good at running the business, creating the systems, creating the strategy, hiring people. And I'm really, really passionate about starting new businesses. So what did I do? I create a franchise where I can help other people, because I'm really passionate about it, start their own business, become very successful, run a business that runs without them, and I can make money doing it, and I'm really good at it. Again, the intersection of all those three things. There's probably some really fancy term I can make up for this, like the entrepreneurial, not dream, but entrepreneurial, like the intersection where the entrepreneur succeeds. That's what that phase is right there. That is what the intersection of all three of those circles are. That is where you're gonna be the most successful, is if you can do something that you're good at, something you're passionate about, and something you can make money out of. If you can make money out of it, it will be sustainable. If you're just passionate and you're just good at it, it might last a while, you might enjoy yourself, you might have some fun, but it's not gonna be sustainable long term. All right, so now we're gonna talk about the types of ideas that develop into startups. And I kind of rank them into 3 different types: type A, type B, and type C. All right, so type A, this isn't like type A personality or anything, just type A, it's like you could say 1, 2, and 3, honestly. Type A, okay, new market. Okay, so I'm gonna give some examples just to illustrate, but the first type of idea for a startup is gonna come from a new market. So an example of this is you're gonna do laundry services on campus, and you're going to offer a new prepaid laundry service to college students that it's already available on other campuses, right? Like, laundry is not new. It's available on other campuses, but the new market is that you're going into your campus. So we're gonna do campus laundry, all right? It's just an example. Type B is new technology, okay? So this is new tech for type number B. Type B is new technology. So this scenario could be like an app where pet owners can book appointments with their veterinarian, and with one button they can do an emergency call. That's a good idea. Maybe you do that. Okay, so we'll call this the vet app. Okay, new technology. It's not a new market because there's a whole bunch of veterinarians in the local area. There's plenty of vets. It's not no new market. It's not like you're breaking a new city. There's plenty of existing veterinarians in the market, but you're giving new technology, which is this app that will allow the owners to book an appointment and call for an emergency. Now, the last type of business here is going to be a new benefit. Okay, so new benefit. All right, so in this scenario, the example of this is using like remote controlled drones with some video equipment to detect and map evidence of irrigation failure in countries that are like really dry, all right, and on the farms and things like that. So a new benefit, there's no new technology, right? The drones exist. Nothing new about that. You're using someone else's drones, and it's not like it's a new market. It's not like you are building the farms in a new market. It's not like you are using this technology differently. It's just a new benefit of that existing technology, all right? And that's gonna be, we'll call it drone. Drone for farm. You can make all of these businesses, right? Okay, so these are the 3 different types of businesses. And what you'll find is that any of these businesses could be 1, 2, or 3 of these things. Usually the more revolutionary a product is, the more types they fall into. So for example, new market. We got campus laundry. It's a new market. We're gonna start doing the laundry services on this campus. Now that same company could also create an app now that allows the students to get their laundry picked up and delivered when it's done. Great new application. So not only are they going into the market, a new market, the campus, they've created a brand new app that allows them, or website or whatever, app, let's just say app, new technology, that allows them to order their laundry to be done and then tells them when it's at their door again to get picked up. Or sorry, vice versa. So now this new technology, this app allows the student in our new market to put their laundry outside their front door on an app, get it picked up, and then on the app, let them know when it's been ready for pickup or if it's gonna be dropped off at their house again. Now, a new benefit of that same company, again, we're working with this laundry company, they could also come in and say, hey, we got a new benefit, we got this brand new scent. And not only can you just pick up anymore, and we're not just gonna notify you, we're also going to deliver it and have it folded for you. All your laundry is gonna be folded, all right? It's gonna smell good and it's gonna be folded, All right. Now, it'd be very difficult if that had not been done before. If that's a new benefit, like no one else in that campus did that. It'd be difficult to come in and start a small business where you not only are you going into a new market and offering campus laundry, it's going to be a little more difficult if you do that and you add new technology of adding an application that allows them to order laundry services. And it's even going to be harder if you're going to add a new benefit that's not common in the market, where you are going to have it scented and folded. All of those differences are going to create more and more opportunity because you got something so different and fresh and new. But it's also going to create more risk, and it's a lot harder to do and implement, a lot more expensive to get the business started usually. So usually small businesses will focus on one of these things. Now, not to say you should not focus on two, but a lot of times when you're starting out, you're going to focus on, am I going into a new market? Am I creating a new technology? Or do I have some new benefit? And for a lot of service-based businesses, this is actually what you're doing. And the new benefit might literally be faster service or better communication with your customers or some benefit that is maybe seemingly small, but that is really the genesis of your startup and your business. Okay, so you still might be wondering, well, when are we gonna start thinking about where the ideas come for my business? Well, let me go through some statistics given by the National Federation of Independent Business about where most startup ideas come from. The first one I'm gonna talk about here is friends and relatives. And so this is gonna be your family, your wife, your husband, your significant other, anyone that's related to you basically. Only 5% of startup ideas come from this category. Maybe it's at a birthday party or a Christmas gathering or Thanksgiving. They just say, hey, you should do this, or they think up something and then you're like, yeah, that's a good idea, I'm gonna go do it. All right, the next one is education. This is gonna be if you're like doing a course, like literally a course like this, you might come up with an idea and be like, this is what I'm going to do. And this also, inside of this, inside of education, we're gonna do family business. So if someone gets an idea inside of their family business, this accounts for 6% of startup ideas. All right. So again, any sort of education courses from their family business, if they get an idea, 6% of startup ideas come from that. Another one that is a little more random is just a suggestion. Literally like a boss saying, hey, I think you should do this. And 7% of startup ideas come from that. Hey, I think you're good at this. Why don't you go ahead and try that out? And here's an idea, and I got this idea in the business, and here's kind of the roadmap, and why don't you go for it? 7%. Chance happening. This was really random. Chance happening. This could be something like you are trying to do an art project and you figure out some special way to do something that no one's ever noticed before or that's never been put on the market before. Just chance happening, 11%. And I find the people who put themselves in the most kind of adventurous situations, the people who travel, these are the ones who really get a hold of this chance happening. And this is the one we always kind of really like to talk about in the news and the media, is something happening and it just blows your mind. It's like, I can make this a business. And a lot of times when you're put in a different environment, like if you're put in a different country or if you're out vacationing or something like that, you're put in some sort of chance happening, this random occurrence, and 11% of startup ideas come from that. Now, personal interest or hobby, this is another way that people can get their business idea, and 16% of businesses start from that. So again, maybe your personal hobby is golfing or artwork or singing or whatever it might be, and you make a business out of it. And a lot of times I think people actually think that this is what they're passionate about, and therefore most businesses are started because of that. But really only 16% of businesses come from someone's personal hobby, okay? Like, hey, I really enjoy doing X, Y, and Z. I should go start a business about or doing X, Y, and Z. So only 16%. Now, the one I really want to talk about right now, and really the reason we talk about all of these, is to bring to light the fact that 45% of startup ideas come from prior experience or work, all right? And so this is where I want you to look the most when it comes to your idea, your startup idea, what you're gonna do for your business, and realize that 45%, almost half of startup ideas come from prior work experience. So if you worked doing construction, guess what? Starting your business is a really good chance you're going to be doing something to do with construction. If you were an auto mechanic in your job and in your prior place of work, there's a really good chance you're going to be doing something in the automotive industry. Again, 45%. There's another 5% that's other, a whole bunch of random other little things that come into play in terms of where ideas come from. But the reason I want to make this video, this lecture here, is for you to realize that 45% of small businesses and startup ideas come from prior experience. So what I want you to do is, when you look back at your resume, or you look back at what you've been educated, and you look back at your where you've worked for the past 10, 15, 20 years, or maybe 3 months, look at that and then ask yourself, can I start a business around something that I've already gained experience in and already worked in that industry? Okay, I want to talk about some of the things I think about when entrepreneurs ask me, like saying, hey, I have entrepreneurial roadblock, I don't know what type of business I want to start, and I just need something that's going to trigger that next idea, that big thing that I can do. And so here's some of the things that I thought about when it comes to some of the questions you can ask yourself, or the channels of thought you should be thinking about to come up with that idea that you're going to be passionate about, and all the things that we've talked about, how you have the motivation around, you can make money at, that you're good at, all those things. So let me just run through several of these questions, or thought triggers, I like to call them, like kind of idea generator, that will probably give you, if you're entrepreneurial, probably 10 different ideas throughout the course of, as I mentioned these things off. So the first thing is, borrow heavily from an existing product or service and other industries. So this is really, really important. And that is, look, if something works really good in one industry and it just hasn't been really used or correctly implemented in your industry that you are trying to start your business in, that's a great opportunity. This is something that for the lawn care industry that I always am thinking about, is what's working in other industries, and then how can we adapt that to our industry of lawn care and home services. And so you might be being a restaurateur, for example, but you're also looking at what's tech doing? What is the retail environment doing? Like, is the retail environment doing a certain type of contactless payments? Are they using a certain type of technology or checkout system that I can also use in my restaurant? These are ways to cross-pollinate, I like to think, of ideas that have already been developed, already been really validated in other industries or businesses, and using it in my own. All right, the next thing to think about is combining two businesses to create a market opening. So I've seen this a lot in the entertainment industry. So for example, you take cruise liners. Well, there's lots of different types of cruise liners, but then what they can do is they can bring on a musical group or a musical band, and all of a sudden the entire cruise has now taken the music industry as well as the vacationing and cruise liners and smashed them together to create a really awesome experience that's unique. Or Disney comes onto a cruise line. You also look at different types of restaurants. Someone might take a kombucha that they are brewing, but then pair that up with some other type of food that traditionally doesn't go together, but becomes a great thing. Like if they want to do some type of barbecue, and then they have kombucha on tap. Like, that's not really common. Those two things we don't think of those as integrating, but maybe they find a market that likes that, or they find some sort of combination that works well of two different types of businesses. For example, maybe I do lawn care and cleaning, and my unique selling proposition, or USP, is that I can do your lawn care on the outside of your house as well as do the cleaning on the inside of your house. And so my brand becomes something that's smashed together two different types of businesses that is unique and creates something that the client and the customer wants. And the third thing is, always think about really begin with the problem in mind. Ask yourself as you're going throughout your day, what are the things that annoy you? What are the problems that you're facing? What are the things you wish you didn't have to deal with? What are the things you deal with throughout the day that you wish could be made easier or faster? Always think about the problem first. If there's a problem and you can create the solution to the problem, you have a business, you have a product, or you have a service, and I promise you, if you can save you time and it can make things go faster and it can be more efficient or save people money, it's going to be great. And so always think about the problem. What are the problems you have throughout the day? A lot of some of the greatest businesses that we think about today are businesses that came about because someone had a problem, and that's what gave them the idea. They had the problem of not being able to find a hotel, and so they created Airbnb, or they couldn't get a cab, so they created Uber. These ideas came from finding a problem, identifying the problem, and keeping that in the forefront of the mind, and then fixing the problem was the business's solution. The next one is a little bit more, this one you're gonna have to be a little more adaptable to, and that's recognizing trends and then riding the wave. And the hot trends of the day. Maybe it's fidget spinners, or maybe it's that, goop and slime. And then next year it's something else. These are businesses that are very, very much based upon trends and virality and social media, and these can be very short-lived, but you can make a business off of them. You can make a side hustle off of these. You can turn it into a business that rides wave after wave, but it's definitely something to keep your eye out for. If a trend is coming and you think that Pokemon, Pokemon was something that we thought about was 10, 20 years ago, like in the bygones, and then they create a game, and now all of a sudden Pokemon is super, super hot. Those are trends. They last maybe a year, and then it's something else. But if you get on early enough, you can create a really good brand, create a lot of established foundational brand equity, and then continue the business after the craze is gone. You can still ride the business through that. But keep your eyes out for trends. Keep your eyes out for hot topics and trends that are happening in the industry. Another thing is explore ways to improve the function of an existing product or service. So for example, I got here a shoe. I want to show an example of this. This is a slipper, and this is a pretty common slipper, and I could think about, well, how could I improve the functioning of this? Maybe I have a better sole. Maybe I have a different type of bottom part here. Maybe it's not plastic. Maybe it's fabric. Maybe I change the stitching, or I change the fabric. But trying to think about the function of an existing product or service and improving that is another way to think about starting a business and coming up with ideas. So for example, maybe you can deliver packages with a drone. There's an existing service already that is going to allow you to deliver packages. But if you can improve it, it's not rocket science to make the drone, but you can improve the delivery system by simply thinking about ways to improve the function of existing product or service, improve what's already been built. Those are usually the most successful businesses. You're not reinventing the wheel. You're not creating a new product. You're not even about thinking about a problem. You got to then create the solution. Whereas in this scenario, we're taking the solution and just trying to improve it. We're trying to make it a little bit better. All right, so this one's very, very tried and true, usually a smaller business, usually not groundbreaking technology, but absolutely some of the most highest success rate simply due to the fact they take what's already working and just make it a little bit better, make a slight improvement. Another thing is think of possible ways to streamline a customer's activities. Okay, so this is going to be literally I could take one store and put the exact same store next door, but in store number 2, I'm trying to streamline things. So for example, Amazon Go is a grocery store, but they are streamlining the process of payment. You don't have to go to the cashier. You don't have to pull out your wallet. You don't have to do any of those things, because when you walk in the door, automatically you're checked into your Amazon account. You pick up whatever you want, and based upon sensors, it knows exactly what you're buying. You walk out the door, and it streamlines the process of checkout and streamlines the buying experience. And so how can you do that? How can you make things more efficient and more time effective for the customer, where they're not wasting time in line and they're not wasting time bagging their groceries, and they just simply put it all in a cart, walk out the door, and they don't have to deal with any of that. Streamlining the customer's activities. Another thing that you want to think about is imagining how the market for a product or service could be creatively expanded. So for example, I just showed you a slipper, but could that slipper be used in some other fashion other than a slipper? Could it be used as a way to do indoor shoes at work? Could it be used in some other place or some other market without changing the product, without changing anything about it and improving it at all, simply looking for how the market for a product or service could be creatively expanded? How could we make the market bigger? So for example, I could use that, like I said, inside of a work facility. I could also pitch that slipper as a place where for spa owners to buy those slippers and be able to have them for their guests. So now I'm going after a business-to-business market based upon the same slipper that was used at people's homes for years and years perhaps, but now I'm going to take it and try to expand the market by going into spas, going into maybe shared workspaces, and trying to figure out a way to take the same product, not changing anything about it, but looking at a different way to package it and get it to a broader market. Another thing you might want to think about is products through a subscription. This is really, really hot, especially a few years ago as it began to take off when Birchbox really became popular. Birchbox was basically a subscription service for beauty products. And what's so beautiful about subscription businesses is the revenue model. You're able to get money every single month that's predictable. You know how many subscribers you have, and as long as you can keep those subscribers with you for a long period of time, and you don't have a big churn rate or you're not losing subscribers, you can really grow a really big business very quickly, and you can get those products. A lot of times you don't have to create the products. You can curate products from other distributors, other suppliers, other brands, put them together and create a subscription box or subscription service around your products or services. Another thing you want to think about is cashing in on the sharing economy. This is where Uber came in. This is where Airbnb, two startups I've already mentioned, came into play. This is where WeWork, you could say they failed, but that's where they started, is the sharing economy. The fact that we don't all need our own vehicle. We don't all need our own apartment. We don't all need our own clothes. We don't rent a runway. They rent out clothes that you can rent, and you can share products and services. And so think about that. In your industry, can you share it? Can you somehow make technology be the kind of assimilator, the thing in between, and really to allow customers, supply and demand to happen, just like Airbnb. They had demand of people wanting to travel, and then they had the supply of people that were willing to rent out their space. And so that's the sharing economy, bringing supply and demand together, and really the business is just the person in the middle putting these two individuals, the supply and demand, together. You need a ride to X place, great, that's the demand. The supply is great, there's a driver 2 minutes away, they'll be there to pick you up. So Uber, Lyft, those type of sharing economy type of platforms allowed people to share vehicle space. Another thing is you can think about making it green. In other words, how can you make an already established industry, established product or service, make it environmentally friendly? Whether it be driving vehicles or even processes for making textiles like clothes. How can you make it green? This kind of leads into something we'll talk about more, which is social entrepreneurship. That we start talking about environmental causes as well as social causes behind a brand. And one of the things that's a very, very big trend is social entrepreneurship, but especially environmental. So if you look at any industry, how can you save the amount of packaging? How can you reduce greenhouse gases? How can you make the impact on the environment less? How can you make the same product, the same thing that everyone loves, the same merchandise, but use less resources, less carbon footprint, transport it less, use local resources, use local products. So for example, we might think about a local restaurant that uses local suppliers and local farmers to bring in their produce instead of bringing it from around the country. And make it very clear to their brand and their customers that that's what we stand for. We stand behind local farmers, and we want to make sure that the environment of transportation of all of these materials to make our product or our food is sustainable, and that we can do this locally. And so thinking about how can you make things green, making the supply chain green, making the product more green, making it where it's disposable and not into a landfill, but it can be recycled. Those are things you want to think about. Last one is really for any industries, and even if you start a business, to make sure you do this, and that is keep an eye on new technologies. And this kind of relates back to the very first kind of thought generator, idea generator that I had, and that is keep your eyes on other industries and what they're doing and borrow ideas from them. But this one is, in general, keep an eye on all new ideas coming in from technology. Because any sort of technology or new technology that's coming up, you got to ask yourself, Could I take that technology and change this industry? Could I take this technology and improve this product or service? Could I take that technology, that app, that website, that service, that social media, whatever it might be that the new technology of the day is, self-driving cars, things that are on the horizon, whether it be AI or cryptocurrency, can I take that new technology and somehow change another industry? Very important, even once you become a business owner, to constantly be thinking about what is the new technology, can it be useful in my business, and can it make sure that I am more efficient than my competition? All right, so now I want to do a visual representation of some of the things that might be offsetting to the market attractiveness of your idea. And this is by no means a way or trying to be negative, but I think it's very important that we analyze these things before you get started in your business, instead of just jumping in and then in 2 years realizing there were certain things that could have been avoided if we would just plan things through a little bit more and not been like blindly optimistic. So these are some of the things that we want to look at. And I'm going to use Tesla as an example. And if you're watching this in 5 years from now, the story has probably been written in terms of the success of Tesla. It already has, as their market cap's exceeded 400 billion. However, let's talk about it from Tesla's perspective, just as a way of an example. So how I like to think about it is kind of like this balancing act between two different forces, all right? So this is my form of a balance. I know it's not the greatest example here. Maybe we go like this down here. We got like a plate this sits on. Same thing over here. And we kind of go like this. Okay, so this on the right-hand side is the attractiveness of the idea, or the profitability of the target market. All right. So this is really the positive, I guess you might say, of the side of the equation that we're looking at here is the attractiveness or the profitability of the target market. This is what sits over here, the weight of this. Now on the other side, we got several other things we need to take into account that would offset this great opportunity. So if this massive weight is sitting on this side of the scale, here are some of the other things that we're going to think about when we think about Tesla. So obviously the attractiveness or the profitability of the target market is huge for Tesla because they can create autonomous driving, they can create electric vehicles, they can create insurance and charging abilities and create more money around the other ancillary services around their products. Lots and lots of attractiveness for Tesla. Now that's some of the things that might be not so great. So this is like one big giant block sitting over here, just massive block of opportunity. Now let's think about some of the other things that might be some things that would offset that. So one of the things is threats of competitors. So threat of competition is one thing to think about. Now, who is kind of a threat of new competitors? Like this is the big part here is new. I gotta put new in here. New competitors. So in here, when I think about new competitors, I'm thinking about, like, for example, NIO, which right now is another new electric car manufacturer. So that's just an example. I'm gonna put examples here in red. So NIO is another electric car manufacturer that is a threat of new competition. So for example, now let's flip to your business. Let's say, for example, we are a lawn care company. There's threat of new competition of other lawn care companies coming into the market, coming into where our demographic is, our local town. And they do the same thing as us, and they're just new competition. That's one threat. That is one kind of thing that offsets the attractiveness. Like, this is always the positive, this is the optimistic, we're gonna kill the world, there's so much opportunity. These are some of the things that outweigh or kind of weigh down or offset that weight. Okay, the next thing is threat of substitute products. So we got a threat of substitute products. Now, for Tesla, this is going to be someone like Nikola. Again, I might be dating myself in 5 years with these names, but Nikola right now, they're trying to create a hydrogen-powered vehicle. So instead of electric vehicles like Tesla focuses on, and instead of new competition in the electric car market like NIO, they are a threat of substitution of electric cars, which would be hydrogen-powered cars. So this, for the lawn care example, I'm trying to give as many examples as possible. This would be like robot mowers. A substitute to the mowing service is robot mowers. Or even worse yet, a substitute would be artificial grass. You don't need anyone to mow the grass. So in that scenario, a threat of the substitute would be, artificial grass installers and competition in your market. All right, another thing is going to be intensity of competition between rivals, all right? So existing competitors with rivalries among themselves and the intensity of that. So let's just call this rivals, and they're gonna have massive amounts of competition and rivalry among them. So rivals, competition. What this means is, for the case of Tesla, there's already established people like Ford and Toyota, and they're all creating electric vehicles too. They're all, hey, we're in the game. These are people that established rivalries that are already existing. That's really the big part here. Is this is existing competition. So it's not like NIO or Nikko who are new. This is like established, existing competition. If I'm a lawn care provider, I'm gonna start a business. These are established competitors, all right? Not new competitors, the threat of new competitors coming into my marketplace. I'm going to start my business as a lawn care guy. Well, there's already 20 other lawn care guys. And that is, there's already a rival competition existing. So we're gonna put Toyota and Ford here. New electric vehicles, Tesla wasn't new on that at all. There's already competition between rivals like Toyota and Ford that were already in the marketplace. Another threat is going to be bargaining power of suppliers. All right, so I got supplier bargaining. So an example of this for Tesla is going to be the fact that they get parts and materials from people. Tesla does do a lot of their manufacturing and part creation in-house, but they're definitely relying on certain raw ingredients, whether it be metals, whether it be certain alloys, whether it be certain machinery and robots to then make their Tesla. These are all, there's a certain amount of bargaining power that their suppliers have. Okay, and regardless of what business you're going to start, you're usually going to have some sort of suppliers that give you raw goods, raw product, and there's definitely going to be some bargaining power there. In my mind, service-based businesses, really, labor can also be kind of like your supplier. And so if the supplier, i.e. the labor market, has a huge amount of bargaining power, it also puts you at a disadvantage and kind of offsets some of the attractiveness. So for example, if I'm going into a market where, I don't have suppliers giving me raw metal and alloys like Tesla to create their products, but I have this reliance on the supply of labor, there's definitely, they can bargain, and maybe they don't have a strike or create a union, but there's definitely things that affect the labor market. And if they have a lot of bargaining power and they say, hey, we want $15 an hour instead of $12 an hour, that is definitely something that you might have to buckle to or bow down to, therefore offsetting some of the attractiveness of what your business idea is. So in terms of Tesla, for the example's sake here, I'm going to put metals and parts. Things that they don't make in-house, that they have to bring in from other suppliers that say, hey, you know what, we're going to raise our price, or we have a proprietary system, or we have a proprietary product or manufacturing device or material, and you need that. And so we now have bargaining power. That can really offset your attractiveness, and that's why Tesla does make so many of their parts in-house, is because it reduces the amount of supplier bargaining and the amount of leverage that suppliers have on them. All right, now the bargaining power of your consumer or your customer, of buyers. Okay, it's consumer bargaining power of buyers. Now, I said customers, and that's going to be if you're direct to consumer. But remember, if you're creating a product for, say, you're doing Rubbermaids or like that kind of material. You're making those boxes kind of like that you want to sell. Guess what? You're probably going to be at the mercy of like Walmart or one of these big distributors or retailers, and they have a lot of buying power. This is where you hear about people and brands that get in these big box stores, and all of a sudden those big box stores are like, hey, we want this and this and this, and we want to change the payment terms. Why? Because there's a huge amount of bargaining power that those buyers have, and if your product is dependent on Walmart or another buyer, they have a lot of bargaining power, and you've heard time and time again about that. Now, Tesla, as an example here, one of the ways that they reduce the bargaining power of buyers is they don't have dealerships. All right, so no dealerships. And what I mean by that is, traditionally Ford or Toyota, another car manufacturer, they have people that come in and start dealerships, and they have to give a percentage of their revenues to these dealers. And they have licensing agreements for these people to sell their product. Whereas Tesla has showrooms and then ships products directly to the consumer. So that's one way that they are kind of trying to also mitigate the bargaining power of buyers, is by not having that middleman, that buyer in between them, as well as if you are a direct to consumer, now there's going to be a certain level of buying power of your customer because they are your buyer. All right, so remember, if you're direct to consumer, your buyer is your customer. If you have a supply chain where you're manufacturing and then you're going to try to sell it to a distributor or a retailer who are both middlemen to your end consumer, realize that you're going to be having a certain amount of bargaining power from those buyers, because they can say, hey, we want to carry your product in our distribution line, or we don't, or we want to change the payment terms to make it more attractive for us. Well, guess what? That kind of bargaining power really offsets the attractiveness of your idea or your proposition. So in this scenario, for lawn care and landscaping, for example, maybe I'm a landscaping company and I depend on really being able to sell my materials. So I do lawn care and landscaping, but I also sell mulch and gravel and different types of bulk materials for landscaping, for example. Well, I have kind of a problem if all of a sudden the companies that are buying my product, buying that material, will have other options, and now they're starting to bargain with me, and I'm dependent on them because they have a big chunk of my business. So really, whenever your buyer, whether it be a middleman or the consumer, has a lot of bargaining power, a lot of times that is not a good thing, and a lot of people get wrapped up in big contracts or a big job that they're able to do, or even if they create products, they have like, well, a major customer of ours has like 40-50% of our products go to this one customer. Well, remember, the buyer, either the customer or a middleman, is now having a lot of leverage because they can really change the future of your business by making a change or deciding not to work with you. And so this is something you want to definitely keep in mind. So all of these things on the side here are things you need to think about when it comes to the attractiveness of your target market and your idea, and think about ways that you can minimize the threat of new competition, ways to minimize the threat of substitute products. One of the best ways to create a kind of a blockade against a threat or minimize the threat of substitute products is make your product really, really good. No one's going to want Nikola and hydrogen if electric vehicles perform better, if they're cheaper, and if they're going to serve the customer better. You want to minimize the amount of competition and rivalry of other competition that's already existing. People already in the market, already competitors. How can you reduce that? How can you keep that or get into marketplaces where there's not as much of that there? How can you reduce the amount of bargaining power that suppliers have? How can you reduce that? How can you reduce the bargaining power that buyers have? So bargaining of suppliers, that's inputs into your business, and then outputs is going to be buyers, like you selling to someone else, whether it be a distributor, a manufacturer, a retailer, or direct to consumer. Your buyer is the consumer. How do you reduce the bargaining power of those individuals and therefore reduce the weight on this side, which is going to be the things that offset the weight of the attractiveness of your idea? I don't want to confuse you on those things, and maybe some of it was a little bit over your head, but think through each one of these things. What are the threats of new competition in my market? Is someone going to be able to wipe me out? What are the threats of a substitute product? No, maybe people don't need their grass mowed because they don't want grass anymore and they get artificial turf. That would wipe out the mowing industry. All right, thinking about all of these things through is going to be very important before you start your business. All right, so now we're going to talk about the SWOT analysis. Now, what does the SWOT analysis stands for? It stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And so you can kind of do it on a graph in terms of, if we make this graph this way, like this, you can kind of do strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, okay? So strengths up here, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Now, how you can kind of break this up is the opportunities and the threats, or the bottom part of this grid here, is outside the company, and then the strengths and the weaknesses are internal, so inside the company, all right? Inside the company. So when we look at this, we're going to go through each one, give you some examples, and you definitely want to fill these out yourself if on whatever your idea is. Now, this left side of the quadrant, we'll go in blue now. This left side of the quadrant is the positive factors. So you know, positive here, and then on the right side of the quadrant, the weaknesses and the threats, these are all obviously negative factors, all right? So strengths are going to be inside the company and they're positive. The weaknesses are going to be inside the company and negative. The opportunities are outside the company and positive. Threats are negative and outside the company. So let's go through some examples of these and show you just kind of how you can think about each of these categories. What I'd recommend you do is literally write out this just like this. Up top here, do like strengths, actually spell it out, and then just list the different strengths that you have, et cetera, for each one of these categories. So what are some of the strengths that could be in your business? It could be some really core competencies, again, to your business. Inside the company, what are you strong at? What are you really good at? Do you have some sort of proprietary technology? Do you have a reputation in the marketplace? So have you been around for a long time? Is there some sort of established brand presence? Do you have a strong network of personal contacts? This is really valuable for small businesses that have been around for a long time, is that established contacts as well as reputation. Do you have a well-planned strategy? Do you have an effective entry into the market, some way into the market that other people don't have? Do you have financial strength? Do you have money sitting around? Do you have a really good cash flow and good financials? As well as, do you have innovation that is greater than other people? Like, are you really strong in the innovation side of things? These are all different ways of really having a strength in the business, something that is really, really good and positive about the business. Now, we can also do the same thing for weaknesses though. Maybe you have an inadequate amount of financial resources. You don't have much money. That can be a big weakness and a negative inside the company. Maybe you have a poorly planned strategy. So really everything opposite of these strengths. Maybe you have production inefficiencies. Maybe you have insufficient marketing skills. Maybe you have distribution problems. Maybe you have inadequate facilities. You don't have a good enough warehouse or office, things like that. These are all negative things. Your location, limited innovation, lots of different issues that can come up with even management. Like if you don't have many people that have management skills, like from an operational standpoint, people in your business that really you have a weakness in that area because you don't have it hired out and those people are not on the team. Those are all potential weaknesses. And being really honest about what your weaknesses are, I feel are really, really important to be able to operate your business from a point of knowing, hey, these are my weaknesses, these are my strengths. The beautiful thing about is this is all inside the company. No one knows about these things necessarily. Customers might see this and reflected in poor service or, the weaknesses side or in a poor product. So they might see the strengths from different standpoints. But remember, if it's inside the company, you can control these things. This is the big thing I want you to focus on. If it's inside the company, you can control it. And this is the part I want you to focus on the most. Outside the company, we need to make sure we know these things, especially if we're just starting out. We need to be aware of our opportunities, aware of the threats to our business, but at the end of the day, the only thing you can really control is this. And so be hyper vigilant about focusing on these things. Be very honest with yourself. What are the weaknesses? Is there very competitive, established people in the marketplace? These are all things that could really wipe you out. But then really focusing on what are our strengths, how can we double down on those to account for and make up for and surpass the weaknesses that are trying to kind of deleverage us. All right, so outside the company, where's the opportunities? Are there untapped market potential? Are there people that have not been marketed to? They don't have any product or service that's actually serving them. The incumbents, the competitors that are out there, they might serve areas of the market, but there's untapped potential. Maybe there's a new product or a geographical market that you're going into. So a new product is completely new, a revolutionary. That's an opportunity. If you're going into a completely new demographic, you've been doing lawn care in city A, but you now are going to move into city B, that's an opportunity. Maybe there is a shift in the industry, and that can also be an opportunity. You can see this in just about every industry with technology, but definitely opportunities outside the company that are positive. There's emerging technologies. Again, this is affecting the entire industry here. It's outside of just you. This is favorable government deregulation in your particular industry. Industry-related opportunities here, especially if you see like massive macroeconomic trends pushing things in your direction. When COVID-19 happened, we saw massive trends of regulation as well as consumer behavior shift towards different types of products, online products. These things were just opportunities that came to the entire marketplace outside of your business. There are going to be changes in allowing overseas expansion. So whether it be, again, having to do with macroeconomics and government regulation, those are all things that can really affect your industry. So now we're going to talk about some of the threats, again, outside the company. Maybe there's new competitors. Again, you cannot affect if new competitors come in to your marketplace. You really can't affect that. Someone can move in tomorrow and be a big threat for your business. It's negative. It's outside the company. You can't affect it, but it's good to know what are these things. Maybe there's rising demand of buyers or suppliers. What I mean by that is maybe all of a sudden you get a whole bunch of suppliers and it's going to affect the price. We're going to talk about supply and demand later on, but if you all of a sudden get a whole bunch of new competition or you get a whole bunch of other suppliers that are making your same product, all of a sudden now the demand for your product or service goes down. If there's sales that are shifting towards alternative products, that can be a big threat. So for example, the automotive industry that is around the combustion engine is having a big transition right now because people are switching to an alternative fuel source, an alternative product in the form of an electric vehicle. And so that can be a massive threat to the business. All right. Another threat could be adverse demographic shifts. People moving can be a big change. Changing customer preferences. People maybe don't prefer a certain type of food or prefer a certain type of fashion anymore. These are preferences that can change and be a threat to your business. Also, if there's increased, the exact opposite of opportunities can be a threat, and that is like increased government regulation. So trade wars with China or certain types of regulations that are going to keep you from moving products, exporting or importing. And also just in general, sales shifting to products and services that can replace you, right? Technology is a big one. A big threat to your business as you know it is technology. That's also, what's funny is technology can also be an opportunity. It's all how you look at it, because technology is going to change, but whether or not it's a threat or an opportunity is up to you to stay on the cutting edge. So this is the strengths and weaknesses inside your company. These are the things you can affect. These are the things you can change, all right? But you need to be aware of what's outside of the company. What are the opportunities? What are the things happening in the marketplace, in the macroeconomic, political, geographical circumstances that are affecting the opportunities? And how are those things also possibly being a threat to your business? That is what the SWOT analysis is. Make sure you run this if you're gonna start a business, and definitely if you currently have a business and wanna find an opportunity to exploit while also covering your butt and making sure the weakness or a threat doesn't rear its head and wipe you out. All right, so we're gonna talk a little bit about franchising here, and we looked at franchising as a great option for people who are operators and technicians that really need the entrepreneurial side to be covered for them, or vice versa. They're an entrepreneur, they have a lot of motivation and drive, but they need the technical and the management side of a franchise to keep them stable and balanced in their three personalities. So a couple of the terminology before we jump into it is just what is a franchise. And so first of all, full disclosure, I run a franchise, Augusta Lawn Care Services, and we have right now 20 locations around North America. When you're watching this, it's probably a lot more. But so a lot of this stuff is very, very common to me, very much everyday language that I talk about. But what a franchise is basically is giving you as the entrepreneur the licensing, trademarks, and methods of the business to someone who's independent. So what that means is, someone like McDonald's, they give their franchisees the right to use their trademark, which is, the golden arches, their brand, their affiliation, stuff like that. It gives them all of those rights. That's what a franchise is. It's basically a turnkey operation that's given to an independent person that can run the business. And so this is one way for you to be able to get into business ownership without developing those systems and the marketing and things like that. Now, a franchisor is basically the person that gives the franchisee the rights to the copyrights, the trademarks, the branding, the systems and the procedures, all of that. That's the franchisor. Now, there's a couple different types of franchises, and you hear about franchises everywhere from professional sports to drinks to food products and food companies like McDonald's. So there's a whole bunch of different types of franchises. So first of all, there's a product or trade name franchise, and in this scenario, really the person that is getting the franchise agreement or getting the franchise rights is really just getting the rights to a certain trade name or a certain type of product. So the example of the product would be like Coca-Cola, for example, whereas a trade name, the franchise trade name would be something like Chevron. A whole bunch of convenience stores, but they'll put Chevron on. They buy into the franchise of Chevron for the name, the brand recognition, things like that. So the product or trade franchise, trade name franchise, that can also be a type of franchise. What is more common for most entrepreneurs, especially in a smaller format, is a business format franchise. So for example, Coca-Cola, they would be a product franchise, right? Where the bottlers of Coca-Cola, they are not owned by Coca-Cola, but they get the franchise rights to bottle it, distribute that product. Whereas with the business format franchise, this is gonna get beyond just a product or a name. You're gonna get the systems, you're gonna get the marketing, you're gonna get the management systems. And a big example of this is like QSR, quick service restaurants, as well as hotels like Hampton Inn. All of those are just franchises. And all of those different types of business that offer more than just a product and the name actually offer the systems, the procedures, management, advertising material. All of that's going to be in a business format franchise. All right, a couple other quick terminology we want to go over is the FDD. This stands for Franchise Disclosure Document. This is the legal disclosures that a franchisor has to give you as a franchisee before you actually buy into the franchise. So a lot of these are very legally dense documents, and you definitely want to go over it with an attorney, or at least go over it with someone that knows what's going on with the FDD. And most of the time, if it's a reputable brand, they're not trying to to mess you up or trying to make you sign something that's going to make you look bad. It's really just a legal thing for the franchisor that they have to disclose certain information. So inside of this is going to be like performance reports, numbers, a number of units, what the average sales per unit is. These things is really important for you to see before you get into a franchise. All right, the last one is the FA, or the franchise agreement, and just another terminology that you're going to hear around the franchise world, and that's the actual when the franchise is actually awarded to you. And inside of that franchise agreement, basically it's usually the FDD with amendments that are going to really spell out what your territory is, the terms, like how long is your franchise license valid for, and really just assigns all of those things to you as the franchisee. But definitely, franchise disclosure document is the disclosure you need to get from the franchisor before buying. So pre-sale, you need to be able to see those and then sign it with your franchise agreement, which is going to actually assign the terms, your territory, make sure it's assigned to you, your name, how long you're going to get the franchise license. You're going to be able to see if you have renewal fees, or if there's conference fees or technology fees, any sort of fee is going to be inside this document here, and you're going to sign on it with the franchise agreement. All right, so let's talk about some of the positive things about starting a franchise. And I want to outline about 6 or 7 different things that I think are a big advantage of joining a franchise versus doing your business independently. Now again, full disclosure, I am biased because I am a franchisor and I own Augusta Lawn Care. So let me just make that statement. Obviously, I've seen that it is so good that I've done it myself. So I want to make sure everyone's clear on that if you don't know that already. All right, so some of the advantages of starting a franchise. So advantages, and kind of how I look at it is a franchise is sort of like Southwest Airlines. One of the reasons one of the fundamentals and cornerstones of their success at Southwest Airlines is the fact that they use the same plane for all their flights, which makes it more efficient for people to clean out the airplanes. They can turn them around faster. They can load up luggage faster. The pilots, it's easier to find pilots and train them on all of their aircraft. And so by using the same aircraft for every single flight, every single route, it makes it much, much more efficient. Franchise is similar because instead of trying to start your own business, your first airplane, you can basically get into a system where they have the same airplane every single time. They have the same systems, they have the same marketing, they have the same branding, everything's the same, and so they can really refine and hone and make things more efficient and tighter. And so that's really what you're buying into when you get into a franchise, in my mind. Now, a couple of advantages of the franchise model. First thing is the use of trademark and brand. And so when you're evaluating a franchise, you definitely want to look at, as I highlight all these advantages, there's going to be certain ones that are very, very valuable with some franchises and other ones that are not so valuable as I go around these different advantages. So for example, I'm going to compare Augusta Lawn Care versus Subway in this scenario. So in this scenario, the advantage of use of a trademark and brand for Subway is massive. Everyone, when I said Subway, knows exactly what the brand looks like. They know exactly what they sell. It's very, very ingrained in our psyche and in our mind of what the brand is all about, and the trademark and using the name. And so very, very valuable. Augusta Lawn Care, most people don't know what Augusta Lawn Care is. They wouldn't recognize our branding. They wouldn't recognize our mascot. They just have never been to our website or done business with us. And so for us, a starting franchise, this is not a big advantage, let's just be honest. And this is something you need to know as you start looking at different franchises and figuring out which one you're going to use. All right, the next one is going to be a proven systems, I should say. So this is going to be everything from an operating plan to really having a solid business plan of like how you should grow, where you should be, how you should be hiring, how you should be advertising, when you should be getting another a growth unit. So for example, if you need to hire more employees, or you need to get more trucks, or you need to somehow expand the office or the store location, this is going to have all the proven systems on how to do that, when to do that, and really have a very, very structured way of advertising, bringing in leads, profiting on those leads, having ways of following up. All of that will already be done for you in a good franchise. All right, so at Augusta Lawn Care, for example, proven systems. We have an entire CRM system we build out automations for follow-up and for collections and for a whole bunch of different automated tasks that we can do. We have other systems that are like command center, we call it, where there's you basically have a call center at your disposal. Well, if you're starting out independently, you just don't have access to those things. And so that's why franchises traditionally succeed a lot at a higher rate than an independent, simply due to the fact that they have these things already in place. All right, the next thing is management training. And this is really important because a lot of times this is where an independent business fails, is when they start to have managers come in and start taking the business over. Whereas at a franchise, they should have a system where you can send your management team and they get kind of brought up to where they need to be at, and you don't have to worry about the training process, you don't have to worry about teaching them something that's wrong. It's all kind of done for you, and when it comes to the point where you want to hand it off to a manager, there are proven systems in place and training to get them to learn those things. All right? Another advantage of having a franchise model is really access and immediate supply, going directly to the supply chain. And so, and having either discounts or purchasing power for that. So I'm just gonna do discounts. So for example, at Augusta Lawn Care or Subways or McDonald's or wherever, traditionally you have suppliers that give you the raw materials or technology or equipment that you need for your business, and as part of that, either in the supply chain, like a hamburger bun, and where you get the meat and where you get the lettuce, like at McDonald's, they have already tapped into a really, really efficient supply chain, and when you become a franchisee, you get to tap into that without having to build it out yourself. You get economies of scale here as well, and so if they have a great supply chain and they get discounts from suppliers because they have volume, you can tap right into that right from day one instead of having to build a big business to get those volume discounts. All right, this is also another way, an advantage of a franchise model is a way to diversify. Because the system's already done, because they have management training already, because they have access to the supply chain, it's a great way, really franchising is a great way to diversify into different industries that you don't have a whole lot of technical experience in, and that can be made up for by the fact that the franchise can train you on the technical aspects of the work that you do. All right, another advantage of a franchise is financial support. So sometimes it's going to be in the form of marketing dollars, sometimes it's going to be in the form of giving you loans up front, and sometimes it's going to be in the form of putting you with a lending partner that's going to give them better rates than what you could get on the open market, simply due to the fact that you are with the franchise. So lots of financial support. Also from an advising standpoint, they're going to be constantly be able to give you training, and if that's something the franchise does not give you, you definitely want to take a second look, and that is giving you support ongoing from a financial standpoint, as well as just coaching calls and constantly educating you on improving the business model, and having that those coaching calls are important. All right, last thing is a reduced risk of failure. Risk of failure. So there's definitely a smaller percentage of small businesses that go out of business if they're franchises. Again, that's not because they're better or anything like that. It's simply due to the fact that you already have a trademark and brand. You don't have to go develop that. You don't have to go prove your systems. They're already being given to you. You don't have to go create management training, and you don't have to go create volume discounts through your supply chain and trying to get purchasing co-ops and discounts because it's already done for you. You don't have to worry about diversification or financial support or having those coaching calls and having someone that you can have really a third set of eyes looking on your business and giving you an opinion and support. And a reduced risk, that's really what it comes down to, right? Is all of these things make up the reduced risk. By having all of this in place, you reduce the risk of you starting independently and not being able to create proven systems, of you starting a business and not being able to create a solid brand. And so as you evaluate a franchise, you're going to see that in each of these areas, there's going to be pros and cons of every franchise. Some will have a very strong brand and trademark, and then others have absolutely no financial support, or they really are not interested in trying to grow you as an entrepreneur. They're simply looking at it as like, hey, we have a really strong brand. Do you want to buy into it? Here's the fees to do so. Because they feel like, Subway is going to do better than Joe's Subs, for example. So just a few examples of why a franchise is a positive thing for an entrepreneur. Okay, so what about some of the negative things or the cons of franchising? Let's go through some of those now. Honestly, in my opinion, the biggest one comes down to is fees. Now, of course, the franchise needs to make revenue. The franchisor needs to make money to really give you the support, give you the branding, have developers, designers, making technology, making advertising, giving you coaching, creating the systems, managing the systems, etc. So there's gonna be fees involved. But realize that that can come in the form of a lot of different things. Out of fees, you can have a royalty fee. A royalty fee is basically going to be a percentage of revenue that you actually give to the franchisor. And so this can range anywhere from 3 to 8% as a royalty, as a percentage of your gross revenue. Another fee it can be is marketing fees. If they do a marketing co-op where you have to buy into the franchisor's marketing and then they do national or regional marketing using the entire fund, they're gonna have a marketing fee as well. Other fees that can be included, I've seen before many times, is technology. And honestly, I think this one's a good one most of the time, because that technology fee that you might spend would otherwise probably cost you 20 times as much if you had to build the technology yourself, or even a whole lot more. It's almost impossible for you to build it out. Like if they're building new CRMs or automated ways of communicating with the customer, things like that, that technology fee is money well spent. But sometimes the marketing one can be annoying because you feel like you can spend the money better in your local market using local direct marketing campaigns instead of national TV or radio or something that you don't necessarily agree with, but you have to spend it on their marketing fund. It's part of the contract. Royalty fees, these ones are really killer too, because as you grow and actually need the support of the franchisor less, because you kind of figure things out, you actually have to spend more and more money as a percentage of revenue, because the more money you make, the more money you give them, because you're giving them a percentage of revenue. Because that doesn't feel good either. All right, another thing that is a negative of franchises is franchisor competition. So what you got to remember is that most of the time, these franchisors, they have their own locations or stores as well that are corporately owned. And those stores are important because they do need to test systems, beta them before they launch them to the whole system. But remember that they do own stores, and that they could come close to your competition. They could become almost your competition by just simply moving into your market. And so it's really important to have really clear territories. And this is a lot of times where, if you look at systems like Subway, territory protection has become a big issue because they don't have given radiuses of territories around their location. So you might start a Subway here on the corner, but there's nothing that states in Subway's agreements with their franchisees that there can't be another franchise Subway start right there. They don't have protected territory. And so a lot of the lawsuits, when they come up with franchisors, a lot of it has to do with territory protection, because the franchisor, as they grow, they have not offered protected territories, and therefore start putting too many franchisees in and around each other, and basically it's very hard for the individual owners to do well. But guess what? The franchisor might not care, because they're getting a royalty percentage. They just are caring about top line revenue growth. They don't really care about if you're profitable. This is one of the reasons why at Augusta Lawn Care we don't charge a royalty fee. We charge a flat monthly fee, so that way it doesn't go up as you build the business. Same thing with marketing. We really think that marketing is better spent at the local level, because you know your market the best, and you have the best ways of getting to those localized markets that you really are trying to get after with Facebook marketing, print marketing, etc. So we don't have a marketing fee either. We also don't have a technology fee. We simply have a set monthly fee. And so look at the fee structure in these franchises. Look at the penalties if you don't pay. These are all things that you want to take into consideration. The fees is a big part, territory protection, the franchisor can compete with you, and another thing is that you are kind of limited. And this is not necessarily a bad thing, but especially if you're an entrepreneur and you kind of like to test things out and you really like to change kind of the game, this can make you feel a little bit restricted, because they're going to restrict you on, if you're building out a gym, for example, they're going to restrict the type of equipment or the type of paint colors you can use, and the branding and how you use their brand in your marketing. You can't just throw it up on some crazy color or like do it in a way that's not approved by the corporate. So you're somewhat limited. You're limited in the scope of your suppliers even. Like if you use McDonald's, guess what? You're not going to be able to go and source your own meat locally. You're not allowed to do that. So you're limited somewhat in, even if you have great ideas or you want to try things out, you might be restricted on how to do that, and your ability to do that. You might be even restricted on like hours of operation, what type of goods or services you're allowed to even offer. So these are some of the restrictions, some of the things that are negative things about franchises. Again, look at the FDD and what the franchise is offering and make sure there's not hidden fees, and make sure that these things are limited in the terms of trying to give you, you want systems, you want guides, you want them to tell you not to do certain things. So this is not necessarily a bad thing all the time. It can keep you from getting distracted or doing things that are going to be, that they've already tested, tried, and know don't work. However, it can seem somewhat limiting if you know your market needs something special or something slightly different because of your local market and you're not allowed to do it. For example, if you live in a college town, maybe you want to keep your store hours later. But if it's company policy, you might be limited to not to have certain store hours and hours of operation. So little things like that, keep it in mind when it comes to franchises. Those are the cons. Now, another way you can get started in business is to buy an existing business instead of starting your own from scratch. Here's 4 different ways why you might want to do that. What are the positive things of buying an existing business instead of starting your own? First one is reduce the uncertainty. All right, so if you're gonna start a business yourself, there's obviously more risk and unknowns when you're starting a business from the ground up. When you're gonna go buy an existing business that should already have implemented certain systems, have people in place, have market share, a lot less uncertainty. There you go. So definitely less uncertainty when you are buying an existing business that's already established. Second thing is, we talked about before, I'll say it again, but relationships are really the fundamental key of business, foundational. So having established relationships already in place is very valuable. In your local market, having it with customers as well as with suppliers, this is very, very important. If you are a furniture manufacturer, you want to make sure that you have good relationships with the people that bring you wood or textiles. Well, starting your own business from scratch, you might not have the established relationships that was very important to have with a supplier to get the type of wood that you want, to get the textiles you want, at the price you need to get them at, and you might not have the relationships with the furniture store owners that are going to sell your furniture, and you need to sell it to them. And so having those established relationships definitely is a big positive part about starting or buying an existing business. Another thing is that if you buy an existing business, you can actually buy it at a lower cost than it would be to start the business from scratch. So if you were to go out and start a lawn care business, perhaps you would have to buy your equipment and your trucks and all of your uniforms and an office and all the rest of it. But if you were to go out and buy an existing lawn care business, you might actually spend less money than you would otherwise just trying to buy it all from scratch. And so a lot of times this is someone who's trying to get out of the business, retiree, something like that. We'll talk about that more in the future. But if it's actually less than the cost of starting it up yourself, great option. Same thing with a franchise. If you're buying a business, a franchise, sometimes it's cheaper to buy an existing franchise than it is to start fresh from scratch in the franchise. So again, lower cost than what it would be otherwise to build it from scratch. Fourth and final reason is probably the biggest reason why people start or buy existing businesses, and that is speed. You can usually get to a certain level of sales and really get into business in general a lot faster than if you were to start by yourself. So for example, just getting into business, it's faster because you don't have to worry about applying for licenses or getting permits or building out a space or getting accepted into the franchise or all of these other things that can go into getting licenses and all the rest of it. Just getting into business, if you buy an existing business, it's already like the insurance is set up, the bank accounts are set up, the LLCs and entities are set up, all that's done for you. So getting into business can be a lot faster. Buying into it is a lot faster sometimes. And also, if you already are at a certain threshold of sales, you might save yourself a few years of trying to get to just where they're currently at in sales. But if you buy the business, you can get there immediately. So sometimes acquisitions or buying a business, buying an existing business, is a way to actually speed up how fast you can get to a certain sales level, or just basically cut time out of the equation and time out of your entrepreneurial journey by already having an established business. So these are the 4 reasons that can make buying an existing business pretty attractive in comparison to starting it from scratch. So now you're asking, okay, well, I want to buy an existing business, but where do I find a business to buy? So let me go over a couple options. First place is website that I like, and that's BizBuySell. BizBuySell.com. So this is a good website. I really like this website. It basically is going to be kind of like the MLS that, what the MLS is for homes and for selling real estate. BizBuySell.com is kind of the MLS of businesses. So anywhere in your local market, you can put it down into your county and then save the search, so that way every single time a new business goes up for sale, you get notified. On here, you can see every business for sale, what their asking price is. They usually share a little bit about their financials. A couple things about BizBuySell, keep this in mind. In order to get on BizBuySell.com, you need to have a broker. And traditionally, when you have a broker involved, you're not going to get a steal of a deal. Usually, they will have gone through a valuation process. And it's not, again, this is not a bad thing. Just realize that this is going to be much of a more formal selling process. And you're usually going to be charged, you're going to be paying retail value. Whereas you might get a great deal in person or in Craigslist that is a little bit cheaper. We'll talk about those in just a minute. But in terms of BizBuySell, you are going to be going through a broker that's going to have some sort of evaluation. They're going to have documents on hand in terms of profit and loss, balance sheet, all the other things we're going to talk about later in the course. They're going to have that on hand. That's why they're going through a broker. And that broker will require that information, balance sheet, profit and loss statement, to create a valuation and then put it out online to be sold. And so what I like about BizBuySell.com, it kind of uses a whole bunch of different places that are where businesses can be for sale and brings them to this place. So I really like it. Just keep in mind, you are going to be paying usually top dollar. And remember too that the valuation or the asking price that they come up with is just the start of a negotiation. And unlike real estate, where it's very easy to get comps, comparable sales, because if you have 100 houses, they're all very similar in the same area, and they're all 3-bedroom, 2-bath, like it's pretty easy to figure out what the valuation is. Businesses are not like that. There's so many variables that go into who's selling, why they're selling, what the market's like, what the industry's like, what the past couple years have been like, who's on the team. There's so many different variables that the asking price is not their final. Like, you have a lot of negotiating power around their asking price. So don't get scared away by BizBuySell. I have bought personally businesses that were marketed and were put on a broker on this site. Gonna pay more for it, gonna be able to probably get an SBA loan on it because it's gonna have a better paper trail in terms of their financials and all the rest of it. So a much more professional sale you're gonna get here, but you are gonna be paying a higher premium because you have a broker involved, you have a lot more professionalism involved, and that might be a good thing. But if you're trying to get started and just be like really, really cheap, probably not the best place to look here. Here you're gonna find established businesses that are really looking to get top dollar when they sell their business. Now, if you're looking for a really good deal or a lower priced option for acquiring a business, Craigslist is a good option. A lot of people don't, they poo-poo on Craigslist, but the fact of the matter is, someone who is trying to get rid of their business fast and they don't want to go through a whole bunch of legal tape or a whole bunch of finding a broker, getting a bunch of paperwork, they're going to post on Craigslist because they could literally get a buyer tomorrow. They could literally post and get a buyer. the bottom line is, don't expect any successful business to necessarily be advertising only on Craigslist. Now, someone might get a broker, and then the broker advertises the business as being for sale on Craigslist. But usually, when people go onto Craigslist, their business is not doing well, because if they're doing well, they'd want to get top dollar, and if to get top dollar, they'd go through a broker, and you'd find them on bizbuysell.com. But if they're posting on Craigslist and just making a post like, oh, going up for sale, just realize that, number one, it's not going to be a good business, and more importantly, you have a huge amount of negotiating power. So definitely negotiate these deals, because when a business isn't doing well, yeah, that stinks. You don't really want to acquire them, but on the flip side, you can get them for pennies on the dollar. So I love Craigslist for finding those really, really low priced options when people just need to get out of a deal quickly. And maybe the business is decent, but they need to sell the business tomorrow. Like, they can't go through 3 months of due diligence and banks and their broker. They just need to get rid of it quickly. And they don't care if it's half off. They just gotta get rid of it quick. So Craigslist is actually a good option. Every few months I look on there and I'm looking for businesses that are for sale, that if they were on bizbuysell.com, they'd probably sell for, say, $200,000. On Craigslist, I might be able to buy them for $30,000 or $40,000, literally just the cost of the equipment, versus if they go through a broker where the valuation is going to include goodwill and their website and their phone and the brand and all this other stuff that they kind of make into a nice package. This, you're going to usually get kind of deals and businesses that are at asset value only. So just the cost of the equipment and literally the physical goods and the inventory that they have. That's where you're gonna find them. These are like firehouse auctions. These are like, they're like, people gotta get out of these deals quick. They're usually not successful businesses, but it's a great way to either get the equipment, the talent, or the contacts that business has if they're established. So again, if you go back a couple lectures, when we talk about why you would buy an existing business, one of those things is having those established relationships. Well, you could buy a failing business, but get the relationship side, but just get rid of all their people that were dragging them down, or get rid of all their inventory that was dragging them down. And so Craigslist is a great option for really discounted options on poor performing businesses. Don't expect to buy these businesses at steep discounts and them to be super profitable. That's not going to happen. But you can look for what parts of the business are of value to you and get a really good deal by negotiation. I bought about 3 or 4 businesses off of Craigslist, all under $50,000, probably worth 5 or 6 times what I paid for them, but I was only buying the contacts because that was the value that I saw in them. I wasn't buying the equipment, I wasn't buying the people, I wasn't buying the brand. All that stuff was not of much value. So definitely Craigslist is a great option for when you're starting out, or if you want to buy a failing business and try to turn it around. All right, so another great source of finding good deals and possible acquisitions for you to buy an existing business is going to be through just your local network and getting to know people in person, as well as social media. So when it comes to social media and just you getting out in your community, you can see and try to find which businesses you would potentially like to run and operate, and yet you're looking for signs of an absentee owner, an owner who's not there all the time. We're looking for good employees that just lack direction and system failure, perhaps just deterioration over time, just neglect, and that's an opportunity. And so you can use social media sometimes to do that, just literally poking around their social media, seeing who's their employees that are posting. Are they not posting at all? Are they not actively using social media to advertise and use that as a medium when you think that would be a potential upside for their business? And then also the biggest part is just getting to know people, especially if you are in a specific industry. Getting to know an in-person, like meeting them and knowing who they are and them knowing you, that's going to be the best place to find a great deal. A lot of times if someone's going out of business, they don't want to have to publicly post that they're going out of business or putting it for sale. It's sometimes humiliating, especially if it's not doing well. And so if you can be the person that people go to in your industry when they want to sell, because they know you're going to be friendly, they know you're going to be professional, they know you aren't going to smear their name or try to make them look bad or make them feel bad because their business is struggling. So having those open relationships with competitors, having those open relationships with people in your industry, and being a person that is a great communicator and a facilitator within your local competition market really pays big dividends. I bought several landscape companies, smaller ones, and they never went on the market because simply the owner knew that if they wanted to sell, they should come talk to me. I wasn't going to make them look bad. I wasn't going to try to smear their name or tell other competition that they were failing. I was simply going to make it as seamless and professional as possible for them. And so having those great relationships where you know the person, where they know you, and they're going to come to you and trust you over trying to go through the public aspect of putting their business up for sale and putting a for sale sign up or going and getting a broker and getting all of that involvement. Having those relationships, again, relationships are so important in business, and if you can create those within your local competition as well as your local industry, you're going to be in a very good spot to potentially buy and acquire a business for pennies on the dollar. All right, so this next place that you can find acquisitions is kind of just a personal opinion and really probably a bias of mine, but I think it's a great opportunity to get started in business, especially if this is your first endeavor into entrepreneurship. Definitely something to consider, and that is acquire a business that has no moat. What I mean by that is, when we talk about moats, it's basically what is the thing that's protecting the business. So back in the day, obviously they would build castles, and then to protect the castle, they would dig a moat and fill it with water to basically protect other people from trying to get to their castle. When we talk about a moat in business, many times it's talking about, like, is it easy for competitors to come and take over? Is it easy for them to take market share? Is it easy for them to duplicate your business? Is it easy to get started in your industry? Those are all businesses and industries that have no moat. And so when we think about businesses that have no moat, basically it means you can be done anywhere, pretty much by anyone. There's nothing special. You don't have any brand new app or technology or some special group of people that are very specialized. It's none of that. It's just, there's no moat. Anyone can do it. And you'd ask me the first question is, well, why would you want to start a business where there's no moat? Now, if you're looking to try to maximize your valuation or take a company public, this is by no means the information or the data that you want to follow. But if you're just getting started in business, having a business and starting a business and buying a business that has no moat is usually going to be the lowest barrier to entry, where you can figure out skills and all the things that you need to be a business owner, and then down the road try to figure out a business that actually has no moat and is going to have a great valuation. Now, with a bigger moat comes a bigger valuation. And right now we're talking about buying another business. So when we are trying to buy another business, we want the valuation to be as low as possible, which means there's going to be no moat. And so if you're just getting started in business and you're looking to buy a company to save off some time or have some systems already implemented or have some cash flow already from day one, this is a great place to start. Buy a business in an industry that has no moat. So examples of that: mowing, lawn care, cleaning services, gutter cleaning, just about any sort of home repair service. Lots of other services like babysitting, tax prep. There's just so many different things that have no moat. There's not a huge barrier to entry. It's usually around services. You could start a grocery delivery service tomorrow. You could start an errand running service tomorrow. You could start a dog walking service tomorrow. There's no moat. There's nothing special. You don't have any brand new technology. It's nothing special. But remember what we talked about before. Your goal here as a small business owner when you're just getting started is to become an uncommon business in a common industry. In other words, take that boring, same old kind of business and turn it into something special. You don't need to go it's nothing unique. There's nothing special about it. And you're looking for that business owner that has just been kind of doing the same old for forever. They've been doing it the same way. And that's an opportunity. That's an area that you should be looking for, and looking for areas that business owner has not exploited. And you, because you have local knowledge, you know that they haven't tapped into a certain market in your local area, and that you could definitely capitalize on that. You know that their team has untapped potential and they have great salespeople or great employees or great managers, but yet because the owner is removed or not really caring or absentee, they're not really being used to their full extent. These are all areas that you're looking to try to see where's the opportunity that you can exploit and make this common business into something really uncommon. And so when we look at a business that might be in this situation, it has no moat, service-based business, very simple, nothing special about it. But are they not taking advantage of things like social media? Are they not taking advantage of a website? Things that would just dramatically increase the business. Are they not taking advantage of those things? Because if they have no moat, is there a way for you to then get it for a low valuation and have good revenue, good employees from day one, and then make it into something uncommon, very special, by just simply using better marketing, better management, better financial acuity, and like those are the things we're going to be talking about in this course, because I want you to be able to buy, if you want to buy an existing business, you should be able to buy an existing business that's common, turn it into an uncommon business with the principles we talk about in this course, marketing and hiring and all the rest of it that actually make the business special. So remember, a special technology and a special business are usually priced specially. Very high multiple on their earnings, very expensive to buy. But if you can buy a business that has no moat, no protection, just a service-based business, been doing the same thing for a long time, nothing special about it, you can get it for very cheap, and that will get you started. This is not going to be the best advice that you're going to hear from the traditional business school. They're going to talk about how do you maximize your moat. That's great. That's definitely something that you want to do down the road when you're building a massive organization. But to get started in business, if you haven't had an entrepreneurial endeavor before, it's a great place to start. Find a business that you can buy that has no moat, the valuation is very low, and you get started on and maximize and exploit the things they have not been tapping into in your market. All right, so we're still talking about buying an existing business. And a great opportunity is to buy a business from a retiree. Someone's going to retire, especially as the baby boomer generation begins to age. The people in that baby boomer generation are going to want to sell their business if they've been running it for 10, 15, 20 years or their whole life. And so what you want to do when it comes to looking for these business owners that are willing to sell is basically again, stay involved in your community, and it's all about relationships. And the last lecture is going to talk about how to do that and how to stay in connection with people and just keep your eyes open. And if you're looking for a retiree, same thing. Like look for a 60, 70-year-old entrepreneur when you're in your local market. Look in the businesses that you would like to potentially buy and see which of them have older entrepreneurs. Now, don't just go up to these older entrepreneurs and be like, hey, I want to buy your business. It's probably not going to come over very well. All right, maybe you work for them for a while and just see if that's a great way to see if you like the business. If you can get a job with that future retiree. Another thing is just get to know them. And don't just straight up ask them to buy their business. Maybe just talk to them, try to get to events that they're at, get them to know you, be a customer of their facility depending on what type of service or business that they have, and then just bring up the fact that you're looking to buy a business. And at least it triggers in their mind, if they begin to have built a little bit of a relationship or affinity with you, they might bring up the fact that, hey, I'm looking to sell one of these days. If they say that, now you have your door in. If you kind of are just chatting about the weather or whatever and the customers, and you ask, how's business doing? They say, oh, good, doing good. Gonna go on vacation this week. You're like, oh, that's great. Like, I'm thinking about getting my own business started too. Thinking of trying to maybe buy a company of my own. If you say that and there's any thought in their mind that they might want to sell, they're probably going to say, oh, really? One of these days I'm going to try to get out of here too. I need to be on a beach. I need to stay on a cruise. Or if you get to know them and they're joking around, they get back from a vacation and they say, oh, it was great. You know, man, I just can't wait till retirement. You say, that's your cue that, hey, this person might be looking to sell their business. So again, just create relationships and don't just go out and ask people to buy their business. get to know them, float the idea that you're looking to buy someone's business, that you're really interested in entrepreneurship, small business. Maybe you just ask if they have any advice. Say, hey, do you have any advice? I see you've been around for a long time. I'm looking to buy a business of my own, looking for one right now, and just wondering if you had any advice for me. That is a great segue into them saying, hey, you know what? What have you ever thought about this business? Because I'm looking to retire here in the next few years. Keep that in mind. Now, with a retiree, keep in mind that the sales price is probably not everything to them. There's going to be other things that are part of the sale that are really the more important items that they have in mind. Yes, they want to have it as an asset that they can sell, and you're going to pay for that. But if it's an established business and has cash flow, you're willing to pay for that. But really, in their mind, when it comes to who they select to buy that business, it's a good chance that there's other things that are more important to them than just the sales price. For example, they might have an emotional attachment and connection to the business, and they really want to sell the business to someone that they can trust. So beyond just selling it to someone that they feel is going to run the business successfully, they want to sell the business to someone that they can trust and that is going to be a good ambassador to the brand that they've built. They don't just want anyone running their baby. We always talk about businesses being like our baby. Well, you wouldn't just go give your baby to anyone for daycare. You wouldn't just give them off for a weekend to anybody, any stranger. You want to get to know them. You want to be able to have that connection and that friendship or relationship with that person you leave the child with. Same thing goes for the business. If they're a retiree and they have an emotional connection to the business and the business is their baby, they're not just going to sell it to anyone. So you want to make sure you develop that relationship and realize that there's other factors involved outside of price. And if your big sticking point is price and you're trying to get in for the lowest price, be aware that you can add other things to the deal that would make it more attractive to them. For example, perhaps they still want to come in once in a while and work part-time, stocking shelves or doing a little bit of book work or just helping out a little bit. And that's like a big deal to them. They just want to stay involved once a month. That might be the thing that sets you apart from anyone else that they would otherwise sell the business to. Or perhaps their name is on the front of the store, and if it's Bob's Burger, then guess what? Bob would love to come by once in a while and just be able to say hi to the guests and introduce himself. And that's a big part. He wants to be able to feel like he can come back to the place of business. It's a big thing for retirees, that they feel like they can still remain somewhat intact and somewhat connected to the business. And keep in mind, they might want to actually work part-time with you, especially for the first transitionary period, like the first 6 months. And that could actually be really, really valuable. If you're buying a business from someone that's going to go start another business, it's rare that they want to stick around. If you're buying a business from someone that's moving away, they don't want to stick around. They want to get rid of it, get off their hands and go to the next thing. Whereas a retiree is probably going to stay in the same area. If they've been running the business for 20 years in the same area, they're probably going to stay there unless they're moving somewhere to completely retire completely on a beach. But usually they're going to stay in the same area, and they would actually really love to be able to spend 6 months or a year transitioning you into the business, which can actually be worth a lot of money because you can retain the employees more, you can get to know the ropes of the business more, the fundamentals that have allowed them to establish the business for a long time. Obviously, you're going to add your own flair. You're going to look for those things we talked about in terms of exploiting the areas that they have not really tapped into yet. However, if there's that 6 months or 12 months where they really want to be able to transition things over to you, that can actually be really, really helpful and make sure that the business continues on its current trajectory and stays established, and you don't lose a bunch of employees or you don't lose a bunch of customers because of a sudden change in ownership. So those are all things to consider when you're trying to buy a business that's existing, established from a potential retiree. All right, so we're still talking about buying an existing business. And maybe if you already know you're going to start one from scratch, you think this is kind of overboard for talking about so many different elements. But if you're trying to look into buying a business, these are really golden nuggets. And maybe in 5 or 10 years, once you've already started your own, this is going to be valuable information when you want to buy a competitor that is struggling. Because that's what we're going to talk about now. Buying an existing business, but the business isn't doing good. It's losing money and it's not doing very good. Keep in mind, the first thing is this: the owner does not want to stick around. If the business is doing poorly, you don't want the business to stick around, and the business owner traditionally just wants to get out of there. They want to wash their hands of it and leave. They don't want to stay around usually for 6 months and try to help you figure things out and do a transition. And you don't want them to, because you've got to come in and change everything if it's failing. So the owner also doesn't want to be embarrassed, because they don't want to have to admit publicly or publicize their failure in any way and admit that, hey, like, look, I've been running my business poorly and it's not doing well, and now I'm selling it for nothing hardly. They don't want to do that. They don't want to admit failure. Traditionally, it's not in us as humans that want to do that. So you don't want to make it a big public thing, and they don't want it to be either. So ideally, the owner comes to you in the situation because you've built up some relationship capital and you've got to know them and all the things we've already talked about. Hopefully they come to you either directly or indirectly when you say, hey, I want to buy a business, kind of thing. Same thing with the retiree. And so when you make that suggestion or whatever, like that's ideally they come to you and say, hey, I want to sell. If not, if you are going to them and asking to buy their business because you've seen from the outside it's failing, even if you're an employee and you can see a business failing, or if you're a competitor and you see their business is failing, or you hear rumors because you're involved in the competition and all your competitors and you hear they're not doing well, to go in and ask to buy their business, realize that you're going to lose leverage in the negotiation. If you ask to buy their business, you will lose leverage because now you've initiated the transaction. If they come to you from an area of weakness and basically kind of put their cards on the table and say, hey man, I'm trying to sell my business, I'm not doing very well, I always want to kind of keep on the down low. If they do that, you're at a massive advantage, because if they want to keep it private and they're looking to sell it, it means that they're not going to go around telling every other competitor and get them to bid against you. They want to get this done smoothly, they want it done privately, and they just want to get it off their hands. All right, and if they come to you, you have a massive advantage. We've been able to buy businesses for like 10% of what they could have otherwise got, simply the fact that they came to me, because I had built the relationship. They came to me and said, hey, I'm not doing well, we're losing money, I'm just tired of this, I can't deal with it anymore. And we were able to buy it for a very, very steep discount, because I knew, guess what? He's not going to go to anyone else. He's not doing this publicly. So like, it's a great opportunity if they come to you. If you're going to them, tread softly. All right, do you use the tactics we talked about the retiree in this situation? You can use the same tactics of kind of bringing up the conversation, saying that you wanted to buy a business, see if they bite. But at the end of the day, tread softly there, because if you ask to buy their business, the valuation when it comes to negotiation time is going to be inflated. And realize that some owners are going to have a very unrealistic valuation. Most of them will. Even if they're failing, somehow they come up with this incredible valuation that their business is somehow worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. And at the end of the day, if they're losing money, their business is really just worth the assets, the actual equipment, the machinery. That's all it's worth. And they might try to tack on, oh, well, I have in my valuation, I have money for my employees, and I have money for goodwill, and I have money for the brand, and I have money for the phone number. And you have to ask yourself, and you have to ask them, look, all those things lose money. They don't make money. Right now, they're a liability. And if you can explain that to them, and look, they understand, like, they're losing money every month. Why would someone want to buy my business if it's losing money every single month? Duh, that makes sense, right? And so when it comes to negotiation, you've got to get them to realize that they're losing money, that they're not worth all this beautiful valuation they might put up, because they always shoot for the moon first. And that's okay. Don't be put off by that. Everyone wants to get there. You then need to ask them, if they say, I want $500,000. Okay, what's the valuation? How'd you come up with the number? And then see what they do. They're going to do this. They're going to do goodwill. They're going to have a phone number. They're going to have an email. They're going to have their reputation. They're going to have accounts receivable. They're going to have all these other things. And accounts receivable can be considered an asset. But all the other things I mentioned, they don't make any money. And they might put, I'm going to put $50,000 extra because you already have a team of employees. Guess what? That team of employees right now doesn't make any money. And you're not guaranteed they're going to stick around after the sale. It's a good chance those employees don't know the sale is coming. It's going to be unexpected for them. No guarantee they're staying. And so unless it's bolted down and you own the equipment or the trucks or something physical, tangible assets, then really there's no value if the business is losing money. If you can convince them of that, you're gonna get a really, really good deal. But realize that a lot of times they're gonna come up with a very unrealistic offer at the beginning. All right, don't be put off by that. I've had offers come down 90% from their asking price after I asked for the valuation and then broke things up. And then if they're like, oh no, I need some more money. Okay, well then I am willing to give you a little bit more for the website. I'm willing to give you a little bit more for the phone number and add little things of value if the price needs to be negotiated higher. I'm gonna ask for more of those other intangible assets as part of my negotiation process. But realize that if a business is losing money, it's really only worth the assets that they have, and that's it. Now, keep in mind, if you're buying a business that's failing, the employees might be stuck in their ways. In other words, you might have to get rid of most of them. I bought one business and I fired every single person that worked there besides one. And it was simply due to the fact that people were stuck in their ways of doing poor habits, and there was no way it was gonna change, and there's a reason why the business is failing. And it was them. And so getting rid of people is a commonality when it comes to acquisitions. And so realize that those employees might be stuck in their old way of thinking, or they're just jumping at the thought of being able to actually thrive and grow and change the business. And they just love for that opportunity. So there's two ways you can look at it there. I'd say 80% of the time people are stuck in their ways, but there are always those great employees that have just been beat up, or they've been kind of squelched, or they've been pushed down, and you buying the business and giving them opportunity for change is just what they need to really blossom and grow. Realize that if you're buying a business that's existing and it's been doing poorly and it's been losing money, realize that you've got to do something for the business to change. You coming in, just changing the name of the business, spitting on the ground, doesn't make the business somehow better. Doesn't make it more successful. You've got to actually have a plan to change something in the business. And if it's failing, you better know exactly what you're going to change. The first thing you're going to look at, the first two things that usually change the business the most, is the marketing and the hiring. Marketing and the hiring. And when I say hiring, I mean culture and the team in general. Those two things are usually the two levers you're going to look at first to get the fastest, biggest changes to quickly happen inside of a business. Those are usually going to be the things that you need to revamp to breathe new life into the business, because you need to breathe new life with customers, marketing. You need to breathe new customers, new life into the business, and new people, i.e. hires, into the business. That's what gives it new life. New customers, new employees, and you do that by changing the marketing and the hiring. All right, so when you're buying a business that is doing poorly and is losing money, remember, you got to focus on negotiation power, and when they give you a crazy offer, ask for the valuation, get it broken up, and then use that against them, because you might only really want one part of it. Because when I bought a business that was doing poorly, it was a competitor, and they came to me and they went on the down low, they weren't doing very well. I was able to buy the part that I wanted at a far discount than all the other junk they had in the valuation. They had all their trucks and equipment and all this other stuff. I didn't want that. I just wanted the contact list. I just wanted the email and the phone number and the addresses of all their contacts. That's the value that I saw. And so when I saw them split everything up and they allocated a certain amount of value to what I really wanted, I said, great, I'll buy this. You go sell all that equipment and all the rest of it on Craigslist. And they said, oh no, that's too low of a price. Okay, I said, all right, well, I'll buy the phone number, I'll buy the email, and I brought my price up a little bit by using that negotiation tactic. So again, if someone's selling you a business that's doing poorly, they probably don't have a broker. They're probably doing this on the down low on Craigslist. Look at all the places we've been talking about, a retiree, etc. And so they're not going to have a broker. And so when you ask them to substantiate with a valuation why they price it at $500,000, they're going to break it up for you, and they're probably going to make the mistake of giving you one part of it that you actually are looking for, and you can actually use that as a negotiation tactic to start with the price negotiation. So keep that in mind. Realize that if it's losing money, if the business is losing money, it is a liability. Therefore, it's only worth its assets at like a garage sale. If you had to sell everything at the business, the inventory, the assets are we'll talk about this in the balance sheet part, but look at their inventory, their accounts receivable, and then the equipment, the tools, the things that are actually tangible. Those are the assets. It's really worth just that. There's no goodwill or brand or anything, because it's losing money. All of that good, fine, shiny stuff that they're trying to sell you on is losing money. Use that as a negotiation tactic to buy a company in distress. We've talked about some of the reasons why a potential business owner might be selling their business. Here's a couple others that we won't go into a lot of detail on, but I want to touch on. And just keep in mind that the factors that it might affect a potential business owner to sell to you or want to sell their business, there's a lot of times a conglomeration or like a combination of a few things that kind of come together. Like we talked about retirement. Like that's a huge life event. Sometimes people are moving, they are changing houses, they no longer have kids in the house, things like that all impact where they're at in life. And so in general, when you're trying to buy from somebody, and we're going to talk about negotiation a little bit more, but in general, you need to know where they're at in their life and why they're selling the business. The same way that we talk so much about why you are getting into business, you need to understand why they are getting out of business. Knowing that is going to be huge leverage when it comes to negotiation. There might be an illness in their family, or they themselves have an illness that causes them to get out of the company because of the physical stress that the job might incur. So perhaps they're in construction and physically their body can't take it, or they actually do get sick. They get cancer, or they get some disease that's horrible. A spouse, a family member, and they have to get rid of the business because of time commitments, physical restraints on their body. And so that's another thing that can cause them to sell. Another thing is just partnership or family disputes. So we've talked about partnerships, and we'll talk about them more when we talk about the legal structure of a business. But if a partnership or family-owned businesses start to have inner workings of tension, definitely a reason why they might sell. Because if a partnership can't agree on something and they both own a split amount of stock, basically, usually the way for that to be resolved is to sell the business. Same thing with inside of a family. If a family owns a company, or if a spouse, a husband and wife own a business, and they begin to have a divorce, again, massive reason why the business might sell and an opportunity for you to buy. So any sort of disputes in the owners and the partners of the business, a lot of times has to be around divorce. Unfortunately, because in divorce courts, if they owned the business 50-50, usually it means that the business needs to be split. And a lot of times that means sell the business and then split what they make on the sale. And you can get that a lot of times cheaper because they are incentivized to get rid of the business because neither of them want to take it on full time, and they can't afford paying out the other owner, the other equity owner, their spouse in that case. Another reason we've talked about already is a failing business. So if it's unprofitable and just a failure of a business, we've talked about that one. Another reason why someone might sell. Burnout is another reason why an entrepreneur or business owner might sell their business. Keep in mind, if you're buying a business that the entrepreneur and the business owner is burned out, you realize that you're probably going to need to change something in that business in order for it to not burn you out. And so keep that in mind. Any business that is struggling, when you buy into it, realize that you're going to have to make changes. It's not like you just come in and everything's different. But burnout is definitely a massive reason why people sell. Again, willing to sell it at a steep discount because they need to get rid of it because mentally they can't take the stress anymore. And that's a very common thing. And so look in your industry, see what times of year are the times when people burn out the most. If you're a retailer, and if you're in the retail industry, around Christmas might be the time people just absolutely can't take it anymore. They can't take the long hours. They can't take all of the merchandising and all the rest of it. If you're in certain labor industries and seasonal work towards the end of the heat, in like August, September, a lot of people are burning out as business owners. It's been a really long season. It's been hot. It's outside, and they're just burnt out. They're just tired of it. Again, another opportunity for you, but being sensitive to why someone's selling is going to get you the best way to negotiate when it comes to the sale. Another reason why someone might sell their business is lack of capital for growth potential. So they might be able to grow and have a lot of potential to grow based upon the market prospects and their product offering and their market, all of that. But if they don't have the capital to do so, and they don't want to go out and get a loan, or they can't get a loan, or they can't get investors, or they don't have enough retained earnings to tap into that potential. They might just decide, hey, you know what, I'm gonna sell this to someone who has the money and can take it to the next level, and that's a big reason why people sell as well. So keep all of those in mind. Make sure you know why the seller is selling, just the same way that you as the buyer need to know why you're buying. So when it comes to buying the business, the valuation, or the really seeing what you're gonna pay for the business, is really important. And there's a lot of factors that go into this. Who you talk to, whether the buyer, the seller, brokers, is all gonna be very different. Small businesses are not like the stock market where you have a very defined price per share and a valuation that's constantly being monitored. It's very much in flux, and what someone's listing price is could be doubled, could be halved, and literally not change a whole lot. So it's very, very subjective. So a few things that we want to go over. As the business gets bigger, it does reduce subjectivity as it's more concrete with its financials and it has things more established. But small businesses, like under $1 million in revenue, it's very hard to create like a very specific value and be like, that is the market value. There's so many different factors. So let's go over a few of those and you can determine, see which ones are weighted more heavily. So the first 3 things we want to go over are quantitative. So these are things that quantitative, a lot of T's in there, mercy. These are things that can be measured. These are things that can be, a number can be put up against them. And obviously, non-quantitative. So let's do non-quant. So these are the different factors that are going to come into play when you start determining a valuation on a small business. The first of the quantitative is asset-based valuation. So underneath this, we got assets. So an asset-based valuation, what you're gonna do is you're gonna take a balance sheet, and we're gonna talk about that later on, that shows the assets and liabilities of the company, and you're going to assess the value of that business and the valuation that you're willing to pay based upon its assets. Now, if you are buying a business that is struggling, this is a lot of times the quantitative valuation method that you're going to use, and as the asset-based valuation, because really you're just buying it for its assets, and you're going to probably buy it for only its tangible assets, not its non-tangible assets. So we'll talk more about that on the balance sheet later on. But if you're buying a really bad business, a business that's losing money, usually you're going to use an asset-based valuation approach in order to just buy its fixed assets. The assets that are real and tangible, the buildings, the equipment, the inventory, the accounts receivable, that's what you're going to buy. All right, the next thing is a market-based valuation. And again, this is also just looking at, okay, well, really kind of like almost if you look at the market for the housing market. You could look at comparative businesses that have sold. You look at comparative industries. You look at comparative in your local market, like what have other businesses sold for. Very hard in a lot of times for small businesses because you don't have a market for your type of business. Because in your location, maybe 1 or 2 of them have sold in the past 2 or 3 years in your industry and on the market where it's actually being recorded and you can prove and see the valuations and all that. So market-based is gonna be dependent too on like what is the going rate? What are people willing to pay? That's a lot of times a hard thing to establish with small businesses. With market-based valuations, for example, with the tech industry, we pay hundreds of price to earnings ratio on the stock market, and that's kind of like the going rate. That's the market-based quantitative valuation that we put on their valuation. Whereas, Walmart is maybe 25 times their price to earnings ratio, and it's because they're not a tech company. And so the market says, hey, tech can have this higher valuation based upon earnings, and the market is telling, hey, retailers and grocery stores, like we don't say that your valuation is worth 150 times. We say it's worth 25 times, for example, price to earnings ratios. So the market is also a quantitative way of looking at it. Very difficult for small businesses because you're going to be trying to compare previous sales that have been on the market, and those are sometimes few and far between depending on which industry you're in. All right, the next one is a cash flow based valuation. And this is the same way that someone would look at real estate in terms of a cap rate for real estate, where they're looking at like, oh, it's a 5 cap or that's a 10 cap in terms of what is your return on cash? Like how much money are you making every single month? And then giving it some sort of a multiplier. So for example, if your cash flow is $50,000 a year, some people would say, okay, well you're only going to pay assets plus 3 times annual cash flow, and you shouldn't pay more than that. And that's a valuation method, is using assets combined with a quantitative aspect of cash flow. All right, so if you're saying, well, I'm willing to do 3 times what you do in cash flow plus your assets, that's very common for small businesses. It's a great way to start. But you got to remember there's a whole bunch of other non-quantitative factors. So we'll get into some of those now. We've already talked a lot of those, because a big non-quantitative factor that comes into the valuation is kind of like, how desperate are the current owners needing to sell the business? So we talked about, health and retirement, all the things that can come into play that affects how urgent it is that they sell. So there's a whole bunch of non-quantitative things. Let's go through a few of those now. First of all, it's the market. So the non-quantitative things, the market. Like, can the market sustain you as a competitor and all the other businesses in your market? So like if your market is small, you might not be able to start or buy another business that is 5 bakeries in a little town of 500 people. The market is non-quantitative, because we can't measure necessarily whether or not we need another bakery. That's hard to measure, but it's definitely something you need to keep in mind is, will the market sustain me along with all the other competing offers in my industry, or for the products and services that I offer? Will it actually sustain me? The next thing is competition. It's a non-quantitative. I don't see in the P&L what the competition is doing, but you should definitely be looking at that when it comes to the valuation. Because if you're going into a crowded marketplace, realize that there's going to be downward pressure on your profit margins. Realize you're going to be competing for labor. Realize that you're going to be competing for a lot of different things. So look at your competition, seeing if there's new competition moving into the market that you're trying to go after. Like if you are in a market and there's a Walmart moving in, might be a good thing to keep that in mind when you're buying a business. That might be a big reason why the current owner is trying to sell the business. So a non-quantitative thing is like, look at the competition, see if there's new competition coming in, see if old competition is moving out. Like when a Walmart leaves a town, some people say it turns into a ghost town, but there's also opportunities there. So look at the competition when it comes to the valuation as well. Look at future community development. This is a big one in small rural cities. Is like, if you're in the suburbs, you can really need to look at what is the zoning of your store, and the zoning, where is the community growing, which direction, are they moving residential or commercial, or are there industrial pockets? These are all zoning requirements and zoning changes that can really, really impact your business, because if they decide to make a big industrial zoning next to your retail, that is going to reduce the amount of foot traffic and people driving by. Or if they decide to build a bridge or an overpass over your building, like that's going to reduce the value of it. So keeping in mind a non-quantitative things like, where's the community growing? What's the future development of this small community actually look like? Where's the growth going? That's very important. Is on the negative, like we just talked about, being in a bad zoning situation in the future, but on the positive as well. For example, if you are a little small gym and they bring in new zoning for a whole bunch of residential high-end apartments, there's a really good chance you're going to get a lot of members coming to your gym that are within walking distance and great clientele in your market. So great opportunities and downfalls in these non-quantitative factors of your valuation. Looking at legal commitments is also another thing you need to keep in mind when you're talking about the valuation. And legal commitments can be like really, really intense, like there's liens on the property, or there is if there's been some sort of lawsuit or legal dispute, some massive issue with like a partnership that went bad and the LLC that you're buying is messed up still, like that could be an issue. But also smaller things, like you could have legal commitments like a mortgage, right? Like you're buying all these assets, but if there's a mortgage on them and you're inheriting the mortgage, you have a legal commitment to pay the mortgage off now. So keeping in mind what the legal commitments are of the business that you're buying is important when it comes to what you're gonna value the business at. Because if you have $1 million worth of assets, but you have $800,000 worth of a mortgage and loans and debts, well, you're not gonna pay $1 million for it. You're gonna pay $200,000 in terms of what those assets are actually worth. So keep that in mind, what your legal obligations and contracts are when you buy the business. Another thing is buildings. If you're buying warehouses or retail, or you're buying shop space or office, whatever it might be, keeping in mind if that's coming as an asset and being factored into the valuation, what is the quality, non-quantitative? Well, now we're talking about qualitative, which is what's the quality of those buildings? Are you gonna have to put in $50,000 just to get it to be inhabitable? Is it falling apart? Is there code restrictions and permits that weren't pooled on the construction, and it's going to open you up for liability? These are all things to take into account when it comes to the buildings of the property of the business that you're buying. One more thing, and that's product prices. So when you look at your competition, you look at your market, you look at all these different things that are non-quantitative, look at your pricing and the pricing of the business that you're buying and ask yourself, is this sustainable? Is there downward pressure on prices? And is this something that is going to put me at a advantage or a disadvantage? Am I able to charge a higher price because there's some sort of technology that's been built in this business, a moat of some sort, that allows me to charge higher product prices? Or am I in a bad area of town or a bad side of the market where I actually have to have my product prices be lower simply due to the fact that I'm on the wrong side of town? So product pricing and where you're able to put that in accordance to your industry and your competition is important. And that's going to depend on like, where's your store at? How much do you pay for rent? All of these things that come into play are going to affect your product pricing and make you either more or less competitive. Ideally, you want to be able to really have everything else ducks in a row so that you can be really competitive on your product pricing. If that's not the case, you got to ask yourself, is this sustainable? And the business that I'm buying, can I appropriate this value on this business if it's actually at a risk of being overvalued in the mind of the customer and their products and services being overpriced? Therefore, I might lose market share, or I have to lower the prices, therefore affecting all the other things that I've taken into account, like cash flow and the asset value and what the market is willing to pay. So keep in mind what the pricing is when you're buying the business, and ask yourself, is this sustainable? Can this be brought down and made more competitive? Is there inefficiencies that I can improve? These are all parts of non-quantitative factors that go into valuing the business. All right, so when it comes to acquiring and buying an existing business, negotiation and actually closing the deal is an important part of it. So we've talked a little bit about this, but I want to just kind of nail down a few extra points that I have picked up as we bought several companies. So few things. So first of all, for small deals or private deals, get a valuation. So we've talked about all of the different aspects of evaluation, what can go into that, and all the tangible, non-tangible type of things that can go into the valuation. Get a valuation. And it doesn't have to be from a broker or from a business valuator. If you're doing a small private deal off of Craigslist, or you know this person in a personal relationship type of manner, and you know it's a fireside kind of deal, like they're not trying to mark this up or anything like that, you don't necessarily need to go get a valuator or to get a broker involved to get this valuation to you. Just ask the person that's offering it, like, okay, how did you come up with that price? Like, where's the breakdown? Just ask for that. You have so much leverage when you have this compared to when you don't. Because when you have it, you can then see if there's certain parts that you want to just eliminate from the buying equation, right? Like if you don't want certain elements that they have put into the valuation, you say, okay, great. If you have a $500,000 business, 0, 250, $500,000, and they're asking $500,000, but as part of this part they are saying, okay, this is for our website, Okay, this is for our phone number that's established. This is for our client database and contacts. This is for our inventory. This is for our store, the actual physical store that we've built out. So the improvements, the store improvements. Here, this is our accounts receivable. So money that people owe us. And then this last part we're gonna do as brand and employees. All right, so this is maybe something like you might get from a potential seller if you ask them, hey, give me a valuation. Now, if they've done this through a broker deal, this is already going to be done and it's going to be much more professional and you're going to be paying a premium for these things. But if it's a private deal, they're just going to come up with like, hey, I want $500,000. That's all they're going to like really come up with. Then you're going to ask them for a valuation and they're going to go home and like, oh, okay, I should actually like think about this. And so they'll put all these numbers together. Then what you can do is like, okay, that's great. All right, I want the accounts receivable, because that's basically money that people owe us. Great, I'm willing to pay for that because the money owes us. Or you can say, you know what? I don't want to pay for that because why would I pay for it if then I have to go collect it afterwards? You know, maybe, you know what, just forget about that. You, as the previous buyer, seller, you go figure out your accounts receivable. You go collect the debts that are owed to you. I'm not even gonna worry about that. I'm not gonna hire any of your employees. I'm gonna change the name of the business. I don't want your accounts receivable. I don't even want your store or your inventory. All I want is your client data, your phone number, and your website. And when you actually break out the numbers, maybe you're now looking at maybe like $150,000 for these things. Now, a lot of times the seller will like, oh no, I can't give you all that stuff for 150 grand. We say, well, no, don't worry about it. You can go sell your inventory. You got to walk them through this stuff a lot of times. If it's a private deal, you can go sell your inventory, get that money. You know, the lease, that's up to you to figure it out with the landlord, or if you're on rent, whatever you're doing. Sorry, it's kind of a sunk cost. I do not want the rent in this scenario. And hey, you can go collect on the accounts receivable. Go ahead and go get the money. Like the accounts receivable and the inventory, the potential seller can still go get that money. And then you say, you know what, I'm changing the brand here and I'm changing the employees, so there's really no value to me on that. And then they have to make the decision, do they want to sell it for $150,000, the client data, the phone number, and the website, that you feel that's where the value that you want is at, and then you're able to get really the intangibles of a $500,000 business for $150,000. So again, this is a way to use a valuation to really pick apart and get the price down to what you actually want to pay for the things you actually see value in. Because maybe you don't like the employees or the brand, so it's like, well, that's not really of any value to me. And you're not going to stay in the existing store, so you don't want the inventory or the store improvement. You don't want to pay for that, or the accounts receivable. Like, hey, you go figure out the accounts receivable. You didn't collect on it, so you go get it now. And if it's so easy to get, and if you try to sell me $90,000 of accounts receivable for $90,000, well, then you go get the $90,000 yourself. And that will bring the valuation down, the price, I should say, down to be a little bit more palatable for you and a better deal. So this is a really great strategy for small deals, private deals, Craigslist deals, people that are trying to get out fast, they don't have a broker involved, and they just literally come up with this random number and then you ask for a valuation to get the breakdown. This is a great method. I've used it in all of my negotiations for buying businesses. All right, a couple other things when it comes to negotiation and for closing is realize that payment terms are really flexible when it comes to businesses. A lot of people think about payment terms similar to the real estate market, and that's just not the case. With the real estate market, a lot of things are regulated a lot more, especially if you have banks involved. Let me just clarify that. When you get banks involved, that's when it really becomes, the payment terms become so much more of an issue. But even still, even with a bank loan involved, when it comes to business, there are a lot of flexibility when it comes to terms. So you really got to ask yourself two things. What's best for you and what's best for the owner, the current existing owner that now is going to be the seller. So first off, what's right for you? If you think you're going to need a substantial amount of cash after you buy the business, it's in your best interest to put as little money down as possible and come out on the other side of the acquisition with as much cash as possible. So if you're going to buy this business and you realize that you're going to need $50,000, right after the acquisition just to get the business revamped, fix the issues, get it from being unprofitable to becoming profitable, invest back into development of the product or service, invest back in hiring, whatever it might be. But if you know you're gonna need that cash, you wanna make sure that you don't have payment terms where you're putting so much money down on the deal to where now, all of a sudden, you don't have any cash on the other side and the business continues to fail. Even though you got it for a great price, it continues to fail because you didn't have the cash on hand to go fix the problems that were needed to be changed. So when it comes to payment terms, think about your cash position first. So what I mean by that is when I bought one of my businesses, basically what I did, I wanted to make sure I had enough cash that when I came out of the deal, I was cash flowing positive from day one. The business was doing well, but more importantly, I wanted to make sure I had no cash in the deal. So what I did is I gave a full price offer on this business, but I wanted $50,000 in cash given to me at closing. What that $50,000 did is paid for my 10% down. All right, so I paid $500,000 for a business, and I paid full price. All right, that's crazy. But at closing, the closing part, I got $50,000. Now that $50,000 I used on my 10% down, and so basically I got into the deal for no money because at closing, the seller gave me $50,000 cash. I then took that $50,000 cash, and that was my down payment on my loan, which was $500,000. 10% of that was the 50 grand I needed. So basically, I was able to get in the deal for no money, really. No cash was really risked by me at that point, right? I knew though that I would need about $30,000 or $40,000 to get the business back to where it needed to be, making improvements, making changes, etc. But again, keep that in mind from your perspective of what payment terms can be. Also keep in mind that payment terms for the potential seller are also going to be important because it's going to depend again on what their motives are for selling. If they're trying to retire, they might not want all of the money up front. They might want to do a seller finance deal instead of you going to the bank because they would rather get $50,000 over the course of 10 years. So they get 50K, 50K, 50K over the course of 10 years. They might prefer that, for 10 years instead of getting $400,000 in one lump sum that is going to be taxed at 40%, and now all of a sudden they're paying a massive amount of money in taxes that first year, and they lose a bunch of money. They might be like, hey, we'd rather have the residual income every single year at a lower amount. That's a great thing for you possibly because you might not have to go to a bank if they're going to do a seller financing deal. But again, keeping in mind what the motive of the current owner, the seller is, and what's going to be best for them when it comes to financing, and don't just assume they just want more money up front. There is a good possibility that they don't want to have a big tax liability by having a big chunk of money right away. They might want it spread out, or they might want some other way of putting in the acquisition, the way that the payment terms are set up, you can have a certain percentage of it being, say, goodwill, and then you can have another percentage of the sale being actually the assets. And the reason that's important is for the way that you are going to be able to write off certain things. So goodwill, you're not going to have to pay sales tax on this traditionally, but assets you can basically depreciate them. Don't be worried by those terms. We're going to talk about all of that down the road. But assets can get depreciated for you over time, whereas goodwill you can't depreciate it. But this is the thing that you're going to pay, assets, you're going to have a depreciation, but you also have to pay sales tax, right? So check your local institution in your local state, but traditionally on assets in an acquisition, you're going to pay you're able to depreciate it. That's good for taxes, but you're also going to have to pay sales tax on it, okay? So when I bought this business for $50,000, the purchase price was $50,000, but in the agreement, in the payment terms, the goodwill was, let me use a different color here. Goodwill was $450,000, and I made that the assets were only $50,000. That's what made up the $500,000. of the purchase price. But the reason I did this is because I did not want to pay sales tax on, you know, $250,000 or $300,000. I wanted to minimize my upfront cash position. Now, if I was more in the position of, hey, I have plenty of cash, I want to put in the payment terms that most of the acquisition price is in assets, the long term would be better for me because of depreciation. But when I bought this deal, I wanted to basically have no cash in the deal. And so to do that, I reduced the assets in the purchase price. So these are all things that come into payment terms. All very flexible, whether or not you want cash in the deal, whether or not the seller wants upfront one lump sum just done with it, or if they're willing to do some sort of a payment terms and they want to avoid the year one tax liability of having a huge amount of income that would put them into a total different tax bracket. Like if they're at 25% tax bracket, because they've been doing a good job with their business and just managing everything. But if you give them $400,000 and all of a sudden they make $350,000 in a year and they know that's going to push them up into a 40% tax bracket, they might be okay with doing some sort of a payment plan. So keep that in mind. Payment terms are very flexible when it comes to business acquisitions. All right, much more flexible than the banks would have you think, especially in real estate where you can't do certain concessions and money moving from the seller to the buyer at closing. Like you can't have cash, you can't have that positive cash flow at closing on a real estate deal. Like there's certain laws and regulations. So all of that aside, let's keep moving along. So for a brokered deal, this is a deal where you're gonna have like an agent, they have everything tip-top shape. We've talked about the differences. This person is much more of a sophisticated seller. For these ones, make sure that you do not use the attorney of the seller as the only closing agent. All right, so when you get an agent involved or a broker involved, and this deal is now kind of on the market and it's very, very sophisticated, and there's an attorney involved, don't just go to them like, yeah, I'm a buyer, and they're like, great, we'll just use our attorney as the selling agent. Don't do that. Do not do that, regardless of how much you trust them. Get your own attorney. All right, do not let the seller's attorney, it's their fiduciary responsibility to act in the best interest of their client, which is the seller. Don't have them be the closing agent only. Bring your own attorney in. And again, this is the reason why broker deals usually cost more to close on, because you're getting attorneys involved traditionally, a lot more paperwork, there's valuations, there's percentages that are going to these brokers and these attorneys in the sale. So again, not a bad thing. I have bought this deal that I was talking about, the $500,000 one, that was a brokered deal. However, I got my own attorney involved on the closing, did not let it just, even though I knew the person somewhat and trusted them, get your attorney involved. Do not let the attorney of the seller be the selling agent. Last tip, when you're closing on a new business, or a business that you're buying, I should say, make sure that you get new tax ID numbers. All right, so this is going to be your EIN, your employment identification number. That's going to be through the IRS, and this is where you're going to be tracking like all of your payroll, stuff like that. And then also you're going to have state, so you got federal and state tax ID numbers. So traditionally with your state, you're looking at something like a UBI number. We're going to talk about all of this in the future, so don't worry about it. And then this is going to be with your state. This here, EIN, is going to be with the IRS, and that's going to be with the Fed. All right, so the federal. So federal and state taxes you need to have a new ID number. The reason for that is because it reduces your liability if the person you're buying the business from had issues in the past. So if they fired someone incorrectly, if they had fraud, like some sort of tax evasion from the IRS or from their local and state governments, you better make sure that you change these numbers, move all of the payroll over to the new EIN, employee identification number, move it all over. It's worth the hassle. Do not just pick up with their UBI, their EIN, just keep rolling. Do whatever you can to change these numbers so that way you reduce your liability of what they did in the past coming back to bite you. All right, so now we're going to talk about you starting a new business and creating a minimum viable product. All right, so it's MVP, minimum viable product. And this is what I would recommend you do, regardless if you don't have a product or not. If you have a service, what's the least amount of money you can spend with the least amount of time you can spend to create something that you can sell to the marketplace and start testing and seeing if it works and gaining traction in the market. So I'm gonna give you an example. If I was going to start a landscaping company and my goal was to do massive hardscaping jobs and patios and walls and waterscapes and fountains and ponds and all the rest of it, that was my goal. I would recommend that business owner, unless you had a bunch of money to just burn, I would recommend that landscaping company, instead of doing hardscaping, which is going to take a whole lot of equipment, excavators, track loaders, big trucks, and all the rest of it, I would put them through their MVP. What's their MVP? Minimum viable product. Like, can you do mulch or tree trimming or even just leaf cleanups, and basically do something on a smaller scale that will generate revenue, that you can get clients, gain market share, get traction, get employees, get some trucks, and then grow towards what maybe you're really passionate about or what you love to do, or that you feel is going to be the most profitable. For a tech company, this is where MVP comes in, is talked about the most, is maybe perhaps your desires, you basically want to compete with someone like, let's say Airbnb. All right, so you got Airbnb, that's what you're trying to build, something very similar, basically trying to compete with them. Now, a minimum viable product is going to be like, okay, we don't need to attack the entire country. Let's just try to do it in our small local town. Let's go out, let's get local class, let's get one by one the people who are going to offer the rooms or apartments, and let's just do a very local strategy where we're going to go after one city. All right, and we're not going to try to go after the entire country right away. We're trying to create a minimum viable product to prove that it works, gain traction, gain revenue, and start building towards what you really want to do. Now, the problem is most people don't get into business because instead of going for a minimum viable product, they constantly spend their time trying to get to the place they want to be at, perfecting it, getting it perfect, spending money and time and energy on creating this, when they start spending all this time and money and all that, and then they come to realize, oh, like, we didn't do something fundamentally correct in the business. We didn't create an app. We did it all on desktop. Oh, well, guess Airbnb, we're gonna have to redo the whole thing. We're gonna have to scratch it and figure out a way to do it now on mobile. Like, when if they would have just focused on their local strategy, they would have figured out that mobile was a very important piece of their business before building a massive infrastructure, having tons of employees, having lots of overhead. Don't have to do that. Same thing with the hardscaping company. If they would just go out today and go get some bags of mulch in their van, even, or their car, and go spread it, like, they could easily get started. Or like do some leaf cleanup. You just need a bin, a rake, a blower maybe, and you're good to go. And you get started now. Save time and save money with your MVP, all right? The alternative route is to wait years or 2 years or 3 years to save a bunch of money, and then you go out and you gotta find the right type of excavator and skid loader and a dump truck and find the really skilled employees for it to create this hardscaping business, and then all of a sudden you get all of that and you realize, oh no, in my market, I can only do landscaping and hardscaping for 3 or 4 months out of the year because the rest of the time it's too wet or it's snowing. So now all of a sudden you put yourself at a massive loss of time and money trying to build something that no one really wants or isn't really viable. This is the big part here. Minimum viable product, all right? So you can't make it so minimum that no one wants it, all right? So it can't be like, oh, like, I'm just gonna go out and walk out there and do something. Well, what's the minimum viable? Like, what can you actually make profitable, scalable, and actually get started with some traction in the marketplace? Because that traction later on is the person you upsell into your bigger services. The person that you do mulch and tree trimming and leaf cleanup for is the person that you're gonna sell the hardscaping to down the road. The small local strategy where you're doing 1 or 2 apartments or something like that in your local market is going to be a piece of the strategy when you build out the large, massive Airbnb-like app, for example. All right, so always focus on minimum viable product. Most people don't get into business because they think, oh, I need $1 million, or I need all this money, and I need these connections, and I need these people. No, you can start with something smaller, scale it back. Like just scale it back in size, scale it back in the number of services or products. Instead of having 20 different styles of shirts and 40 different types of sweaters and 20 different types of socks and 10 different types of hats, why don't you just start off with one shirt that you really like the design of and create it with several different sizes? That's your minimum viable product. See if the brand takes off. Instead of spending money on designers and stock and inventory and a whole bunch of infrastructure to make out 50 different SKUs with 50 different types of sizes, and all of a sudden you're all this money in, all this time in, and you realize, oh, the brand needs tweaking and it needs some changing. You should just start with one t-shirt and then made all the changes before you went out and tried to scale it. So really focus on your minimum viable product, get in business as soon as possible by continually reducing what that minimum means and reducing how much time and money is required to create said viable product and get to market. You hear people talk about their get-to-market strategy. That timeline is cut back and the money required is cut back the more and more minimum your viable product can be. So scale it back, focus on getting started, getting traction in the marketplace with services and products that are easier to sell, that don't require a huge investment in either time, money, hiring, platforms, infrastructure. It's a waste of time, it's a waste of money. Make sure you have something that's viable before you go out and try to scale it and invest all this time, energy, and money into it. All right, so now we're going to talk about why your minimum viable product is so important, but I want you to see what demographic you're actually tapping into when we talk about your minimum viable product. Now, to explain this, we have to talk about early adopters and the curve of market share. So bear with me as I try to draw this on the whiteboard here, but we got this here, there, okay. Now, this is going to be the life cycle of kind of a business that starts like that, okay? So, down here on the bottom, we got different types of people that are going to interact with this business along its life cycle, okay? So, over here, the people who are going to buy it first, so this is time going along the x-axis here. And so as time goes on, this first group of people, the people down here, they're innovators, all right? Innovators. And they represent 2.5% of people. And that's people who buy stuff literally they just join because it's new. Right, so if we're talking about anything Apple, you can see this all the time. There was people that will just buy it because Apple made it. Innovators, that's what we call them. They literally just buy it because it's new. Then we got 13.5% of the population here, and these are the early adopters. And this represents 13.5% of the population. All right, so these are people, hey, they're not gonna buy it just because Apple just put it on the market, or even just announced it, for example. They're not gonna pre-order it, but they're gonna buy it pretty much right as soon as possible, right? They're going to join when they see a perceived benefit, all right? And this, is where the minimum viable product lives, because an early adopter joins when they see a perceived benefit. So what your goal is with the MVP, the minimum viable product, is to get the product to be viable enough to see, for the early adopters to be able to see the benefit of your product and service. If you don't get to tap into the early adopters and you make a product that's too minimum, you're only gonna tap into innovators who literally just try stuff out. This innovator group right here, this is when you think about companies that do crowdsourcing. The people who buy on those sites are innovators. They buy before it's even out. They buy a year before it's out, and they buy it just because it's new technology. They like it. It's new. They're innovators. They've never seen it. They don't even know what it's used for. They just buy it. They're the innovators. It's a tough market to build a whole business on. However, the business matures. All right, but again, the minimum viable product, the goal is to get into this category using your minimum viable product. All right, the next one starts getting exciting, and this is 34.5% of the population, and the name of these folks are early majority. Okay, sorry, it's just 34%. Make sure my math all lines up. 34% is the early majority. All right, now this is when companies really start to grow quickly. Okay, so early majority is here. And this is when we start really hearing about them. A lot of times you have IPOs, all of that good stuff. Big company getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Early majority is someone who's gonna buy the iPhone, but they're not gonna buy it, they're gonna kind of see. They're gonna see, like, you know, they see a couple people having it, they see a couple people using it, and then they go ahead and buy. All right, and this group of people, they join when there is a productivity gain. All right, so if I can write this on here, these people join because it's new. The early adopters, so the innovators join when something is just because new. Early adopters, they join because they see some sort of benefit. The early majority, they are going to join when they see some sort of productivity gain. And you can really see yourself in one of these categories. You kind of know, like, do you wait a while, or do you kind of wait for other people to have it around you? Or the next one is the late majority, okay? So this is here, we have the late majority. Now, big companies and the most market share is in this category, all right? So now I want to show you, once we finish this, what market share looks like over the course of this life cycle of the business. Now, some people think, oh, like the business is dying here. No, no, that means that you've got all of the market share once you've hit over here, right? So over here we only have 2.5, then we added 13.5 more, then we got 34%, then we got 34% more. So by the time you're here, it's not like the business is dying, it's your market share is all used up. All right, then the next 16% is what we call the laggards. All right, so 16%. These are the laggards, and the people in this other 50% of the curve here. These people only join when there is plenty of support, and when, like, you know, obviously they're a majority, but they're late. You know, they want to join when there's help and support already established. They don't want to join before there is a customer service line. They don't want to join before the majority of their friends have iOS and Apple devices, for example. That's the late majority. The laggards, these folks, they join because they have to join. This is the person that, you know, gets an iPhone because all of their friends have iPhones and they can't iMessage them, for example. Or some feature, they want to do AirDrop from Mac to, and they get a Mac computer, they have to get a iPhone now. These are the laggards, okay? So now what I want to show here, though, is what does the market share look like over the course of this time. So I'm going to erase a couple things here and show you over the course of this life cycle what a business's market share looks like. Here's what it looks like. It goes up like this, like this. So over here on this y-axis, we got market share as a percentage. Up here is 100%. Down here is 0%, all right? So what happens here is as a business starts, you're only appealing to 2.5% of the market. So you have a very, very small percentage of the market. Now, you get into this early adopter stage, you still haven't had massive amounts of market share, but you're starting to tap into a larger market, so your market share starts going up. Then this early majority phase, that's when there's lots and lots and lots of growth here. This area right in here, I should use a different marker. This area right here is many times the most profitable for the business, all right? Some would say even out to here. But basically once you have passed early majority and you're not trying to fix all the mistakes in the product or service, and you're starting to get the late majority who is now buying simply because they see that it's established, there's help, there's support, that's when you start becoming very profitable, is up above where now you're appealing to a vast majority of the market. Okay, so Tesla, you got diehards Tesla who bought it years and years and years ago. Then you got people who saw, hey, there's a benefit to it because of electricity, because of no emissions, because it looks really cool. Then you saw people with early majority productivity gain, like, oh wow, this autopilot thing for driving is pretty cool. I don't have to touch the hands on the wheel. Like, that's a productivity gain. They bought in. Early majority is like entrepreneurs, business people. They really like that. Then you got the late majority, the people who liked all those things, but they're gonna wait until everything's established. Then you got the laggards who have to join, who now gas stations start disappearing, or electric is the only way to do vehicles, and they have to join. Look, there's no more gas stations. I gotta join. Only electric cars, right? So this is something to keep in mind, because you got to figure out where you're at in this continuum of market share based upon where the life cycle of your business is. If you're just getting started, you're going to be looking for innovators. Do not try to advertise yourself as in this category. Do not try to advertise to these people. If you're trying to create a brand new product or service no one's ever seen before, you're going after this market. As the business grows, you'll get this market. As the business continues to grow, you'll get this market. Do not try to start a business that's brand spanking new and come over here and try to advertise to the late majority that's looking for help and support if you don't have it established. All right, so the goal here is always to get as far to the right as possible. Your profit margins increase as you come to the right. Over here, you're going to be investing a lot in research and development and refining the product and service, making it better, improving it, finding glitches, and a lot of times buying an existing business or a franchise kind of accelerates you through the first couple stages of this to get into this stage, because you kind of have already figured out a lot of systems and things to get past the early adopters and really market to a wider demographic. But that being said, if you're just starting out, realize you're gonna need innovators. And you might say, well, it's not necessarily a new technology that I'm building. I'm just doing house cleaning. But your first 5 customers, they're kind of innovators because they're taking a risk on you. You don't have all of the help and support. You don't have a bunch of people in the office. You don't have the part of having a big crew where there's gonna be a productivity gain. Like, there's things that you don't have. And so you've got to realize that they're taking a risk on you because they can't go out and validate you on Yelp and on Google and see your reviews, which this is the late majority. They want to see those things. But that's the goal, is to get to this stage, because that's where you're going to actually begin to be really profitable and get market shares when you have that validity of having all of those online reviews and customer recommendations and testimonials. But don't go here if you're starting out and you don't have all the support, the help, the online presence, all of that that's going to get this late majority. Focus on those people that are willing to take a risk on that new business in town, that new entrepreneur, that young person that's just trying to get started. You'll get them, then you'll get the early adopters who see the benefit of having you as a new business owner, because they get the owner on site, or they get a new set of eyes, or they get a new benefit of the way you do service. Remember, be an uncommon business in a common industry. That is a benefit. If you can do certain things, if you have a higher level of service, if you have a higher level of quality, these are all benefits that would then get the early adopters in. That's when you start getting traction. That's when you start getting online reviews. That's when you start getting in this early majority who is now hearing from the early adopters on the golf course about that cleaning service, and they start joining in too. Now you get some real momentum. You start getting the online reviews. You start getting a lot of people knowing who you are, brand recognition. Late majority taps in, and eventually you're so well known in the neighborhood and in their circle of friends that you just have to join because you're the go-to person for cleaning. All right, so this is used a lot in technology, but can also be used for small business in any service industry or any sort of common business industry. Same thing applies. Do not try to market to these people if you really need to be over here, focusing on the start of your business, innovators, and these innovators, we think about technology again, but innovators can just be people who are new, who are willing to take a chance on a new product and service. And that's you, regardless of whether or not you have something high tech. So make sure your minimum viable product can at least get you into this stage, because if you just die over here, you have such a small amount of the market. It's something that's so niche, so incredibly high tech that only few people use it. You never get to any sort of market share. You never get any sort of profitability. Make sure your MVP can at least get you into this stage here where the early adopters start getting attracted to you. All right, so there's something I want to talk about now that I call the financial runway. And yeah, it's like a runway, like a plane taking off. And there is going to be a certain amount of time usually in your business where you do not become profitable, you don't come off the ground for a while. And that space of time, you need some extra gas. You need to burn a lot of fuel to get the speed required to actually take off, and the business starts to take off and you become profitable. And so you need to prepare for that. So in this case, fuel is the money, financial required resources to get the business, the plane, to the speed necessary to take off. All right. So what I mean by that is you might start your business here and the plane takes off, right? All very good. But there's a space of time here, this time right here, that you are burning a lot of fuel, i.e. money, and yet you aren't profitable. And this is the runway, okay? And what I would recommend you do is make sure you have enough fuel to get off the ground, okay? You need to have enough money saved up. This is kind of like your safety net, your reserves, whatever you want to call it. The last thing you want to do is you run out of money, fuel, reserves for your business. If you run out of money here, you will have to abort. You have to abort the mission. You have to abort the takeoff, and you will have to close the business down because you will run out of cash. And that is simply due to the fact that you do not have enough money to get to here, where the business would then take off, all right, and leave terra firma. So the whole idea behind this is before you start a business, realize that there's going to be a runway of some sort. Have you saved up enough money to make sure you get through that time? This is especially important if you are providing for a family. Because it puts even more pressure on you. If you're getting here and running low on fuel, you will want to abort the mission. Even more so if you have pressure from dependents that you have to provide for. They need food and a roof over their head and all the rest of it. So you got to realize the business will not be profitable right away. You need to have enough fuel in the form of money to get off the runway. This point right here is what I like to call the break-even analysis. How much fuel am I going to need to expend to get the business off the ground, profitable and sustainable? You know, you could really break this down. Enough wind underneath the wings to elevate the plane. You know, when can you get enough speed to where the business starts to take off and the revenues that you're making is now becoming profitable? But that amount of time here, so many businesses fail here because they simply do not have enough reserves in the tank to get them to the break-even point. That's what we're going to be talking about next. All right, so now we're going to talk about the break-even analysis and how you can determine how much fuel you'll need in your plane for that runway before your business actually takes off, and that inflection point. That's when the business begins to generate profit and be sustainable. All right, so how you're going to do this is projections. And we're going to talk about projections in just a little while, but when it comes to determining your break-even point, there's a couple ways to look at it. So we're going to look at hypothetical business month number 1, month number 2, month number 3, and month number 4. All right, then what we're going to do is we're going to have revenue, then we're going to have expenses, and then we're going to have profit. All right, so first things first, month number 1, we start our business, and we're going to make a whopping $6,000. Month number 2 goes by, we grow the business a little bit, now we're going to do $8,000. Month number 3 comes along. We're doing better now. We're gonna get it all the way up to $15,000 or $16,000. Month number 4 rolls around. Our revenue now increases to $24,000. okay? These are the revenue, okay? Now we're gonna do expenses. Let's say in this first month, we're just starting the business and we have to buy equipment, we have to buy some things to get the business started. Like, it's a lot of expenses. We're gonna spend $30,000. Then in month number 2, we're still buying some new stuff, getting the business started, but we don't have a bunch of upfront expenses and maybe a truck or something like that. So now the expenses for this month were $16,000, okay? Month number 3, we are still growing the business, but we got some growth now. We're trying to make a little more money, but we don't have a whole bunch of upfront expenses, but we're still trying to maybe spend money on advertising to get the good growth that we're achieving here. So we still spend $14,000. Month number 4 now, we're starting to be more established. Business is growing. We're not having to spend as much in marketing because now we're getting some lead flow, for example, and we spend $12,000. In expenses, all right? These total expenses from the business. Now, this is from a cash perspective. So when I spend $30,000 on a vehicle, I'm putting or I spend money on a vehicle, I'm not amortizing this amount at all. I'm looking from a cash basis, like money in the bank, all right? So profit now, on month number 1, profit is going to be negative $24,000. Profit for month number 2 is gonna be negative $8,000. Month number 3, profit is going to be $2,000. Finally became profitable. And month number 4 is going to be over here, and we make $12,000. Okay, so where was the break-even point? It's pretty straightforward here. That is when we take off and we become profitable. So right here is the break-even point, okay? That is the moment, the inflection point when we take off. Now, that does not necessarily help us determine how much money we need to get to that point. Now, how do we determine that? Well, first of all, we got to determine right here. We're going to need we're burning. This is the burn on the runway. How much money we're burning, and now we're going up, increasing in our profits. So we're going to add these negative numbers here and realize we're going to need at least $32,000. 24 plus 8, we need $32,000 for startup capital. Now, this does not include working capital, all right? So this $32,000 is the minimum amount. Like, we would be, right before we hit takeoff, we'd be like literally running out of gas. So I don't recommend that you would start this business with $32,000, but you're gonna burn $32,000. So I'd recommend on top of that you have some working capital. We'll talk about that more in the future. But you are going to burn $32,000. And really, I don't like using startup capital as the figure there. I'd rather call this your burn. Just call it your burn. We'll talk about burn rate in the future, the rate at which you're burning this money. But for now, you're gonna literally burn $32,000 just to get this business off the ground, okay? So you're going to need more than that to start the business. You need working capital on top of this, because you can't run the business all the way to zero, to where right at inflection point you're taking off. Like, it's too risky. You're probably gonna want at least $50,000 in this business before you go into month number 1, okay? So that is something that you can determine. This is your break-even point. The question is, that's when you get off the ground, but when do you actually get to the point when you're actually profitable over the course of time? So for example, let's say right now over here we got plus 14, right? You got plus 14 by month 4, or plus $14,000. Over here we're still at negative 32 in profit. So it's gonna take a few more months before you actually get to zero and over the course of the whole business become profitable. But that's not the most important point. The most important point is the time when you flip from being losing money to making money. Knowing that point is very important, because that is going to be what determines how much burn you need to have. Now, if you missed the last lecture, you need to go back, because this is the amount of money you will need to get your plane off the ground. All right? You're going to want to add working capital on top of that to make sure you don't run it close, and that when you hit the inflection point, when you hit the moment of taking off, that your gas meter is not completely at zero. All right. So in this scenario, I would want to add working capital, and let's say maybe that's $10,000 even. I would want at least $42,000 in my bank account before starting this business. So that's the number you need to know so that you, when you pull out of your airplane hangar, know that you're gonna get in the air. There's no question, there's no doubt. That's what you need to know. You need to know what you're gonna burn, how much working capital you're gonna have to make sure you give yourself a bit of a cushion, and that's the amount of money you need to get a loan for, you need to have saved up before you start your business adventures. We're going to get into financing and all the rest of it, but for now, you need to know what is your burn, how much money do you need to have for your runway in order to get to your break-even point. All right, so we've talked about burn rate, we've talked about when you're gonna do break even, we talked about your runway for finances, and now you're looking at me and you're like, I can't wait, I just cannot wait to start my business, and I don't have the money yet, but I don't have the fuel to get off the runway, but I just have to start my business. I can't handle this thing with work anymore, and more important, I just gotta get started because I'm so excited. Okay, so there is a solution, and it's going to take a lot of hard work, and it's going to take a lot of discipline and a lot of execution. And what that means is you are going to be a part-time business owner. And some people will laugh because it's almost never part-time. It's 24/7, 365, it seems like sometimes. But when I talk about part-time business owner, I'm talking about someone who does not have the money to get to their break-even point yet, but they want to start. What you can do is basically have like a mobile gas station on the runway. In other words, you are making money from your job while you are also getting the business down the runway and getting it started. All right, so this is gonna be evenings. It's gonna be weekends. It's gonna be holidays. It's gonna be you using your paid time off to focus on the business. This is when you can be working at your job or your place of work where you can still make money, but you can start the business on the side to do two very important things. Number one, get fuel for the runway, i.e. get the business started, get it going, and you don't have enough money to get to the inflection point. You don't have enough money to get to break even because that's gonna take some burn, but you can get started and still have the money coming in from your 9 to 5. The other reason why this is so important is because you can build your MVP during this time. Your minimum viable product can be built when you're part-time. You don't have to be a big elaborate website. You don't have to be a big elaborate system in a store. You can build very simple things that be your minimum viable product, prove the concept, and then get the money to go on the runway and take off. But you can prove out this is a great time as a part-time business owner, less risk to be able to get your MVP while you're part-time. To be able to prove that it works, start focusing on, doing customer surveys, doing focus groups, seeing what the customer reacts to, see what they like, see what they don't like. Start honing the process, honing the product, honing the service, doing research, getting that minimum viable product locked up as a part-time business owner. On the weekends, on the evenings, on the holidays. It's a lot of work. It's gonna definitely take a lot of dedication. You're going to need to convince the people that you live with to put up with you during this time. This is gonna be a lot. This is the grind. This is the grind right here because you don't have just a bunch of money just to go start the business and lose money for 5 months. You don't have that. You've got to keep your day job, but work on the business part-time. This is a great opportunity to be scrappy, figure out cheap ways of creating your minimum viable product. All right, this next part is a little bit of a divergence from us talking about finances and getting started. It's kind of tying that in along with knowing why you're getting into business. And we've talked about this already before, but I wanted to talk about this more specifically before we jump into more concrete things about getting your business set up. So this originates from Simon Sinek's book called Start With Why, or what he calls the Golden Circle. All right, so this is the why of your business in the center. This is the how of your business, and this is the what of your business, all right? And what Simon Sinek talks about is talking about how do you get to market to your customer and touch them using the why of your business instead of just what you do. So what you do is, what are the products? What are the services? Do you sell t-shirts? Do you cut lawns? Do you clean houses? This is the what you do. And this is what so many of us focus on all the time. This is the product. This is the service. This is what we can offer for you. That's all we do, is we focus on what we do. Not very emotionally impactful, and usually not going to be something that leads to lasting impact and brand on the customer. Simon Sinek uses the example of Apple because they emphasize the why of their business so much, and that is to change the world. That was the why of Steve Jobs, was make a ding in the universe. And it's such a big why and such a big audacious why and motive for going forward that it touches people in a very special way, and it touches people in a deeper way than just, oh, well, we sell 5G iPhones and we sell computers that are thin. Like, those are just features of the what. And so many times we get wrapped up in the features of our products and our services. The next thing is the how. How do you deliver your products and services? So how do you do what you do? What's your unique selling proposition? So you might do cleaning services, but how do you do them? Is it the quality that's so good? What makes you different? What's the unique selling proposition? Is it that you answer your phones 24/7? Is it that you have standardized pricing? Is it that you do a money back guarantee? What is your how that makes you unique? All right? This is going to be your product and service. The how is what makes you unique, and how do you perform the services, or how do you sell and make your product special? The why is, why do you do what you do? So it's what do you do, how do you do it, and then why do you do it? What's the purpose behind the business? And this is really where you want to dwell on so many different elements of your business. So this is really the purpose. This is what's going to get customers fired up, this is what's going to get employees fired up, and this is what's going to keep you fired up in your business, is staying in the realm of why. When issues happen with the product or service, or the unique characteristics of that 24/7 service, or the high quality that you advertise to your customers, when that is all failing and messing up, you've got to come back to why. The purpose behind the business is what's going to keep you motivated. It's going to keep your employees motivated. It's going to keep great talent being attracted to your business, and most important, it's going to touch the customer in a way that most other businesses are not even trying to. Most other businesses are going to talk about their product. They're going to talk about the speed of the computer, the thinness of the computer, the color of the computer, all of these things about RAM and hard drive space and all the rest of it. The service, they're going to talk about they're going to talk about the cleanliness of when they do cleaning services. They're going to talk about what type of products, what type of cleaning agents they use, and the beautiful, how it's going to make your house look so nice. That's just the what you do. They do cleaning services. How you do it, there's some brands that do a little bit better. Instead of just talking about the sleekness and the thinness and the speed of the computer, they talk about how. They talk about the brand new core processor inside, the revolutionary screen and video chip, and all the things inside that makes it possible for that product to be so great. But why is got to be a purpose. Whether it be connecting people, or whether it be simplifying technology, or whether it be bringing worlds together. Whatever it might be, that purpose has got to be overarching, the thing that we go back to, remind us why we're in business, and keeps us focused, our employees focused, and our customers coming back to us beyond just what our services are or our products are. Because this is interchangeable. This is where all the competition happens. A lot of different types of computers, a lot of different cleaning services. And guess what? If all you pitch is your product and your service, there's other competition that is going to also have that product and also have that service. If you do a little bit better than that, you can try to focus on the thing that makes you unique, that makes you a little bit better. Hey, set you apart, reduce the amount of competition. Maybe not all the cleaning services can have 24/7 phone support. Maybe not all the computers can have that certain type of video card and the things that make that possible for it to be so fast. But very few businesses, very few brands can touch customers in an emotional way, in a purpose-driven way, by talking about their why. I highly recommend the book from Simon Sinek. Check out his TED Talk, Start With Why, and trust me, it'll be better for you, your employees, and your customers. All right, so now I want to talk about something called the inner circle as you're building your businesses. And when you're first getting started, getting your first business started might not be the most important thing. You don't have to get started right away developing your inner circle, but definitely as you begin to build a business, get lots of employees, build some scale, this is something you want to keep in mind and start doing. The sooner the better. I really started having these relationships with the inner circle within my first year of business, and definitely 5 years in had established relationships with people in my inner circle. When I talk about the inner circle, what I'm talking about is, outside here, you really are going to have all your acquaintances, your friends, your family, and those people might be personally close to you, but when it comes to the business, they don't have a whole lot of impact in terms of actually changing the trajectory and the financials of the business. Obviously, though, from a personal standpoint, your friends, family, spouse, children, etc., are going to be big impact on you, and then therefore the business indirectly. But directly on the business, in terms of positionally, this is the outer circle. Now the inner circle, so out here we got like friends, we got family, you could even put like employees out here sometimes. Now, the inner circle is a group of people I want to talk about for a little bit, and that is the people that you really need to develop in your business relationship. And again, we've talked about time and time again, the relationship part of the business is so important. And the inner circle are the professionals that you're going to want to be able to reach out to, get advice from, and they're kind of your go-to people for help. And you don't need a big, fancy, expensive business advisor or pay someone tens of thousands of dollars to be a mentor when you can go to these people in your inner circle and get advice in a particular domain that they are specializing in. For example, you can get tax advice from a CPA. You can get payroll advice from a bookkeeper. You can get legal advice from an attorney and a lawyer. You can get advice on financing from a banker. You don't necessarily need to go and get a business advisor, And so you can really use your inner circle to draw on their knowledge for free because they have services that they offer. For example, a banker, we're going to talk about it in a minute, they're a great resource for your inner circle because guess what? You don't pay them to get you a loan. They get a commission from their bank. And so obviously there's closing costs, but those are regardless of who you choose. And so the bottom line is you want to develop the relationship with that banker to get as much information from them that you can extrapolate for financing your business and the best options and vehicles to get credit lines of credit or loans, etc. And so your inner circle is going to be a group of people that you want to keep close and you are going to vet. They're not always going to be the cheapest. Keep this in mind. You don't necessarily want the cheapest, but don't think that having a more expensive accountant is necessarily making them a better fit for you. What I would recommend for people inside your inner circle is make sure they're people that jive with you, your personality. They understand the vision and the mission of what you're doing with the business. They understand why you got into business, the goals of what you want to achieve with that business, because those are all important data points for them to know when they give you legal advice or when they give you financing advice or when they give you tax advice. Knowing what you're trying to do and why you're doing it is very, very important. What I would recommend to find people inside this inner circle that are going to be the best fit for you and the best fit for your business is literally just ask people to come and have 30 minutes and just say, hey, look, I'm looking for an accountant, I'm looking for an attorney, I'm looking for a banker, and just tell them I want to develop a relationship where I can ask for help and advice when I need it, and I'm not going to go around and shop your loans. I'm not going to go around and shop legal fees. I want to stick with one person that can help me, be there when I need them, and as I grow the business, I'm going to give them more business as well. And it's similar to real estate. For example, with a real estate, you usually have an agent. And so when I go out and I buy real estate, I keep the same agent. I don't go try to shop him around and try to get someone else that's cheaper or someone else they'll cut fees. I don't try to ask him to reduce his fees on a sale. Same thing with a banker. I don't try to use multiple banks. I try to pick one banker that can give me really good information, that is really going to communicate well with me and process a real estate transaction really, really fast. That's what matters to me. So you need to figure out what matters to you most when it comes to your people inside your inner circle, and how do people get in that inner circle. For me, I want to be able to sit down with them. They need to understand the mission, why I'm doing what I'm doing with my finances and my business, and I need to be able to communicate with them on a pretty frequent basis. Like if I have a question about taxes, I want to be able to reach out. If I have a question about financing, I want to be able to reach out and get a response via text or email within like 24 hours. And so that's one of the things that I have as my sort of benchmark for people getting into my inner circle. I highly encourage you almost do a bit of an interview with them, and just they interview you, you interview them, and see if they're a good fit for your inner circle. Now let's talk about some of the different positions that you're going to want to fill inside that inner circle. All right, so the first person you want to consider in your inner circle is an accountant. Traditionally, when we talk about an accountant, we're talking about someone that's a CPA and has passed certain requirements and tests to become a CPA. And so an accountant, a few of the things that you want to consider when you start figuring out who you are going to have in your inner circle to fulfill the role of your accountant is going to be their availability. Like if they are really good, they might just be too busy for you. Like if they're really good and everyone's beating down the door to come use them and they don't have any time in the world for you, and you're just a small fish in a big pond full of bigger fish, you might not want them. Even though they might be great, even though everyone might refer them and say they're really great at what they do, you might not want to use them because availability is really the most important thing. Availability for you to just be able to drop a question or ask for in a meeting sometime in the next week. Don't expect it to be this afternoon and you just dropping in on their office. Like a professional accountant is probably not going to have that kind of time for you, and you want to be respectful of their time. However, you don't want it to be where if you want an appointment, you got to book it 6 weeks before. 6 weeks go by, a lot of stuff can change in a business, and you usually need answers quickly. So whether it be them communicating via email or in person, having that availability where they're actually gonna have time to help you is important. That leads me to the next thing, that is communication. I really like to be on either a text or email directly with my accountant. I don't want to have to go through an assistant or through somebody else. I want it to be directly with them. And so, if they're not literate in the way of technology and they don't have an email or they don't want to text, mostly email. A lot of times accountants will not give away their personal cell phone. That's fine. But at least if they're not quick and fast on responding back to me, like within 24 hours of me asking a question about something to do with accounting, then that's probably not a good fit for me. All right, so availability is important, but then also the communication speed that they're going to give back to you, because you do not want to ask a question via email or text and then get a response a week later. Or worse yet, they don't have email or texting abilities and you have to make an appointment every time you have a simple question. So I want them to be able to communicate quickly and efficiently with me via email or text message. Another thing is, before you get involved with an accountant, really recommend that you ask them for some other business owners that would act as references. And the reason you're doing this is because you want to make sure that they actually deal with small businesses and they actually know what it's like to do the accounting for a small business, not just big firms. And this is not about name dropping. This is not about them telling you the clients that they do and you're like, wow, that's an awesome big business. Like that means I'm going to be that way. No. They need to have clients your size. Because they might run the accounting for some big firm in your local town. You're like, oh, that's so amazing, I gotta have them. But that big, really awesome company has no resemblance to what your accounting is gonna look like. It's a totally different ball game. And so what you're asking them is for which businesses that are small, that you can give me a reference for, that could speak to how you've dealt with them and how they've been a client of yours. Call those people just like you would for an employee reference. Ask them what their experience was with the availability and the communication, all the things we've talked about. Ask that small business owner that is a current client of that accountant what their experience has been. If they are only doing big businesses, or if they're only doing personal accounting for taxes and things like that, this might not be someone that is going to be the right fit for your inner circle. And that leads me to the next thing is, realize that a CPA and a tax accountant, or an accountant I should say, can have different specialties and things that they really focus on. Some of them really do focus more on the tax side of things. Some of them focus more on small businesses. Some of them focus on creating estates and the legal and accounting aspect of once people die and they pass away and they pass on their assets. And some accountants really focus on real estate transactions and the accounting behind that, depreciation and all the rest of it. And so you really want to ask them, like, what was your focus when you went through your CPA? Like, what's your skill set in terms of your experience look like? And is it going to help me? I want, personally, for a long-term account, if you're thinking long-term, past just even you starting your first business, if you're thinking about someone that you might want to eventually have help you with real estate or with other investing strategies like stocks and things like that, you might want to actually ask other questions outside of just small business. But definitely if you're just getting started, even if they're going to only be your accountant for 5 or 10 years and then you move on to someone else down the road, small business accounting is what you want to make sure they have experience in. And they don't need to have studied and done certain published articles in that domain of small business, but at least have other clients that are small business owners and in your local area that are entrepreneurs. If 90% of what they do is just tax prep and personal tax returns for everyone, probably not a good idea for them to be your CPA. But if half of their clientele is small business owners, investors, people that have multiple investing strategies in stocks and in real estate and in business, that might be someone you really want to look into starting a relationship with and putting them into your inner circle. Last thing is, when it comes to an accounting professional, you can hire an independent or an accountant, I should say, or you can hire a firm, an accounting firm. And when you're getting started and you're small, I would recommend either a very, very small firm, like 2 or 3 accountants, but ideally an independent, or at least where you have a direct connection with one accountant. So even if you are working with a firm, you want to make sure that you have one person. That is the person in your inner circle, not the whole firm. They don't know all about your business. They're not going to see the changes that you're making, hiring and new assets, and what you're trying to do with your taxes and doing how you're going to depreciate your things that you've bought in your business. They're not going to see that story, and they're not all going to be able to sit down with you and ask what your goals are for your business and all the rest of it. So you want to have one person, one accountant, whether they're in a firm or if they're independent, that is your person. That is your accountant. They are in your inner circle. Trying to have a group of 20 or 30 accountants where you go in and every time it's someone different, you're never going to create a relationship where you can consider someone to be in your inner circle, because every time you ask a question, it's going to be answered by someone else. They're never going to have the context of everything about your business, your goals, why you got into business, and where the business is headed. So highly recommend that you get one accountant, whether they're in a firm or independent, that you can have that direct relationship with. Make sure you get references and make sure their availability and communication is on par for what you need as a small business owner. So real quick, I want to make a distinction between a bookkeeper and accountant. Because you might be asking yourself the question, like, should I hire a bookkeeper or should I hire someone like a CPA that's considered an accountant? I'm going to give you my opinion on that, because you might want an accountant and a bookkeeper in your inner circle, or you might just need an accountant, or you might just need a bookkeeper. So let me kind of make the distinction and the differences between the two. All right, so over here we got Mr. CPA, Mr. and Mrs. CPA. Over here, you got Mr. and Mrs. Bookkeeper. And if I say Mr. and Mrs., the only reason is because my CPA is a male, my bookkeeper is a female. So pardon me if I say him and her and all that rest of it. Anyways, we got bookkeeper over here. Classically spelled incorrectly, very nice. All right, so bookkeeper versus CPA. My CPA, this is my opinion. My CPA, I want to be able to do tax returns. I want my bookkeeper to do payroll. I want my CPA, I'm going to have, this is really the best thing about CPA is the questions, like getting answers from them about what the implications of what you're doing in your business. Like if you're going to acquire another business, if you're going to spend money on a big shop or facility or a bunch of equipment, CPA, awesome, because they're going to be the person you ask the questions and get the answers about how it's going to affect your tax returns. And not just your tax returns, but also just tax advice. That's what I would put in here. All right. CPA is also going to give you some advice that is usually going to correlate with a legal professional, which we'll talk about a little bit in a little bit. But having to do with entity structure, a CPA is going to help you with this in terms of determining which is going to be the best for you from a tax perspective. And then the bookkeeper though, we got payroll, we got perhaps they do something like QuickBooks or some sort of basically expense tracking, expenses for you. Now, the reason I say that some people just need a CPA to get started with is because payroll can be done by QuickBooks, it can be done by Gusto. If you go to gusto.com/bootcamp, which is my link that they give me, you can try out for 90 days, Gusto. But those type of apps can run payroll for you. And if you're good at expense tracking on QuickBooks or some similar type of software, there's Wave apps, there's a variety of different types of expense tracking softwares, and you might even keep track of your expenses on your CRM, which we'll talk about in the future, your software that runs your business. So you might not need a bookkeeper right away because there's software for this, running payroll, and there's software for expense tracking that you can also do manually yourself. So some people get away with not using a bookkeeper at first, but this is definitely something you have to have. So you have to have a CPA in your inner circle. The question is, when do you need a bookkeeper? A lot of times a bookkeeper is going to come into play a few different times I see for small business owners. One, they start to get a lot of people here doing payroll, a lot of employees. So as the business grows and grows and grows, eventually it's like, okay, I'm tired of running this through QuickBooks Online or Gusto, and I don't want to make any mistakes, and I'm just going to outsource it to a bookkeeper. Because a bookkeeper, they run payroll for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. So instead of me spending the time to go through Gusto or go through QuickBooks and enter all the numbers and submit the labor and industries and submit state taxes and do withdrawals from the IRS for federal taxes and all the rest of it. Yes, the software can tell you what to do, but you might have a bookkeeper eventually just take that completely off your plate. So you know, hey, you tell me how much I need to pay every person, you tell me where I need to send money to the IRS, you just take care of everything for me, and it's a little more expensive than those payroll apps and software, but it might be worth it when you start getting a lot of employees. So I got a bookkeeper once I crossed a few businesses all having more than a few employees. So it was like probably 10 or 15 people on payroll. That's when I switched to having a bookkeeper because I got multiple accounts with QuickBooks and all the rest of it. I said, hey, I'm going to send you, when we get a new employee, we just send you the information and you take care of everything. And just making sure that we're doing everything right by the state, the federal, the taxes, the labor, the employee, what's it called now? The workers' compensation, and all the rest of it that comes out. Every single state is different. You got to do it by the law. And so they know those laws. They should know those laws, and they will make sure they keep you on track. With expense tracking, this is something that really, once you get larger, you're going to want your bookkeeper to do quarterly reports for you. Now, a CPA can do quarterly reports for you. In fact, they could do all of this for you, but they're going to be a whole lot more expensive. Just by having the CPA behind their name, they're going to charge 2 to 3 times what a bookkeeper is going to charge you, if not even more than 2 or 3 times. So I really recommend don't have your CPA tax accountant, Mr. Extraordinaire, run your payroll, do expense tracking. If you're going to outsource these things, use a bookkeeper. They're a lot cheaper than a CPA. Okay, so do not have your CPA do your payroll expense tracking. Now, the expense tracking part is something that I always recommend that small business owners do themselves, especially at the beginning, because I want you to see every single transaction coming into your account and going out of your account. And that's the best way to be able to know where the money's going and not have any surprises at the end of the month, because you've seen every single transaction. And I see too many small business owners outsource to their bookkeeper their expense tracking, and every month at the end of the month, like, oh my word, where'd all my money go? They weren't the ones keeping expenses, tracking the expenses every single day in QuickBooks or every single day in their software to see where the money's actually going. So as the business does grow though, this again is something you might outsource to a bookkeeper. Personally, at my businesses, I keep track of all the expenses internally on a daily basis, expense tracking, like every single transaction getting allocated to different accounts. But then on a quarterly basis, once we cross a few million in revenue, that's when I had my bookkeeper start preparing me monthly and quarterly statements based upon the daily expense categorization that each business was doing. Because I still want internally for us to be very in tune with the expenses and where money's going, where money's coming in, but I do need more professional reporting done by a bookkeeper. So that part, the quarterly reports, maybe you have a CPA do that for you if they're doing everything else and you're doing everything but quarterly reports. But quarterly reports are important, and even monthly, because when you go to a bank or when you start to possibly want to sell the business or you get a valuation, having really good quarterly reports is very, very important. And so as your business grows, that's definitely something you want to do, is get either a bookkeeper or a CPA, which again, a bookkeeper is going to be a whole lot cheaper to prepare. I should write this down here, and that is quarterly reports. And honestly, as you grow, you're probably going to want to move that to monthly reports, where they take all your daily expense tracking, where every single day you see your expenses coming in, and you just allocate them to the different categories on your P&L, expense tracking, and then at the end of the month, the end of the quarter, they put the reports together for you. They make sure that all the accounts are lining up, that everything balances out on your balance sheet. They're going to be doing, when I say quarterly reports, they're going to be doing your balance sheet and your P&L. And we're going to talk a lot more in detail what those documents look like so that you understand them, but keep in mind it might be worth having a bookkeeper do that for you so that every single month you're not spending an entire day just trying to figure out your financial reports and balancing out accounts and all the rest of it. Might be something you outsource down the road. From day one though, I highly, highly, highly recommend that you do the expense tracking. If you just cannot figure it out, if you are so tech unsavvy that you need a bookkeeper to do it, that's fine, but you make sure you know where the money is going. You make sure you check in like even once a week with your bookkeeper to see where the expenses are going. But I do recommend you at least do this part yourself. Running payroll is optional to do by yourself at the beginning, but keep in mind it's usually pretty cheap for a bookkeeper to do it. And then leave the bigger tasks, the questions and answers, tax advice, entity advice, and definitely your tax returns up to a CPA. They're gonna cost more. Whatever you can have outsourced to a bookkeeper, that's what I'd recommend you do before you start giving those menial tasks to a CPA, because they cost a lot more money. All right, so now we're going to talk about your attorney, another person that you're going to want in your inner circle and someone you're going to need to vet and find that would work good for your personality. And similar to a CPA and your accountant, you're going to want to see what their availability is like and how they communicate, the speed at which they do, if they do it via email, if you're always going through a paralegal or an assistant. That might be fine for some things, but just keep in mind it's much, much more common in a law office for you and all your communication to be going through some sort of assistant. That's fine if that is what you're looking for. Just keep it in mind, and that's something you want to ask them when you are vetting them. Again, ask for small business owners that they also do work with and that are clients of theirs, and get references for them. Same thing as the accountant. Do you go with a firm or do you go with a small independent attorney or lawyer? I highly recommend for small businesses going with that independent or a small firm with one or two attorneys that they know you, they know your business, they know what you're up to, and you're not dealing with a big firm. It's traditionally a lot cheaper as well to go with a smaller firm or an independent attorney. So same thing with the tax accountants and et cetera, CPAs. Lawyers are very similar. They can specialize in a whole lot of different stuff. It's almost like a doctor, has a bunch of different specialties. They can do real estate, they can be an immigration attorney, they can be a real estate attorney, they can do small claims, they can just be a general attorney. And so asking what their specialty is and seeing if small businesses is something that they work with frequently is a great way to see if they're a good fit for your inner circle. Keep in mind, when it comes to an attorney, getting an attorney when you're getting sued, it's too late. Like, you should have already had the attorney in your inner circle, and you should have already had that relationship with them, that they know about the business, that you've already set up certain things, they know what your legal parameters are, how your entity structure is set up, and so you absolutely must get an attorney inside of your inner circle. You don't need to talk to them all the time. They're extremely expensive. You don't need to talk to them all the time, but at least develop a relationship that, once a year you talk to them. Like, that's what I would recommend. Like, once a year, just have a 5-10 minute, even if it's over the phone, meeting with your attorney to touch base and see if there's certain things that they recognize as potential legal issues for you as you begin to scale a business. So definitely want to do that, annual check-in. Another thing is when you're looking at which attorney you're going to have in your inner circle is ask what increments of time you get billed by. So usually an attorney is going to bill by time and they're going to have an hourly rate, but they might charge in increments of like 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 15 or 30 minutes or an hour. And the reason you need to know that is because if you have a 5-minute phone call with a question and their minimum increment time is an hour, you might be charged a few $100s. I've paid up to $800 per hour for attorneys. They're very, very expensive. If you're gonna go chat it up with them, make sure you know exactly what you're talking about and you have all your questions and your ducks in a row, because they are expensive. Like, take what, we had bookkeeper and accountant, take that to a whole other stratosphere and you're talking about attorneys. And so definitely make sure that you are concise, you know what you're gonna be asking, but more importantly, when you're vetting them, ask what time increment they charge by. And the smaller, the better. That means you can drop in occasionally and ask those 10-minute, 5-minute, 15-minute conversations and not get billed for an entire hour. Another big thing when it comes to attorney is make sure that you wanna really, in that initial conversation, ask and really just perceive, is this person a good teacher? Are they good at breaking things down and simplifying things? Because when an attorney they're really, what their worth is the fact that they can simplify the law and very complex documents and make it, they should, if they're good, make it simple enough for you to make a decision from a business standpoint. That's their job. And so they're not good at breaking things down or making things that are really complex simple for you to understand and putting it into common terminology. Probably not something you want to deal with. When it comes to an attorney, they're going to help you with a lot of different things. Contracts, very important. If you have disagreements with customers or suppliers or distributors and you have contracts that are signed in place, you're going to want that attorney to look over the contract before signing, make sure it's solid, as well as look at it after. If you're going into a lease agreement for a property, real estate, or into a lease for massive amount of equipment, definitely something you're going to want to have your attorney look over is the contract that you're signing. And more importantly, if you ever need to get out of a lease or you need to get out of a bad situation that you have a contract for, they need to be involved. Having your business entity and your structure and your LLC or corporation, we're going to talk about those, but an attorney looking over that, making the articles of incorporation for your corporation, making sure all the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed, and is going to help you dramatically if you ever get into the situation where you go to court. If those things are all taken care of by an attorney, you're going to have a whole lot better time if those things are already squared away. When it comes to real estate, if you start buying real estate with your business or your corporation, you're going to need an attorney. If it comes to IP, intellectual property, an attorney is going to be able to tell you, look, you might want to create a whole different corporation just to hold your intellectual property, so that way in the case of your actual corporation getting sued, you still keep the IP and it's separated. And maybe your corporation pays the IP corporation a royalty or something like that to use or license that technology or that IP, intellectual property. But that way, if you ever get sued on your business side and your employee makes a mistake, or you may have an error and someone sues you, they can't come after your IP, which might be the most valuable part of your business. Things like that, an attorney can be worth their weight in gold and save you a lot of headache down the road if you ever get into any sort of legal issues or a lawsuit or anything like that. So make sure you get an attorney in your inner circle. All right, so now we're going to talk about bankers. And for a lot of new investors or business owners, they just kind of go from bank to bank or whatever bank is involved with the deal that they get started with, or whoever they banked with as a kid or their parents banked with. That might work for some people, but I really recommend you get to know a banker. Someone that has actually been in the industry for a long time, knows people, knows other loan officers, knows the industry, can give you really good advice. And trying to find the banker that's actually going to be in your inner circle, it can take a little bit of time. It can take some trial and error. Some of them are not so good. And really everything that we've said about attorneys and accountants applies here in terms of looking at their availability, they do communicate, their speed of communication, if they can have other small business owners to refer them to you, and people that they work with in the small business community that you're in. But the thing you're really looking for here is you're really looking for someone who wants to educate you and not just sell you. All right, and so this is really where it comes into play with local credit unions that are nonprofit and a lot of times can really be awesome to find a great business or a commercial loan officer that is willing to explain a lot of the concepts that we're going to talk about here, like SBA loans and financing options and lines of credit and all the rest of it. They're going to help you a lot just getting started or growth and expansion down the road. And if you're trying to do an acquisition, things like that, they're going to really, really help you. Well, you want to make sure you don't buy someone that's just trying to sell you a loan, selling you some product, bank product, financial product that the bank has conjured up to basically get you into a loan that's not a good rate or terms that are not going to be good for your business. And so really important to look for someone that's not trying to sell you, and a lot of times a local credit union is the best because they are nonprofit. That being said, sometimes a for-profit bank will be better rates and better service simply due to the fact that there are people that are motivated to service you because their paycheck depends on it. And so I've ran the gauntlet and kind of done both options, credit unions, as well as for-profit banks, and sometimes the for-profit banks are better at the communication, at speed of getting deals put together for real estate or for a line of credit, and the speed sometimes faster because they want to earn your business and they are constantly under the gun to earn your business and get a commission on the back end from the bank. But remember, you don't pay that commission. The bank does. Their employer does. And so obviously you pay closing costs and things like that, but that's going to go regardless of what bank you go with. So finding a banker that's willing to educate you, go over your financials, understand your business, meet with you once in a while when you're not even looking for a loan, that's the person you really want to put into your inner circle, and they be that banker, that financial component that goes into that inner circle. So I really encourage loyalty when it comes to bankers. If you can find a good one, stick with them. Don't shop them around every single time you want to get a line of credit or a credit card, or if you go get your own home mortgage, you go for different banks and you start shopping them on, every single year that your line of credit renews, you try to go shopping on them and get other bids and other rates. Look, if they're really good, they're worth a whole lot more than 0.5% on your line of credit. Like, trust me, they're worth their weight in gold if they're willing to actually sit down with you and talk about your business and see what's best for your business and not what's best for their paycheck and their commission structure. That's the thing you got to keep in mind when it comes to bankers. Now, before we get too far into this course, I want to make this part very clear, and that is you cannot suffer from paralysis by analysis. And what that means is you basically get paralyzed because you're constantly analyzing and thinking about and strategizing, and you never go do anything. You're paralyzed. You're paralyzed by either fear or just not even fear, just analyzing things over and over again and running the numbers, and then you're second guessing yourself, and then you go back and you listen to another part of the course and like, oh, I don't understand this part, or I need to understand this more. I gotta find the perfect banker and the perfect CPA, and I gotta make sure I got the inner circle nailed down. I gotta figure out. Guess what? At the end of the day, if you keep analyzing things time and time again, you're never gonna get it perfect. You need to just go do it. Just go start. Go start with day one of your business. And if you've done the first part of this course, which is finding your why, finding out your motivations behind starting the business, if you have those clear, you should go start. Because guess what? Usually all the analyzing in the world and the best business plans you can make get torn up on day one of your business. Everything just changes because the market changes. Times in your market, whether it be locally or geographically or internationally, it all changes. Like literally, stuff changes. A new competitor moves in. A new competitor goes for sale and moves out of town. Everything can change so fast. And so just trying to analyze and get everything just perfect before you start your business is a surefire way to, number one, not ever start your business. And number two, you're gonna fail. You've gotta be fast. We've talked about this. You've gotta be nimble. You gotta just go. Just go. It's all about speed here. And I don't mean speed in terms of being just reckless. I don't mean reckless. We're going to go through this the reason you got this course is to create some structure and boundaries and learn and educate yourself, but you've got to just go for it. There comes a point when you've analyzed, you know your motives, you know why you're doing this, and you've got to go do it. You've got to start. There's got to be a day one. The last thing you want to do is wake up in 10 years and play the game of would've, could've, should've. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, woulda. whatever it's called. But that's what you don't want, living with regrets. Where you continue your 9 to 5, and in 10 years, you look back and say, man, I wish I would have done that. If I would have started my business, I would be here. Happens all the time with the stock market, with real estate, with businesses. People say, oh, if I would have only invested, if I only would have bought that business, I had that idea, and now they started $1 billion business and I had the same idea. All of that is regret. And the last thing you want to have is in 5 years or 10 years have regret. Worse yet, you don't want to wake up when you're 70 or 80 years old, look back at your life and just wish you would have started your business at 30 or 40 or 20 or whenever, how old are you? If you're 60, you still have that business inside of you. It doesn't take a long time to build a successful business if you have a great product and service. And so the last thing you want to do, even though we're about to embark on this massive journey through this course and hours of lecture, and literally you could take one of these lectures and spend hours just analyzing and figuring out data and market research and all the things we're going to talk about. And it's going to get a little bit overwhelming, and it might seem like there's no way I'm ready to get my business started. At the end of the day, if you have to come back to this episode 20 times, I need you to start. And as you start the business, as you're going to remember the things we talk about in this course and apply them. The reason I started my MBA, when I was going and getting my MBA at night, I started Augusta Lawn Care the same month. And the reason I did that, why? Was because I wanted to be able to take what I learned and directly implement it in my business. And trust me, if you can get through this course and learn and educate yourself, go start. And start implementing and actually taking the concepts we talk about here and go do them. You can listen all day long, but it's not going to ever start a business and build a great business for you. It's never going to hire employees. You got to go do it. As we talked about the inner circle. Go find a CPA. Go talk to some. You don't need to get it perfect. You don't need to analyze and spend 2 months finding the perfect one. But go and start. Go take action, and then go. Get your foot off the pedal of the brake. Put your foot on the accelerator and start. Something that's become really popular for millennials and just more recently in the past few generations and decades is something called social entrepreneurship. And it might be something that you want to consider implementing into your business. And in my opinion, it's very important that social entrepreneurship be authentic. And that is, you are not trying to exploit the goodwill of people just to make more money. In my opinion, the businesses that succeed the best using social entrepreneurship are the ones that really do care about the mission and the social good that they're bringing to the world and to people. And therefore, their profit is good because people are willing to pay a premium for that said good to people or the planet. So, what's the definition of social entrepreneurship? Basically, any sort of entrepreneurial activity that has an embedded social purpose. And in my opinion, the embedded part is the important part. Not surface, it's embedded. Like it's in the fabric of the business. It's part of the why and the mission of the company is the social purpose. And when we talk about social entrepreneurship, there is a triple bottom line. So you'll hear about a triple bottom line. And the reason for that is because a lot of times when people talk about profit of a business, they say, hey, what's the bottom line? And what they mean the profit. In other words, the bottom of the profit and loss statement is the profit down here, right? It's the bottom line, profit, okay? What triple bottom line means is like, look, there's not just one line for profit, there's three. And it's people, profit, and planet. All right. So what that means is we're not just looking at the dollar value of our profits. We're also taking into consideration what is the impact, pro or con, that we are having on the planet. What is the positive or negative effects that we are having on people, the social cause that we might be going for. So this is what's called the triple bottom line, and this is something that is really something all around social entrepreneurship, looking at what's the impact on people, our society, those who might be less fortunate, generations to come, the older in our population, the younger, etc. The planet, And we're going to talk about eco-friendly and all the rest of it. And then obviously there's got to be a profit component. You cannot just focus on the top two, people and the planet here. You've got to focus on profit. Like, it's got to be sustainable. The same way that we want to be sustainable for the environment, it's got to be sustainable by business. So if you want to be a social entrepreneur and you want your business to have a social mission, make sure it's profitable. Because if it's not profitable, it's not going to be sustainable in terms of longevity and being able to stick around for a long time. And then your whole social good that you're doing is put at risk because the P for profit is missing. You might have people and planet, but guess what? If you don't have profit, you're going to be a charity. You're going to be a non-profit, and it's going to be a whole lot harder. So you want to be a profitable business, not a non-profitable business, even if you have people and planet in the bottom line section of your business. So let's talk about people for a minute. This is when you might be trying to help with a certain demographic of individuals that are less fortunate, somehow underprivileged, that you feel you have a big caring for. There's a massive variety of different groups that you could help. For example, Tom's Shoes, their big social cause was, hey, look, every single time you buy a pair of Tom's Shoes, we're going to make a pair and we're going to send it over to Africa. And then they ended up changing that to where actually the shoes were made in Africa, that pair that they gave away. And so it's very, very much part of their brand and their story. And when I think of Tom's Shoes, that's what I think of. I don't even think about their shoes. I think about what they're doing for the people and the environment by making the shoes in Africa, creating jobs, their economy is stimulated, and then giving shoes to children that would otherwise not have them. That's a reason why I might buy their shoes. And I do have a pair of Tom's shoes. And it's not the quality of the shoe. It's not that it looks the best or the best quality. It's the fact that I know where the social mission and what that is and where that money is going and who it's helping. That's the people side. Then there's the planet side. And when we come to environmentalism and all that movement, that's the green movement, for some businesses, it's not a good thing. When you're talking about like oil change businesses, more environmental policies is not a good thing. When you talk about car washes and gas stations, these environmentalistic kind of policies and measures are not good things for their business. Profit side, at least. And that's why you see a lot of times those same type of businesses like gas and oil, they try to align themselves with the planet because they want to make profit, but they're trying to align themselves with the planet. They're not a social entrepreneur. Don't get it confused. But they try to paint themselves as green by talking about the planet, giving back to the planet. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that, again, most of us look right through it. We don't see them as trying to do good for the planet. We see them as simply trying to put lipstick on the pig and make more profit. So that's why it's so important. If you're going to be a social entrepreneur, make it embedded in the fabric of your business, the mission, the why. That's when it really comes through. Because when it comes to social entrepreneurship, when it comes to triple bottom line, it's all about branding. And your story is the brand. And if you have a triple bottom line, if you care about people and the planet, and that's part of the mission of your business, that needs to be part of your story. Like ExxonMobil and Chevron, they didn't start because they were trying to give energy to third world countries. No, people were mining and trying to exploit the maximum amount of money they could make. And it was all about profit. And then they kind of like, oh yeah, by the way, we try to do these things that are green. That's usually not what works very well. It's when you as the founder really do believe in a certain social mission and you want to support that, that's when these can become part of your brand, part of the fabric of your business, the story, and the story sells. Tom's shoes are expensive. They're the best quality. They're the best, like everything else. It's the fact that they have this social cause. That's why we buy them. Now, when it comes to environmentalism, you hear words like clean, green, sustainable, and in general, right now, where we're at in our current environment, our society, in the United States, especially in Europe and first world countries, developed countries, we're looking really at the end of the day, the consumer traditionally, generally, is going to prefer a product that has less environmental impact if they compare it to a very exact same product that is polluting the environment. In general, the consumer wants to use less materials, like packaging materials. They want to do less bad stuff to the environment. They want to reduce their impact on the environment as much as possible. And if given the exact same two products and one being more environmentally friendly, most of them choose the more environmentally friendly instead of the one that pollutes more. But this is the thing I want you to remember, and that is green will only succeed if it is also better in some way, shape, or form. Okay, now you just said, what you're thinking right now is like, oh, well, you just said Tom's, you don't buy it because it's a better shoe or that it looks the best. No, I didn't. You're right. But it makes me feel better, cooler. Like that's the hip thing to do. And you might be watching this and you're like, Tom's, like that's old news and maybe that was 5 years ago. But this is the thing. You can't just have a green product and be like, hey, I have a green product. And that means I'm the best. No, in order for that product to sell and do well in the market, it needs to be green. That's fine, that's good. You have a social purpose, but it also needs to be better at one of a few different things. Number one, it should be cheaper to buy. It should be somehow cheaper. If it uses less materials, you make it cheaper. It should operate better. It should somehow add functional precedence, have functional precedence over a comparable product that is not environmentally friendly. It should last longer. All right, this should last longer. If one shoe lasts 10 years, well, this environmentally friendly shoe made out of bamboo, well, it lasts 20 years, for example, lasts longer. The fourth one, though, is it gives a cooler image to the person that consumes the product. So a Tom shoe it's definitely not cheaper to buy. Probably doesn't operate much better than a Nike or an Adidas or something like that. And it doesn't last longer because material probably is not honestly the most high quality, but the brand of what that shoe represents gives the impression to others as well as the feeling for the consumer that they're doing something good. And if that can also align with the fact that you're eco-friendly, that's when you can sell. So be green as much as you can, that's awesome. But in order for that product to sell, that service to sell, just being green, not going to do much. If people have to pay more, if it's not as good a product, if it doesn't make them feel any better, doesn't give any brand like self-image from other people looking at what the brand they have and being, oh, that's eco-friendly. That therefore makes you elevated in society, like the social pyramid. Like if they don't get that benefit, just being green isn't going to do a whole lot for you. If it costs more, doesn't work as good, you've got to make sure that it's got to add some sort of functional increase to the benefit. The benefit has to be increased in some regard outside of it just being eco-friendly. So that's social entrepreneurship in a nutshell. Triple bottom line, people, planet, and profit. You've got to make sure you got profit in there in order for the people and the planet and the social mission to be sustainable. All right, so now because so many small businesses are family owned and operated, I want to talk about family run businesses, the pros, the cons, etc. But first of all, let's just establish the fact that when you have a business that's owned by a family, you got to remember there's really two different competing or like sometimes clashing objectives. One is the family unit to have love and nurture each other and strengthen the friendships and the relationships there. But then you also have this other thing called a business that is also kind of complicating the fact that it has other objectives of profit and customers and customer service and taking market share. And so sometimes those things can come in opposition with each other. The objectives. So how I kind of think about it is a 3-circle model of a family firm. So we got 3 different circles here. See if I can do this correctly. So we got over here, we got family members. Over here, we got employees. And over here, we got owners. And so when we look at a family-run business, someone in the family or in the business can really be in any one of these categories. For example, if you just hire an employee, they're not a family member or anything, like they're gonna be over here, right? The first one is just someone who's a family member, right? They're just a family member. They don't own the business, they don't work in the business, and they are completely separate. Then you got an employee, all right? This is the traditional business where, hey, family's over here, you got employees, it's very separate. The next option is you got someone who's an owner, but they're not a family member or they're not an employee. These 4 other options are the ones we want to talk about more specifically. And these are the ones where you have family-run businesses. So you can have a family member that is an employee, this is number 4. Then you can have a family member that is an owner but doesn't work at the business as an employee, number 5. Then you can have someone who's an owner of the business and an employee, works there every single day, but is not a family member. That can add a little bit of a dynamic. And then the 7th one is someone who is an owner, they own a piece of the business, they're a family member, and they work there every single day. Now, the reason this is so important is to realize what segment or area of these circles you and every single other person in your business falls into. If you don't have any family working for you, it's usually pretty straightforward. You got owners, you got employees, and then you got your family, which is totally separate from the business, right? But it's these 4 stages that things get a little bit dicey. For example, you might have a family member that's also an owner. They'd be number 5 here. This is the one we're talking about here right now. You're gonna have a family member that is an owner, and they're gonna have a very different approach than if someone is an owner and they work there every single day. Because the person who's an owner and works there every single day over here is going to be very interested in investing it back into the business. They want to grow the company for the long term because they're an owner. Whereas a family member who doesn't work there every day, but yet they are an owner, they don't work there every day. They just might be interested in a dividend. Like, they just want money. They want to be able to take owner's distributions, and they are not interested in investing back in the business because they don't work there every single day. They don't really care about the efficiencies that are there, or if the space looks nicer, the shop, the restaurant is improved or renovated. All they care about, perhaps, is the fact that, hey, I own a piece of this business, I'm a family member, and I want a piece of the company. And it can get very complicated. Like, if you have a family member who's an employee but they don't own anything, number 4 here, up here, they're a family member, they work there every single day, but they're not an owner, they might be really confused by the fact that you work so many hours, and they really feel like the business is overtaking the importance of the family, and that might be another dynamic there. So these are all things you want to think about. We're going to talk about the pros and the cons, but I wanted to draw this Venn diagram here for you to be able to see that there's various facets of a small business, 1, 2, and 3 for employees, owners, family members, etc. But those 4 in between, these overlapping ones, are important to know where everyone falls in the family, because it's going to come into play in how they react to certain things in the business based upon if they work there, if they're an owner, or if they're all 3. So let's get into the pros and the cons and disadvantages and advantages of small businesses that are owned by family members. All right, so let's talk about some of the positive or advantages of having a family business in comparison to having one where no one in the business is related. So what are the advantages? Some of the positive things. Honestly, one of the biggest things is trust. Trust among family members. A lot of times that's why your new business, you'll hire your first couple employees from your family. It's simply due to the fact that you trust them. And you don't really have the management or the oversight or the systems yet in place to manage them and keep them honest. And so trust is a huge part of those first few hires. And a lot of times small businesses that are family owned and operated, they have that advantage of the fact that there's just a lot of trust because you've grown up with someone your whole life, you know them inside and out, and you know their qualities and their character, and you can trust them. You don't have to be watching over their shoulder. You don't have to wonder if they're aligned with the interest of the business. It's just like you trust them, and you can just give something to them, delegate something to them, and they do it. And it's more trusting. Another positive thing is that the family is really usually more loyal to the firm. And so just commitment to the firm by the whole family. So that when I say firm, I mean the business. When you have a family and you know that you're building something together, there's definitely a sense of camaraderie. The same thing you're kind of trying to build with a team of non-family members. It's already kind of built into the fact that you are a family unit and you're all kind of striving for the same thing and the common good. Like a family in general is already thinking like that. So when you add a business to it, it just makes that cohesion of what a team or a family unit is already trying to achieve. And so instead of trying to bring employees together and make a team or a family kind of environment, you're usually if you have a family already running the business, they already kind of have this commitment to each other and to the business because they've already been in the habit of pulling together and doing things together. When you have a small business that's owned by a family, there's also a lot of knowledge that can be given from person to person. And there's a lot of range of that knowledge when you start going to extended family members. So just knowledge from your aunt and your uncle, and then your grandpa and your grandma. A lot of times these family businesses are passed down, so you can tap into knowledge from the generation prior to you or from your sibling. And really, this is that knowledge and that cohesion and that aggregate of all of that knowledge in the family that stays with the business because the family naturally stays together. Also, another thing is long-range thinking by the leaders of the business. And so even if the business is passed down from generation to generation in the family, a lot of times they'll think a lot more long-term because they're passing this on to usually their children or their grandchildren. It's not like they're going to sell this business. It's not like they're trying to hit this quarterly quota or this annual quota and then sell. Like, they're not trying to do that. They're not trying to impress the stock market. They're usually thinking about long-term longevity, and this is why a lot of times buying a family business is a good idea, is because they haven't been making short-term decisions in order to sell. Usually they've been building a business for many, many years, and they're constantly thinking about the next generation. Who am I passing this on to? And that long-term vision and long-range thinking is what leads them to success. So a really positive thing about family businesses is they think long-term. Last thing is really just the fact that those family members that are working with each other, because they are in such close proximity and contact at home, it makes it really easy for communication. And so that close communication between family members translates over into the business where communication is really important, and being able to give feedback and know where someone's coming from and be able to get someone's opinion. Like, if I need someone's opinion and I live with them at home, if I needed their opinion on a business matter, it's really easy to get their opinion because I'm going to see them all evening and all the next morning. Like, I live with them, or I see them at every single function and family gathering and holiday. Like, if I'm on vacation for my business, I'm still with the other person because they're my family member. And so communication is also really, really fluid, dynamic, because those close communication networks are already in place for a family business. So those are some of the advantages. Let's get into some of the disadvantages of a family business. All right, so what are some of the pitfalls or the disadvantages of a family-owned business? I'm gonna go back to our Venn diagram here, the example where we had employees. These are the different parties of a business. Then we got family members here, and then down here we got owners. And I need to show you this to explain some of the disadvantages and where people are coming from when it comes to some of the pitfalls for a family-operated firm. So first things first is some of the mistrust that can come from non-family member employees of incompetent family member employees, okay? So sometimes these folks over here, the employees who are not family members, can sometimes criticize the people who are family members and employees. They might even be partly owners, but at the end of the day, these employees, they might really begin to not trust the incompetence of these family members and be like, look, the only reason this family member is here, and the only reason they have ownership and the only reason they work in the business is because they're a family member. They're not here because their competency level or their knowledge or their skill. They're only here because they are related to the previous owners or the current owners of the business. And so that's where these employees might not trust these folks that are in the business simply because they do have familial ties. Another thing is a lack of loyalty to the firm by family members that are not directly involved in the business. So I'm a family member, I'm not directly involved in the day-to-day operations, but I still own a part of the business. All right? This is someone who is a family member, and they own a piece of the business, but yet they are not an employee. And it might even mean family members of the owner, but they don't, like, this person doesn't actually own any of the business, but they're related to the owners. So these people here, there might be a lack of loyalty from them. Just like the people over here who have no ownership, they might resent the fact that the owners that they're related to miss family vacation or don't have time in the evenings. The people here that are family members and owners but don't work in the day-to-day operations, they might not care a whole lot about the long-term success of the business. They're like, look, I want money, I want some dividends, I want some cash like every single month because I'm a family member, I'm an owner, but I'm not involved on a day-to-day basis. And so that lack of loyalty can be bad because they're not involved in the day-to-day operations. They're not involved with employees and customers and the supply chain and where improvements need to be made and capital expenditures need to be made for the long-term success of the business. So these folks here who don't have day-to-day operational level, but they're family or owners, they can really lack the loyalty that's necessary for the business to thrive. What also can happen in a small business like this that is owned by family is a sense of entitlement from succeeding generations and those that are not working in the firm. So these folks here that maybe they're in their teens, going to college, whatever it might be, and they know that, well, my family, I'm going to eventually become here, and I'm eventually going to become ownership. I'm eventually moving to this part of the Venn diagram, and I get entitled. They start to feel entitled to the ownership of the business when they have done nothing. They don't have the skills. They don't have the resources. They don't have the knowledge. They don't have the experience. But because I am the brother, or because I am the child, or because I'm the grandchild of the owners, I should get ownership in the business. And that sense of entitlement can begin to fall on generations that are succeeding previous generations. A lack of knowledge among those outside the firm can also be a problem. So these folks, again, not having the knowledge and yet being pushed into ownership can be a big detriment to the business because they did not get interviewed. Literally, their last name might have got them to go from family into owner. And that's not going to be really the best thing for the business long term. And so that lack of knowledge, that's why a lot of times those succeeding generational businesses don't last very long, is because the family member that got into the ownership literally has no idea what they're doing. Or they just don't have the experience or the level of skill that is required to be an owner and to govern where the business is going. So that lack of knowledge from people that are outside of the firm and then become owners can be a big risk as well. For small business owners or for family-owned businesses, there's sometimes a demand for instant gratification from those who do feel entitled. So you get someone that moves from outside the firm, but because they're a family member, they become an owner, and now they start to maybe work in the business even a little bit, but they feel entitled. They feel like, look, I should get money from this business and it should grow, and they just feel entitled. They feel like because this has been given to them, they really feel that they should have instant gratification. They're no longer thinking about that long-term success of the business. They're not thinking about the next generation behind them. They just want instant gratification. They don't improve technology, they don't change with the times, they get stuck in their ways and just want the instant gratification of having a good business that's been given to them, and they just want to live off of that, and they're not worried about the long-term success. Another thing is failure to communicate across generations. So when the succession is happening and the family is beginning to get older and that business is being passed down, there can be a failure to communicate across generations and with family that are not involved in the firm. Okay, so if I'm passing my business down because I've owned it for 40 years, I need to be able to communicate with the people that are now owning the business, even though they're my family. And those family members, that younger generation needs to communicate well with me in order to make that succession seamless, smooth, and a positive thing for the business, because that newer generation can take the business to the next level, can improve it, can really make it their own if they don't feel entitled, if they don't take short-term actions. And so a failure to communicate between generations, older to younger and younger to older, is a big reason why small businesses that are owned by families don't go very long in terms of generationals, because there's just a failure to communicate. So those are some of the things to be aware of. There's advantages like we talked about. Those are some of the disadvantages. Make sure you cover yourself on the disadvantages and make sure you have awareness of them, and just be aware that, hey, they're possible. What can you do to eliminate those things? What can you do to communicate really effectively with your offspring that are going to take the business in 15 or 20 years? What can you do to ensure that employees don't get disgruntled because you hire family members that are not competent, or that you give ownership to someone who has no skill or experience. Those are things that can really frustrate employees that are outside of the family unit and not ownership and have no ownership in the business as well. So a couple things to keep in mind. Let's get into a little bit more about succession and generational passing things down. We'll get into that a little bit down the road. All right, so a couple other small things when it comes to family businesses that can happen. It includes, marriage and spouses and divorce and sibling rivalry. Let me go over a couple of those just before we keep going on with the course. So first of all, when we talk about starting a business with your spouse, that's sometimes called copreneur or copreneurship, where basically your spouse or your significant other, couples that come together and start the business and manage the business together. Lots of complexities, lots of advantages and disadvantages, all very similar to the pros and cons we've already outlined with family businesses in terms of, hey, lots of trust, great communication because you're always with them. There's a lot of downsides also because you're always with them and you can't get away from quote unquote your business partner all the time. Also keep in mind sometimes, and this is where most people fall into, is like you're the entrepreneur and your spouse is a non-entrepreneur. And so either maybe the husband stays home and the wife is running the business and the husband is taking care of the children, domestic affairs, etc., or maybe has a job, or vice versa. Perhaps the mother is taking care of all the children and the husband is running the business and doing that. Keep in mind that just because you're not copreneurs and you're not together in ownership of the business, that an entrepreneur's spouse who isn't involved in the business is still a big part of the success of the business, and it still plays a very critical role. And regardless if you're a copreneur or you are a spouse or have a spouse of an entrepreneur, it's very important about teamwork here and just realizing what our roles are and what we're going to do and how we're going to either share or we're going to divide and conquer. Those are really the two kind of general ways of thought when it comes to spouses, whether it be copreneur or one person only owns a stake in the business. Is, are we going to divide and conquer? Like these are our roles and they're separate. Like, hey, you take care of the family, I take care of the business, or vice versa, however. Or is it going to be where we do everything together? And it's more of like, hey, during these hours, I'm in the family role. And then during these hours, I'm in the business role. And then we switch or whatever it might be. So I see kind of two different trains of thought and it works based upon just personality and character traits and, what the moon was aligned, I guess, when you were born, how you interact with each other and what works best for you. I've seen both work. I've seen both fail. There's no right or wrong here, but I've seen some people divide and conquer and they have very clear roles and they keep things separate, or they do everything together, but it's more about the definition of who does what when, and they share roles together. Keep in mind, if you are going to have a divorce, it's going to become, it's a legal separation and your business is going to become intertwined with that, and it will involve the business. I've seen it time and time again, whether it be with franchisees or with just businesses that I've consulted, where they get into a divorce and the business goes downhill because the business assets are now tied up into legal battles of who gets what. And when you tear a business in two, it's not like those two pieces can now independently operate. It's like if I tear this business unit in half, it's not like I just got, the sum is greater than the equal of the parts, right? So like you've got to make sure that the business stays together and you can't just like split it in half and then do well. And so it's tough with the divorce. Make sure, again, we're going to talk more about the legal aspect of that, but at the end of the day, I'd avoid divorce at all costs, regardless of whether or not you have a business. I'm a big proponent of having family first and then the business. So when it comes to decisions, the family comes first and then the business, obviously we want it to succeed, but it's not going to be precedent over the family, and a lot of that has to do with time allocation, where you put your priorities, things like that. I'm not going to risk the family finances because of the business, for example. So you got to remember, in order for the business to be healthy, you as the entrepreneur or your spouse and you have to be healthy as well. And so if your relationship and he's going through divorce or going through a tearing and a separation and it's not healthy, that part of your life, it's going to carry over into the business, whether it be through a legal separation and then like a tearing of the business from a legal standpoint through divorce, or literally just the way you interact with your employees when you do come to work and you don't have a healthy relationship, healthy spouse teamwork dynamic going on at home. So really, again, I'm a big proponent of business after your family, and the same thing kind of comes with sibling rivalry. So another thing, part of family businesses is sibling rivalry, where you have two siblings that are, perhaps their mother and their father, they started the business, and now these siblings come, join the firm, join the business, and business is inherently competitive, whether it be between businesses, like your competitor, and you're actually trying to fight for business, but even inside of a company when you are competing for a better position or a raise or more money or opportunity in the business, and there can only be one CEO and there can only be one position, there's going to be a level of competition that is born out of that. And so sibling rivalry can sometimes happen when you have multiple siblings, brothers and sisters, joining a firm, and they are competing against each other. And one thing when it comes to divorce or sibling rivalry or any of the other complex sort of relationship dynamics that comes with family business is it's really important to determine up front, is the business or the personal relationship going to take a sideline when the conflict comes up? All right, like which one's going to take a sideline? If it comes head to head, like which one's going to lose? For me personally, the business is going to be the thing that sits out, right? So if there was an issue, I would either have to close the business or someone has to leave the business. All right, so some people would say, well, you could just like cancel the relationship, like, hey, I know we're brothers, but hey, you're out. I'm not ever talking to you again. You could do that technically. You could close out the relationship. I'm not a big proponent of that. I'd rather have a family first approach. So in that scenario where there's an issue between family members, whether it be spouse or siblings, and the business, either A, the business has to close, or B, someone's got to leave the firm. And having that up front before you even start the business or before you get siblings or family members to join ownership, definitely something you want to iron out. Like if we come again butt heads here, are we closing the business and selling it for what it's worth and then just splitting the money? And so we can keep our relationship together, or is one of us going to leave? And who's that going to be? And what's the terms? Are we going to buy each other out? All of that needs to be nailed down. And we're going to talk more about this in partnerships from a legal standpoint. But when it comes to family business, just know when you're going to have sibling rivalry, you're going to have issues with your spouse and your relationship. It's going to happen. How you're going to deal with that needs to be predetermined, if at all possible. Talk about what's going to take a sideline. When is it going to be, to have defined roles and have a teamwork mentality that you're going to have to share some things and create divisions and separations to create clear roles in certain parts of your relationship. All right, so in a family business, traditionally, there's going to be a succession, which means you're going to pass the business from one generation to the next. So I'm going to talk first about the responsibilities of the older generation as they pass the business along to the succeeding generation, the younger generation. So there's kind of 4 different things that I really feel the older generation needs to do in order to make that succession really smooth, or as smooth as possible. First one is communication. Communication. And these are going to be important, maybe not immediately when you're starting your business, but if you're going to pass your business along, and this is going to be important if you're passing your business along to anyone that's succeeding you, these next few points, all right? Planning, all right? We're going to go through each one of these in just a second. Planning is very important. Third thing that you got to do if the older generation is passing it to the new generation is owner development. All right, so these same things can be applied if you're trying to sell your business and pass it to a new owner. These are the same things. Long-term planning. All right, so these are the 4 things. First of all, when it comes to communication, I really feel like the parents or the older generation that's bringing on this newer generation, they need to listen and ask questions. So if they're passing this along to their children or their grandchildren, they need to ask questions and they need to listen. Listen to the strengths, the weaknesses. What are the questions that are coming from the younger generation? And are they looking at things a certain way that's incorrect? Or perhaps they see things better, and allowing listen, let them get their feedback, and really build trust and convey the values that you've already built in the business. As the older generation, you built the business, you're passing this along to your children. Convey those values and really build the trust with that new owner. Now, it's usually going to be a family member, in this case, a younger generation. And so definitely trying to build that trust so that later on they can come back to you, they can rely on you if needs be, or they can at least have trust in, like when I say build trust, I don't mean just the relationship. I also mean build their trust in their role and in the business. Two-way support and feedback is needed. So you're supporting them as the older generation. You want to support them. You want to give them feedback and allow them to give you the feedback. Don't be the person that, like, as you pass the business down to the next generation, thinks it has to stay the same. Because businesses need to adapt and change and evolve. And sometimes that succession going from an older generation to a younger generation, that new blood is going to allow the business to take a turn or deviate slightly to adjust to new norms, new trends, new technologies. And so as the older generation, your responsibility is to have that two-way support and feedback loop. Number 2 is planning. You need to plan for several different parties. You need to plan, remember the 3 circles we had? You need to plan for the family, you need to plan for ownership, and you need to plan for the employees. And again, looking at where that Venn diagram, where the overlaps of those circles happen, planning for really each one of those positions. Where are people going to fall? How are you going to create a plan for each of those people? But ideally, really, family, then employees, and then owners. How are you going to create a plan for those people during the succession and set them up for success down the road? You also, during the planning process, you want to create a transition, really, like how is the transition going to take place? What's going to be the timeline? How is it going to happen from a financial standpoint, from an equity standpoint? What's the breakdown? And really planning the estate of the older generation. Like if they pass away, are they keeping equity after they leave the business? Because if they are, when they pass away, where does the equity go? Making sure that's all ironed out before the older generation leaves the business is really important. And so that way the new generation, when they step forward, there's no question marks. They don't have this big looming date that might possibly come if the owner passes away, the older generation, and there's a whole bunch of equity on the table. Like, figure out the estate planning now. Either all the equity gets transferred to the new owner, or have it in place where, hey, when the older generation passes away, the equity that they have, it's already been delegated. There's no question mark. No one's wondering what's going to happen. It's already in writing. Everyone knows. It's all, all cards are on the table. It's really important, the planning part. Third part, owner development. Really creating a defined role of the owner is important. So as the older generation, they've started the business, they've grown the business, but like there's got to be a defined role. Like, what does the owner or the manager look like? And maybe in a larger business, it's not even, you're now a board member. What does that look like? What's that role look like? What's expected? What are the expectations? What's the job description of the owner? It might be an owner operator, like someone's there all the time, or it might be literally a board member seat, a seat on the board. What is the role? What's the job description? What's expected of them from the business? And then invest in the development and support the development of that new owner. Like, you might have to buy, further leadership training. You might have to spend a whole year where they are not an actual, they're not generating any sort of revenue for the business. They are simply learning and growing and being developed, and you're gonna have to invest in that. Develop, their skill set, their experience, perhaps even hire other people to support them in the new role of being owner. Because maybe if you, as the older generation, have juggled so many balls and done such an amazing job, you might have to go hire 1 or 2 people to support or take certain things off their plate so that the new generation can actually focus on being the owner, because they might not have all the skills you have. They might not know everything you know. And so you might actually have to invest monetarily into the training, the development, and the support mechanisms of maybe new infrastructure, new hires, to make sure that you set them up for success. That's going to take some investment, and that's a part of owner development. Last thing is long-term planning. This is really important when it comes to old generation passing along to a new generation, because the older generation, they're done. Like, hey, they're usually older, and they're kind of like, hey, I'm just going to retire. I'm out of here. And you don't want that to cause short-term actions. You don't want them to create your plan, have communication, owner development, but everything's done short-term planning, basically just to get the owner out, but there's no sort of like, hey, what's happening in 5 years? What's happening in 10 years? Who are we gonna pass this business to on in 40 years? Or are we gonna pass this down to your children? Or are we gonna put this up to go for sale in 10 years? Are we gonna keep this in the family? That type of long-term planning is going to what sets up the next generation for success, and the next generation, and the next generation, and that's how you have businesses that are passed from generation to generation to generation, is they do long-term planning along with all these other things. But making sure that there's not this succession plan of like, hey, here's how we're gonna get the current owner out of the business, and then that's kind of, then you're left to your own devices. Making that long-term plan, setting that the new owners, the younger generation up for success by having that 5, 10, 15, 20 down the years already planned out so that they can be confident in their new role. It's very important. All right, so now we're going to go over 4 responsibilities of the younger generation that's taking on the ownership and succeeding the older generation and taking the business over. Number 1, same as before, communication. And more importantly, just be open to communication. Like, as someone younger in the business, you really need to learn what created and grew the current business. Like, if the older generation started the business, like, what were their values? What were the mission? What was the thing that was like driving them? And what were those things that created and led to the growth of that business? Now you're taking it over. Learn what's worked. Now, you might say, well, that's not going to work in the future. That's fine. But learn what did work. It's going to give you a lot of good ways to deal with the past owner and know where the business is at. Like, you've got to be a sponge during this time. And you've got to be open to communication from the owner and back to the owner. And so just blindly, putting everything in the past, like, hey, we're changing everything, and like, we're gonna do these wild, before you get into these wild changes, get yourself informed. Like, know what got the business to where it's currently at before you start telling them how the future should be, and now, oh no, internet this, and like, we're gonna change this, make this mobile, and change this. Like, before you do all of that, figure out communication, figure out what got the business to where it's at, what got it started, what led to its current success. Then you can start giving some feedback. Then you can maybe bounce some ideas of how things can be better. But if you're open and receptive to what's gone on in the past, you're gonna get more respect and some better feedback on some of the ideas you might have for potential changes. But don't go to change mode from day one. Figure out, through communication, two-way feedback loop, figure out what got the business started, what led it to its current success, what are its values, the mission, all of that, all right? Number 2 is develop a personal action plan, all right? So develop a personal action plan. What that means is ask yourself, who am I? What are my values? And what areas should I work on personally and professionally? So this takes some inward looking. This is kind of what we've covered in the first couple, the last, 30 episodes or 30 lectures, is talking about like your own personality. What is that? What are you willing to take on? What makes you tick? What are your values? Those are things that you really need to know. Like, what is your motive for getting involved in the business? And then realizing, what are the areas I need to develop? Like, where personally do I need to develop? Where in business do I need to develop? And what are my weak points? This is very, very important to be self-introspective and self-aware enough to realize what are your weak points and to develop a personal action plan. The next step is implement the personal action plan. That's gonna mean that you go get an education of some sort. Maybe you get a degree of some sort. Maybe you get some training. Maybe you just get experience. And literally, this doesn't have to happen like, hey, tomorrow or like next week you're owning the business. Let's start with number 1, number 2, and number 3, implement. No, this implementation process might be 20 years of you just getting experience in the industry or getting experience in the business, working at a lower level position and not being a part of the ownership. This is like, literally, this could start from day one of you as a younger generation being in the business of an older generation. Implementing your personal action plan, educating, training yourself, experiencing, and making it very clear to the employees that you weren't just put in the owner's role because you're part of the family, but you were put in the owner's role because you're the best person for the job, and the reason you're the best person for the job is because you developed a personal action plan, then you implemented it, got training, educated, experience. You are the best person to be the owner of the business. So this part, number 3, is get qualified. Do not just assume I'm gonna walk and be an owner because I'm the younger generation, I'm getting this business passed down to me from my father, grandfather, grandmother, or mother. Like, don't think that. You need to get qualified and make sure that you are not just an alternative, you are the best person for the job. Next thing, number 4, is prepare for ownership. We're going to assume that either this person that we're handing this down to, the younger generation, has never been an owner or a manager, an owner-operator, and never been in the position of management before, maybe been in the business but never had ownership. You've really got to prep yourself for that. Develop your management skills. Again, we're talking about responsibilities of the younger generation. You've got to be self-aware and then realize, like, look, I got to develop these skills of management. I've got to have the ability to comprehend financial statements. That's why you have this course. If you're the younger generation, this is why you need to listen to this course, is to get the ability to comprehend financial statements, the ability to have leadership skills. Some of that's going to come through experience, some of it's going to come through this, education, knowledge, learning, training. And that's why you're in this course for some of you. And you really got to understand the relationship between the business and the family. Because this is a family business and you're passing it from one generation to the next, you've got to realize, hey, this is a family business, and understand the dynamics of those 3 circles: the employees, family, and ownership. You've got to understand the dynamic and understand the responsibilities and roles and the relationships, those areas in between, of all 3 of those parties, i.e. stakeholders in the business: employees, family, and owners. You've got to understand those, and you've got to have these 4 steps in order to make sure that you, as the younger generation, are responsible, take these things on before you take on the business. All right, so now we're going to talk about business plans, and I'm going to give you my opinion on business plans. And the reason I want to talk about this is because a lot of people are like, hey, business plans don't matter, just like go get started. And I would probably tend to lean in that direction. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But I do think business plans are important. And maybe that's the MBA inside of me that got schooled and was told that is something you must do. I do see value in it. Here's why, and here's the things I want to make sure you focus on when we start talking about business plan, because we're going to go in really deep detail. But I need you to kind of keep this in mind. Like, does it even matter? Should you just take a napkin, jot down your idea, and roll with it? How should you be thinking about a business plan? Why is it important? The first thing the analogy I like to give, and I always think about, is like if this is like a map, right? And you're over here at your house, and there's all these roads and things here going through the city. And this is like an aerial map, right? And we're trying to get to the destination over here. Maybe this is the store, and we got to get from here to there, right? And so figure out, okay, this is another street, and this street goes here, and let's go ahead and put that. Okay, so this is the aerial map view of a city. You're here, and you're trying to get here. This is your destination. When it comes to a business plan, all you really need, I really want you to figure out, is where are you at, what's your destination, and what's the vehicle you're taking. I'm not interested in what's the directions. Not interested in that, all right? So when we talk about business plan, you need to know, 1, you are here. When you go to every single map, you are here. When you go to like a map at a mall or airport, they always show you are here. You need to know that. You need to know, where are you at? In other words, what's the market like? What's the circumstance? What's the current environment of that industry and the technology that's used in that industry? You need to know, where are you? You know your surroundings, who your customers are, etc. And you know where you're going, your destination, all right? This is all the things we talked about earlier in the course. Why you want to go in business, what you want to build, why you want to build it, the motives, the objectives, and type of business, all of those things, the destination, where you're trying to get to, maybe how long it's going to take, etc. Third thing you need to know, and this is the hardest part, is the vehicle you're going to take. Because you could walk, you could run, you could take a scooter, you could take a longboard, you could take a bike, or you could drive, or you could fly, right? Like if you're gonna fly, you're gonna go, wah. If you walk, maybe you gotta avoid the highways. If you run, different. If you drive, you gotta follow the roads. You can't just drive straight across here. Now, what I would not be too worried about is the directions to get here. You might end up starting your business and thinking, I'm gonna go down here and then I'm gonna cut across. Well, you come down here and there's a roadblock. There's a detour. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back here. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go explore this other route here. No, this isn't gonna work. Let me pivot my business. This is working out really good. Okay, we're getting close. You know what? We had a setback. Something happened in the business. Employee left. Then we come around, and then finally we get to the destination. Now, when you're over here, do not worry about how you're going to get here in terms of the directions. And then it's like, okay, well, after 1 year, we're going to hire this person, then we're going to hire this person, and then we're going to have this marketing campaign. It's going to say this, and then at our 6-year marker, we're going to do this marketing campaign. It's going to bring X amount of customers. Like, you're basically trying to figure out how you're going to turn at this corner when you're up here. And you haven't even got there yet. So don't worry about the directions. Worry about where you're at, your current market conditions, where you're trying to go, what you want the business to look like, what you're trying to achieve, what the business is going to be. And then third is the vehicle. What business are you going to start? We figured out the destination. Okay, I know why I'm starting a business, the motives behind it, and what I want it to look like in terms of my life balance and my finances and all the rest of it. Okay, now what's the vehicle? What's the business? What is it actually going to get you to that place? All right, so focus on where you're at, the destination, and the vehicle. Do not worry about directions. This is what gets people wrapped up into business plans that are 500 pages long because they're trying to figure out on page 436 if they should hire a CFO or a CMO at year number 4. It does not matter. Everything changes as soon as you start your business. The minute you start your business, take your first turn, you immediately, something's going to change right there. And so trying to figure out the minute details in your business plan doesn't do a whole lot of good. All right. Now, a business plan can be helpful, especially for outsiders, people that are investors, potential investors, your financiers, so like your lender, banker, customers, suppliers, employers. They kind of want to know a business plan. Like the reason that a massive company like Tesla gets so much public attention on the stock market is because they have a plan in place of what they want to accomplish. They're telling everyone, hey, I'm getting the destination. This is where I'm going. And so you need to have a place where you're going. You need to have a plan on how to get there generically. And this is why a business plan is helpful. Showing someone a back of a napkin is great. But if you have a clear, defined plan of how you're going to do this, a little more convincing to a lender, to a bank. We're asking them for money. To employees that you might be trying to hire them away from a higher paying job, they're going to want to see a plan. How is this going to happen? All right, 3 things every single business plan needs to have, just in generics here. First of all, you've got to have a logical statement of a problem and its solution. All right, very basic here. Trust me, I've seen so many business plans where it's they ramble on and on and on, and at the end of it I say, okay, so why is this even going to exist? What's the problem we're trying to fix here? Well, this is the problem. Okay, well, what's the solution? Well, this is how we're going to fix it. Great, that's all you need to say. All right, so you need to identify the problem, we talked about that before, and then identify the solution. Business plan needs to cover that. What is the problem? What is the solution? We'll talk more about figuring out how to define what that problem is, define what the market need is, define what the customer's issues are that you can solve, and then how to create a solution. And are you going to sell that solution? Is it going to be free? How are you going to market that solution? Those are all parts of the business plan. But generic 30,000 foot view level, the business plan needs to include a problem and a solution. Because guess what? If you're not solving a problem, you're not going to have a business. You're not solving some sort of problem in the lives of a customer, not going to have a business. Number 2 is you've got to have a significant amount of cold, hard evidence. This is where market research comes into play. This is where statistics come into play. You cannot just go on I really enjoy this, so I'm going to make this business. Or my family, or my friends, you gotta have some good some good cold hard evidence of trends and technology and statistics and data that back up your claims. Okay, so if you think of the market is going in a certain direction, you're hey, we're building this thing, it's gonna be exactly what everyone's gonna want in 5 years. You better have some good cold hard data to back up, some good evidence that shows that the market's going in that direction. So evidence of your claims, your theses, all the things that you think are going to happen in the market, how the business is going to happen. You need to have evidence of that. And that can be through a lot of different things in terms of market research, analysis, data, surveys, all the rest of it. All right, number 3. We need to address the elephants in the room and just be really candor, just have some really good candor about the risks, the gaps, and the assumptions that you're making in the business plan that might be proved wrong. So here I'm gonna put risks. Because what I've seen time and time again is people, maybe they do actually get number 1 and 2, and they focus 90% of their business plan on the solution, i.e. what their business does. Instead of looking at, maybe the direction we think the market is going on, maybe that changes. That's a risk. Maybe another competitor moves in. Maybe there's an alternative that we're not even thinking about that technology is gonna bring along and completely wipe out our industry. These are all risks that need to be addressed. And just be open and honest about them so that those outside investors, employees, all the other people that are actually looking at this plan, they actually know that, hey, this person has a head on their shoulders and is seeing the logical risks, the threats, the opportunities. Remember the SWOT analysis? That you can see them and you've planned for them. All right, that's why a business plan is important. Now, remember, this is the big thing here. This is why business plans get a bad rep. Is the business plan is not the business. You are not going to become a professional business plan maker. This is why everyone bashes on business plans, is because you need to execute. Execution is the key. I don't care how great your business plan is. I don't care how well thought it out it is, but I promise you, you got to execute. You actually got to put boots to the ground and get things started. Eventually, you've got to start the car. You say, well, I know the destination, I know where I'm at. Okay, but you've got to get in the vehicle and you've got to get started. And what I hate about business plans, what the general public and the ideologies around entrepreneurship about business plans, is the fact that people know everything about this map. They just forget one part, and that's the fact that they got to get in the vehicle. They got to turn the key. They got to get started. And so that's the part that you can't forget. And some people jump right into, hey, just start, just go. And they forget these first 2 parts, in other words, the business plan, and they end up just driving around. They don't ever get anywhere. Eventually they just run out of gas, i.e. capital. They lose money, and they just have to stop the business because they don't know where they're going, and they don't know they don't know their destination, and they don't know where they're coming from. They're literally just wandering around oh man, I was over here. They're all over the place. So you gotta have a business plan. It's gotta have these 3 things, and you gotta start. You do have to start, but you wanna know where you're at and the destination where you're going. That's what the business plan offers. You do not want to do these really well and then not start. I don't want you to listen to this course. I don't want you to go conferences and then read books and listen to lectures and do business plans and have ideas and pitch them to people, but never start and never execute. I don't want you to do that. Remember, you gotta know where you're at, where you're going, and what vehicle is gonna take you there. Now, there is an occasional time where this level of planning isn't possible. And that's gonna be when, A, the type of research that you need to get some of these things is really, really expensive. And it's gonna take a really, really long time. So there are times when hey, to get the type of market research I need, to get this kind of data, to actually get some of these things, costs a lot of money and takes way too long, and there's a time sensitivity that I need to go. I just need to start. And maybe I start driving, and as I'm driving, I figure out where I'm going, and I start figuring out where I was at. Maybe. But in general, this is the rules that I would propose why a business plan is important. And if anyone tries to discard that it's not needed, just go. I promise you, if you know where you're at and where you're going, you're gonna have a whole lot better rate of success. And that's why a business plan is important, but shouldn't be overused or emphasized so much to the point where you never start the car. All right, so now we're gonna go through step by step what the business plan should entail in terms of that document. And so I'm gonna go over each part of the business plan in order. And so you might wanna jot down literally the title of the next 5-10 lectures and actually get what you're going to be including inside of your business plan. So the first one's pretty simple. It's the cover page and then the table of contents. So at the beginning of the document that you might hand out to investors or bankers or people like that, again, we've talked about who this business plan is going to go to, usually outsiders that need information about the business. So cover page is going to include the company name, address, phone number, and the website. Also, it's going to include the tagline, like if you have a slogan or something like that, as well as your company logo. Make it look nice. Freelancer.com is a good place to get someone to just kind of make your logo. 99 Designs, lots of online places like Upwork.com where you can get a freelancer to build your logo, create it, make it look good, and you can use it on the cover page of your business plan. Name of your contact person is also going to be on your cover page. So if you have a team of 3 or 4 founders, have the name of the contact person on there and how to get a hold of them via mail, email, phone, etc. Also on that cover page, you're going to have the date on which the business plan was prepared. So not just when you were founded, but when was this business plan prepared, because you're going to make edits and changes and revisions and new versions of that business plan. So have that also on the cover page. If it's going to an investor and you're going to be giving this to a bunch of investors and trying to get someone to give you money, you might want to put something on there that says it's confidential, the contents of the business plan, as well as that just saying it's not to be reproduced, simply due to the fact that you don't want them making copies and giving it out to other people. Honestly, I wouldn't make them sign an NDA. Like, again, we've talked about this before. It's all about execution. Your ideas are really kind of garbage. Like, honestly, if you give someone a map to get somewhere, the fact that the chances of them actually following through and doing that are slim. So I wouldn't worry too much about an NDA, but if you're really concerned about it and you're giving this to investors, you could say, hey, don't reproduce this, and that this is considered confidential information. And you might also want to put the number of the copy of the business plan. So literally start numbering the copies that you're giving out so you can keep track of how many you have given out to potential investors or outsiders. Next thing would be the table of contents. Pretty straightforward. Basically the sections of the business plan with the page number, because a lot of times investors or people are not going to read it from front to back. They're going to spot read it. They're going to go to certain spots. Like if they say, oh, well, I heard the business model, I kind of got the conceptualization, but I'm wondering how the marketing is working. They're going to go to the marketing portion of the business plan. Or if they want to know about the demographic of individuals you think you're going to target, like they might just turn to that spot. So have the table of contents with the name, with the page number that corresponds to each section. All right, so now we're going to talk about the executive summary. And honestly, it might be one of the most important parts of the whole business plan, because it's at the beginning and it needs to be a clear, concise piece and section of the business plan that really gives an overall picture of the proposed venture and creates interest in the venture. If you don't pique the interest of a potential investor or outsider that you're giving this business plan to, if you don't pique their interest in the executive summary, there's a really good chance they're not reading any further. So making sure that it is an overall in-depth but yet clear and concise, that's a challenge. And so usually that overview, that summary, the executive summary is going to be 1 to 2 pages. Don't go over 3 pages. Like now you're looking at like a full out, reading assignment for them. Within 1 to 2 pages, you should be able to answer the following overviews as well as just pique the interest and do this in a really good manner. Like if you're going to spend the most amount of time on any part of the business plan, it's the executive summary, because if you don't get their interest and you don't get them excited here, you're not going to get them to read the rest of your business plan. So here's some of the things. I'm going to read these off, the different things that need to be included in the overview inside of this executive summary, inside of this 1 to 2 pages. First of all, a description of the opportunity. What are you doing? An explanation of the business concept, an industry overview. So like look at what's happening in your industry, where's the flaws, where's the weaknesses, where's the strength, etc. Looking at your target market. What is that target market? What's the age demographics of your target market? Where do they live? What are their psychographics, their income levels, etc. The competitive advantage that you hope to achieve in the market. What's going to make you different than all of those competitors that you just mentioned in the market analysis, in that industry overview. The economics of the opportunity. So how much is it going to reap in terms of money back to them? How much is the potential of market share, revenues, etc. The management team. Go over who is in the management team, what their experiences are, if they have industry related knowledge, or have worked at a competitor, or have some sort of advantage in the way of skills, expertise, and experience, have that all included in the summary underneath the management team. Also, talk about the amount and purpose of the money being requested. This is all called the offering, and this is going to be if you're going to be giving this business plan to investors. You're going to say, hey, here's how much money I need, here's where it's going to be spent. That's in the offering, and that should be in the executive summary. So like, for example, you think about Shark Tank, the very first thing that people do is the offering. They say, hey, I'm requesting X amount of dollars in exchange for X percentage of my business, and that's the offering. And that's usually not going to be the first thing you do on an executive summary. This is a business plan. This is not a TV show. So you're going to include this usually at the end of your executive summary, requesting how much money you need, what it's going to be used for. And again, this is only going to be if you're giving this business plan to investors, not if you're giving it to employees or perhaps to other third parties that this business plan is being passed out to. So keep that in mind. Now, there's two different ways you can write this executive summary, and the one way is a narrative. And the narrative isn't used super frequently, but it's definitely used if one of those things we just mentioned, all those things that just listed off that you need to include, if one of them are like super, super awesome, like you have a groundbreaking product, or you have like an incredibly experienced, high-level, top-notch, 1 in a million management team, then you might want to use a narrative where you're going to tell the story. You're going to tell a story and you're going to really focus on one element of the executive summary. What's more, like if you have an incredible history of product, or you have like some sort of groundbreaking idea that's like revolutionary, that's when you might want to use a narrative, build the suspense, have a professional writer maybe write the executive summary, or at least make sure you have a good writer if you're not. Build an actual story, make that the story is the executive summary, and really focusing on one portion of the executive summary. Now, what's more popular is just to have a synopsis point of view where you talk about each one of those things I just listed off and kind of give them equal weight and proportion, and you basically are just covering what aspects of that, the target market, the industry overview, your management team, you kind of give equal weight to each one and just basically hit them all. There's not a story because there's not one part you're trying to really elevate. Like if you have some groundbreaking science or technology that's going into your product, you probably want to tell a story, tell about the history of that, tell about all of that, and really build up that one element that makes you really stand out from the crowd. But if you're really just starting a business where, hey, this is nothing incredibly groundbreaking in any of these categories, this is not a 1 in a million, once in a lifetime opportunity in our management team or this target market. Like if it's not that way, do a synopsis. Most business plans use that method where they just talk about each one of those things briefly. Again, a description of the opportunity, explanation of the business concept, an industry overview, the target market, targeting, who are you going to be targeting, what customers, the competitive advantage you hope to achieve in the market, the economics of the opportunity, the management team, and then the offering. Those are the things you need to cover in the executive summary. All right, so the next section of the business plan is the company description. And so I'm going to give you 12 different questions that you want to answer inside of this section. And some of these answers might seem like overlap and you can kind of answer them pretty quickly together, and that's fine. But some industries will have the different questions might have very different answers just because the nuances of their industry and their business. So some of these you might be able to kind of merge together and you might see some overlap, and that's totally fine, but you want to make sure they're at least addressed inside of the company description section. So let me list these off. There's 12 of them. The first one is when and where is the business to be started? So again, we're assuming the business has not yet started at this point. When is it going to start, and where is the business going to be started? Number 2, what is the history, if any, of the company? So now we're assuming that this business has already been started and you're still kind of maybe looking for investment or trying to get a potential hire or doing something with the business plan with the third party, and you are going to give the history of the business as it has been so far. Number 3, what are the firm's objectives? The objectives, the why behind the business. What are you trying to get to, whether it be numbers, metrics, achievements, impact, etc. Number 4, what changes have been made in the structure and or ownership of the business? So again, we're kind of going back and forth between an existing business that you still have a proposal or a business plan that you're trying to get out there versus a brand new one. So in this case, what are some changes in the structure of the business that have taken place if the business has been around? Number 5, in what stage of development is the firm? For example, if you're just starting your business, you might be in the seed stage, which means you're just getting started, and you might be looking for a seed funding round where you're just getting someone to invest a tiny little bit of money, or a smaller portion of money, I should say, to get started with the business. It's literally just a concept, an idea, a seed. Therefore, a seed round, or maybe you have a full product lineup. Maybe you've already been in business for a few years. Maybe this is more of an expansionary type of a business plan. And so determining that what stage of growth, what stage of development is the firm is important as well. Number 6, what has been achieved to date? And a lot of times people think, well, that's only if I've been in business already and I've already have some track record. Well, if you have an idea, you should have already taken some sort of steps. Like something's already should have been achieved. Like maybe you've at least designed something in terms of a 3D model or a prototype or a test or some sort of a survey, or you've done sort of market research or something. Like you should have had some sort of track record before you just randomly came up with a business plan. Maybe you developed a logo, or you developed some sort of a study, or some sort of a test, or you did some sort of experiment. That's all stuff you should be noting here in the company description. What has been achieved to date? Number 7, what is the firm's competitive advantage or distinctive competence? What makes you different than everyone else? Number 8, what is the primary product or service? Just be really clear. Like, you do not want someone getting past the company description not knowing what your business sells or what the product or service is that you're really highlighting. Make sure it's very clear. Even if you have to say, take a sentence and just say, this is what we do. Like, end of story. This is what we sell. This is the product or service we offer. Make it very simple. Make sure that they know that. Number 9, what customers will be served? Again, knowing your target market is so important to investors or anyone that you're showing this business plan to, that you actually know who you're trying to sell to. Not just like everyone and their dog is being seen as the potential market for your business and for your product or service. So making sure that you know what customers will be served. Number 10, this is from more of a legal standpoint. We'll talk more about this in the future, but the form of organizations. If you're an LLC or sole proprietor or a corporation or a partnership, that should be listed here in the company description, and we're going to talk more about each of those in the future. Number 11, what are the current and projected economic states of the industry? So not just your business right now, but what's the industry look like currently from an economic standpoint, and what does the future prospects seem to be indicating in terms of growth or contraction or change, and whatever it might be. If technology is disrupting or certain political or environmental things are shifting in the industry and changing the economic viability or projections of your industry, make sure those are noted here. Number 12 is really, you want to really be clear about what your future exit plans are for the business, if any. Like maybe you plan to pass this business on from generation to generation and it's to be around in 200 years. Or maybe you plan to IPO, have an initial public offering where you give the stock, you sell the stock to the public market. Or maybe you plan to run it for 5 years and then sell it privately. If you have an exit strategy, if you have a future exit in mind already and you're planning in that direction, this is a good place to just note that so it's very clear to people, especially investors, what the exit strategy is going to be, or if this is going to be a generational business that continues to go on and on and on and on, and being clear about that is important in the company description. All right, so the next section of the business plan is what I call ITC. So industry, target customer, and competition. All right, so that's the title of this section, is industry, target customer, and competitor or competition analysis. All right, so the primary purpose for this section of the business plan is really to present the opportunity and demonstrate why there's a significant market to be served. And really, in this area, you really don't want to talk, this section, you don't want to really talk about you and your business as much, or your company. You want to talk about the underserved market and the segment, the industry that you're getting into. Don't try to just start talking about you and your business and how you're going to fulfill the No, we're doing an analysis of the industry, the target customers, and the competition. You are not in here. Let's do like an analysis that doesn't seem biased by simply just, don't we always talk about your business in this section. Talk about the industry, target customers, and the competitors, not you as much in this section, all right? So first thing is the industry. This is gonna be kind of the overall market that is in your competitive world. And so talk about the size, the growth rate, the fundamental trends, major players. These are all really important when it comes to the industry. All right, so if I'm doing cars, I'm gonna wanna talk about Tesla, I'm gonna talk about Ford, I'm gonna talk about GM, I'm gonna see what industry trends are happening, see what kind of new technologies are taking place, who are those major brands, and what are the fundamental trends? Are we moving from less carbon emissions to more of an electrified market in terms of the car market? And so looking at the industry, looking at the trends, look at the major players, look at the growth. Is it growing or is it shrinking? And just because it's shrinking doesn't mean that the industry you shouldn't get into. It just might mean that there's a reason why it's shrinking and you can change that trend. So look at the size as well. Like if you're wanting to create a $10 billion business, don't be getting into a $200 million business if you want to build that $10 billion business, all right? So in this section too, you want to talk about what niche do you plan to really participate in, all right? And again, I don't mean, don't analyze how you're going to exploit the niche. Talk about the niche, not how you're going to exploit it, all right? So again, we're talking about the industry. What niche of that industry do you plan on targeting? And again, don't talk about how you're gonna do it, just talk about the niche. Talk about why they're underserved, why that particular niche inside your industry is underserved, they don't get the product or service they need, they don't get the quality that they need, and talk about them. Talk about that niche in the industry that you're trying to go after. Not how you're going to do it, but talk about them and why they are underserved and you're going to be going after them. Target customers. All right, this one right here. Who are we going to actually sell our product or service to? And you want to talk about them in terms of demographics, like where are they at, what cities do they live in? Do they live in metropolitan areas? Do they live in rural areas? Do they live in big houses? Do they live in small houses? How old are they? All the demographics. And then the psychographics are things like, what do they value? What are their attitudes? What are their political stances? What are their fears? All of the parts that are more psychological. Again, what are the target markets and target customers? What are their values? What are their psychographics? And what are their demographics? Be as detailed as you possibly can be, but again, don't go way overboard, getting super detailed. If you haven't done research to actually back it up, don't just be like, oh, we have to sell to females between age 40 and 50 in rural America making between $50,000 and $75,000 that have 2 children, and one of which is in school. Like you shouldn't do that and narrow that way down to that niche if you haven't done significant research to back that up. All right, so it's okay to be a little more broad at the beginning, but don't go to the other side and be like, oh yeah, our target customers are basically everyone that has a pulse. Like everyone's gonna love our product. You're just not gonna be able to do that. It's not gonna happen. Next thing is you wanna analyze your competitors and analyze them in terms of product or service attributes that they offer or failing to provide. Again, we're not talking about how we're gonna beat the competition or how we're gonna make our product or service better. We're simply analyzing their product or service and talk about what they offer and what they're failing to provide, therefore offering a niche for us to exploit and really go after. So again, don't talk about yourself here, talk about the competition and analyze what they can and cannot do for the customer and why that's giving you an opportunity because there's an underserved market here. This ITC is all about finding and explaining the underserved market. Underserved in the industry, a certain type of target customer, or in the competition where there's an underserved market that you're trying to exploit. All right, so the next section of the business plan is the product or service plan. So again, if you're doing products, we're talking about a physical product. If you're doing a service-based business where you're usually supplying labor, like a landscaping or lawn care business, etc. All right, so this section is really, the primary reason is to describe the product or services to be offered to the customer, all right? In the last lecture, we talked about analyzing the ITC. Now is the opportunity to actually talk about you and yourself and your product and your service. So in the last time we talked about the industry, target customers, and a competition. And we said, hey, don't talk about you as much. Just identify the gaps in the market. Now is your time to actually start make a convincing presentation about your company's competitive advantage. Like, why are you supposed to fix these problems and how you're going to do it so much better than everyone else. Use analysis of showing the gaps in the market as to why you have that competitive advantage and why your product or service is faster, better, cheaper. All right? So, last lecture we talked about it. Identify the gaps, talk about the gaps, talk about external things that show why there's a niche of a customer base that you want to go after. Now's your opportunity to actually show why you are going to be better than all those other people. Better, faster, cheaper. Explain why you're going to be able to serve that underserved market. Now, if you have a physical product, you definitely want to be able to have some sort of a working prototype, something that you can actually see is actually operational. And the more development and patent protection you have for a physical product at this stage, the better, especially if you're asking investors for money. Definitely a good idea to have an actual physical working prototype if you have a physical product. In this section of the business plan, you really want to talk about your growth strategy for your product or service. Because for most businesses, as you grow, you are going to expand your product line or your service offering. So products and services. If you're doing physical products, you're probably going to have like another whole entire category of products or product line that you develop. And really, it's going to tap into a secondary target market. All right, so we've talked about your target market already, but when we talk about growth, if you're really trying to grow this business really big, you might actually end up making another product line that serves a different market. For example, you might create a top-of-the-line camera, $5,000 camera, and your growth strategy is actually to create a $1,000 camera down the road. Whole other product line, whole different product altogether at a lower price. It's going to appeal to a completely different market. And that's a secondary market. Same thing for services. You might start with the services and your target market, but then as part of your growth strategy for that service business, you are going to offer other services that tap into a secondary market. For example, you might do mowing, like a mowing business, and that your target market is for people that have a lawn and things, but then you might actually end up having a growth plan for that service-based business where you start offering artificial turf. No longer are you mowing, you're actually creating artificial turf, and it's a completely different market. It's, instead of spending $30 or $40 a week, someone's spending $30,000 or $40,000 for you to put their artificial turf in. And so you are basically growing your service mix, growing your service offering as the business grows. Now, don't feel like you have to have a plan in place to go after a secondary market. If you just want to stay focused and that's the long-term goal of the business is that target market, that's fine. But if the business is going to grow and it's going to grow past the size of what that target market is going to actually allow the business to grow, you're going to need to extend your product lines, you're going to need to extend your service offerings to reach a secondary target market that's wider, bigger, and usually going to allow for growth in the business. So if that's part of the business plan, growing your product line, adding more services to your initial service offering, definitely going to want to introduce that here to provide the evidence that you have a plan in place to grow the business and reach more customers and generate larger income and generate more revenues. That all needs to be included here on the product and service plan. All right, so the next part of the business plan is the marketing plan. And we're going to talk in detail about all the different aspects that are going to go into this later on in the course. So when we talk about marketing, you'll probably come back to this part if you're actually creating your business plan and fill in this part with more detail, because this is a big part of your business plan. How are you going to reach and service customers? That's really what the marketing plan is. Like, okay, how are we going to reach them and contact them and make them customers? And then two, how are we going to service the customers? And so really, a lot of people, when they think about marketing, they really only worry about the reaching part, and they think this is like the only part, and this is really just the before the sale, all right? Now, part of marketing is also how you service the person, how you service the customer, and if they come back for you, customer service, fixing a product, maintaining the product, and then also getting them to come back to you time and time again, and keeping them warm, keeping those leads warm, keeping them coming back to buy more. That's all after the initial sale. That's really all part of marketing. So keep in mind, when we talk about marketing, it's about reaching the customer, so finding someone that doesn't know about you and getting the sale before, but then once they've made the sale, servicing that customer and getting them to come back time and time again. So really, in a nutshell, marketing is really how will you entice customers to make the change to your product or service and to continue using it. So when you start your business, in your business plan, you have the intention to start a new business, you got to figure out, how am I going to reach the customers and convince them to switch their product or service currently? If they are going to another restaurant, how am I going to reach them and convince them to switch to my service, consummate the sale, but then how am I going to convince them to really continue using my product or service? So things inside of the marketing plan section, there's quite a few things that are going to be in here. And this could be a really long part of the business plan, a big chunk of it, I should say, in terms of proportion. And again, we're gonna talk a lot more about this later on in the course, what all of these things are. But I'm gonna list off some of the things you need to include in the marketing plan section. First of all, what's your marketing strategy? In other words, how are you going to identify and attract customers? And this has everything to do with creating a strategy around what's your marketplace, what's your consumer, what's your avatar, what's your ideal customer, and creating a persona around that and selling it to them. What does that customer look like? That's part of the marketing strategy. Identifying who your customers are and then attracting them. So we talk about pricing strategy as well. So you might have a really high ticket price strategy, or you might have a freemium model where you get someone to buy, it's free to join, but then you have options for upgrades, and that's where the pricing strategy would come into play. Lots of different pricing strategies. If you want to be in the middle of the market, the lowest prices, like Walmart, low prices every day, that's their motto, and that's guaranteed, and they're really centered around low prices. That's their pricing strategy. Whereas you look at Apple, and they are high price strategy. They're looking for high margin on their products that they sell. So that's a part of the marketing strategy too, is your pricing strategy, which all of this ties in together because their pricing strategy is going to tie into identifying and attracting your target market and your customer base. Apple is not going after the low income threshold. They're going after middle class, upper class, and they're very dedicated to that. And so your pricing strategy ties in with finding that target market and marketing to them accordingly. What's your selling approach going to be? Are you going to be high pressure sales? Are you going to be a retail environment? Are you going to be online? That's all different aspects of selling. Types of what type of sales force you're going to use? Are you going to do direct to consumer? Are you going to have pop-up shops in a mall? Are you going to do all online? Are you going to have a retail space? Are you going to have a warehouse? And what type of sales force is going to be needed for each of those selling approaches? And so if you are going to be having direct to consumer and you are going to have people inside of a mall selling at a kiosk, you're going to need to have your sales force, i.e. the people working that booth and that kiosk, trained, and you need to have a plan on how they're going to sell. Whereas if you're a third party and you are creating product, but then you are selling it to a distributor or to someone else that is in between you and the retailer, for example, and you're just manufacturing the product, for example, then it's a matter of creating a sales force that's going to actually be selling to the buyers of the distributor. So all of that, figuring out what your sales force is, who those people are, who they need to be, and how you're going to train them. Distribution channels, same thing. Are you going to direct to market, or are you going to do more of a warehousing and you're going to be a part of a supply chain? Are you going to be the retailer and you're going to get products from other manufacturers and then sell them with a markup? Knowing that distribution channel is really important. Types of sales, promotions and advertising, this is usually what people think about when it comes to marketing, but just one part of it. What kind of promotions are you going to do? Are you going to do buy one, get one free? Are you going to have some sort of a promotion where someone buys an entry-level product and they get upsold to a higher end type of product? Are you going to do bulk pricing, some sort of promotion around that, where you, like T-Mobile or Verizon, you get 4 lines for $100 instead of 1 line for $80. Like, that type of promotion is obviously trying to incentivize bulk lines and more people come into the service. And so your promotions and your advertising should really be created and built upon all the other things we just talked about. Selling approach, what type of distribution channel you have, how you've determined what type of customers you're going to have, your pricing strategy. Those are all things that are going to play into what your advertising and promotions are going to be, because if you look at Apple, they do not do 50% off. They don't do what Walmart does, where buy one, get one free. That doesn't happen with Apple. They might discount by $30 or $40 or $50 on a $2,000 product. And so their promotions are much more around bundles and the services on top of the products. And so your pricing strategy should, again, really be connected to all aspects of your marketing, and your advertising and your promotions should also be connected to each aspect of your marketing strategy. And all of those things I just mentioned there, that kind of list there, are really all the things to attract. It's all part of the reaching the customer. And that's a big part of it. But then second part is, again, servicing the customer. That has to do with warranties and upsells. And all of that needs to be included in the marketing plan within the business plan. And we're going to talk in detail about each of those things that I just mentioned in much more detail later in the course. All right, so the next part or section of the business plan is the operations and development plan. So this is really about offering information on how the product will be produced or the service provided. So we've talked about kind of like all the advertising, getting people to actually buy or consummate the sale, but now operations is like we got to like execute on it. We got to actually like produce the product, or we got to produce the service that we've advertised and now has been purchased. So in this section, you want to explain how the operations will contribute to the business's competitive advantage and how it's going to create value to the customer. So this is where you can kind of brag about your product or service and make sure it's actually fixing a need for the customer, and how it's going to create value, solve a problem for them, make things better, faster, or cheaper for them. This is where you're going to talk about the operational side of things, but how your operation ties into that value proposition for the customer. So if you are going to create things that are cheaper for the customer, that's the value proposition. What you want to talk about in this section is how your operations going to facilitate that. In other words, how are you going to create really lean, efficient warehousing and production and sales systems? Like, how is the operational side of things going to be super, super tight, so that way you can have the competitive advantage of creating value in the form of lower prices? So it's all about the operational side to make that competitive advantage, that value proposition for the customer. So in this section, we're going to talk about location and facilities. So how much space and what type of equipment is going to be needed to start the business. Do you need a retail space? Do you need office space? Do you need a warehouse? What are the equipment you're going to need? Do you need trucks? Do you need a refrigerator? Do you need fryers and ovens? Like, all the stuff in terms of equipment and locational type of space do you need for the business to get started. So different types of warehousing and if you have foot traffic, you're going to need retail space. If you don't need foot traffic and you're doing online, you might need office, but you might need some warehousing for the product to be warehoused at, for example. So identifying the location, where's it going to be, is a big part of it too. That plays into your operations, and then again, your operations ties in your competitive advantage. If you're trying to do fast shipping, you might want to be in the middle of the United States, for example, or in a centralized place to your target market. Because you're trying to do fast shipping, for example, that might be something you want to think about. Even for lawn care landscaping, we try to stay in the center of our target market, so that way we can also be more efficient and get to the customers on time. In-house production versus outsourcing. This is something you want to talk about inside the operations and development plan. Are you going to do stuff in-house where you have a lot of control? For example, Tesla, they build everything of their car in-house. Then you got someone like Nikola, who comes along and says, hey, we're going to outsource a lot of things. They're going to give up control, but they're going to do it in the name of cost cutting and saving time and money. And so there's a balance here, and you want to talk about this here in the operations and development plan, because you need to identify what are the things you're going to do in-house and what are the things you're going to outsource. And one thing that's very important, and this is the downfall of Nikola, is do not outsource a part of the operations that contributes to your competitive advantage. So for Nikola, their competitive advantage was creating a vehicle that was hydrogen powered, but yet they were having the key components and parts of their truck and vehicles manufactured, outsourced by someone else, and that was like the key component. It wasn't just like the chassis or the exterior of the vehicle. Like, they weren't just outsourcing that, they were actually outsourcing the competitive advantage that they were pitching to the marketplace. And so you don't want to outsource those things, but realize that you're going to want to outsource some things, because if you try to take everything in-house, it's going to slow you down, it's going to cost a lot of money. So you got to determine what things are you going to outsource, what things are you going to do in-house. Outsourcing might be marketing, it might be your website development. It might be certain things that you're going to give to other contractors or developers that are in a certain category of your industry that you don't want to necessarily specifically get really deep into. It's going to cost a lot of money to get their equipment, their expertise, the hires for that category. So you might just outsource that part of your operations. Whereas you might keep in-house the things that are really, really fundamental to the competitive advantage of your company. So inside the operations and development plan, you're also going to talk about quality control, inventory control, and the use of subcontractors. So quality control, how are you going to maintain quality of your product or service? Inventory control, how are you going to make sure that you have enough product at the right amount of time, you order enough, your supply chain is in order, that you're creating enough tacos for the lunch rush, and how are you going to make sure you have all the products, how do you make sure you have all the ingredients ready for that rush during the lunchtime rush. For example, if you're looking at Black Friday or for the Christmas holidays and you're creating a product that is gifted, you're going to need to make sure that you have great inventory control to make sure you have created enough product, you don't run out, but you don't have too much, and now you're getting warehouses space and warehousing a bunch of product and spending a bunch of money on just inventory that's sitting there dead. So inventory churn, we'll talk about that more in the future too. But also the use of subcontractors. So it's kind of a way of outsourcing as well. If you're in the labor market, for example, lawn care and landscaping, you might outsource or get subcontractors for hardscaping and really, really detailed arbors and walls and patios and fences. But then you focus on the landscaping and the softscapes, like the sod or the mulch or the soil or the trees, and you focus more on those things, and then you can subcontract out those other things. That's also another form of outsourcing, and definitely something that inside of the operations and development plan you should flesh out. All right, so the next section of the business plan is the management team. And this is really important. Like, prospective investors especially are going to be looking for a well-managed company. And that's going to start with a team of managers that you put together. Your founding team, maybe it's people that you just hire as employees, maybe they aren't even owners, but that management team is so important. And the quality of that management is paramount, especially for investors. And some investors would actually say that they would prefer an A-type management team with a B product instead of a awesome A product but with a B management team. So the importance of having a great management team cannot be overstated, and it might be something you think about if you're the only person, if you have weaknesses in certain areas, and we're going to talk more about this in the future of the course. There might be certain gaps that you need to fill in order for this part of the business plan to be really complete and look appealing to a potential investor. In this section, you're going to have a detailed organizational structure for the business and the backgrounds of all those who are filling the key positions inside of that organization structure. So one part about the organization structure and showing which key positions and the people that are filling them, that's great for now, but you might want to show that for year 1 or year 2 if you're planning to grow really quickly. or if that's in your business plan, like, hey, we're gonna grow like exponentially. Well, you might wanna plan for that in your organizational structure and actually show what that's going to look like in year 1, 5, etc. if you're really planning to scale very, very quickly. But definitely, at least for starting out, you need to have an organizational structure, the key positions, and the just kind of the bio of the people that are filling those spots. What their management experience is, where they've worked before, all of that stuff is really important. Because, and like I said, managerial experience, like I just mentioned, is particularly valuable on the management team. Because when it comes to managing teams and managing people, it's really important that you've had experience hiring and firing and doing HR stuff and dealing with people's emotions and like all of that stuff that we're going to talk a lot about. You really need to have someone on this management team that has that type of experience if you're trying to wow an investor, because you can have the best salesperson in the world and the best product person in the world, but if you can't manage people, it's going to be very difficult for you to grow. So make sure you have that in your organizational structure if you as the founder can't fill that position. So that's why it's so important to see the different positions on the organizational structure, see where the gaps are, fill those gaps, or at least just be honest and open about what positions you're going to need to fill for that management team to be complete. Ideally, on this management team in the section of this business plan, ideally you have a balance between the financial and marketing and then the production and innovation. All right, so you could look at it as like kind of like back end and then actually like developing the product or service itself, like carrying out production, right? So you got production and innovation, you got financial and marketing, two different aspects of the management team that really you should have a nice balance of. If you have a whole bunch of salespeople and marketing and CPAs and all this great over here, but no one that's like an engineer or like develops the actual product and research and development and creating new products, if you're creating a product-based business, you're gonna have a problem. Same thing for a service-based business. If you have a great marketer and really visionary and knows all the metrics and the numbers behind your business, but you don't have anyone to like do operations and like perform the work and like have work change orders and send out estimates and all those sort of things, and is good in the office, you're not going to be able to do very well when it comes to encouraging someone to invest in your business or putting together a solid business plan. So recognize that even if you're not presenting this to an investor, recognize where your weaknesses are, which side of the equation you might fall on, and where you need to balance out that equation to make the most balanced management team you possibly can. All right, so the next section of the business plan is called critical risks. Some people call it a risk analysis, but usually just called critical risks. And it's really important because without this section, really the business plan is incomplete, because it shows to investors or whoever you're showing this to that you really don't even take into account the fact that there are risks, there's downsides, there's pitfalls, and there's inherent risk in starting a new venture, and you need to at least address them. You don't need to be pessimistic. You don't need to like say you're gonna fail, but you need to address them and say what you're gonna do to make sure you cover those risks and are doing whatever you can to mitigate those risks. And this is in reference back to the SWOT analysis. Remember, we talked about the SWOT analysis before. We have the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Well, the risk profiling here, the critical risks, really are talking about the weaknesses and the threats. That's really what we're focusing on here in this section. Talking about what is a threat to the business, what are the weaknesses which would lead to a potential downfall or risk to the business. So some of the common risks and some of the things you might want to address in your risk analysis, your critical risks, are lack of market acceptance. So you start this business and customers just don't buy the product as anticipated. So you're expecting all of this, sales revenue and people just to love the product or service, but if there's a lack of market acceptance, that's going to reduce the uptake in revenue, and the revenue increases or what you're expecting in your forecast later on in this business plan. And so that's one common risk to talk about or include is like, hey, this is a chance that the market just doesn't accept it and customers don't buy the product as we anticipate. Another thing is that there's competition retaliation. So perhaps you get started with this new business, but the competitors start to retaliate and they start cutting, slashing prices, trying to, basically price you out of, price you out of competition, and doing something in terms of stealing your people or stealing your suppliers, going to your suppliers behind your back and telling them, trying to cut you off. So in some way, there's a chance, there's a risk that there's competitors that will retaliate when you start your business. Another critical risk is many times longer time frames and higher expenses to start and grow. This is a common one that people don't take into account. Like, things take twice as long and cost twice as much. And so all the projections you've given or going to give in your business plan, there's a chance that things take longer than expected to grow the business, and things take a lot more expense and money to get the business to that size. So those are risks to think about. Like, what if you don't sell that many widgets the first year? What if it's half? What if it costs a lot more to make those widgets? Those are all risks that can come into play. Inadequate financing is another risk that you want to talk about. What if you're not able to raise more money? What if you aren't able to qualify for a loan? What if you need more financing but you don't qualify for it? These are all things to think about. Inadequate financing, definitely a big critical risk that can come into play when you're starting your business. Last one is government and regulations. If you're dealing with some sort of importing or taxation or some sort of product or service that is regulated by the government, like marijuana or just a whole bunch of different things, like technology is regulated by the government. A lot of stuff is regulated by the government, even in the landscaping industry, sprays and what kind of chemicals are used, and the regulations behind emissions. Those are all things that are regulated by the government, and you're definitely going to want to keep those things in mind, especially if your business model is tied to a specific regulation staying in order, because it might not. For example, if you're leaning on the H-2B program, which is where the people are able to come up from Mexico and work for months at a time in the farms, agriculture, or labor positions, if your business model depends on that and regulations change, that is definitely a critical risk for your business. This risk analysis, this part of the business plan, is really awesome because it really starts to get you thinking what could potentially happen bad. Don't dwell on it too long. Eventually there's always going to be risks. Do not think that you're going to be able to start a business risk-free, but definitely knowing what the potential risks are and seeing how you can potentially mitigate them, reduce them, make sure that you at least have thought about them and what the potential avenues for getting out of those pitfalls are if something were to happen, if something does take too long, if something does start costing too much, if you do need more financing. Is there a last ditch effort? Is there a way to get yourself out of a bad spot? These are the kind of things you want to think about when you go through your critical risk assessment. All right, so the next section of the business plan is what's called the offering. And this is really important, especially if you're trying to find new investors, because this is the part that really is the plan to clearly define how much money is needed and when. So not just how much money you need, but like, when do you need the money? If you say, well, I need $1 million right now, they're gonna wanna know what that $1 million is going towards. And if you don't tell them that, hey, I need actually 100,000 to get started, and then 100,000 the next month, and 100,000 the next month for 12 months, for example, and that's why I need the $1 million, you need to know not just how much, but when you're going to need the money. Do you need the $1 million up front? Or are you looking over the course of time, maybe perhaps until you're profitable, that you're going to be needing that money? So the offering is when you need the money and how much you need. And really what I would recommend is using a sources and uses table. So we have sources and then we have uses, all right? So sources is, where's this money coming from? So you might say, okay, well, we're gonna do bank debt, and that's going to be $300,000. And then we're going to have equity, and what we are offering here is that the owners or the founders, they are going to contribute $100,000. And then this is the part that you're really looking for, and that is that the new investors, this would be them probably, would be $100K from them. So then your total sources of the funding that you need is $500,000, all right? And this is where you'd say, hey, look, we need $500,000 to start this business. $300,000, the source is bank debt, $100,000 is owner's equity, and $100,000 we're looking for a new investor. And this might be you if you're giving this to someone, right? So then what you're going to do is you're going to line this up with the uses, all right? So where's this money actually going to be going towards? So I'm not going to put like an itemized amount, but I'll just write some of the things that you might put in here. You might have product development, all right? So this is especially important with a product-based business. What's it going to cost to actually develop the product, R&D, research and development, things like that, creating the product itself. That's why some companies won't make money for a long time, because they're spending a lot of money on product development. Then you got personnel costs. So there's going to be, the costs of payroll. It could be the cost of the founder's payroll, just keeping all the people that are needed to get the business off the ground. There's personnel costs that this money is going to be used for. You have working capital. Underneath that, you could have working capital. Underneath that, you could have like cash. You could have accounts receivable. You could have inventory. You could have all the machinery that's required. So you could have a whole lot of uses for this money. But at the end of the day, what you really want it to do is you're going to have a dollar amount, just like we did here. You're going to have a dollar amount for each of the uses, and that should line up with $500,000, all right? So that way you have your source $500,000 and your use for $500,000, and they realize that if you're giving this to an investor, that $100,000 is needed in order for this to balance out. And just you gotta remember, like, hey, it's not like if I have $500,000 and I'm now using $500,000, I'm gonna have zero in the bank. Make sure your working capital is included inside the uses, which means some of this money is going towards simply just having extra money on hand, because you can't run the business down to zero. Make sure you have working capital as part of the offering and as part of the uses for the money that you're asking for. All right, so another part of the business plan, another section should be really centered around the exit strategy. All right, and basically, again, this is going to be really important for any sort of founder or investor. And if you go back to the last lecture, we talked about who's in the equity portion of the sources for the funding. Those people are looking for an exit strategy, whether it be the founders or whether it be investors. They're looking for an exit strategy. And we're gonna talk a lot more about this later in the course, because we call this harvesting, which is kind of like, hey, I plant a seed, I expect some sort of harvest, or I expect some sort of yield from the money, i.e. the seed that I put in the ground. So when you're talking to investors, they expect that there's some sort of exit strategy, some way for them to eventually cash out on the money that they have put in, whether that be in the form of an initial public offering, whether it be selling the business, whether it be some sort of private equity. We're gonna talk a lot more about this later in the course, but realize that in the business plan, you need to outline what the exit strategy looks like, and realize and be flexible to the fact that, hey, you might not actually know what the exit strategy is, or there might not be an exit strategy. You might want to pass this on from generation to generation to generation. However, it needs to be addressed. If you don't plan on selling this in 10 years, if you don't plan on taking this public, if you don't plan on doing some sort of acquisition, you just need to clarify, hey, my exit strategy is the fact that this is going to go on to the next generation and next generation and the next generation. Everyone has an exit strategy because we all eventually die. And so you need to have some sort of a plan of what's going to happen to the business, and realize, look, stuff changes. People did not think that Amazon, a bookstore, was going to end up creating technology for driverless cars and drones and all the rest of the things they do. That wasn't in their initial business plan. However, their exit strategy should have, if I was creating one at the beginning with Jeff Bezos at the beginning of Amazon, we would have had an exit strategy. We just happen to be wrong on it, because it evolved, it grew, it continues to grow and evolve and change. But it's very important for investors, if you're trying to ask for their money, that they know what the exit strategy is, and that you have actually put some thought into whether or not you're going to be able to sell it, what that cost is going to be. Then they can start thinking about yield, like a seed going in the ground. You look at the yield of the seed in terms of the harvest. Same thing goes for investors. They're looking at how much do I need to put in the seed stage of the business. We talked about that. Investing, the seed part. Well, what's that yield in terms of harvest going to be? Are they going to make 20% on their money? Are they going to double their money? Are they going to triple their money over the course of 10 years? Those are all things that they're going to be thinking about, and it needs to be clarified in the exit strategy what you anticipate that to be, or some of the options that you would have on the table in 5, 10, 15 years, or if this business is going to continually be handed on from generation to generation. All right, so the next and last section of the business plan is going to be the financial plan. And this is, again, very important if you're trying to get investors. And you've heard me say that throughout the entire business plan sections, because this is usually who you're showing a business plan to. If it's this well thought out and you've listened to all these sections, there's a really good chance that you are trying to get investors involved, whether it be a bank or whether it be actual people getting equity in the company. And so, again, this is a really important part. The business plan, this last section, the financial plan, really projects the company's financial position based upon, this is the important part, it's all based upon well-substantiated assumptions and explains how the figures have been determined. Because at the end of the day, anyone can just stand up at a whiteboard or put in their business plan that they're going to make X amount of dollars here, and then it's going to go up, and then we're going to have we're going to be profitable this month, and but like, where did you come with those numbers? Like, did you do research? Are you looking at comparable other companies and competitors? Where are you getting these numbers from? And they need to be well substantiated. It's like, come with facts, figures, know why you're coming up with this number, what's it going to take to get to that number, and explain how you came up with this instead of just, oh, $100,000, like, it's a nice number. Like, there needs to be better reasoning behind that in terms of the financial plan. And so what you're going to do is you're going to create what's called pro forma statements. Basically, pro forma statement is what is projections of the financials of the company. So the financial statements of the company down the road. Okay? So usually you're looking at 3 to 5 years that you're going to do pro formas for. And usually you're going to do the annual pro formas for the first year and then quarterly pro formas for years 2 and 3. And then sometimes people 3 or 5, up to 5 years in this financial plan section of their business plan. And so inside of a pro forma, again, is projecting the future financial statements. And of those, the pro forma needs to cover several things. You need to do a balance sheet, you do income statements, and you do statement of cash flows. We're going to talk a lot more in depth down the road what those are and how to create them and all of those things. But these are the 3 things you got to include: balance sheet, income statements, and statement of cash flows. So again, annual for the first year, quarterly for years 2 and 3. And the statement of cash flows is something that sometimes people forget, but it's really important because most savvy investors know this, and it is very important. That is that a profitable company can still run out of cash. And so you've got to make sure that you're cash flow positive. In other words, actually money in the bank, cash is actually growing, and knowing where those sources of cash are coming from, whether it be accounts receivable, whether it be from investment, whether it be from loans. You need to have what those cash flows are, because again, a profitable business, if they have mismanaged cash flows, can still go out of business and run out of money. And so having that statement of cash flows is very important. Again, we're going to talk about cash flows, statement of cash flows, income statements, and balance sheets down the road in the course. And the last thing is the statement of cash flows really needs to clearly indicate how much cash is needed from lenders and investors and what the purpose is. Even though we've already kind of talked about that in the previous parts of the business plan, we need to again state here how much money is coming from lenders, how much money is going to be coming from investors, and what the purpose is going to be. Remember, if you're giving this business plan to someone, they're not going to read this usually from A to Z and chronologically. They might flip directly to the financial plan, and so you need to cover where the sources of cash are coming from in terms of investors or lenders and what that money is going to be used for in the financial plan. Even though we might have talked about that previously sort of in the business plan, Make sure it's part of the financial plan, because someone will flip to this last section. They'll read it from Z to A, and they will be looking for how that cash is coming in, your statement of cash flows, where it's coming from in terms of lender or from an investor, and then what that money is going to be used for should all be included in the financial plan part of the business plan. So that's kind of it for the business plan. You can go back at the very end of the course if you're planning to write your business plan at the end of this course. That's a good idea, because you're going to learn a whole lot about the things that we've mentioned very briefly over the past several lectures about what's contained inside the business plan. So you can always come back to these lectures after you've learned a lot more about what's actually inside, how to create these statement of cash flows, how to create your balance sheet, how to create these income statements, and come back later. But that's kind of it in terms of the business plan. You're now equipped to kind of go through these quickly and actually know that you have a systematic way in order of making sure that all parts and sections of the business plan are covered. And that is wrapped up with the financial plan. Okay, so now you've submitted your business plan either to a lender or an investor, and maybe you gave it to them in the form of an actual document, or you emailed it to them, or you presented it to them on a slide deck, like a PowerPoint or something like that. And now, this is not the end of the situation, because they're going to have a lot of questions. Even though you want to make your business plan as thorough as possible, if you give them the document, you would want to cover all those same sections if you were to do a slide presentation or do an in-person presentation of your business plan. But they're still going to have questions. They're going to have a lot of questions, and what's really cool is if you have to present your business plan several times, you can actually start to pick up on the common questions that come up at the end, and then make sure they're addressed inside of the business plan to make it more comprehensive and make it more efficient of the time you're using of your investor, potential banker, etc. Now, I want to go over some of the potential questions that a potential investor or banker might ask you, and that you're going to need to make sure you know, even though you have the business plan, even though you might think that the answer is inside of the business plan, you need to know these off the top of your head. You're not going to be like, oh, well, it's in the section about the finances. Like, you can't do that. You need to know some of these things off the top of your head, even if they are in the document. So here's some of the things that might already be covered in the document, but if someone asks you this, maybe they didn't even read it. Maybe you give it to someone like, oh, I don't read business plans. Tell me this, tell me that. And they're just going to ask you questions. You need to know these, like, 3 a.m. when I shake you and you're in sleep and I shake you and you're awake. You need to know the answers to these questions, all right? And regardless, even if you do have thorough amount of time to present your business plan, or they read the whole document, they're still gonna have questions. So here's some of the ones you need to know right off the bat. Number one, what is your target market? We've talked about this before. We're gonna talk more about it in the future when it comes to marketing, but what is your target market? How large is the target market? Again, this is really important for investors. They want to see, obviously, large markets and opportunity for the growth of the business. What problems concern the target market? Again, going back to, like, why is this business existing? Like, okay, you identify your target market, how big it is, but, like, what's the problem that they're facing? And how are you going to solve that? Another question they might ask is, are any of these problems greater than the one you're addressing? Which means, okay, we've identified our target market, here's the problems that they're facing. Okay, I'm glad that you are, you're addressing a problem, but, like, are there any bigger problems that this target market is potentially facing that would kind of outweigh or overshadow the problem that you're trying to solve? How does your product or service fix the problem? Okay, so making it very clear in your business plan. If they read it, you should be good. But these are things you need to know regardless. Like, what's your problem? What's your target market? What's their problem? And how are you going to fix the problem? How does your product or service fix the problem? Next question you might get is, who will buy your product or service? Next one is, how much are they willing to pay for it? Again, this goes back to our pricing strategy. We're going to talk more about these things, but these are questions you should know, cold right off the bat. Why do they need it? Okay, like, you say, well, it solves the problem. Okay, great, but, like, why do they need it? Like, could they use an alternative? Is there an alternative product they could use? For example, like, you might say, well, they have to have this incredible ice scraper for their windshield. Okay, great, but, like, could they also just use a book or a cassette tape or a binder or something, or just a scratch there? Like, is there an alternative? Like, they might have the need, there might be a problem, but why are they going to use it? Do they really need it? Why, and another question they're gonna ask is, why would they buy from you? You know, if you're making the best shirt in the world, why would they buy it from you instead of Nike or Under Armour or another big brand? Why are they gonna buy that? Like, you might say, well, the shirt's great. People need the shirt, they need clothing, whatever it might be. But why would they buy it from you and not a competitor and an alternative product or an alternative brand? That's something that they're gonna ask you. Who are your competitors? Again, they're gonna wanna know that. The potential investor, banker, who is the competition? And what are their strengths and weaknesses? So you kind of see there's a full circle there in those questions that I just made there. Going from our target market, what's their problem? How are you going to fix it? How much are people going to pay for it? What is your competition? And then what are their strengths and weaknesses? So really kind of covering that full diameter, that full basis. There's those questions there. And you're going to get 100 other ones, but those are some of the ones you need to know right off the bat, because they just kind of give that broad spectrum of knowledge of knowing who you're selling to, what their problem is, how you solve their problem, how you compare against alternative solutions, and what the weaknesses and strengths of those competitive solutions are in comparison to your business. You need to know these things just cold, flat, and this is why you do not want to outsource your business plan. This is why you need to create your business plan so that when they reference something, you don't have to say, oh, well, let's turn to that section or that page. No, you should know these things off the top of your head, and regardless of whether they read half of it, one paragraph of it, or if they put it down and literally in front of you say, I don't read business plans, here are my questions. These are the things you need to know. All right, so I'm gonna break this next part into 2 different videos and just kind of give my advice on a business plan, just more generic, kind of stepping back, bigger picture, 5 things that I would recommend when it comes to presenting your business plan to a potential investor, really. And so a couple things. Number 1 is provide solid evidence of your claims. Not just making stuff up. Like, you need to have evidence. And think of your assumptions and your original beliefs as not as facts, but as hypotheses to be tested. All right, so instead of thinking like, oh, like this is the way it is, and these are facts and figures, like think of them like if your assumptions as like, hey, these are my hypotheses, and they need to be tested. And based upon these hypotheses, here's what I'm coming up with. But don't just like assume that they're facts. You gotta have evidence for these things. And when I say evidence, I don't just mean like throwing a bunch of charts and computer generated graphs up on a screen either. Because a good investor is gonna look right through that, and they're gonna ask the questions like, great, that's fantastic, but what is behind the numbers? A computer generated chart or graph like with numbers and it's super linear and like shows great accuracy based upon these assumptions, like that just doesn't happen in business. And a good investor is going to know that, a good banker is going to know that, and so they're going to be asking you, what do these numbers mean and what's behind these numbers? And really at the end of the day, you can have all these charts and graphs and all the rest of it, and they literally might just wipe it away and say, well, what's your business model? And you need to know how to answer that based upon the assumptions and the evidence that you have to the claims that you're giving. So if you're going to have assumptions, you're going to have claims in your business plan, you better have some sort of evidence to back these things up and not just making things up on the fly. Number 2 thing is think like an investor, okay? If you were an investor, what would you be looking for in a potential business that you're going to invest in? Think like them. First of all, they're really busy. They don't have a lot of time to go through hundreds of pages of business plans. They want you to be clear, concise, and number 1 is catch their attention. They look through a lot of business plans if they're a really avid investor or a banker, and you don't want them to be bored sitting through your 50 pages. You're disrespecting their time, which is probably very valuable, and you need to capture their attention if you're going to have them keep reading. Most of the time they don't finish the things. They hardly get through half of it because either they've lost interest or just completely like not making any sense to them in terms of what's the business model here. And so really trying to focus more to when thinking like an investor is thinking more about the market. Whereas a founder or an inventor, someone who's really thinking about the product side of things, is less inclined to think more about the market potential and the marketing and the market share and who you're going to market to, the target market. Usually a founder thinks less about that and more about the product or the service and how we're going to set it up. But think like an investor. An investor is more worried about the market. They're more worried about the market share, all those things. Like, the market is what generates and drives a great business model. So that's what they're concerned about. So don't be talking all your business plan about the product or the service you're going to create and how different and how much better it is. Because at the end of the day, the investor is looking more at what's the potential market, where's this going, what's the industry look like. That's what they're more concerned about. And remember too, as an investor, they're trying to maximize their upside potential and minimize their downside risk or exposure to risk. So again, you got to think about these things. You got to think, okay, I got to show them that there's lots of potential, but I also need to show them that I'm mitigating the risks, and how am I doing that needs to be very clear. A lot of people get the one side really, really good, and that is thinking about the potential and how big their business can be and the cap, the massive amount of customers they can reach, and they forget about the other side that the investor thinks about is they want to downside, keep the downside shortened as much as possible, like minimize the downside risk and exposure to risk. And that's the part you need to really start focusing on in terms of thinking things through. And that really leads me to my third tip, and that is do not hide weaknesses. Identify potential fatal flaws to your business model. So don't run from them. You want to actually identify and highlight the things that you actually feel are weak spots in your business plan, weak spots in your management style or your management experience, weak spots in your financials, weak spots in the market. You want to highlight those things and have realistic expectations. You want to prove to the investor that you have actually thought things through. And again, they're looking for that downside risk mitigation. And if you've thought things through, you're going to highlight those things that could potentially be a downfall, and then you're going to prove why you've thought that thing through, created some sort of mitigation to prevent that risk from happening or prevent that downfall from happening. And so you really ask yourself a few questions to really make sure that you are highlighting your weaknesses and talking about the potential fatal flaws. Ask yourself the question, like, will technology change your business, the venture that you're trying to pitch here? Will e-commerce change your market? Will the market demand and what's happening inside of the consumer facing demand side of things, will that change your business? And if you have to look at those and answer yourself honestly and be like, yeah, if there's a big shift in technology, this could really, really hurt us or put our business in a bad spot. You need to talk about that. You can't just brush over or slide it under the carpet. Like, these investors are going to find weaknesses if you don't present them yourself. And when they find it, the next question in their mind is, what else are they not telling me? Because they were trying to hide that. So again, you got to think like an investor, and you got to highlight those things that could lead to downside risk. Just bring them right up. Just be open and honest. This is where integrity really does matter. And this is the part where you've got to highlight the fact that you're just open, you're honest, and you're not being subjective by this, visions of grandeur. You actually see the downside risks, you've acknowledged them, and you talk about what you're doing to make sure those things don't happen and leading to a fatal issue with the company. So these are a couple things. Let's talk about a couple more in the next video. All right, part two, a little bit more about some of the tangible tips that I would give in terms of presenting your business plan. Next one is about confidentiality and maintaining confidentiality, and when to do it is kind of important, right? So you need to indicate inside your business plan which info, and if any info, is confidential. This is the thing. If you have a confidential product or service, worry about confidentiality. If you're pitching a lawn care product, a lawn care service, it's really unlikely that you have anything confidential or like proprietary inside of your business plan. But if you're actually developing a software, developing some sort of product that is actually proprietary and super confidential, then yeah, just have them sign, keep track of every single copy of your business plan. But don't get fixated on the notion that someone's going to take your idea and beat you to market with it. Because execution is all that matters. And if you really think someone else could take your business plan and execute on it better than you and over-execute in comparison to you, then maybe you're not the right person to run this business. So I wouldn't worry about it a whole lot, but as an investor, if you're willy-nilly with confidential and proprietary information, and I'm an investor, I might be a little bit concerned that you've given this out to a bazillion other people if I don't see the number of business plans you've handed out, and if I don't see that you are requiring me to sign something or keep track of at least who you're giving these business plans to. So keep that in mind if you do have something really confidential or proprietary that you are sharing with investors. Pay attention to details. The next one, pay attention to details. Little stuff like use good grammar if you're writing this out and doing a document, or if you're presenting this, same thing. Use good grammar. Limit your presentation time. Like, don't get super long and super lengthy. Like, have a reasonable length, and especially your executive summary. Remember, the executive summary is like that first part we talked about. Get to the point. You need to capture their attention. Don't write a 5-page executive summary and feel like that's going to convince them to read the next 500 pages. Keep it clear, keep it concise. Do not feel like because you're creating a business plan, it needs to be super long. Get to the point, and just make sure that you're really paying attention to the details of things like page numbering, grammar, etc. All right, next thing is go for an attractive and professional presentation and appearance. So not just the way you look and the way that you dress, like that's all important. That is obviously a big part of your presenting this in person. But if you're going to be presenting this in a document or a folder, you definitely want to use like a 3-rung binder. That's a really good kind of a way to do this, or give someone a flash drive if you're doing a digital copy, and this allows for them to add things, move things around, as revisions happen to the business plan. If you start having multiple discussions with them and you start changing parts of the business plan, if it's in a 3-piece binder, 3-ring binder, they can just move pages around. They can add in some loose leaf if they want to add notes, and same thing with a flash drive. If you're giving away digital copies, it's a lot easier to keep track of them if they're on a flash drive and it's numbered. Again, just showing that you have some sort of level of professionalism when it comes to the appearance as well as the presentation. So great for visual aids and exhibits. Like if I'm doing a presentation to you, there's a reason why I have the whiteboards, because like there's something that should be written down. And same thing goes for product or service. If you have a prototype, if you have something you can actually show them, and it kind of takes away from this 2-dimensional slideshow or just, here's a bunch of paper. Like if there's something you can show, something kind of like a visual aid or exhibit of some sort that takes away from just words on a page, very, very useful. Pictures, great. Things like that are going to really be allowing you to come across much more professional in your delivery of your business plan. Last thing is, don't use technical jargon, especially if you do have a more sophisticated product or service. Using jargon that is specific to your industry or really, really highfalutin, like you're just going to separate and like create a lot of distance from your audience if you're using words they don't know. Just express your product or service in lay terms. Like everyone knows the words. Don't get all technical and think that it's going to somehow give you credibility. If they don't understand you, you're not getting no credibility. Do it in lay terms, simple, words. And if you need to use words that are really big or industry specific, or they're not going to be familiar with, make sure you explain those and define those in lay terms. So those are some just really simple tactical advice if you're presenting those business plans to a potential investor. All right, so now we're going to talk about creating a marketing plan. And for some people, they wonder if they even need to make a marketing plan if they've made a business plan. In my mind, it's a separate document, and it's really something that is very, very important. Honestly, if someone was deciding whether they should make a business plan or a marketing plan, in my mind, because I lean to be more of an entrepreneur, I think the marketing plan is probably more important, just because the business plan encompasses a lot of other externalities that are very important and you should do them. But if I had to choose between one or the other, the marketing plan is probably more important, honestly, because it gives a lot of the things that you need to know if your product or service is going to be accepted in the market and how you're going to promote it to the people, your customers. So the marketing plan really entails 3 different things. The first thing is market analysis. All right, so this is going to be using market research and a whole bunch of other things to determine what the size of the market is, what the demographics, psychographic of that market is, really analyzing the market. The second thing in a marketing plan that you're going to be talking about is the competition. You're going to be able to see what they've been doing, seeing what's worked for them, what hasn't worked for them, inside of your industry, outside of your industry, really just trying to gather as much information about the competition when it comes to your product or service. The third thing, this is what most people think of when they think about the marketing plan, is the marketing strategy. Now, the marketing strategy, we're going to talk more about each one of these three things in the next 3 videos, but each one of these things we're going to talk about, but the marketing strategy is going to include things like pricing a strategy, your promotions, which is usually what we think about in terms of advertisements. And it also includes your distribution method. How are you going to sell the product, whether it be retail or direct to consumer, or just so many different models that you can use. That is all part of marketing. So when people think about marketing, they usually think about advertising. You know, I'm going to do some Facebook ads, I'm going to do some Google ads. That's advertising, and that's one small segment of the marketing strategy, but there's a whole bunch of other stuff, including pricing and distribution. We talk about the competition, what they've done, as well as market analysis. So we're going to talk about each one of these 3 things in the next 3 videos, but it's very important, the marketing plan, because on each one of these, I should use a different color here real quick. Each one of these things, why the marketing plan is so important is, number one, we're going to create clarity, so clarity around forecasts by our market analysis. All right, so again, this is gonna kind of mirror some of the things we did in the business plan and work off of those things, because we created forecasts and hey, this is what we expect to sell. Well, that is going to be determined by our market analysis. If we haven't clearly begin to get good research on our market, our potential customers, the size of the market, what those customers want, if we haven't done that market analysis, we really are not going to have great forecasts. And so, you know, first part of a marketing plan is the marketing analysis, and that's going to allow us to clarify our forecast. This next part, looking at the competition, is going to save you time, money, you know, a lot of headache if you're able to learn from their successes and from their mistakes. So learn from the past. Learn from past. You know, why create a marketing campaign or an advertisement that your competition has already tried and it's failed, or it hasn't, you know, performed the way that you would want? This is something that you're going to be looking at. How are they marketing? How are they advertising? What's their pricing strategy? What's their distribution strategy? Looking at the competition, very, very important. Now, this last part, the marketing strategy, is really important because it's going to really help us determine, especially for a small business such as our own, we're going to be really looking at the customer acquisition cost. And this is really going to be important because we need to know how much money we're going to have to burn through to get to the customer numbers that we expect in our forecast. So the marketing strategy is very important because it's going to determine what's our customer acquisition cost, how much money do we have to pay in order to get one customer, but it's also going to determine like the profitability of that customer based on our pricing and the distribution model, because if we have to give third parties or middlemen money, now it's taking money out of the percentage of our profits. And again, that is very, very important to know what you're going to need in terms of your budget to start your business. To start your business, grow your business, and take it to the next level, you need to know what's your customer acquisition cost. And that comes from having a marketing strategy, and that's what makes a marketing plan so important. So these are the 3 things that are included inside of a marketing plan. Now let's talk about each one of those 3 things in detail and make sure that you have all your bases covered. All right, so now we're going to talk about market analysis inside of the marketing plan that you're creating. And so when we talk about market analysis, one of the things that we're really trying to create is a customer profile. And a customer profile really identifies the key demographics and psychological characteristics of customers you consider most likely to be qualified purchasers of your product and services. And so you might have multiple customer profiles. So some people call these avatars, and they actually create like an actual person's name, like Jan, Stan, Nancy. Those are the ones actually used at Anytime Fitness that are different profiles of characters, different customers that we might be trying to, market our products and services to. And these customer profiles determine, what age are these people, what kind of money, where do they come from, what's their background, where do they work, and really creating a profile for these people that we can really start to look at what is going to meet their needs and identify their characteristics that are going to be most likely to be buying from us. Now, make sure you remember, you might be very wrong if you're pre-market right now. If you have not launched your product or service yet, and it's a new industry or you're breaking like new ground, you might be completely wrong about who's going to use your product, what they're going to be like, what type of job they're going to have, what their background's going to be like, what their level of socioeconomic status is going to be like. You might be completely wrong. So keep that in mind if you're going into brand new territory where you don't have any analysis of competitors or anything like that. But when it comes to your customer profile, you might have multiple of them. For example, with lawn care, we are primarily serving the affluent, retired, and someone that is maybe physically not really capable of mowing their lawn. But we're also, another customer profile is a professional, someone that might be in their 30s or their 40s. They're just really busy and they don't have the time to mow their lawn. And so that's another customer profile. They have different needs, different desires, different wants. And so it's very important to create separate customer profiles and identify what the needs of all of those different customers are. Now, at the beginning, you want to keep, if you're just getting your business started, don't try to create 50 different customer profiles. You're not going to have the means as a small business to go after all of them effectively. So ideally, you focus on 1, 2, or 3 max customer profiles. Because for example, the way that you advertise, the way that you distribute, the way you price your product and service is going to be very different for every single customer profile. For example, when it comes to the lawn care example I just gave, for those older folks, we're going to be really marketing a completely different level in terms of like trying to take everything off their plate, really making sure that they don't have to go out in the yard and risk hurting themselves, or they don't have to actually worry about their lawn at all. Whereas the professional, they're just like, hey, I don't need top of the line service, I don't need everything done on my property, I don't need all the beds weeded and the bushes trimmed, just mow the grass so the HOA that I'm living in doesn't complain. That's all they care about. And they just want it to be like, I want to be on auto pay and I don't have to talk to people. Whereas the person that's older, they might want to talk to our crew every single time we go there. They might want to talk about their different plants and all the rest of it. Different customers, profiles, completely different market segments. But make sure you don't try to go after 20 different types of customer profiles. So we've primarily, like I said, focused on those professionals and the affluent retiree, but don't then also try to go after like big, massive commercial jobs, then government jobs, and parks and recreation. Like you have all these customer profiles that you're going after. It's very, very expensive to actually create a marketing plan that's going to effectively reach all of them if there's so many that it just becomes very, very ineffective. So the big thing to focus on when you're creating your marketing plan is focusing on the benefits and not the features, all right? So we're gonna talk about benefits, focusing on the benefits, and this can come into play in all of your marketing versus features. All right, so we're gonna use an example of like selling shoes, for example, like a Nike or Puma or Adidas, maybe they're selling footwear. Now, when they market this to different segments, so first of all, let's identify our segments that we're going to talk about. And I'm sure they have many segments. They're much bigger companies. But at first, let's talk about the 2 different segments we're going to talk about. First, we're going to talk about older customers. So old customers here. That's their first customer profile. And for the sake of this example, we're going to use a second customer profile, which is going to be athletes. All right, same product, same shoe, but how are we going to market to these 2 different segments is completely different. Not only are we going to market to them differently, when we market to them, we're going to focus on benefits and not on features. If we were talking about features, we would talk about the sole of the shoe. We would talk about the material of the shoe. We talk about the quality and the color and the thread count, all the features of the shoe. But I promise you, when it comes to any product or service, features are not what you want to use to sell the product. All right, what makes Apple so powerful in their marketing strategy is they don't talk about features. They don't talk about the 16 gigabytes of RAM in the computer and the pixel count and all of that. They might do that in a really detailed 3-hour keynote to their developers. But when they come to marketing to their customer profile, the people that they're targeting, they are not talking about the features. They are simply talking about the benefits of what it can do for them, what it stresses, what problems it can solve for them. That's what you want to focus on when it comes to your marketing. If you start talking about features all day long, you are not going to be as impactful in your marketing messages. So when it comes to these 2 customer profiles that we've identified for selling shoes, All right, so right now we're trying to sell shoes. The old customer, in a marketing campaign, these are some of the things you might be wanting to pitch to them if you're trying to sell them shoes. Cushions every step. That's going to be something that is really important to an older customer. Return 60% of energy. 96% of the energy is returned back to the wearer of these shoes because of maybe the features, the springs, or the compression inside of the sole, whatever it is. But they're focusing on the fact that 96% of energy is returned to the user, and how it's going to, less stress on their joints and their ligaments, and it's going to reduce the wear and tear on their knees. These are all things that are benefits to this older customer, because it's really highlighting the fact that, hey, we know you need more energy, so 96% of energy returns back to the user. We know that you're worried about your ligaments and your bones and your stress on your joints. These are all things that we are now pitching as benefits to having this shoe. All right, we're not really focusing on the type of materials to do all of those things. We're focusing on the benefits to this customer profile. Now, that same shoe, though, we might then go and take to a different customer profile, which is athletes, and we're going to use this in a whole different, the verbiage and the marketing message is going to be very different to this customer profile. We might talk about reduction of peak force, reduction of that peak force, like when there's impact. We might talk about that in order to reduce injuries. All right, because now the athlete is worried about things like recovery time. Like, the recovery time, can they run the next day, or do they have to wait 2 or 3 days for their joints to recover? They're more worried about the peak force, like the impact of the shoe, because they might be doing high intensity interval training or long bouts of a marathon or massive amounts of stress on their body, and they're more worried about recovery time and injury prevention and able to work out at a more intense level. Those are the things that they're going to be trying to highlight to this customer profile. The messaging is going to be very different between these two customer profiles. The pictures is going to be very different. To athletes, you're going to be showing massive amounts of, great workout or sweating body, heavy weights, someone jumping. Whereas with an older customer, you're going to be looking at someone in their older years of life that is going to be healthy and is not going to have joint pain, not in a wheelchair. These are the types of things you got to keep in mind when it comes to marketing, knowing your customer profile, and then being able to target the benefits of your product or service to them. Do not focus on features. We do not talk about the features of lawn care, for example. We don't talk about the height of the grass that we're going to cut and how sharp our blades are in order to make sure they have the exact cut and the type of string and gas that no. All they care about is, look, either A, I'm an older customer and I don't want to be putting my life endangered by being out on a ladder or using heavy equipment. Or I want my property to look very beautiful. Those are all benefits that we want to focus on in our marketing. Whereas if I'm targeting a younger demographic, a professional, so business owners that are in their 30s, 40s, and they have full capability of doing the services themselves in their yard in terms of from a physical standpoint, yet all they care about is time. They don't want to talk to anybody. They want their account to be on credit card, automatic payments at the end of the month. They don't want to see anyone. They just want it done. They just want it mowed. They don't need high-end service. They don't need a whole bunch of services and full service. They just need it cut, and that's all they want. So keep in mind, your customer profile is going to absolutely dictate how you market, and when you do market to these customer profiles, do not go to the features of your product or service. Focus on the benefits to those individual customer profiles. All right, so another component of the market analysis is the sales forecast. All right, so this is a tough part, probably the hardest part of any sort of pre-business, like before you start your business, any sort of pre-business planning is the sales forecast. It's very difficult to create, especially if you are a new business and you don't have any sort of experience or you're not already started the business already. It's tough to create sales forecasts because you don't have a lot of data, all right? But when you do create your sales forecast, there's 3 different forecasts you want to create. Most likely, best case, and worst case scenario. All right, so in the middle, I'm going to do most likely. It's kind of like, I guess you say your average, most likely. It's kind of what your expectations are, really. Then over here, though, you have like best case scenario. And then over here, we'll do it in red. Worst case scenario. All right, and you want to create a forecast for all three of these. All right, so for all three, best case, like everything goes right, you hit all of your projections, all of your customer acquisition numbers are correct, like everything possible happens correctly, best case scenario. All right. What's most likely though, because no, we're not pessimists, but we're also not going to be blind optimists here. Most likely there's going to be some issues. There's going to be some hiccups and issues. So kind of a sales forecast, what's based upon most likely. And then to make sure that we are also aware of all the challenges, the problems, the hurdles that we could come in contact with. And let's assume that they all actually are big issues. What's the worst case scenario? All right. Now you need to know all three of these because a lot of times entrepreneurs, they focus on best case scenario. We're going to take over the world. Everything's going to be great. And they just turn a blind eye to all the things that could derail them and possibly bring them down somewhat. And if they're really blind, they might completely negate the option or the idea that the worst case could happen, which is some of your assumptions are incorrect over here. So you don't get the big customers. It costs twice as much. It takes twice as long to make. All of those things that you've just assumed as best case scenario are going to happen might not, and you have a worst case. Creating this worst case and best case and most likely forecast for your sales projections is going to show potential employees and investors that, hey, look, I'm taking into account that things could go a whole bunch of different ways here, and it's a kind of a shotgun, like it could go any direction kind of way. But I've created a plan and I have things in place for regardless of what's on the spectrum where we fall. I have a plan in place to know what to do if we have a best case, or if we have a worst case, or what's most likely going to happen somewhere in the middle. Again, forecasting is very, very difficult if you're going to be starting a new business. But when you're doing forecasts, don't just come up with random numbers. As much as you possibly can, fully describe your forecasts and back them up with data, whether it be from competitors or industry averages. Don't think that you're going to have a customer acquisition cost of $24 if you look at the industry data and people are paying $500 per customer acquisition cost. Do not think that you're going to be able to have a good forecast on good foundation if that's the case. So as much as you possibly can, have data to back up why your best case. So maybe your best case is that your customer acquisition cost is like only $300, but your worst case is that the customer acquisition cost is say $800 and way above industry averages, but then your most likely is the average in the industry. So use the data from your industry, from competitors, what's available out there. Use public companies. Like if you're not an investor in a publicly owned company, maybe invest a couple dollars so you can get on their earnings calls, or you can get their financial reports, or go on the SEC and you can like see their 10Ks and the financial information they give, and you can start getting some of the data you need to create great forecasts. Things like customer acquisition costs, things like what type of sectors of the business create the most revenue. These are all things that you'll want to know for your sales forecast, but make sure you get as much data as possible instead of just random throwing, oh yeah, best case scenario we make $1 million, worst case scenario we make $800,000, and worst case scenario we make $600,000. Sorry, the most likely was in the middle, 800,000. This would be 600,000. Don't just randomly come up with those numbers. Have data, numbers, projections to back up what those sales forecasts are. All right, so the second part of the marketing plan that you really want to focus on is the competition. And so in this example, I want to use as if you were opening up a hardware store in your local market, just for an example's sake. And so first thing we want to do is really make sure that we study the existing competition and make sure that we see what has worked in the past and what has not worked. So for example, if I'm starting a hardware store in my local area, I'm going to look at Lowe's, Home Depot, some of the big players. I might also look at Ace Hardware, True Value, other small players in my local market or surrounding my market, and see what's worked for them and what hasn't worked for them. Has their rewards program worked? Has their return policy worked well? Has their online strategy worked well? Has certain departments at certain of those competitors worked better than others? And really see what's worked and what hasn't. Has certain marketing campaigns worked and other ones flopped? These are all things that you really want to investigate before you get into business, so that way, if someone's already spent a bunch of money on a certain marketing marketing message, why would you do the same thing? Learn from other people's mistakes. It costs a whole lot less, especially if you're just getting started, you're a small business, you're a startup. You don't have the money to make those mistakes. You need to look at other people in your competition, in your industry, and figure out what is working and what is not working. The more you know about their key management personnel, the better you're going to be able to anticipate their next move. Be able to really know what actions they're going to take. So for example, if I am looking at Home Depot or Lowe's, there's going to be a lot of public information about their key management personnel, what they think like, what their backgrounds are. They probably have a book or two written about them and their management philosophy and the direction that they feel the business is going to be going in. Especially if you're up against and you would consider a competitor to be a publicly traded company, definitely make sure that you can listen to their live earnings calls every quarter, even if you have to invest $10 in their stock, so that you can get on those live investor calls. Make sure that you can get that information, know where the business is going, what they're perceiving the future of the industry to be, so that way you can be nimble as a small business and outmaneuver them or focus on a niche that they are ignoring or just overpassing because they are so big. Another thing is you might not be looking at the Home Depots or the Lowe's, you might be looking at more regional players like True Value or Ace Hardware that are more comparable to the size we want to start our hardware business in. And so you might look at comparable markets maybe an hour away from you where your customers aren't going to go to their location. However, the target market is significantly close enough to where you can make comparisons and see what's worked for them and what hasn't worked for them. Maybe you talk to the owner of that establishment and start to get to know what they're anticipating the future of their industry to look like. Do a SWOT analysis on your competitors, so your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. We've already talked about doing this for yourself, but now I want you to do this for all of those competitors around you. Again, Lowe's, Home Depot, True Value, and Ace Hardware in this instance, those four that we've identified to be our competitors. Do a SWOT analysis on them. See what they're really, really good at. See what their weaknesses are. See what their opportunities, and this again, look at listening to their live earnings call. The opportunities and threats part is going to be mostly significantly seen inside of those where they're projecting forward. And that's going to be on a live earnings call traditionally. If they're publicly traded, that's a little bit easier. Now you might have to go to a little investigative work if you are looking at a small regional player, or just get to know the owner, get to know some of the people who have worked for them in the past and see where the future of their business is going. When you're doing the SWOT analysis and you're looking at the threats to the business or the weaknesses, that's really the opportunity for you in your business. So the same way that we're doing a SWOT analysis for your business, when it comes to their weaknesses and threats, their weaknesses and threats, those are what actually become your opportunity. All right, so if you can see a weaknesses of Home Depot, for example, in customer services, the customer service of their employees, that's going to be an opportunity for you to make it your strength. Okay, so when we start looking at the weaknesses and threats to our competitors, those are their opportunities. Those are literally the opportunities for us to then make that our strength. And so that's how you want to outmaneuver a large competitor and also compete against a local regional player that might be very comparable to your service or product. You definitely want to assess the likelihood of your competitor moving into and entering your target market. So for example, if you're dealing with Home Depot and Lowe's and we are a small hardware store and we're selling robot mowers, for example, what's the chance of Home Depot offering the same thing? Now it's a very niche product and it's going to be like less than 1% of their revenue, so they might not do it. But what's the likelihood that they might move into that? And if it's 40% of your revenue installing robot mowers and being a service and a product to the local community, you need to really assess what's the likelihood that that larger competitor is going to move into your market and actually going to start installing those robot mowers and putting the line around the edges and actually selling that product. Likelihood's low, but what is that likelihood? Because if a large chunk of your revenue is dependent on a certain service that they might end up taking over, that could be really damaging to your business down the road. Last thing when it comes to competitors, you want to look at the future. What are like the social, economic, technological, environmental, political changes that are going to happen that you feel are going to give you either an advantage or a disadvantage against your competitors? And what their disadvantage is, That's where your opportunity is, especially if you're working against a larger competitor. But if you're just getting started, you need to be looking at your competitors and how the future of economics, are we going into a recession? Are we going into a low interest time? There's low interest on all the loans. That's going to significantly change if people finance things, for example, from your store, large pieces of equipment. When we're looking at a hardware store, if the housing economy is booming and we know it's going to the next 10 years, there's a really good chance that that's going to be something you need to take into account, because the price of lumber is going to go up, the price of labor is going to go up, and that's going to affect your business. So make sure you look at competitors, do a SWOT analysis on them, and make sure you are looking forward to seeing where you can take opportunity of their weaknesses. All right, so for the third and final part of the marketing plan, we're going to talk about your marketing strategy. Remember, we have 3 different things that we are covering in the marketing plan. The first thing was the the first thing was the market analysis. Second thing that we just finished talking about was the competition. Now we're going to talk about your marketing strategy. All right, this is the part that most people think of when they think of the marketing plan, but the things that we've already talked about doesn't take away from those. Those are very important. I feel like you need to know number 1, because this is about the customer. This is obviously going to be, your competition is going to be other service and products that are competitive to yours, and now this is you. Okay, so this is the part now we're going to focus on, and the marketing strategy is broken up into 4 different categories, and we call them the 4 P's of marketing. So we're going to briefly go over them now, and then I'm going to do 4 different videos, lectures, one about every single one of the P's of the marketing strategy. So the first one is product. All right, so the 4 P's are product, place, pricing, and promotions. And so those are all the different categories of your marketing strategy that need to be well thought out before you get started. So when it comes to the product, so let's go ahead and write these down. So you'll hear this quite often in terms of academics for business, and that is the 4 P's. Some people will add people in as another part, but honestly, I don't feel like that's a part of the marketing strategy. But when it comes to the 4 P's, the first one we want to talk about is the product itself. All right, now you might be saying, well, I have a service-based business. Your service idea is the product to the customer. So if I mow lawns as a service, my product in this case is the actual mowing of lawns. All right, if you have an actual product and you're building a car, the product itself is the product. So that's the part of the marketing strategy that we got to talk about, and it's really just a basic product or service that will be bundled and created, built for the customer's satisfaction. The next thing is place. And when we talk about place, most of the time people think about place in terms of like physically where a product or service is going to be sold, but also think of it kind of in terms of distribution. For example, the place that I sell a necklace could be in a retail store. It could also be in a mall, in like the walkway areas, and kind of more or less a pop-up shop. It could be done online. Those are all distribution methods or places where my product can be sold. So having certain, really the place has to do with the distribution activities that will determine the delivery of the product or service to the customers. And now you might be asking, well, I'm a service-based business. I don't really have a whole lot of like places. It's not really important where I'm at necessarily. We'll get to that in just a second. The third thing is pricing. This is relevant for everybody. Very, very important. And we're going to talk a lot about pricing strategy later on in the course. But when it comes to price, is you really want to set that acceptable exchange of value on the total product or service. And we're going to talk a lot more about what that balanced exchange means when it comes to pricing when we talk about pricing strategy. But just know for now that it's a very important part of your marketing strategy, because literally you look at Walmart, for example, their marketing strategy is the best prices every single day, low prices every day, guaranteed. That's basically the entire messaging behind Walmart. Whereas you look at someone like Whole Foods, that's not in their marketing strategy. Their pricing is high. It's very healthy, very going to be definitely going after the middle to upper class, whereas Walmart is very much low prices every single day. That's part of their marketing strategy, and it's right in their slogan. Everyday low prices is something that they are constantly talking about because it's part of their pricing strategy, and pricing is part of your marketing strategy. If you want to put someone out of business, you can undercut your prices. If you want to become more of a brand that is looked at as very expensive, your pricing is going to play into that as well. All right, number 4, the last one is promotional. And this is what most people, again, think of when they think of marketing. They think about promotions, advertisements. That's really just one part of the marketing strategy. Everyone thinks that this is marketing and this is marketing only. It's not. Marketing is mostly comprised of how you're pricing, where you're selling, and what the actual product or service, the quality, and the logistics around the creation of that product or service. It's not a lot in the promotional. That's why someone like Tesla doesn't ever do advertisements. They don't have to, because they focused on the product. They're very, very keen on making their product better. They focused on the place. They don't have any dealerships. They sell direct to consumer. Their pricing is constantly being cut to be as aggressive as possible in the EV world. And so those are the things they focus on. They don't focus a whole lot on promotional in terms of advertisements. However, that's just one part of promotions, advertising, because they focus on a lot of other things that are very promotional, because there's a lot, it's really anything, when we talk about promotions, we're not talking just about advertising. We're also talking about really any way to communicate necessary information to your target market. So for example, a big part of Tesla's promotional activity is literally Elon Musk's Twitter page, conveying to his followers, to his target market, what the plans for the company are, what the product's about, where they're selling it, and the price is going up and down, his opinions on the world. That's all promotional activity centered around Tesla. And so what's really interesting about this is, like, for every one of your businesses, your small businesses, because you have limited resources, you're not going to be able to focus on all of these equally. There's going to be certain ones that you need to strategically focus more on. You're not going to have teams of people focusing on just the pricing strategy, right? You're not going to have teams of people just doing your advertising for you. There's a really good chance you're the head and honcho of all 4 of these things in terms of determining what the product looks like, where you're selling it, and the distribution methods, the pricing behind it, as well as your advertising and the way you communicate to your target market. There's a really good chance you're dictating all of that. And so you're going to have to allocate resources accordingly. For example, a retailer, someone that has a retail store, is going to have a very different promotional strategy and promotional challenge in comparison to a manufacturer. The manufacturer literally sells to probably 2 or 3 distributors or retailers. They're not trying, like a retailer, trying to get hundreds of customers in their store every single day. Very different promotional type of strategy. So if I'm a manufacturer, I'm probably not going to focus a whole lot on promotions to a lot of different people. I'm going to focus on the 2 or 3 key distributors that I'm trying to keep happy and make sure that's the key driver there. Whereas if I'm a retailer, like promotions, discounts and coupons and making sure you have Facebook ads and all the rest of it is very important. Same thing goes for, like I say, with place. If I'm a service provider, my distribution method is not going to be as important as if I were a manufacturer. Manufacturers and making sure you have distribution to the dealerships or to the retailers or to the supply chain where their distribution centers are. That's all really important for a manufacturer. Place, same thing with a retailer having a product, but when you have a service, this is going to be something you're not going to put as much emphasis on. Place, your distribution methods. It's like, look, I mow lawns. I don't really care where my shop is at as long as it's within vicinity of my target market and I can just use my trucks to drive employees. That's really my distribution method of getting the service to the customer. And it doesn't really change. It's you're not going to be a lot of your time or energy spent on place if you're a service-based business. So keep in mind, you don't need to stress out equally on all of these things. You might choose 1 or 2 of them and make that your differentiating factor. For example, pricing might be really high, you might be really low. That might be the thing you focus on the most and make it really the thing that sets you apart from the competition. So just keep in mind, product, place, pricing, promotions. Let's dig a little deeper into all of them now. All right, so let's talk about the 4 Ps. And the first of the 4 Ps that we want to talk about is the product. And for some of you, maybe you're not actually writing a formal business plan, but if we talked about business plan, now we're talking about marketing strategy. And part of the marketing strategy is having the 4 Ps. And you might not actually be writing this all down or having a formal marketing strategy that you're writing down, but these are all things you need to think about at least. So if you're watching through this and you didn't actually write the business plan, you aren't actually writing a marketing strategy, but you're watching the videos, make sure as we talk about these things, you're actually thinking about what parts you would be writing down, or at least pausing this video, thinking about the different types of the product strategy that you're going to have for your business. All right, so the product. In this part of the marketing strategy, you're talking about several things. And this includes the name of the business and the name of your product or service. And really the logic behind the name, like why did you choose Augusta Lawn Care, for example, or why did you choose Bob's Burger? Like what is the logic behind it? And this is usually going to be tied in with either the inspiration behind the name or the motivation or the story that caused that name to come about. So for example, for Augusta Lawn Care Services, Augusta National is where the Masters golf tournament is played in the PGA and is just absolutely perfect in its landscaping. It's very tranquil and peaceful and just meticulously cared for, and that same type of environment is what we are trying to create for our customers. And that was the story behind creating the name Augusta Lawn Care. And so you need to know why you started the name of the business, why did you choose that name. And same thing for your product or service. So if you have a certain type of product that you've built or manufactured, or you have a prototype of something that you've built, you need to know why you named it that. And this is the thing, with small business, changing your name can be very, very cost prohibitive because you gotta change the marketing, you gotta change the packaging, and if you have a whole bunch of products sent across to distributors and retailers, to just change that is not a fast process. Many times you have to go through an iteration of design work and getting things approved legally, and then actually getting them printed and made out for packaging, for example. And if you have marketing campaigns that are in websites, you have to change. So changing the name of your business is definitely something that you want to avoid if at all possible. And the way you're going to avoid that big cost for your small business is by thinking this through at the beginning. And again, you can always go back to the fact like, hey, I'd rather you start than overthink what the name of your business is going to be. But on the flip side, don't just like come up with a name. You're just like, oh, I'm just going to call it that for no reason at all. Like have a reason, know why, look at other people that are using that name, and that's all part of the product in the marketing strategy. When it comes to the name, you want to keep it simple, memorable, and really descriptive of the benefit provided by the product or service. Now, what's very common in the tech world and big companies is using abstract names. And I'm not against that. I'm not against tech startups that are using very, very abstract names, words that you've never heard of before for the name of their business. But keep in mind, if you're selling a service in an industry that is, we've talked about before, a common business in an uncommon, doing that in an uncommon way. If you're doing it in a common industry like lawn care, for example, if I named my lawn care business Bellagio, just named it Bellagio, like people will be confused. Like, what do you do? There's no reference right here. That's why Augusta has the naming convention has something to do with Augusta National, it has to do with the landscaping, etc. But then also lawn care services is in there. You look at most gyms, they have fitness or health or some sort of inference to what their product and service is to the client. Really, the bottom line of everything to do with the product and throughout the whole 4 Ps is making sure that all elements of the marketing strategy are tied to customer satisfaction, tied to the customer experience. And so when we talk about even packaging, again, when it comes to the product, packaging is a big part of this. And you should at least have a prototype or drawing of your packaging if you have a product that's actually going to market and you're creating a marketing strategy. At least have some sort of visual representation, either a drawing or just like a prototype of some sort. Don't just go into trying to describe it with words. And if you're trying to talk to an investor especially and you're showing your marketing strategy, make sure you have some sort of drawing, representation, and prototype. All right, so the product part of the marketing strategy is also going to include certain things that are really unique to your business and how the legal protections around them. So we got trademarks, patents, copyrights. There's just a whole lot of things that you can do to make sure you protect that name of your business, protect the logo, protect the packaging, etc. Now, again, I'd rather you go out and get started than worrying about your name and making sure it's trademarked and no one's gonna steal it. Like, guess what? No one's gonna care about stealing your name or the type of packaging when you're just getting started and no one knows who you are. You usually only have to worry about down the road. However, if you have the foresight as you begin to grow a business, this part of the marketing strategy becomes important. Legal protections. For example, with Augusta Lawn Care, we have to get a trademark so no one else can use Augusta Lawn Care. We want to trademark the mascot that we use in our logo. These are all things that are important and are going to be extremely important if you want investors to buy into the fact that your product or service is unique. You need to make sure you have legal protections around that. If you have a product that uses a specific type of technology that you've created, you want to make sure that's patented. You know, different types of patents, and we're going to talk about that down the road, but making sure you have those legal protections is very, very important. And this is the thing too, when it comes to your marketing strategy, we're talking about publicizing these patents, publicizing these trademarks, showing them to the public. However, there are some companies, mostly larger companies, that actually use their intellectual property, is what it's called, basically their trade secrets. They use that as a marketing strategy. For example, Coca-Cola, they're not going to tell anyone how they make their syrups, right? That is intellectual property. That is something they're not going to share. They do not go out and get patents for it because they do not want to share that. It's part of their marketing strategy is that no one else can make it. Same thing with KFC. They have these 11 mysterious spices and herbs that they use to make their Kentucky Fried Chicken the way that it is, and they are not going to share that with anybody else, and that becomes part of the marketing strategy because part of what they do is their finger looking good is all revolved around these 11 herbs and spices that they won't tell anyone what they are. And so that's that's termed intellectual property when a company does not go out and publicize via patent or public legal protection around their product or service. Inside of the product category, so remember, we're in the marketing strategy, we're talking about the 4 Ps. The first one is the product. This also has to do with warranties and repair policies. Now, if you're a service-based business, you say, well, I don't have repairs because things don't break like an iPhone or like some sort of a mechanical device. I don't have to worry about returns or repairs. However, you gotta think about warranties. Like, do you warranty plants if you're a landscaper? Do you warranty your level of service? These are all things that you might be thinking about if you are in a service-based business. Do you guarantee certain things? Like if you are selling investment services, do you guarantee that their money is gonna increase by a certain amount every year? These are all things you wanna think about. It's all part of your product or service, and some people are asking me right now in your mind, like, what does it have to do with marketing? This has everything to do with marketing, because if you have great warranties, if you have great repair services, if you have great guarantees on your product and service, you can use that for your marketing, and that's all part of the product base of your marketing strategy. There are literally companies who do everything the same as their competitors, but their one marketing thing that separates them from everyone else is their return policy, is their repair policy. Like, hey, for example, local provider in our local market, retailers, REI, and literally for a long time they had where, hey, if your shoes ever wear out, just bring them in and we'll give you a new pair. And people are willing to pay 2 or 3 times as much for the shoe because they know that in 5 years if they come in and say, oh, the shoe sole broke open, that they're gonna get a new pair without questions. That is literally a marketing strategy. That's why people would come and become customers there. Again, everything to do with the marketing strategy needs to revolve around customer satisfaction. Remember that all elements, as we talk about the 4 Ps, need to be tied directly to customer satisfaction, and that's why they are a big part of the marketing strategy. All right, so the second P of the 4 Ps is place. And when we talk about place, what we're really talking about is distribution. And usually, especially for small ventures or new ventures, they're going to have intermediaries in their distribution chain. It's rare that a new business is going to have everything from the manufacturing to the transportation to the warehousing to then the retailing to the delivery of the product. They usually just can't do it because of the cost of getting involved and the cost of investment to launch the product. Like if you're gonna go launch your business, it's easier to get started in one part of the distribution chain instead of trying to make the product, transport it, warehouse it, retail it, transport it, and deliver it to the customer. It's very, very difficult and very cost prohibitive to do all of those things. So usually, small businesses, we're the retailer, or we manufacture a product and we have distributors that then transport that to warehouses, and then those warehouses distribute it to the retailers. So like for example, if I'm making a specific type of garment, a clothing garment that's sold by Walmart, I am not direct to consumer, so I am the manufacturer. I am making those the clothes. Now that being said, I'm not sourcing them. Like I'm not going and getting the cotton, or I'm not going out and getting polyester. Like I'm gonna have people in my distribution chain bringing me that, like suppliers that bring me those raw goods. But my place in the distribution channel or distribution chain is gonna be the manufacturer. But then I've got to go convince distributors to now carry my product, and they're gonna go sell it to Walmart, sell the buyers at Walmart, and then Walmart is gonna then sell it to their customers. So it's very uncommon for a small business to have complete vertical integration of all elements of manufacturing and sourcing of all the raw materials, all the way to delivery of the goods to the customer. So you've got to have a distribution plan and where you're going to be, how that's going to be happening. So a couple things you want to think about. First of all, how are you going to convince other people inside of your distribution chain, those intermediaries, how are you going to convince them to carry your new product? If I'm selling clothes and I'm making clothes, I've got to convince the distributors to carry my product, and it's a new product. I have no track record, I have no traction, I have no proof of concept. It's very difficult to convince a distributor who has these very important and valuable relationships with the retailers, and they're the intermediaries that do all of the transportation, the warehousing, and all the rest of it, and you've got to convince them to carry your product that's new. And so that's difficult. And that's what you've got to be focused on. How do you convince them? What makes you different? How can you prove to them that your product is going to be selling better to the retailers, i.e. their customers in the supply chain? How are you going to make sure that you are different? And can you get a proof of concept? Can you get a small run? Can you get any sort of data to convince them that your new product is worth removing or displacing one of their other products to put yours in? And so that's something you're going to think about, especially from the manufacturing side of things. Now, in terms of a marketing strategy, we're creating more of a formal plan here. As part of the 4 Ps, we're talking about place and distribution. If you're doing a licensing agreement, this is also where you're going to want to talk about that. So we're going to talk more about licensing in the future, but basically licensing is giving someone else permission or the license to represent your brand, your product, your service, and sell it in a certain area, sell it to a certain demographic, or put some sort of brand affiliation with their brand. For example, you can get licensing agreements with the NBA or the MLB or the NFL, all sports leagues, and you can get licensing agreements where you can represent their brand or vice versa, and there's money that's exchanged for that licensing agreement. It is basically same thing, like it's similar to almost like a franchise agreement where I am going to allow someone else to use the name of the company that I am selling to them, and there is a franchise license there that includes a licensing agreement to use the trademarks and use the patents and to use all of the intellectual property and copyrights that go along with that agreement. So inside the distribution, inside the place, the second P that we're talking about, you need to include if you're going to be doing any sort of licensing. All right, how? Because like for example, for Augusta Lawn Care, if I was creating our marketing strategy, we are distribution. Our method of distribution for our service is we are franchising, and that we are going to license our name out to other owners across the country and across the world. And so that's our method of distribution. Now, if you are a retail store, you're going to be talking about fixed retail locations, like physical spaces that you're going to probably get a lease on. And if you're, again, that's the place that you're going to be distributing right now, right? So we've talked about a manufacturer, how they have intermediaries to get to the retailer. Now let's pretend like we're a retailer and we're actually selling these directly to the public and directly to the customer. We need to start thinking about what is the schematics of our retail space going to look like. And you should definitely have like a drawing of some sort, like really, if you're going to have a retail location, you be very thoughtful about the layout, the use of space, how the flow of customers is going to be, where are they going to check out, how is the merchandise going to be presented. This is called merchandising, and like how are you going to sell these products that you are putting in your store, and what's the method of showcasing them, and all of the elements of your physical space need to be thought out very, very well. And we're not going to go a whole lot into it because there's literally books on just merchandising and how to do it and just where to place things in your store and the direct flow of traffic and where the register should be and how people should be positioned inside of that physical space. So when it comes to place, distribution, if you're a retailer and you're going to get retail space, you need to be very, very strategic about the schematics of where things are going to be placed and knowing where everything's at. Whereas you might have a mobile store, you might have like a food truck where your place is mobile. You move, your store actually moves. You might be on the internet. But usually you're going to have some sort of reliance on others in the distribution chain, right? So if I'm a retailer and I have a physical store, I depend on the distributor, and then they depend on the manufacturer, and the manufacturer usually depends on people to give them the raw goods and materials. And so there's always going to be some sort of a distribution in the chain, and you need to figure out where you're at and then get really locked in about what place you're selling in, whether it be a physical location, a location that moves like a food truck or a pop-up shop, or maybe you go to fairs and sell things and you have your little, at a fair booth, something like that, or you're going to have something online, your website. Your website is your place of distribution. What's that going to look like? You need to have some good representations of what that website looks like. Either it doesn't cost a lot to put up some designs and really start to think these things through when it comes to your marketing strategy. So if we're talking about retail, we're talking about actual like physical layouts, configurations of your store. For e-commerce, these are things you want to think about. Like, yeah, we talked about website. We talked about your flow on that website. That's your method of distribution. That's the place you're selling. You also want to be thinking about like, okay, as someone online, I have this other part of the distribution chain, which is I'm not going to go deliver usually that product to the customer. So am I going to use express mail? Am I going to use regular mail? Am I going to use fast delivery? Am I going to require someone to sign? These are all parts of the marketing strategy. Again, if anything ties to customer satisfaction, it's part of the marketing strategy. And if you're gonna, you got to make that determination. Like if I'm an online retailer and I'm dependent on the U.S. Post Service or FedEx or UPS or DHL to deliver my product to my customer, what speed is that going to happen in? What level of care am I going to have in that? Do I guarantee it? Do I require a signature? All of those things really, really important. So don't think that just because you're online that you don't have a distribution, any sort of distribution that you need to think about and where you're selling. Like, oh, I sell all over the world because I sell on my website. Well, like your store is your website, and you also have distribution in terms of you need people to actually go deliver, i.e. UPS and these other mail carriers, deliver that product to the customer, and you've got to think through, again, that's part of your marketing strategy. Now, if you are doing international distribution, we're going to talk more about this later, in terms of you really start thinking about some other things like taxes, different types of currencies, if there's certain like fees to go into a certain country. When you're starting exporting your product or importing raw materials or whatever it might be, there's other things that really you got to start thinking about in terms of your distribution chain. So we're going to talk more about distribution methods as well as more about what we've just talked about in terms of the distribution chain. It's going to come up a little bit later, but for now, just remember that where you sell your product and how you deliver it to your customers is all part of the second P of the 4 Ps, which is place, and that's all part of your marketing strategy. Again, all of these things we've talked about when it comes to where you're selling and thinking about how fast you're getting the mail delivered and the schematics of your store, all of that needs to tie back to customer satisfaction. Where you put the terminal, where you put the cash register, where you put certain products in your store. For example, a grocery store, they know where to put the produce. They know where to put the milk, where most people come in for like those really important kind of like everyday things. They put them at the back of the store because they want you to walk through everything else and start seeing other food products that you want to buy. So these are all part of their marketing strategy, and they're figuring out where they put those groceries, the place inside of their store. So very, very important part of your marketing strategy. All right, so the third P in the marketing strategy is price. And we're gonna talk a lot more about pricing strategy later on in the course, but I just wanna kind of introduce some basic concepts first. So when we think about pricing, you really need to make sure that at least your production and your marketing costs are covered to get started. So let me kind of draw a demonstration that's very, very oversimplified, but hopefully will help a little bit with conceptualizing how you should price things. And so when we look at the basic costs that go into producing a product and getting a customer, we think about a couple different things. First off, we got to produce the actual product or service. So this is going to be production, all right? So you got production, and then we traditionally are going to have to spend more money to then not only produce the product, but then actually market the product to the customer through advertising, promotions, etc. So then we got our marketing costs, and these are no specific proportionality, just for demonstration purposes. Now, we need to make sure that at least these things are covered. Now, in my mind, there's a third thing, and that is going to be overhead. These are going to be things that, not directly related to the production of the product, service, not directly related to the marketing, but this is like, leases or like, labor costs that are not directly involved with production, like management, things like that. So this is going to be overhead. All right. Now you want to make sure at least your production and marketing are covered by the price that you're going to charge the customer. A lot of times the overhead part is something that you will lose on it, especially when you're first getting started. But as a small business, we don't have money to burn, and eventually you will need to cover also your overhead and make sure you're because really anything over this in terms of price is going to be profit. Okay, and so our goal in being in business is to have a profit, but you definitely want to make sure your production costs to actually produce the product or service, your marketing costs in order to get customers is covered, and then as you get above your overhead, and this is the thing too, is as your business grows, usually these things shrink because you get certain efficiencies, you get certain scale of economies of scale when it comes to production and marketing, you get more efficient at, and so usually these will shrink even if your price stays the same. So keep that in mind. You really need to know what your break-even analysis is though, based upon your projections. Because for example, my production cost per unit of a product I'm making is going to change based upon the number of products I'm going to build, the number of products I'm going to make, the number of products I'm going to sell. And so you really need to know your break-even analysis given certain projections. Because if I think I'm going to only make 10 cars, my production cost is going to be very, very expensive. But if my projections are going to sell 10,000 cars, now my production cost is going to go a lot smaller. I'm going to have a lower price because of those economies of scale that come with greater production. So you should have your projections in place already. We talked about in the business plan portion, how many units are you going to sell, and then using those numbers, determine what your break-even analysis is. Based upon having 10,000 cars, what's my production going to be? What's my marketing going to be? What's my overhead going to be? Because these things are all going to change based upon your units sold, how many customers you have in a service-based business. These are all things that will change. And a lot of times when people look at determining their price, a lot of times they will simply add up their production, they'll add up how much they think it's going to cost to market, add up their overhead, and that will equal their break-even point right here, and that's where like anything above this they feel is profit. And then they'll just set, some arbitrary number so that they can, this would be price right here, this would be their price point. And they'll determine this based upon just, hey, look, this is going to be my profit margin, my profit percentage right here, and I'm happy because these are my costs and here's my price point. I really feel you should do it the opposite way. So instead of looking at, oh, this is what it cost me to make, this is what it's going to cost to market, this is what my overhead is going to be, and then here's my percentage of profit, and then this is going to be my price point. Instead of working this way, you should work the other way. You should determine what is the customer willing to pay. That's the most important thing, because if my production's 10 times more than everyone else, my marketing costs 5 times more than everyone else, my overhead is absolutely bloated, my price might be so high that no one's gonna buy from me. So first, what you should do, instead of working, figure out these things first, what is the price point that people are willing to pay? Then work your way backwards. Figure out what you can then spend on production, then what you can spend on marketing, where you need to keep your overhead. So set your price, set a price that customers are willing to pay, and then work backwards to ensure that you create a profit at the end of the day. So I would actually flip this whole bottom part after creating a price point. I'd create a price point, figure out my production, figure out my marketing, figure out my overhead, and then make sure that my profit percentage is still intact. All right, so work backwards. Do not just add up how much it costs you to get a customer, how much it costs to build the product, and then figure out some arbitrary number in terms of price point. Figure out what the customer is willing to pay, because again, that's all that matters in the marketplace. So it's really important to determine what the price point should be and what customers are willing to pay is to look at other competitors. What are their price points? What are their customers willing to pay? What has happened to the price elasticity of their consumer base when they move the price up or down? These are all things that you can consider and study to ensure that your price point is in the median, the average of your competitors. I recommend that you do be in that range, somewhere within the range of your competitors when it comes to price, because you do not want to be in a price war. A lot of people think like, oh, I'm new, I should just undercut everyone on price. But remember, if you're dealing with someone that's really, really big, a big competitor, they have the resources more than likely to outprice you and to go lower, and now you're in this pricing war that you will probably lose because you're brand new, you don't have the resources, you don't have the size, you don't have the capabilities to sustain long-term unprofitability, whereas they might be willing to do that just to get rid of you. So you don't want to be in a price war with a big competitor. So I always like to stay, when I'm first starting out, in that range around their pricing. Now, down the road, you might get really efficient at production or marketing or overhead or something, and then you price cut them, but you're now, your cost analysis, your cost basis is a whole lot better because you have economies of scale, you're more established, and you have money in the bank and with a proven business model. When you're first getting started, usually you want to be in that pricing range as your competitors. So don't be tempted by just like going out and just being like, oh, I'm just going to get, cut everyone's prices by 20%. Or going out and if you have a service-based business, just offering to customers that you're going to beat any competing offer by 15%. Like, that's just a horrible way to do pricing. It's lazy. It's usually people who have not done the analysis to figure out what their price point should be at and haven't figured out what their production, marketing, overhead is. And so it's very, very important that you really go out in the marketplace, and in my opinion, you need to charge what you need to charge, and you need to make sure that what you charge is within the range of your competitors, because you do not want the lowest price customers. If I go out and I undercut all my competition, there's a really good chance I'm getting the lowest quality customers. We're going to talk more about this in the future when it comes to pricing strategy, but if I'm going out and just cutting everyone's prices and that's how I'm getting the customers, those customers are probably going to leave. They're not going to be very loyal, because the next time someone else comes along with a really low price, they're just going to go for them. And that's why price wars happen. That's why eventually, like in the airlines, there's eventually no profit margin. They're running on like these thin 1 and 2% margins because there's price wars. Oh, if you're willing to do $89, well, we'll do $85. And if they're willing to do $85, we'll do $80. And just an absolute price war, a race to the bottom bottom because the customer really doesn't have any loyalty. They just want the lowest price. And so if you're going after that type of customer, you're gonna have thin margins, you're gonna always be having price wars in order to keep the customer because they're just gonna go with the lowest price. So do not market yourself as the person who's just gonna slash prices from the get, that is going to just undercut your competition. You will get the bottom feeders of customers that will not stick with you, be loyal, and are going to jump ship as soon as there's a lower price in town. All right, so now the fourth and final P of our marketing strategy is promotions. And again, we're gonna talk a lot more about promotions and advertising and all that later on in the course, but just kind of a quick overview here as we talk about marketing strategy and the 4 Ps. So the promotion section, if you're creating a formal marketing plan, really needs to describe the entrepreneur's approach to creating customer awareness of the product or service and explain why customers will be motivated to buy. So how are you going to create customer awareness? You're going to create this great product, great service, but how are you going to create customer awareness? And why would someone be willing to be motivated to buy your product or service? That's the part that we're going to talk about in promotions. That's why you do ads, that's why you do campaigns, and that's why you might do sample testing or things like that. Is all in order to create customer awareness. So that's what this whole section is really about. Really, if you peel it all back, there's really just 2 ways to sell something, really 2 ways to promote something. That is either personal selling, like one-on-one in-person selling. This is like the classic salesperson. This is you going to a car lot, having a salesperson sell you. This is you going to a fashion store and having a sales clerk sell you certain products and services. That's the personal selling or one-on-one selling that we think of most commonly. And then the second most prolific when we think about promotions is advertising. Right, so either one-on-one, in-person, personal, that's really what the term is, personal selling, or advertising. Because when I'm looking at a billboard and I am being sold, I'm getting customer awareness around a certain product or service, there is not a person there. It's not personal selling. So those are the really, there's different segments of all of those, but really at the end of the day, it's like either personal selling or advertising. And so if you're going to be doing personal selling and that's part of your business model, you really need to talk about how you're going to employ that sales force and what their compensation is going to be and how you're going to train them. If you have a retail store and you require and you need salespeople to be selling your products inside of your store, you need to talk about how you're going to find them, how you're going to employ them, how you're going to compensate them. Is it a percentage basis? Is it some sort of a percentage of their sales that they sell? Do they get some sort of a commission on that sale? And then also how you're going to train them. How are you going to make sure that you not only employ them, compensate, but how do you train them to make sure that they are all-stars? Now, if you're doing advertising, you're going to show a list of media that you're going to employ and show some of the advertising themes that you're going to use when you have your business. So again, we're talking about a formal marketing strategy right now, but again, this is something you want to think about. Are you going to use in-person selling and personal selling, or are you going to use advertising? And now if we're going to do advertising, you should be listing off the different types of media. There's a whole bunch of that. You got billboards, you got social media, you have Google, you have Facebook, you have various different channels that you can advertise, whether it be TV, radio, podcast, like the list just keeps going on and on. Influencer marketing, all of that is a form of advertising. And so you want to list those different types of mediums you're going to use and give some generic themes that you're going to be using or broad themes that you're going to be using for those marketing campaigns. Now, if you're using an advertising agency, in this spot you will want to convey who that advertising agency is and mention what they're going to be doing for you, but more importantly, show some campaigns that they have supervised in the past that have worked well. So for this, most of us are not going to be using an advertising agency. We as small business owners have to do the advertising ourselves. And so you're traditionally in this part of the marketing strategy not going to talk a whole lot about some specific marketing agency. You're going to talk about either the personal selling or the advertising that you're going to be doing and breaking that down in further detail. And we're going to talk more about that later on in the course. All right, so now we're going to talk about market research and the 4 steps in market research. So most small businesses don't have a lot of money to spend on market research, and they're going to focus on one specific type of research over actually creating their own research. Because if you're like big companies, they'll hire market researchers and a whole team of people, but it's very, very expensive. The nice thing is that with the advent of the internet and surveymonkey.com and like websites, you can get out and get good data from a vast amount of people without traveling, without hiring a whole bunch of people. And there's a lot of other low-cost options for surveying, creating online focus groups, etc. So there's 4 different steps to getting good market research. And I know most of you, it's pretty common sense that what market research is, but let's just kind of go through these real quick. Number 1 is to define what you need to know. So define, need to know. And what's really important about this is being specific and not being super general. So for example, broad statements like, oh, our need is to know if the venture will be successful. Again, we're defining what we need to know, and we're like, oh, well, we need to know if this venture is going to be successful, and we're going to go survey a bunch of people if this is going to be successful. That's too broad. Like if you're doing a restaurant and you just ask people, do you think this is going to do well here? Like, do you think that this restaurant will succeed? Like that's not going to be super beneficial when it comes to what you need to know. What you should be asking if you are a restaurateur is, how far will you travel for said type of restaurant? How many miles? Will you travel 10 miles from your house? Will you only travel 2 miles from your house? That's going to help make a decision as to where the restaurant should be located. Or maybe you're asking specific types of preferences when it comes to the menu for your restaurant. That's going to be very specific things that will give you good data, clean data that's not super generic like, will this do well? So defining what you need to know in the market research is very important. Number 2 is searching for secondary data. All right, so secondary data is usually where small business owners live mostly. And that is, they are not creating the data themselves. They are literally going out to institutional libraries, they're going on Google, they're going on to the SBA and trying to figure out, secondary data. This is information that's already been put together by other corporations or institutions or educational facilities, and so it's already been done for you. It's much, much more cost effective. 95% of what data you're going to get from market research is going to be done secondarily. Now, the thing to keep wary of is, number 1, the validity of the sources, especially if you're going online in terms of finding secondary data, and more importantly, I honestly think, is if it's outdated. Like maybe 10 years ago, IBM did a study and publicized that, and you're looking at a research article about that. However, 10 years ago, there was a whole different type of technology, and social media looked different, and online, everything looked different. Technology moves so fast. So to be getting data from 10 years ago even can sometimes be completely falsified or completely misleading because technology has moved on, economics has changed, policies in government have changed, and socioeconomic trends have changed. And so secondary data, make sure it's relevant both in scope as well as in date. How far along, how far back was that data collected? But this is usually where you're going to be at. And most small business owners, Google's their best friend because they can search for secondary data. It's cheap, and you're relying on other institutions and businesses to gather that data for you, and then you can interpret it appropriately. Next thing is going to be collecting primary data. And again, this is going to be traditionally not what you are going to focus on as a small business owner, but as the internet has made this much more cheaper to do, you might do this. And there's 2 different types of ways that you can collect primary data. Number 1 is observational, and the other one is questioning. All right, so observational is, for an example, like mystery shopping, where you're going to actually send mystery shoppers into a store, either your own or a competitor, and you're going to see things like the merchandising and the in-store advertising and the layout of the store. You're going to see how employees interact with that mystery shopper. That's all observational. You're going to observe your competitors. You're going to observe your own stores and figure out ways to collect data, primary data, through a mystery shopper, for example. This would be something like cold calling your sales center and figuring out ways that they can improve, getting data in terms of how many people ask for the sale, for example. That's going to be all primary data that you can collect. And that's going to be all through observational. Questioning is, so there's two different ways of collecting this primary data. Number one is observational. Number two is questioning, which is mostly done through focus groups and surveys. And because of online now, it's so much easier and more cost effective to do this through sites like SurveyMonkey.com. So what I would recommend if you're using questioning as a way to collect primary data, use the method of delivery that the customer is going to be getting. For example, if you sell on the phone, like if you sell stuff over the phone, use the phone to collect the survey from the customer. If you sell online, get online surveys. If you sell in person, do your surveys in person. I've found time and time again that the form of delivery to the customer can really change the way they answer those questions. And so if I am going to be selling shoes in person, I should ask those questions in person. Now, if I'm selling those shoes online, I should ask those questions online, because the type of customer that's coming in those different scenarios is probably going to answer very, very differently. So again, do not think that all data is created equal when it comes to market research. If I am selling online and I'm getting research analysis and getting data and surveys from people inside of a store, there's a very good chance that the customer that I'm actually trying to sell online is going to have very different answers. So if you're going to do questioning method, so remember there's two different ways to collect primary data, observational and questioning. If you're going to do questioning, i.e. surveys and focus groups online, asking questions, things like that, it might literally be doing samples. Like if you're doing samples of your product and you're asking, serving cheese and giving samples to people, you're then questioning them. Keep in mind, are you selling that cheese to someone online, or are they going to actually be able to sample it at a store? Because if they're eating it and then I'm asking a question about it, they're going to answer those questions very differently than if they're online, where they can't actually taste the food and they're simply looking at the packaging, the branding, etc., to make their buying decision. All right, number 4 is really interpreting, I'm probably going to spell this wrong, interpreting the data from your market research and all the data that you have gathered. And really, the objective here is to turn isolated facts into useful information, all right? And especially if you've been doing a fair amount of collecting primary or secondary data, you need to make sure that you interpret this data to make it meaningful for your business and not just a bunch of random numbers. So tables, graphs, charts, very pictorial ways of demonstrating and showing this data is very important. And this market research and the way that you interpret the data should really guide the way that you start to do your marketing. So market research is part of marketing. Everyone thinks about marketing as just ads and just advertising. No, marketing encompasses market research, how you do it, what you're trying to find out, whether it be secondary or primary data, and then interpreting that data to come up with some sort of meaningful business decision as to what things you should have on your menu at your restaurant. If you should have your restaurant 5 miles from the city or 2 miles, which lease, which direction facing the road should that restaurant be? Should the menus be black or should the menus be white? All of these different scenarios inside your business or junctions that you could change things in your business can be some form of market research. And whether it be questioning your existing employees, whether it be questioning your existing customers to figure out where we should make changes in the business, that's all a form of market research, and you should absolutely use this at the beginning of your business to develop your product or service, but ongoing, you should be constantly going out for market research, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't, looking at historical data from your business, i.e. collecting primary data from your business to figure out what's working, what's not working, what the customer wants more of, and what they want less of, to make sure you're refining the customer experience using market research. All right, so now we're going to talk about market segmentation. And market segmentation is the process of dividing the total market for a product or service into smaller groups with similar needs. So if we look at market segmentation from the point of, hey, this is the total market, this is everyone that I could service, but now I'm going to segment, I'm going to cut off the chunks of the market that might be similar. I'm going to group them up into specific based on certain variables. All right, so these folks here might be a certain income class, these folks might be a higher income class, and then we keep getting bigger and bigger, for example, just breaking them up based upon a specific variable. And what we're really trying to do is see how each group would respond positively to a specific marketing strategy. The person is in this case inside the total market, but is inside of the low income segment, inside the low income market segment, we're going to have to market them very differently than the person that's going to be ultra affluent and have lots of money. They're not going to be as price sensitive. They're going to care more about quality or making sure that it is premium service or premium product. So the way that you market to the different segments is completely different. And so the reason we need to do market segmentation is figure out what are those different groups that have different types of needs inside of the total market, and how can we penetrate differently to reach them in different manners using our marketing strategies. All right, so for example, you might have, like here I used income, but you could have, for example, you might have a product and you have business features, and then you have like home or consumer-based features. If you're selling cell phones, for example, cell phones for a consumer, a personal use is going to be very different than a business. So how you are going to market to the business owner is going to be very different. They're usually have 10, 15, 20, hundreds of lines with many employee accounts, and they need speed. It's like paramount. Whereas the home user is not going to need as much data. They're going to have different requirements, not as perhaps willing to pay higher premiums of prices based for just speed. These are all very different marketing messages that are going to be based upon, hey, one's for a business or an enterprise, one's for personal use. Again, those are different market segments. Still part of who we can sell the phones to, but definitely different needs, and we need to market to them very differently. Young versus old people, big market segment. Tech-oriented versus non-tech oriented. If I'm selling a cell phone, again, and I am going after tech-oriented people, I'm going to have a very different type of marketing strategy. Whereas if they have no idea how to hardly turn on their computer, very different marketing strategy in order to sell them a cell phone. All right, so those are just some examples. But what I want to talk about right now is really the variables of market segmentation. So there's really two main different types of variables that we're going to talk about and discuss when it comes to market segmentation. The first one is what's called benefit variables. So this is going to be things that are related to the customer's needs. So for example, if I'm a gym, there's older folks that are going to be looking for cardiovascular. They're going to be looking for a treadmill. They're going to be looking for different needs that they have. There's a benefit, and them joining the gym is not because we have strength or weights or big dumbbells and weightlifting racks. But that might appeal to a different part of the segment, a different part of the market, a different segment of the market, and that would be young guys, for example. Right? So the benefit variable, these are again the variables that would determine these different segments. The number one thing is, what are the customer needs? The older person's going to be looking for cardiovascular. The young dude is going to be looking for bodybuilding and weightlifting. And then the girl might be looking for a gymnastics class or yoga, for example. All based upon different needs of the customer, and how we market to them is going to be very different. If we're trying to get older clientele in, we're not going to show them weightlifters and young girls doing backflips and gymnastics. Not how we're going to market in that specific campaign. So that's why it's so important to know what the benefits that your target market is looking for in your product or service. The second thing that is most common when it comes to market segmentation, and the easiest usually to track, is going to be demographic. All right, so this is really related to the certain characteristics that describe the customer. So the benefits, this is what are the needs of the customer. The demographics are the characteristics that describe the customer. This is gonna be like age, marital status, occupation, gender, income. So this would be an example of using a demographic variable to segment the market. All right, this is also gonna be like purchasing power, consumption patterns. This is very, very important stuff to know. Are the variables that we're segmenting the population or the total market, are we segmenting it by the benefit that they receive, the customer's needs, or are we segmenting it by the demographic, which is what are their characteristics, how much money do they make, are they married, how many children do they have? This is usually the most common. It's a lot easier to usually quantify, whereas benefit is usually gonna be a little more malleable because you're looking at things that the customer needs, and that many times is a secondary characteristic or variable. But we'll talk more about that later on. But right now you need to understand you cannot market this entire total market, the entire market the same. You need to segment out the different populations, and maybe you don't go after all of them. There's gyms that are just for powerlifters and just going after that young guy that's looking to bodybuild. There's other gyms that just go for the gymnastics people. There's gyms that go just for cardio and for that older demographic. You don't have to serve the whole population, but realize if you're going to try to go after those populations, you need to look at what they're looking for, their benefit, as well as how much money do they make. Do they have children? Those are all things that are going to play into how you modify your product or service. In the case of the gym, do you have daycare? What type of equipment do you buy? How big is your gym? These are all things that have to be taken into account when you're looking at the market and who you're trying to serve when it comes to your marketing plan and strategy. All right, so the first type of market segmentation we want to talk about is actually unsegmented. All right, so unsegmented market strategy. And as its name implies, it basically means you don't segment up the market. What that means is what we really talk about in everyday terms is say mass marketing. When you think about mass marketing, it's kind of like, hey, we're just gonna like throw a ton of stuff out there, and we're not going to try to target specific segments of the market. We're just gonna like pump it out there. And we're gonna usually assume that all the customers desire the same basic benefit from the product or service. So for example, with water, we all basically have the same benefit of water. It nourishes us, we need it, etc. But you can't use the unsegmented market strategy if you're gonna be selling shoes, because you have different colors and you have different sizes, you have different styles, you have different price points. Whereas with water, like a lot of times you can just market to the fact that every human being needs the water. So an unsegmented market strategy is going to be beneficial when all the customers basically desire the same benefit from the service or the product. And when we talk about unsegmented, what's unique about this is really instead of looking at price, promotion, and place and product and segmenting them according to different parts of the market, instead we're just going to take a blend of all of those things and just throw it out there. And a lot of times this seems like it's haphazard, but there are certain scenarios where this does work. And again, it has to do with the fact that like a lot of times unsegmented market strategies are going to be most competitive on price, because they aren't going to be most competitive on any segment or go really deep on a niche for the market. A lot of times price is their big competitive advantage. But when it comes to an unsegmented marketplace, they're going to take one combination of the product, the price, the promotion, the distribution, and then they're going to market that. So for example, we got a moving company called Two Men and a Truck. So that's the name of this moving company. This is their business here, and they're going to have an unsegmented market strategy. And what that means is they're not going to go and target only people who live in condos. They're not going to go out and market to only people that live in rural areas. They're not going to go out and just market to only business owners and people who are moving offices. They are literally going to go out, and their product they're selling is local and long distance moving. So this is the product that they're selling. Again, they focus on just moving really. Not specifically local, not specifically local, long distance. Their product is very, very unsegmented. They're not going after one or the other. They're going after basically the entire market. All right, so if we look at the market for this product, so this specific product that is very generalized, very broad, their marketing strategy is going to be like social media, it's going to be print. They're just going to like mass market, just blast the message out there because they're focusing on the fact that their product is vanilla enough to really meet the demands and the basic benefit of their product is going to meet the needs of most of the market. So they're not going to try to segment them at all. So if we look at the market now for their product, if you look at the market, they're including all businesses, they're including all of homes, so commercial, residential. They're including people out in the rural areas, down in the metropolitan areas, in skyscrapers and condos, in massive real estate properties that are 10,000 square feet for one home. They're really trying to make their product vanilla as possible. Therefore, their marketing strategy is very vanilla. They're going social, they're doing print, they're kind of doing everything. They might do a whole bunch of different campaigns, all pitching the same very vanilla product. Again, nothing wrong with the strategy as long as your product is going to meet the needs of most of your market. So again, water, in this case, moving things is literally their product. Now, if they want to get really specific and move only people that are business clients, commercial, that are moving offices, they might be able to just change their marketing strategy to one segment that is business owners. They're going to do a very different marketing strategy. Their pricing is going to be different. The way they train their people is going to be different. Their product is definitely going to be different because it's not going to be trying to target the residential home buyer, the residential client at all. It's going to be focused on business owners and commercial. So very, very important when it comes to segmentation. There is a chance that you can do unsegmented. A lot of times price is going to be the determining factor because your product is so vanilla. Keep that in mind. Let's talk about some more different ways to segment your market. All right, so the next part of a segment, and when we talk about segmenting a market, is the multi-segmented, all right? So we talked about someone with unsegmented strategy. Now we're going to talk about a multiple segmented. All right, so we're going to talk about a fictional example of a company called Mojo that has a global internet infrastructure service provider. So they do a whole bunch of things to create the infrastructure, the back-end web development for internet providers, internet companies, and so we're going to talk about them in a second. But when we talk about I just say multi usually instead of multiple, but just multi-segmented. When we talk about a multi-segmented approach to your market strategy, it recognizes that there are different preferences of individual market segments, and then you develop a unique marketing mix for each of them. All right, so we talked about an unsegmented where we're not looking at specifics of the market. We're just like, hey, we're going to treat them all the same. In this case, we're going to recognize look, some people inside the market are going to need certain things that are different. They're going to need different price points. They're going to need different promotions. All of those things will need to change. So let's go ahead and do an example of our fictional company called Mojo. All right, so Mojo does internet infrastructure all across the world for service providers. And so we're going to talk about their market, which is going to be this here. They represent their entire market. And we're going to have 4 different segments inside their market. And then we're going to talk about how we're going to market to each one. All right, so the first segment is going to be companies that do advertising and media. So ads and media. Again, these are different types of this industry is who Mojo is going to be trying to go after. These other segments of their market do not do business in the advertising and the media world. What's going to be really important to this number 1 right here, what's going to be really important to them in terms of what they need is quick load times and dependability. All right, so that's what they really That's what they really need from internet infrastructure service like Mojo, is they're looking for dependability. So again, when I'm doing advertising, if I am trying to pick up these media agencies and these advertising agencies and I want to create their back-end infrastructure, I'm going to be focused on dependability. That's going to be the main thing, and quick load times. All right, so that's probably the things that are going to be most important to that first market segment. All right, second market segment we're going to talk about that Mojo tries to go after is e-commerce. All right, so companies that are selling their products on the internet, selling their, anything they make. These are companies like Etsy. These are companies like anything where you're selling things e-commerce. That's what they're going to be trying to build back-end infrastructure for. Now, what's really, really important for this segment, number 2, is going to be the checkout and really everything to do with handling the money, right? So like the whole checkout process and online ordering. So does it have an easy way to put things into a cart? Does it have an easy way for the money to be transacted? That's really important to e-commerce companies, and therefore Mojo is going to have a completely different marketing strategy if they're going to be going after e-commerce companies. Because the ads and media company, they don't really care if you have a great checkout, if you have a great cart, if you do online ordering really, really fast and really seamlessly. They don't care. But the e-commerce companies do. Now, let's talk about the third market segment that Mojo might have. And again, you might have like 5 or 6 or 7, but again, usually small companies, we're only focusing on 2 or 3 max marketing market segments. But the third one we're going to talk about for the example here is SaaS providers. So SaaS stands for software as a service. And so these are SaaS providers. These are like your CRM. This is like QuickBooks. This is like Zoho. This is like Salesforce. SaaS providers, software as a service, that they sell their software to the consumer or the customer. They need their back-end infrastructure made by Mojo. But again, they're not going to be concerned about what the ad and media agencies or e-commerce companies are worried about. They're going to be mostly concerned, for example, with 24/7 software availability. So 24/7 software availability. And they're going to be concerned about this most because their customers want to log on at any time of the day and be able to insert a customer, make an invoice, create an estimate, add a call log or a sales estimate into their CRM, or whatever certain type of software this software company is building for their customers. They need it to run reliably, and it needs it to be 24/7 access. Like, it's very, very important. You can't have downtime. It's got to be up and running all the time. Like, there's nothing more frustrating than having a software that is down. So they care about most like dependability, making sure that the money or not just dependability, availability 24/7, no downtime. Can't have the downtime. So again, you're going to be marketing to them very differently than these other companies, because you're going to be emphasizing the fact that you have perhaps redundancy on your servers. In other words, you have backed up, and if something falls through, you can have something else step back in, and the software will keep running, and their customers will be happy. All right, the next type of company or segment we're going to be talking about in terms of Mojo, who they're going to go after, is fast growth companies, kind of like Web 2.0. Fast growth companies, kind of like Web 2.0. This might be social media companies, startups, etc. That are really, really quickly growing. And the main thing they're going to be worried about is infrastructure as a service. Infrastructure, probably spelling this wrong. Infrastructure, probably spelled that wrong. Infrastructure as a service. So what they're looking for is that Mojo has the infrastructure in place so that as they're growing really, really fast and they're scaling out millions of users, that Mojo can build them the infrastructure that just scales with them. This is like, for example, Amazon Web Services. They've created for these fast growth companies an availability for the infrastructure back end to ramp up as these fast companies grow and scale very quickly. So again, if Mojo is trying to create a marketing strategy, they have to really think about each segment and really focus on the fact that you've got to have a unique marketing mix to meet the needs of each specific segment. Now, This is, in this case, we just did a straight 25% for each of these to split up into 4, but you might have different segments. For example, only 10% is ads and media, maybe 30% is e-commerce, then 50% is fast growth companies. Like, you got to determine which sizes are your segments inside your market. Like, what is the bulk of your market being made up of, and are you serving them all? Or are you going to say, look, we're not going to try to focus on ads and media because we're not so interested about the speed. We want to focus on these other segments that care about other things like the checkout or the 24/7 availability or the infrastructure. So again, this is very important. When we talk about segmenting, everyone's like, oh, let's jump into advertising and promotions. Like, no, before we even think about that, we need to ask ourselves the question, are we just using a mass marketing strategy when in reality we need to actually segment and to completely have a different marketing mix for the different segments of business and customers that we're going after? Keep this in mind, very important, because when we start talking about promotion and everything, and we start talking about creating ads and all the rest of it, that might be just for one specific one of these, but you might need to completely change the way you do your ads if you're going to be going after a different segment of your market. Again, for lawn care, we have 2 different segments. We have the working professional that just wants their service done as quickly as possible, right? So again, if we were to do lawn care, we'd say, hey, this size working professionals, they just want the lawn done. They don't need to be perfect. They just want it done quickly. They want to be able to take mobile payment. That's all they care about, just get it done. They don't want the HOA knocking on the door. Then the other half, for lawn care, for example, is older folks that physically cannot do the work and they're plenty affluent to be able to afford really high quality service with multiple different types of services. They're very, very high net worth individuals. Totally different segments. Got to market to them completely different. They care about different things completely. So it's very important not to try to take a broad brush and just be like, oh, we're going to market to all these people and emphasize how we are very dependable and quick. Well, that's great, but only the ads and media in this example really care about that. So keep in mind segments of your market. All right, so now we're going to talk about single segmented marketing strategy. Single segmented. And this is really the most popular for small businesses and really the widest one for you to use. And really what this does is it recognizes the fact that there are several distinct market segments, but you focus on only the most profitable one. And it's really the best thing to do for small businesses because we have limited resources, and at the beginning you're going to have those initial marketing efforts, you need to concentrate them instead of trying to go after all the market. So maybe you're like not going to do mass marketing, like, oh, I got segments, I'm going to market to the different segments of my market. But it might be a better option just to focus on one segment, a single segmented marketing strategy at the beginning because of those limited resources and because now you can specialize in going after just that one segment. And once your reputation is established, it's a lot easier to enter new markets. For example, on our last example, we talked about Mojo. If they would have just gone after one part, like just ad agencies and marketing agencies, and they developed a really good relationship, they were able to market and get to those people, penetrate a lot better because they went after just that one thing, then they'd probably easily be able to go into e-commerce and they have more established brand, they'd have more money to do that. And that's what a lot of it comes down to as small businesses. We don't have the money or resources to try to market to all the different segments. Focus on one, get niche. People say the niches are the riches are in the niches, the niche, whatever you want to call it. Like, the reason for that is because you can penetrate it, become profitable, and then use that money to go into other markets and other segments if you want. So now I want to give an example of a single segmented strategy. Now, we're going to talk about a company, we're going to make a company called New Venture LLC. And what they do is they basically help companies get established, and they really help them almost like advisors, almost like a business advisors. And they have a whole bunch of different potential segments, right? Because they're helping business owners get started. That's kind of like what they do. They could go into a whole bunch of different industries. They could just say, hey, we help all businesses. Hey, we help all businesses get started. So they could say, hey, look, this is our market. These are all the people starting new businesses. And inside of this, we have, oil industry, then we have restaurants, then we have gyms, and then we have technology, and then we have, let's see here, let's do like a utility company. Then we have maybe a health category, for example. All right. All these different segments, they have recognized, hey, we're entering a segmented market, but again, they're just getting started. It's probably not really wise for them to try to attack all these different segments. Probably a better thing to do is then to take one of the most profitable segments, and let's say in this case, just for sake of example, they're gonna go after high growth ventures. So probably companies that have substantial amount of money backed, or they have technology, or for some reason there's a very good chance that they're high growth. And so New Venture LLC is only going to market after the people inside of this segment, because they're just getting started. They don't have the resources to go after all these different industries that are also part of the market that is starting a business. They could help them, but again, they're going to really focus their attention and their marketing efforts on this high venture growth. Now, these high growth ventures. Now, what we do for a single segmented marketing strategy is we then take this segment and we blow it up and we say, okay, now that we're determined that we're only going to be servicing this one segment of the market, now we're going to take, okay, now this is high growth ventures. Okay, so these are just high growth ventures. So we've taken now this entire market, we've taken just this segment out, and now this is all the high growth ventures that are possible. Now what we're going to do is we're going to break down the different products that we can sell to this one segment. All right, because again, the different types of products that I would have sold these other segments would be completely different. So now what I'm going to focus on is the different products I can sell this single segment. So for example, I might be like, okay, boom, boom, boom. Okay, this is not perfectly represented here, but you get what I'm trying to do here. All right, so we got 4 different products. We're gonna have product number 1. You know, product number 1 is gonna be kind of like an early stage starter kit. All right, for these high growth ventures, this is gonna be our first product. So product number 1. Then way down here we got product number 2. And that is going to be the legal and really trying to form the incorporation of the business. And we're going to sell that as a separate product or service to these high growth ventures. And then we're going to have a third product, the product that we can sell these high growth ventures. And that is going to be developing a business plan. We're going to actually create the business plan for them. Then we're going to have another product. And it's going to be almost like ongoing sort of consulting or mentoring. So this would be product number 4. All right, so this is what a single segmented strategy does. It looks at all the segments in the market, says, hey, I'm only going to go after this one segment, and then you figure out the products that you're going to sell that segment. All right, so again, this is what most of you need to use for your small businesses. We're not going to be able to attack all the different industries, all the different types of segments, all the different types of customers, old, young, rich, poor, on the other side of the country, next door. Like, that's not going to happen. You got to figure out what segment you're going to have, and then figure out which products you're going to sell to that specific segment. Now, if we dominate this over the course of the next few years, we really do well, create a brand for ourselves, starting to become really profitable for high growth ventures, really focus on getting them started, then maybe we address our total market and say, okay, maybe we'll get into gyms and help gym owners get their business started. Maybe we'll help with restaurants and the food industry. Like, that's then a way for you to grow and expand. And trust me, there's tons of segments usually that you can go after. It's about focusing on one, figuring out what that segment wants, really capitalizing on it, and then you can always go back and expand and grow by going into different segments. But don't try to fry all the fish right off the beginning, because you're gonna end up not getting anywhere. Focus on one, niche down, become profitable, and expand later by going to different segments. All right, so now I'm going to talk about market potential and really looking at sales forecasting. Now, you can get really deep into this. I'm just going to do very surface because that's really all you need to know for small businesses. And honestly, when it comes to determining market potential and sales forecasting, you can spend millions and millions of dollars doing this. So a lot of times big businesses will do a lot more in-depth sales forecasting, and we're not going to talk about the different types of forecasting and all the rest of it, because most of the time for small businesses, we're going to use very basic elements of forecasting. We're not going to have a lot of money to go out and do a whole bunch of research. We've talked about market research, but then actually creating forecasts is something we're going to do based upon our limited amount of market research. But I want to break down a couple just kind of terminology things that you might hear in terms of sales forecasting. So there's a couple different ways to do forecasting. One is called build up, build up, and the other one is called break down. And this is going to be basically how you arrive at your sales forecasting numbers. So if this part doesn't make a whole lot of sense to you, don't worry about it too much. I'm going to give you an example and kind of explain how it works. All right, so for breakdown forecasting, when we're trying to do sales forecasting and determine market potential, for breakdown, we're going to start with a variable that has a large scope and then break down or work our way down to a sales forecast. So for example, if I'm trying to forecast the demand for lawn care and how much my sales are going to be, I might say, okay, the population is going to be 500,000, and then 50% of that population are homeowners, and then 20% of homeowners have a lawn. And then 10% of those those people that have a lawn, I'm going to get them as customers. Therefore, I go from 500,000, then I go to 250,000, then I go to 20%, which is 50,000, and then I get 10% of those people as my customers. Therefore, I'm at 5,000 customers, and if I do $100 per month per customer, that's 500,000 per month. Therefore, I can say, you know what, my sale projection is $6 million per year. That's how you go from big variable, population, and you just keep breaking it down using percentages to figure out what my sales forecast is going to be. So that's breakdown. Now build up is a little bit more complicated. We're going to identify all the buyers in a target and look at all the submarkets. So for example, in this case, I'm going to look at high schools, and inside of my population, I have high schools. I'm going to add up all of the potential buyers in those high schools in order to come up with my estimated demand, all right? So when we talk about build up, we're looking at, okay, what are all the different target markets inside of my submarkets, and then add up all of those to determine what my forecasted demand is going to be. So for example, if I'm trying to forecast the demand for dry cleaning high school leather jackets, let's assume that everyone gets one when they graduate. Okay, we're going to estimate the market share within our area as 20%. So we're going to say, hey, look, out of all the dry cleaners in this entire market, I do 20%. I get 20% market share of all the dry cleaning. Okay, great. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add up all the high school graduates that graduate in each of the schools. So again, all the submarkets, I'm going to add up all of the high schoolers. And maybe I have data based upon like how many yearbooks are given out, or I count them in the yearbooks, for example, to get that data. This is the hard part about forecasting, is getting this data sometimes. And so we take all of these submarkets, all these different high schools inside of our market, which is all the high schoolers in our population, and we're taking all these submarkets, we're going to add them all up. These are all the number of people that were given yearbooks last year, and that's our total demand, right? We know that last year the number of high school students in all these submarkets added together, there's our total market demand. So now, what we're going to do is we're going to assume, okay, the jacket cleaning is going to cost $20 for the dry cleaning. We determine that across all of our submarkets, when we add them all together, it comes to be 1,000 graduates. And therefore, if we have 20% of the market share, 200 of those we're going to assume are going to come use our services. Therefore, we take 200 and we multiply it by 20, and we can then determine that $4,000 is going to be the projected sales. That's what we are forecasting based upon, again, building up from how much our cost is to adding up all the different submarkets, all the different high schools and their high school, how many of their people, how many graduates they have, add all of that up. So it's more of a build up. That's why it's build up versus breakdown. Breakdown is usually most common because we can use percentages to take a big population and bring it down. But then with build up, you've got to have other variables in place and then add up the different targets of submarkets inside of your target area, your entire target market. So a little more complicated, but at the end of the day, breakdown is usually what you're going to use, and it's a slippery slope because a lot of times you hear it before on like Shark Tank and all the rest of it. People say, oh, I just need 1% of the market. But what they forget is that there's another variable in there. All right, so when you're using the breakdown method, say for example, someone says, oh, well, this is a $100 billion market, and if I can just get 1% of that, 1%, I am going to have a $1 billion business because That's my sales forecast, because I'm going to get 1% of the market share. That's my variable, because again, the kind of the big difference between build up and breakdown is I'm assuming this variable here, whereas up in the build up section, I know my variable of market share. In the case of, up here I was 20% for the jackets. I knew that variable of market share, whereas in the breakdown, I'm going to assume 1%. And a lot of times, maybe that's realistic, but the problem is they forget usually another variable in terms of segmentation. So when someone's on Shark Tank, it's like, oh, if it's a $100 billion industry, if we can just get 1% of the market, we're gonna have a $1 billion business. But what they forget about is the fact that $100 billion is great, but you're looking at the entire market, when in reality, your product is only going to appeal to a small percentage of them. And so what happens is that, well, actually, you forgot the fact that you're only gonna get 10% because your product is geared only to a certain segment of them, or a certain percent of them only care. And then therefore, this number is much, much lower. So a lot of times when people come up with the breakdown method of determining market potential, they are forgetting a whole bunch of other variables in terms of market segmentation, and they forget that they aren't serving the entire market. They aren't actually, like if this whole thing is 100 billion, the entire thing, they're only serving a piece of that. That's why market segmentation is important. That's why sales forecasting and market potential is important. But again, do not just use the breakdown method too broadly without forgetting that there's segments in your market. All right, so now we're going to talk about choosing a brick and mortar place, an actual office or a retail location, and site selection. What are some of the things that go into determining a good location for your business? Now, for some people, where you operate out of is not really that important. If you're a service-based business, if you deal with only on e-commerce and online, there are a lot of different things that can determine whether or not you even need physical space. But if you do, it's all about location, location, location. We've always heard that for a long time, but it's very true. But there's definitely other factors that go into place in terms of where you're going to choose. And when we say location, 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 it doesn't just come down to where people, because some businesses don't need a lot of traffic. It's more about your how far away you are and your proximity to other people and other things and other resources. So let's go through some of the different things that go into choosing a site for your business, your store, your office, and go through some of the things you want to think about. First thing is customer accessibility. So again, this is going to really depend on your type of business. Customer accessibility. Because if you are a restaurant, you need to be high traffic. If you are some sort of a retail store, you expect people to walk in the door. Very important to have high traffic. However, you don't really need your business to be super accessible if you're doing wholesaling or if you're doing manufacturing. You can be in the back of a business park, or you just need some physical space, but you don't necessarily need to have great customer accessibility because your customers never actually come inside of your business. So that one may or may not be important based upon your business. Again, if you are a retail store, if you are a restaurant, you are looking not only at where are we in the city, we're looking about what's the exposure to the road, what's our exposure to high traffic tenants where a lot of people are coming by. These are all massively important if you are depending on foot traffic. Restaurants, gyms, retail of any kind, you really need to focus on how accessible it is. If you're in on the second story of a building, very unlikely people are going to go upstairs to walk in your inside of your doors. Very good chance that if you're on the other side, if there's parking and then there's a massive highway and then your store is on the other side and there's no parking next to you, really good chance customer accessibility is going to be massively hindered for your retail location. So keep that in mind. All right, number 2 is business environment. All right, and this has a lot to do with environment, things like regulations, taxes. They're going to come up in specific areas. So for example, in Washington State where I'm at, there's no income tax. That's definitely a part of making the environment for businesses more attractive. Texas, Wyoming, South Dakota, Nevada. Those are some of the other states that don't have any income tax. That all makes the business environment a little bit better. And it can have a lot to do with the political orientation of the local community. It can have a lot to do with the local governor, mayor, etc. If they're very pro-business and pro-growth, you might be really in a spot where they're offering you tax incentives, or they're giving you certain deductions, or they're giving you opportunity to grow and expand because of that area being the environment just being more pro-business. So keep that in mind also when you're selecting an area, and not even just, maybe you're looking inside of one city, but again, looking at, okay, are there certain blocks where the city is giving discounts on sales tax or giving some sort of benefit for me to move into a certain area of town. So the business environment, definitely something that you're going to be wanting to consider, especially having to do with exporting, taxes, all of that sort of stuff, very important. Third thing is site availability and cost. This is honestly one of the biggest ones for us as small business owners: availability and costs. All right, we're going to talk more in the next lecture a little bit more about this part, but when it comes to cost, obviously a huge part of the decision-making process. How expensive is it? Is a massive part of where we're going to actually end up being. Because it might be the perfect location, but if it's twice as expensive as an alternative, it's really going to be hard for us to be able to afford it. So site availability is also important, because there's some places that are perfect, but you just cannot find a location. You can't find any available space. And especially with the advent of the internet, there's becoming more and more retail space opening up, office space opening up. However, if you're in a really hot market, you're probably going to have a hard time finding that perfect spot. And by the way, if you do, it's probably going to be really, really expensive. And so we're going to talk a little bit more in the next lecture about because you might find a really, really cheap place, but then you're going to have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to remodel it because there's never been a tenant in there. And it's brand new construction, which sounds good until you get inside and realize there's no drywall, there's no insulation, there's no paint, there's no flooring, where you might move into a slightly older location that's really already ready to go. If there was a restaurant already in that facility, you might save hundreds of thousands of dollars in your TI or tenant improvements or build out costs if you're going to a place where there's already been a restaurant, for example. So lots of different things that are very interesting when it comes to site availability. If you can even find anything, like when you go to New York, for example, there's, New York pre-COVID at least, definitely you were literally on waiting lists just to become a tenant. There were landlords that would have they were in the driver's seat, right? They were the one that there was such a massive amount of people wanting a space that drives the price up. So keep in mind the site availability, if you can actually find something, and then realize that if the availability is low, your costs are going to be higher, as well as your build out costs, not just the cost per square foot or what they're charging you for rent, or even if you're buying. The costs of building out your store, building out your office, building out your restaurant, gym, whatever it might be, there's a lot of costs involved, and that is going to have it can be somewhat affected by where you're at. Next thing that's going to affect kind of your site selection is going to be owner's preference, honestly. And this has a lot to do, especially for small business owners, really where you live, in terms of proximity to where you live, and if it's on your way to work or to school. If you can make work be on the way to your children's school, or if it's close to your family. And honestly, even big corporations, they make these decisions based on where the CEOs, their preference. For example, Amazon's Jeff Bezos chose New York, not because it was their favorite place or even the best business environment. It was due to one part of it, I should say, is because that's where Jeff Bezos, the CEO, wanted it to be at. Same thing with their Washington, D.C. place. He has homes there. He wants to be close to Washington, D.C., the capital of the U.S. So there's a lot of owner's preference that's also mixed in there. And that, honestly, for small businesses, number 3 and 4 are probably the biggest things. How close is it to me? Where do I prefer this location to be? And then what's my cost going to be? But another thing that can come into play for your site selection is also going to be resource availability. And this is honestly the biggest driving force of why a company like Amazon, availability, chose New York is because the availability to the human resource of great tech workers. And that's why they chose there. It wasn't the cheapest, definitely not. They paid premium 5 times as much as some of the other places that they could have got. It was definitely not the business environment in terms of taxation and things. It was definitely because the resource that they need was the talent and high-tech workers, and that labor pool that's so concentrated there is the reason why they were there. Not only resources in terms of human resources and people, but also if you are doing some sort of transportation, you might want to be more centralized to your target market. You might be in the middle of the U.S. if you're trying to ship to the entire United States. You might want to be close to a port or on the coast if you're trying to do a lot of shipping out overseas. So all very important. Also being close to your resources that might make up the physical goods that you're building, like wood or steel or metal, any sort of raw material that you need that's coming from a certain place. That locality and that proximity to you might be important when determining where your brick and mortar and your site selection is going to be. So those are a few of the keys. Let's talk about a few different other things I want you to keep in mind when it comes to becoming a tenant at a brick and mortar and a store. All right, so now we're going to talk about a few different terms when it comes to actually negotiating your lease, understanding them, and really being able to get this brick and mortar location for your store and your business. And this is really important. Get a lawyer. When it comes to leases that you're making a 10-year commitment to, 5 years even, make sure you have an attorney look them over. It's absolutely worth a few $100s, because when you take the 12 months out of a year and then the 10 years that you're signing this lease, you want to make sure that you know what you're getting yourself into. You need to know what happens if you pass away, what happens if the business fails, what happens in the case of bankruptcy, all the rest of it. Do not just sign a lease willy-nilly, especially a 5 or 10-year lease. Like, you do not know where your business is going to be then. You need to know where the opt-outs are, clauses, agreements, all the rest of it. So I want to go over a few different things that you're going to see inside of that lease, more than likely, so that you know exactly, kind of have some sort of way to communicate with the agent, the real estate agent that's showing you these, and the landlord. All right, the first one is triple net. And what that means is triple net these N's. So it's just N, 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 and that's what you're going to see on a lease document, or if you're going and searching, you're just going to see through 3 N's equals like $14 per square foot or whatever it might be. But what this means is net, net, net. That's what the 3 N's stand for. And what you're going to hear, therefore, is people will just call this triple net. All right. So when someone says, when they say, oh, well, that's $10 per square foot, the next question you ask is, well, what's the triple net? That's what you're going to say, because it might be $14 per square foot for triple net, and then $40 per square foot for the actual rent. All right, so you got to keep in mind that what you actually end up paying is not just your lease amount. Your lease amount, for example, might be, say, $5,000 per month. So we're just going to do this on a monthly basis. So this is going to equal our lease or rent is $5,000, but then triple net might be, let's say $600. And that's not an uncommon amount. Now, what does triple net cover? It's going to cover anything that the landlord is passing certain expenses down to the tenants. And it's going to be things like property taxes, property insurance, and common area maintenance. Things like the lawn, things like blowing off the sidewalks, snow plowing, taking care of the bushes. All of that sort of thing is usually covered by triple net. As well as you need to make sure you determine in your lease and look and see, do they cover certain elements of the building, like the main functions and mechanical parts of the business. For example, HVAC and heating, very important. Do they cover the roof? Very important. Usually the landlord is responsible for the roof. But again, you need to make sure of this stuff. We at the gym, where I have a lease, We've had leaks in the roof. We've had issues with the AC. We've had issues with the front door. Well, the front door is covered, nothing inside is though. So in terms of the landlord being responsible for those repairs, and the reason they're able to cover those is because of triple net. All right. So the reason they're able to get the lawn mowed, the parking lot swept off and snow plowed, and empty the trash bins around the complex, all of that's covered through triple net. And usually they're going to give you a breakdown of those expenses each year. And sometimes your triple net will go up with your lease in terms of if you have a 10-year lease, it'll slowly go up like 2% a year, for example, because they're figuring the cost of inflation, the cost of labor going up for picking up the garbage, for mowing the lawn, etc. And so again, you need to make sure you know what the triple net covers and what you're liable for in terms of repairs. Are you responsible for the roof? That's a big one. Are you responsible for the AC and the heating? Again, that's a big one. You cannot take any risks or have a faulty unit put on your unit, and then you sign a lease and 2 months later your AC breaks down. You put all the money into growing the business and building out your space, and now you have a $30,000 bill for a big AC unit, and it can very easily be that. So again, making sure that you have all in place what the lease covers and what the triple net is and covers, very, very important. What are you responsible for? And ask yourself, okay, if that breaks, who's responsible for it? If that breaks, who's responsible for it? So for our lease, they covered the HVAC, they covered the drainage. So for example, once water leaves our floor, it's now their responsibility. So when it clogged up, the landlord was responsible for fixing it. However, if the toilet broke above ground, we were responsible for it. Same thing with the roof. Everything above the roof, they're responsible for. That's the HVAC system, that is the leaks in the roof, but we're responsible for everything below it. All right. So again, this is also going to have to do with your insurance when you get insurance. So keep this all in mind, because if your insurance is covering things outside of your scope of your box, the thing you're renting inside, and not covering the roof or not covering the HVAC, you better make sure that your triple net is. All right. So again, that's what triple net is. It's net, net, net. People call it triple net. You'll see it as just 3 ends, and then usually it's relayed in some sort of a cost per square foot, per month, or per year. Okay, that's what triple net is. Now, the next thing that you want to know is TI. All right, TI stands for tenant improvements. All right, and this is a really great negotiation factor here. TI is basically money that the landlord gives a tenant to basically improve the facilities. Because at the end of the day, if I'm building a gym, I can't just move my equipment in. I gotta put drywall up, I gotta put lights in, and a lot of that stuff I can't take with me if I leave. So I'm actually improving the value of the property. Therefore, sometimes you can get negotiations where you get the landlord will give you improvement money. They'll give you money up front. Now, that can be sometimes where they can, look, if you come and sign a 10-year lease, we're going to give you $50,000 for tenant improvements. We're just going to give it to you. But what I recommend, or not what I recommend, but what you can use for leverage in your negotiation, if you're starving of cash, and you want to preserve cash when you're getting started and moving into your business, if you are going to have a whole bunch of improvements, you got to change out light fixtures, improve the carpeting, or if you're moving into a new building, there's absolutely no flooring, no drywall, there's no light fixtures, you're going to be putting all of that in there, and if you left, you can't take it with you. So you're improving the value of their property. So you can ask for money up front, or to make it even better, for get more money out of them, you might say, hey, look, I don't have money up front to build out the gym, for example. So for example, the gym would take usually $300,000 just to build it out. Well, what you could do is say, hey, look, I only have 150 grand. If you can give me $150,000 in TI, tenant improvements, I will pay you back over the course of the entire lease. And so again, the landlord is going to make the decision whether or not they can afford it, whether or not they want you that bad, and whether or not the improvements that you're making on their building are worth that concession that they're giving you. So what they might do is say, look, okay, I'm going to give you the $150,000, but that means that there's going to be a $300 per month for the entire lease that you're going to pay me back. I'm just using round numbers. I know that doesn't make sense, but I'm just saying, for example here. So really at the end of the day, you're actually going to end up paying $5,900 per month to be at this place, because you got triple net as well as TI that you're paying off. All right. Now, the reason TI is useful is because if you don't have a lot of cash, like I said, you can try to negotiate with the landlord to pay for your improvements. So not all that cash it's almost like using the landlord as a bank, right? He's like, look, I will pay you back over the course of the lease, X amount, if you will give me X amount up front. So really allowing the landlord to get a great lease. Like, again, you got to remember that the landlord, when you're negotiating, that the value of their property is based upon the strength and long-term leases that they have on the property. So if you extending a lease for a landlord is great for them. It's very good for them. It's good for their financials, great for the property. Now, you come to the negotiation table based upon the strength or weakness of that landlord. And what I mean by that is, are there vacant spots? If there's a lot of vacancy in the mall or the complex where you're trying to get in, you're gonna have a lot more leverage to ask for TI money, tenant improvement money. And get this, people don't want, like landlords don't want to be the bank. They don't want to, but they will do it if they can get a great tenant with a great business and for a long-term lease. All right, so they don't want to, but again, if you're coming to the negotiation table, it might be something you use if there's vacancy in the property and they want a really good tenant. They want an anchor tenant. In other words, a great business that brings people to that shopping center, to the mall, to the strip mall, wherever you're locating yourself. They might give you TI as a concession, or in the negotiation, a concession is something that they are willing to give to you for you to sign the lease. So that'd be TI. And negotiation is going to come a lot having to do with how much money do you have up front. Like if you have plenty of money, don't be asking for TI because you have plenty of cash. You don't need to conserve the money up front. I'd be asking for something like free rent, right? As you're getting started, maybe you say, look, I'm going to sign a 10-year lease, but I want the first 3 months for free. Again, this is all part of negotiation, but it's all going to come down to the strength of the property. Like if they have 5 other people wanting to get in that space, you're not going to get any TI. You're probably not going to get any sort of reduction, free rent, nothing. Because again, they know they look, if you don't sign this, we got 4 other people that are willing to do it. So it definitely depends on where they're coming at, where their strength is. And so, you know, something to ask yourself is like, is there vacancy in the facility that we're trying to get? If the building that they're trying to lease you has been empty for a few years, you're probably coming from a position of strength to ask for several months of free rent or ask for tenant improvements because there's a bunch of things that need to be brought back up to spec. Another question to ask yourself is like, if you sign for a longer term on the lease, will they give you more concessions or give you free space, especially if there's vacancy? So for example, in the strip mall where I'm recording this right now, it's actually right next door to the gym where when I bought the gym, and this is another point, is when you're buying a business, if you're buying a business and they have a lease, use that as a time to negotiate, all right, by extending the lease and then being able to get more concessions. Because extending the lease, again, very good thing for the landlord. It looks good for their financials. And so when the gym is right over there, so when I bought the gym, I extended the lease for 5 more years because I wanted at least 10 years since I was getting an SBA loan for 10 years. I wanted to make sure I had guaranteed the lease for 10 years. And so when we did that, I said, look, you have no one else in this property. I want the building next door. I want the space next door to the gym, and I want it for free rent, completely free rent. I'll only pay triple net. And so that was the negotiation that I did. I got 5 years of free rent at this space because I signed next door's lease for 5 more years. And I'm an anchor tenant. They know that the gym brings in lots of people to the strip mall. They want to keep me, and for me, signing for another 5 years, very positive thing for them. So what do? They're willing to concede. They're willing to have concessions in the negotiation and give me more space because guess what? This whole place is vacant. If it's like 40 or 50% vacant. So yeah, they're willing to give me space if I'll sign a longer lease for being an anchor tenant. So keep all those things in mind. The biggest thing is vacancy, and it's a building that they're trying to lease you, have been sitting around for a long time, but a whole bunch of different factors, macroeconomics, where the economy is going. Like as people are moving out of retail, you have a great opportunity to find these places that have been vacant for a while and do a lowball offer. Or better yet, get great TI where they're gonna give you a whole bunch of money to move in and sign a 5-year lease because they just need someone in there. So keep all of those things in mind. Make sure that when you are extending a lease, you renegotiate, because if the vacancy is going up around you, and the cost per square foot is going down around you, then you should be, when you go to extend a lease or you go to renew, you should be trying to get concessions. You should be trying to get some free rent. You should try to get some TI. Maybe you're at a franchise where they require an update to and a remodel of the facility every 5 or 10 years. Again, match that up with your lease, so that way when you go for your lease renewal, you can get some money that goes towards the renovations. TI. Or free money. Sometimes they'll give you free money. Like, hey, look, I need to improve my property. Okay, we'll give you $10,000 and you sign for the next 10 years for your lease. Things like that, all very important parts to know. Triple net what TI is, and know that sometimes they'll give you money up front, or you can actually roll it into your loan and kind of use the landlord as a bank, and make sure you always negotiate from a place of power, especially if you're in a weak market where the cost per square foot is going down or the vacancy is going up.